Chapter 1. Deqian, Wanzhou, Shiyong County. Wudang Mountain. The sound of bells resonated like thunder, while flocks of white cranes soared through the skies. The mountain peaks rose majestically, resembling a celestial dragon ascending to the heavens, exuding an indescribable grandeur. At the summit stood a magnificent hall, piercing the azure sky, adorned in deep golden hues, surrounded by ethereal radiance, akin to a mythical paradise. Wudang sect, one of the 9 prominent factions of the righteous path in the martial world. The entrance to the sect displayed an aura of distinction. Every decade, the Wudang sect opens its gates wide to recruit new disciples. Today marks the final day of the grand recruitment ceremony. In the expansive and resplendent square, over 100 youths donned in black robes stood upright, their hearts racing as they gazed at the elder wielding a sword upon the stone steps. They envisioned their future in the martial arts, roaming the world, vanquishing evil, and enjoying the freedom of the heavens and earth. These newly admitted disciples, having just passed their assessments, awaited the allocation of their respective placements by the sect's mentors. Amidst the crowd stood a slender youth with a dim gaze, his fists clenched tightly. His demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the others. After all, the sorrows and joys of individuals cannot be shared. Shen Yan was a time traveler. 3 months prior, he had arrived in this extraordinary world filled with martial prowess, monsters, mystical arts, and supernatural beings in this realm. Those endowed with extraordinary abilities that could shatter mountains and sever seas, revered by countless admirers, while the ordinary mortals remained akin to ants, insignificant and vulnerable, destined to fall prey to some malevolent entity. Thus, Shen Yan had come to this world, employing every means at his disposal, enduring countless hardships in pursuit of becoming a formidable force, free to traverse the vastness of existence. After 3 arduous months, he finally secured a position within the Wudang sect, aspiring to become a martial artist. Yet, misfortune struck. His aptitude was woefully inadequate, barely meeting the minimum standards, and he narrowly passed the evaluation, relegated to the status of a mere servant. Disciple. Everyone, the disciples are all present. Please take your respective charges home, and ensure they are well guided. Remember, regardless of their qualifications, do not harbor complacency, nor delay their cultivation opportunities. At the forefront of the stone steps, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe with a flowing beard spoke in a booming voice, his expression grave, exuding an overwhelming presence that commanded respect. This man was Master Tongren Dao, the Grand Elder of the Wudang sect. Upon his command, over 20 elders bowed in acknowledgement. Each elder was a formidable figure, their aura profound, and their gazes sharp, instilling an unspoken sense of intimidation. After receiving the Grand Elder's instructions, they stepped forward in succession, calling out the names of the selected disciples. The atmosphere grew solemn as each disciple perked up, and upon hearing their names, they excitedly rushed to stand behind the elder who had called them. Before long, the allocation of new disciples was complete. Shen Yan found himself at the very end. He remained alone, isolated in place. Surrounding him, several newly admitted disciples cast glances in his direction, some filled with sympathy, while others snickered. Shen Yan felt as though he were pricked by 1,000 needles, his expression darkening. "Are you Shen Yan? Come, follow me back to the withered stone peak." At last, a burly middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, his voice deep and commanding. The withered stone peak is the location of the Wudang's Servant Institute. This man, known as Wudang.He, serves as the steward of the institute. Whenever the Wudang sect admits disciples of lesser talent, they are dispatched to the Withered Stone Peak's Servant Institute, where they become errand boys. Such disciples generally have little prospect in the realm of martial arts. As Shen Yan walked, a weight settled heavily upon his heart, leaving no trace of joy upon his countenance. Yet, he did not feel anger at departing. After all, in this perilous world, Wudang Mountain stands as a commendable refuge for one's existence. Moreover, not everyone is afforded the opportunity to become a servant disciple at Wudang. As a prestigious sect, even a servant earns a monthly wage that rivals that of an innkeeper in a small county town. Many who toil as servants at Wudang for a decade return to the world as prosperous landowners. Thus, numerous individuals strive with fervor to enter its ranks. The Servant Institute. Wudang.He assigned Shen Yan his quarters, presenting him with a brand new broom, and said in a grave tone, "Shen Yan, from this day forth, you officially become a member of the Qingchen Hall within the Wudang Servant Institute. Hold this broom firmly, it is your tool for sustenance henceforth. Starting tomorrow, you will join us in the sweeping of the entire Wudang Mountain, eliminating refuse and enhancing the environment, creating a pristine and idyllic entrance for all. This honorable mission entrusted to our Qingchen Hall is fraught with challenges and toil. I wonder if you possess the confidence to excel in this role. As Wudang.He spoke, he advanced closer to Shen Yan. Finally, locking his copper bell-like eyes on Shen Yan, his gaze intense and earnest, he raised his fist and declared, "Now, please respond with conviction. Do you have confidence?" Shen Yan's lips twitched slightly. Hearing such familiar words, he couldn't help but suspect that this brute might also be a traveler from another realm, an elite talent from the marketing department. Under the fervent scrutiny of the man before him, Shen Yan shamefully shouted, "Yes, excellent." Wudang.He withdrew his gaze, nodding in satisfaction. Our servant institute commences work at the hour of the snake and concludes at the hour of the rooster, with an hour for lunch at noon. If there are no objections, we shall begin promptly tomorrow. With that, Wudang.He turned, hands behind his back, whistling a tune as he departed. The hour of the snake refers to 9 a.m., while the hour of the rooster indicates 5 p.m. In summary, this is an I need a 5 JOBAS as Shen Yan stroked his chin. He couldn't help but reflect after over a decade of study in his past life. He had barely secured a position under the grueling 996 schedule. Yet in this life, he had achieved an I need a 5 existence in merely 3 months. With this thought, a slight comfort washed over him, allowing him to settle in peace at Wudang. The following day, morning dawned. Outside the Servant Institute, a cacophony of voices filled the air as dozens of sweeping servants gathered, brooms in hand. Wudang.He raised his arm and shouted fervently, his emotions soaring as he delivered an impassioned speech that roused the spirits of the crowd. Upon concluding, he commanded the numerous junior disciples to seize their brooms and hasten towards a mountain peak. Wudang Mountain, renowned across the realm, sprawls over a vast expanse of 800 miles, adorned with 72 peaks, 36 caves, and 24 streams along, with countless palatial structures. Thus, for some of the larger peaks, it necessitated the collective effort of all the sweeping disciples from the auxiliary sect to undertake the task. Today, their designated cleaning area was the principal peak of Wudang Mountain, the Tianju Feng. As a newcomer, Shen Yan was assigned the most arduous task of cleaning the Golden Hall atop Tianzhufeng. Rising nearly 200 zhang from the ground, Tianzhufeng stood like a sword piercing the heavens. With Shen Yan's current frail physique, it took him 2 hours to ascend to the summit. By the time the sun had reached its zenith, Shen Yan arrived breathlessly at the peak. Beneath the brilliant sunlight, a magnificent gilded hall came into view atop the exquisite peak. At the center of the Golden Hall was a statue of the true martial emperor, flanked by golden boys and jade maidens holding sacred texts and treasures, while the water and fire generals brandished flags and swords. Below the divine altar lay a statue of the black tortoise, exuding an aura of sanctity and grandeur. As Shen Yan observed the Golden Hall, a sudden, frigid mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The divine level sign-in system has been activated and is binding. Binding successful. Host, Shen Yan. Detecting host's current location. Ding! This location meets the sign-in criteria. The host may proceed to sign in. The unexpected voice startled Shen Yan momentarily. However, upon comprehending the subsequent words, he was instantly invigorated, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A sign-in system? An external aid? Shen Yan's spirit soared as he waved his hands that, oh heavens! The benefits of a transmigrator have finally manifested. He quickly composed himself and fervently inquired, System, no. Dear Father, what functions do you possess? What is the purpose of signing in? The divine level sign-in system randomly selects locations for sign-in. Rewards are granted upon signing in. The more extraordinary the sign-in location, the more substantial the rewards. This time, the sign-in location, Wudang's Golden Summit. The 9-yang divine art. Is it truly this easily obtained? The simplicity of the situation rendered Shen Yan momentarily dazed, as if he were ensnared in a dream. Smack! He sharply slapped himself. The searing pain made it clear to him that this was no dream. Filled with exhilaration, Shen Yan took a deep breath. This golden finger is astonishingly powerful. The 9-yang divine art, embodying utmost rigidity and vitality, a sacred tome for healing, rendering one invulnerable. Should he master this technique, his body would be impervious to water and fire, blades and weapons, and immune to all poisons, achieving an indestructible physique with unparalleled defense. This is a long-lost supreme skill within the martial world. It is said that 9 centuries ago, the founder of the Wudang sect, in his youth, received teachings from a master of Shaolin, comprehending a portion of the 9-yang divine art, which serve as the foundation for the creation of the Wudang 9-yang technique. The 9-yang divine skill can be regarded as the unparalleled martial art that inspired the Establishment of the Wudang sect. Since the passing of that eminent Shaolin master, the complete knowledge of the nine yang divine skill has regrettably been lost to time. In the realm of martial arts, scholars have categorized techniques into a hierarchy known as the 9 turns, with the first turn being the most rudimentary and the 9th turn, representing the pinnacle of mastery. This classification of the 9 turns has gained widespread acceptance among the majority of martial artists today. However, throughout history, countless martial techniques have flourished, and many extraordinary schools of thought have emerged, often sparking considerable debate regarding their superiority over the 9 turns. Many assert that certain techniques transcend the 9 turns entirely, thus establishing a category of unparalleled martial arts above them. True to their name, these techniques are unmatched in their era, reigning supreme in the martial world, and each is revered by practitioners as a priceless treasure. The 9 yang divine skill stands as one such extraordinary martial art. With the acquisition of such a divine skill, Shen Yan found little interest in mundane tasks. He promptly cast aside his broom and seated himself before the golden hall, facing the warm rays of the sun. With a tranquil heart and a serene mind, he silently recited the incantation and began to circulate the technique. Let the strong remain strong, as the gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. Let the arrogant be arrogant, as the bright moon illuminates the great river. Let them be cruel or wicked, for I possess a reservoir of true energy. The practice of a 9 yang divine skill is remarkably straightforward. It can be distilled into the cultivation of pure yang energy, which is then disseminated throughout the body and beyond. Employing this yang energy for protection, at this moment, the sun hung high in the sky, and the auspicious purple chi rose from the east, marking an opportune time for cultivation. The 9 yang divine skill leans towards internal practices, thus necessitating a comprehension of the sensation of qi as one draws energy into the body. Shen Yan's mind became ethereal, devoid of any distractions, as he devoted himself entirely to the recitation of the incantation. Time slowed, ultimately feeling as though it had come to a standstill. The world around him quieted, leaving him with the sensation of being utterly alone. Within Shen Yan, the flow of blood and energy began to resonate, and his sensitivity heightened, allowing him to perceive the omnipresent, formless vital energy in the universe. Without reliance on sight or sound, at this moment, all his pores opened wide, and an exceedingly faint warmth began to seep into his body. This energy, sourced from the sun, was the quintessence of heaven and earth. Upon entering his body, it transformed into a stream of true energy. Following this transformation, the next step involved circulating it through the great cycle. Shen Yan skillfully integrated the true energy into his blood, allowing it to flow through every part of his being, his bones, organs, and vital pathways. After completing a full cycle, the energy converged in his dantian, filling his body with a sweet nectar-like sensation, bringing forth a profound sense of ease. Within the dantian, this stream of true energy swirled like fragrant smoke, drifting freely. This stream of true energy is what is referred to as pure yang energy. The cultivation of the 9 yang divine skill invigorated Shen Yan's life force, causing his vitality to surge, leaving him enveloped in warmth and comfort. Haha, at last, I could become a true martial artist. Shen Yan felt an exhilarating surge of strength within, laughing heartily at the prospect. Yet, such joy was fleeting, and soon, a sense of foreboding overshadowed his elation. Due to the onset of physical ailments, a wave of excruciating pain surged through Shen Yan's body, compelling him to cease his cultivation. The agony was intense, as if his very flesh were being torn asunder. Veins throbbed upon his forehead, and beads of cold sweat cascaded down his brow. Once he hastily halted his practice, the violent sensations gradually receded like a tide, allowing Shen Yan to finally exhale in relief. He was acutely aware that this torment stemmed from his meridians. The repercussions of his inadequate aptitude had manifested in the realm of martial arts. Talents are categorized into various tiers. Those with lesser abilities typically possess weakened foundations, depleted vitality, and severely obstructed meridians. Shen Yan's current predicament was indeed a result of meridian blockage, rendering him incapable of harnessing substantial amounts of true energy. I now possess a sign-in system. Surely, there exists a way to rectify my deficiency. Shen Yan pondered deeply, his gaze resolute. Even with formidable skills, without the enhancement of one's innate qualities, the path of martial arts would yield meager progress. Patience is key. Wudang Mountain is vast, and there must be numerous locations where I can sign in. I fervently hope the system will bestow upon me some fortuitous rewards to alleviate this peril. With hands clasped in prayer, Shen Yan beseeched fervently. He resumed wielding the broom, standing at the pinnacle, casting his gaze over the majestic peaks. From that moment forth, traversing Wudang in search of sign-in locations became the most significant endeavor of his subsequent life as a disciple. As the sun and moon danced through the heavens, Shen Yan experienced a blend of exhilaration and toil during his inaugural day as a servant. On the following day, he rose at dawn, settling down to practice briefly. The nine-yang divine art cannot be mastered in an instant. It demands time and perseverance to accumulate pure yang energy. The deeper the accumulation, the more formidable the defenses become. After concluding his training, Shen Yan gathered as he had the day prior. The team leader, Wudang.He, delivered yet another impassioned speech. This time, they ventured to the Spirit Herb Peak of the 72 Peaks, tasked with clearing away withered branches and leaves. The Spirit Herb Peak is a location replete with ethereal beauty. Herbs and spiritual plants flourish abundantly, earning the moniker of natural pharmacy. In the realm of medicine, there exists a revered tome, the Sage of Medicine's Compendium, which is venerated by countless herbalists. This text catalogs over 1,800 types of herbs, of which more than 400 varieties can be found on Spirit Herb Peak. The designation of natural pharmacy is thus well-deserved, far from mere embellishment. Spirit Herb Peak boasts numerous aged herbs valued at a king's ransom, with the most precious being the Millennium Ginkgo King that crowns the summit. This ginkgo tree is one of Wudang's most treasured gems. Records of this remarkable tree trace back to ancient times, over 12,200 years ago. Having absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the energies of heaven and earth for countless years, this ginkgo has transcended the realm of the ordinary. In the eyes of the world, its stature rivals that of the legendary celestial trees of myth. The fruits borne by the Ginkgo King are not merely called ginkgo nuts, they are revered as fetal cleansing fruits. Fetal cleansing fruits serve as a collective term for a class of extraordinary spiritual fruits among the martial world. These extraordinary spiritual fruits can be regarded as treasures bestowed by nature, formed from the purest essence of the heavens and the earth, possessing remarkable efficacy in refining one's essence and transforming the soul. It is precisely due to the miraculous properties of the washing fetus fruit that the ancient ginkgo tree of Wudang has earned its esteemed place among the top 10 wondrous trees of the world. The washing fetus fruit bears fruit only once every 60 years, making it exceedingly rare and elusive. When Shen Yan arrived alone at the peak and beheld the ancient ginkgo, it stood barren, its yellow leaves scattered upon the ground, depriving him of the opportunity to witness the legendary washing fetus fruit. However, had the ancient ginkgo borne its spiritual fruits, the spiritual medicine peak would undoubtedly have been sealed off, leaving Shen Yan with no chance to venture here. A natural apothecary, an ancient tree of millennia, surely, such a remarkable location deserves to be recognized as a sign-in point for the system. Shen Yan gazed at the bare ginkgo king, his eyes flickering with intrigue. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the system's notification tone rang out. Ding! The location meets the system's check-in criteria, and the host may proceed with the check-in. Shen Yan felt a surge of joy within, immediately reciting the check-in silently. The designated check-in location, Lingyao Peak. That night, the stars twinkled in the sky, and the moonlight flowed like water in a desolate, uninhabited area. Shen Yan took out the he acquired earlier that day, his breath hastening. Due to his poor aptitude, his martial arts training progressed at an excruciatingly slow pace, akin to that of a tortoise. He possessed a treasure trove, yet found no way to access it. At his current training rate, it would likely take him around 10 years to achieve even a minor success in the Jiang divine skill. Calculating thus, the prospect of becoming a formidable warrior seemed distant and elusive. Yet, there is always hope. With the in his possession, the shackles that had long plagued him could finally be shattered. Transformation of body and spirit. Could such miraculous change truly exist? Shen Yan inhaled the rich fragrance of the fruit and then devoured it in large bites. Crack! Juice splattered, filling his mouth with sweetness. A surge of potent medicinal energy instantly transformed into a torrent of warmth, coursing through his entire being, transforming the body and soul, cleansing the marrow and refining the essence. In this moment, Shen Yan deeply experienced the remarkable power of this elixir that could transmute decay into vitality. He felt this medicinal force within him as a sharp razor, akin to a furnace, purging the dross and refining what remained into essence. His flesh, meridians, bones, and internal organs, all parts of his body underwent the baptism of this powerful energy, as a multitude of impurities and filth were expelled through the pores of his skin. The process was excruciating. Every part of Shen Yan's body ached unbearably, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he gritted his teeth to endure the searing pain. He was acutely aware that he must not relent. Any lapse in resolve could undo all his efforts. A misstep could result in grievous injury, perhaps leaving him crippled. Oh, heavens, let this torment cease. It felt as though he were being subjected to 1,000 cuts. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and Shen Yan felt on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a pungent, acrid odor permeated the forest. Fortunately, the remoteness of his location spared him from the suffocating stench that could easily claim a life. As impurities were expelled, the medicinal force within him gradually diminished, signaling the nearing conclusion of his metamorphosis, a profound cleansing of his essence and marrow. The relentless pain began to subside, and his top body and mind finally found a measure of relaxation. Before long, Shen Yan sensed that the heat coursing through him had dissipated entirely, indicating the end of his rejuvenation. A warm, exquisite sensation began to envelop him, spreading throughout his being. He felt utterly liberated, almost as if he could soar like a feather, unable to suppress a contented hum. Overwhelmed with joy, he slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, his gaze sparkled like lightning, illuminating the dim forest with a flash of clarity. He remained still, enveloped in a profound silence, as if struck by an epiphany. His lungs expanded with each breath, his heart pulsated steadily, blood coursed through his veins, and his digestive system stirred. Every organ in his body moved with striking clarity. The transformative experience bestowed upon him not only heightened his self-awareness but also endowed him with an exquisite sensitivity to the world beyond himself. He could perceive the flow of air, shifts in temperature, and the minutiae of nature, the rustle of leaves and the stillness of the earth, each detail resonating vividly within his heart. This sensation is both profound and enigmatic, imbued with extraordinary subtlety. From this moment forth, his physique transformed into a state of pure innocence, akin to that of an infant, with heightened senses that seemed to channel the essence of the universe, as if the protagonist of a bygone tale had unlocked the meridians, free from all obstructions, embracing boundless possibilities. A metamorphosis. He had succeeded. Shen Yan's gaze sparkled with brilliance, and with a mere thought, he activated the 9 suns' divine art. In an instant, across the vast expanse of heaven and earth, a torrent of invisible yang energy surged forth, coalescing like a whirlpool and flooding into his body, enriching his dantian with pure yang vital energy. Shen Yan's perception had magnified exponentially. When he sensed this immense influx of cosmic yang, he was momentarily taken aback. It was the dead of night, not the ideal time for practicing the 9 suns' divine art. Yet, the speed of his cultivation surpassed that of daylight by dozens of times. Moreover, despite the overwhelming volume of energy entering his being, he felt not a trace of discomfort. If his meridians were once but a stream, they now resembled a mighty river, unfazed by the tempestuous flow of cosmic yang. Goodness! Shen Yan was utterly astonished. Overwhelmed by the unprecedented speed, he could not help but continue cultivating for a while longer. After sitting in meditation for nearly half an hour, he suddenly felt a tremor within him, followed by a resounding roar that echoed like a spring thunderclap, reminiscent of a tiger's roar or a dragon's chant. Could it be? This extraordinary phenomenon filled Shen Yan with delight rather than fear. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he quickly attuned to his inner self. Indeed, had he reached the stage of blood condensation? Shen Yan widened his eyes, murmuring in disbelief. He could distinctly sense the blood coursing through his body, thick and heavy like a blend of lead and mercury. Yet, paradoxically, the flow of his blood had quickened, surging forth like a relentless river. The blood, akin to a mercurial essence, unmistakably signified the achievement of blood condensation. Shen Yan was exhilarated beyond measure. As he understood it, the martial arts of the present era were categorized into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the pinnacle and the 9th the lowest. The 9th rank referred to the realm of external cultivation, also known as body tempering, which involved refining the physical form and honing the sinews, flesh, and skin. Vital energy and blood were fundamental to a person. Thus, the first step in external cultivation was to condense one's energy and blood. The successful condensation of blood signified an entry into the first tier of martial arts. This meant that he was now a bona fide 9th-rank martial artist. A smile graced Shen Yan's face as he clenched his fist and summoned his strength, feeling an infinite power surging forth, unstoppable and abundant. Though he could not ascertain the exact multiple of his newfound strength, he felt capable of vanquishing a bull with ease. Such formidable power! Shen Yan yearned to unleash a triumphant roar to the heavens. For months, in this world rife with demons and monsters, due to a lack of strength, He had lived cautiously until today, when a transformation finally occurred. After a long time, he repressed his emotions and rose to depart. As he stood, a mass of dark, muddy filth fell from him in a rustling cascade. Upon closer inspection, Shen Yan realized that his entire body was enshrouded in a layer of grimy substance. Ugh, how foul! Previously lost in a state of joy, he had been oblivious to the peculiar condition of his body. Now, upon awakening to reality, he was beset by an unbearable itch and an overwhelming stench. He hastily sought a clear water pool to cleanse himself thoroughly. Once he emerged from the water, not only had the foul odor vanished, but he was also free of any impurities. Instead, he exuded a peculiar fragrance, subtle yet refreshing, invigorating to the senses. His skin transformed to a pristine whiteness, as delicate as jade, and as soft as that of an infant, while his demeanor took on an ethereal quality, remarkable and extraordinary. At that moment, anyone who beheld Shen Yan could not help but think of one phrase: immortal demeanor. Ah, what a handsome man! Is this not Wu Yinzu? Shen Yan gazed at the striking reflection in the water, astonished by his own beauty, feeling a surge of elation and contentment. Such handsomeness must surely denote a child of destiny. There can be no doubt about it. He felt that even without practicing martial arts, his looks alone would suffice to earn a living. However, given his current talents, foregoing martial training was inconceivable. With a physique transformed and enhanced, cultivation felt as effortless as quenching one's thirst, devoid of any pressure. Aspiring to become an unparalleled powerhouse was certainly not an extravagant dream. Shen Yan's gaze was bright and filled with confidence. Yet, although he had become a genius, he knew he must not let pride consume him. After all, the path of martial arts is fraught with challenges, requiring a dedication that accumulates over time. It is akin to rowing against the current. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. To attain strength, one must possess talent, skill, perseverance, opportunity, and insight, each element indispensable. Yet here I stand, blessed with a divine signing-in system. In summary, it appears I lack for nothing. Shen Yan blinked in astonishment at his own realization. Thus, it seemed that all he needed to do was bide his time at Wudang, diligently honing his skills to become a martial arts master of extraordinary caliber. How could reaching the pinnacle of life be so effortlessly attainable? With the ability to grasp the sun and moon and pluck the stars, there exists no one quite like me in this world. Shen Yan shook his head, sighing softly in the gentle breeze. He then struck what he considered a striking pose, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, extending his palm towards the starry sky, as if to grasp the cosmos, while the mountain winds howled around him. His heart swelled with boundless ambition. The following day, at dawn, Shen Yan, having hastily tidied up and barely slept in his bed, was awakened by a chorus of furious shouts. Had someone ventured into the woods for convenience? It smelled atrocious. Which scoundrel lacked such basic decency? What on earth had he consumed to produce such a stench? Outside the servant quarters, grievances filled the air, creating a cacophony. Shen Yan initially wished to ignore it, but the clamor grew increasingly intense. Even the formidable Wudang.He, the roaring emperor of the servant quarters, was stirred from his slumber. His fury ignited as he rallied a group to seek out the culprit. Consequently, Shen Yan, now fully awake, sprang into action, hastily smearing a handful of dirt from the corner of the wall across his face. After all, he was now Wu Yinzu of Wudang, and it would be unacceptable to venture out unkempt. Without even properly donning his shoes, he rushed outside, mingling with the crowd, and boldly exclaimed, "Is it Zhou Fuguwei who is responsible? He always avoids the restroom at night and resolves his business directly in the woods." Zhou Fuguwei was his roommate, of similar age. But unlike Shen Yan, he had not been eliminated from among the new disciples. Rather, he had gained entry through the back door, thanks to his uncle Wudang.He, the steward of the servant quarters. Thus, as Shen Yan's words escaped his lips, the cacophony of curses swiftly diminished. The once ferocious Wudang.He abruptly ceased his roaring. Setting aside everything else, the weather today was indeed splendid. I too feel the warmth of the sun and the gentle breeze. The cafeteria has begun serving meals. Let us all gather and partake together. The surrounding laborers exchanged whispers, seamlessly shifting the topic. It was indeed this ruffian. I shall not refrain from teaching him a lesson. Wudang.He, with a flushed neck, declared with righteous indignation as he rolled up his sleeves and seized a wooden stick, menacingly preparing to confront Zhou Fuguwei, while naturally exclaiming, "No one stopped me." He feigned bravado and took bold strides forward. Yet, to his astonishment, the crowd averted their gazes, and not a soul dared to intervene. This unexpected reality caused the burly man to twitch at the corner of his mouth, halting his steps. An awkward silence enveloped the scene, akin to a flock of crows flying overhead. Shen Yan nearly succumbed to laughter. As a paragon of the 21st century workforce, how could he allow his superior to be embarrassed? Thus, he hastened to intervene. Zhou Ji, do not act impulsively. After all, he is your own nephew. Surely, there are matters that can be resolved with words. Upon hearing a voice, Wudang.He felt a wave of relief wash over him, ready to feign resistance once more. However, he beheld Shen Yan, who, while offering counsel, had already approached the dormitory door and swung it open. Zhou Ji, if your anger persists, a sound thrashing would suffice. But there is no need to resort to fatal measures. Shen Yan spoke earnestly as he held the door wide. Wudang.He. At that moment, Zhou Fugui remained blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly, entirely oblivious to the burden of blame and impending punishment he had unwittingly incurred on Shen Yan's behalf. Wudang.He's expression darkened. Under the collective gaze, he had no choice but to swallow his words, gripping the stick as he entered the room. Shortly thereafter, the air was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. The mountains stood still, the wind gentle, and the dawn sky ablaze with color. On the mountain path, a young man strode confidently, broom in hand, exuding calm and composure. Trailing behind him was a bruised and battered figure, a plump fellow resembling a swollen pig, struggling to keep pace and lamenting his plight. The young man was, of course, Shen Yan, and the unfortunate soul was his good roommate, Zhou Fugui. The two had been assigned to clean the South Rock today. Ah, I can go no further. Oh heavens, my entire body aches. I cannot bear it any longer. With a frustrated thud, Zhou Fugui cast the broom to the ground and collapsed on the mountain path, clutching his corpulent form and wailing in pain. Shen Yan, hearing these words, halted his steps and turned back to see Zhou Fugui sprawled on the ground like a lifeless pig. Brother Yan, what madness has possessed my uncle today that he would beat me so? In the confines of his home, my father was reluctant to resort to violence. Yet he displayed such severity towards me. Zhou Fugui, with a face full of resentment, lamented. Shen Yan observed the bruises marring Zhou's body and felt a flicker of guilt. He contemplated that their destination today was Wudang's South Rock, a location where one was likely to sign in. Thus, he voiced, indeed, Elder Zhou has shown a lack of humanity, wielding his strength without restraint. I can hardly bear to witness it. Dear friend, although my uncle is heartless, love exists in this world. Remain here and rest well. I shall take it upon myself, as your elder brother, to handle the cleaning, Shen Yan declared, patting his chest confidently. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fugui was overwhelmed with gratitude, his small eyes sparkling as he gazed at Shen Yan, eagerly asking, is that true, Brother Yan? Brother Yan, you are truly a good person. Not only are you handsome, but your kindness shines through, unlike my wretched uncle, who is both unattractive and mentally unstable. Listening to such praise, Shen Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment, readily accepting the task of cleaning and swiftly departing. Brother Yan is such a decent person. He truly is my good elder brother. Zhou Fugui marveled at Shen Yan's retreating figure. It seemed that Brother Yan had indeed become considerably more handsome today. He scratched his head in contemplation. Wudang South Rock, officially known as the Great Sage South Rock Palace, also referred to as Zixiao Rock, is a place imbued with mythical allure. According to ancient texts, the legendary figure, Emperor Zhenwu, ascended to the heavens from this very site, leaving behind countless tales. Furthermore, 3 centuries ago, it was rumored that the founding patriarch of Wudang also transcended this realm at this location. Consequently, the Wudang sect reveres South Rock as a sacred domain. In this miraculous location, Shen Yan was certain he could successfully check in. Moreover, based on the system's characteristic that the more unique the check-in spot, the more bountiful the rewards, he eagerly anticipated the value of today's reward. Without the company of Zhou Fugui, Shen Yan sprinted with all his might and soon arrived at the southern cliff of Wudang. Standing atop such an ancient sacred ground, he felt an overwhelming sense of historical gravitas enveloping him. Ding! The location meets the system's check-in criteria. The host may proceed with the check-in. Shen Yan did not rush to check in. Instead, he patiently began to tidy up the area. After an hour, he finally cleared the southern cliff. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he took a deep breath, his heart racing. System, grant me strength. I shall check in. Current check-in location, Great Sage Southern Cliff Palace. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Taiji Zhenwu sword. Suddenly, a brilliant little sword icon appeared in his mind's storage compartment. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Shen Yan felt invigorated, his heart profoundly shaken. He had indeed acquired the legendary Taiji Jinwu sword. Incredible! He had truly secured an unparalleled treasure. The Taiji Jinwu sword is one of the 3 revered swords of Wudang. It was once wielded by the sect's founding master, Zhang Xianhua, ancient, mysterious, and extraordinarily sharp. Its origins remain obscure, and no one knows how long this sword has existed. Legends in the martial world suggest it was forged from celestial gold that fell to earth, refined by the great powers of nature, and thus came to be. Zhang Xianhua traversed the martial world with this sword, vanquishing formidable foes and quenching its blade in the blood of countless demons, instilling terror among the wicked and earning a place in martial folklore. However, since Zhang Sanfeng vanished from the mortal realm 6 centuries ago, the Taiji Jinwu sword has not been seen again. Calming his emotions, Shen Yan took the Jinwu sword from his storage space to examine it. With a thought, a pitch-black sword, shimmering with an otherworldly glow and exuding an air of ancient grandeur, materialized in his hand. This ancient sword, devoid of a sharp edge, nonetheless instilled in Shen Yan an inexplicable sensation, as if wielding it could cleave through the very fabric of heaven and earth. The moment the Taiji Jinwu sword manifested, a brilliant beam of light surged into the sky, radiating an unparalleled brilliance, imbued with a ferocious intent that swept across the mountains and rivers. This is indeed a formidable weapon. Fortunately, the fleeting glimmer of the sword light vanished in an instant, and the overwhelming malice it exuded did not affect its wielder, Shen Yan, who remained blissfully unaware amidst his turbulent emotions. However, at that very moment, across the majestic Wudang Mountain, disciples adorned with swords on every peak experienced an extraordinary phenomenon. Their swords trembled incessantly, as if yearning to escape their sheaths. Each individual strained to hold down their sword hilt, their astonishment palpable. At the Zixiao Palace, the esteemed leader of Wudang and several high-ranking elders endeavored to calm their treasured swords, their faces etched with shock as they cast incredulous glances toward the direction of Nan'an. Such terrifying sword light. How could it be? How could Wudang possibly manifest such a menacing aura? The elders spoke in bewilderment. Could this sword light possibly be? The Wudang leader entertained a possibility. Abruptly rising from his elevated seat, he shouted with urgency, "Quick, summon someone to investigate Nan'an at once. No, on second thought, it would be swifter if I go myself." The leader, devoid of his usual calm demeanor, vanished in a gust of wind before the crowd could fully comprehend his words. Simultaneously, across the central plains, countless formidable figures took note of the fleeting yet horrifying sword light. In the imperial capital of Deqian, deep within the palace, an elderly eunuch with hair as white as frost set down the ancient scroll in his hands, his gaze drifting toward Wudang, remaining still for a prolonged moment. That familiar killing intent, could it be from that sword, still lingering in the mortal realm? Was the tale of Zhang Xianhua shattering the void 6 centuries ago but a myth? What truly became of Zhang Xianhua? Amidst the chaos of demons and turmoil, the emergence of such a lethal weapon is a portent of both good and ill, he mused, furrowing his brow, his gnarled fingers lightly tapping the table. In Jiangdong, at Longhu Mountain, a slender, blue-clad Taoist ascended the mountain with measured steps, accompanied by a towering figure behind him, a muscular giant with a bushy beard, following closely in his wake. The giant's complexion was crimson, his skin radiating a golden sheen, clad in armor, a yellow scarf adorning his side, wielding a bloodied serpent's head in his hand. While Wudang had remained dormant for many years, seemingly on the brink of decline, it appeared that a profound legacy still resided within. With the onset of chaos, should they regain their strength, it would indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Suddenly, the blue-clad Taoist halted, gazing toward the heavens, a smile gracing his lips. In the western regions of Sichuan, atop a perilous and solitary peak, a middle-aged man in white, bearing a sword on his back, drained the last of the fiery liquor from his gourd, his eyes shimmering with a fierce and captivating light. How intriguing! Could it be that Wudang's cadre of half-trained Taoists have honed their swordsmanship to such a level? It seems a visit to Wudang is warranted in due time. In the desolate wilderness of the southern expanse, upon a towering cliff, a tall figure cloaked in black stood resolutely against the wind. Sensing a disruption that spanned vast mountains and rivers, he departed with his hands clasped behind his back, uttering not a single word. Below the cliff, magnificent towers lay shattered and crumbled, flames reaching skyward amidst the cacophony of wails and cries. Thousands of figures clad in dark garments, their eyes aglow with a fierce red light, clashed fiercely with blades drawn, leaving a landscape strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. The imperial court, Shaolin, the Beggar's Sect, Mao Shan, and the Dragon Cult. These were the factions of the great Qian's 9 provinces, each embroiled in turmoil across the varied territories. At this moment, powerful individuals were stirred. The Wudang sect, having established itself for merely 8 centuries, had ascended to rank among the 9 great righteous forces of the realm, inciting envy among numerous other sections. Although it appeared that Wudang was showing signs of decline in recent years, some factions had begun to harbor ambitions of usurpation, secretly scheming to take its place. However, the emergence of this peculiar sword light swiftly quelled their aspirations. 800 years may seem neither long nor short, yet no one could ascertain whether Wudang harbored any reclusive, formidable beings. Upon the southern cliff of Wudang, the protagonist, Shen Yan, remained blissfully unaware of the tumult he had inadvertently incited, provoking suspicion towards Wudang from various factions. With a heart full of joy, he sheathed the Jinwu sword and cheerfully shouldered his broom as he descended the mountain. The hurriedly arriving Wudang sect leader and the elders, who followed closely behind, searched high and low on the southern cliff, yet failed to uncover the cause of the recent sword-light apparition. They exchanged bewildered glances, unable to connect the events to Shen Yan. Although they had glimpsed the sweeping disciple upon their ascent, it was but a fleeting glance before their attention was diverted. Frustrated by their lack of findings, the Wudang sect leader ordered the southern cliff to be sealed off and dispatched individuals to scour the area for a month. Ultimately, no discoveries were made. During this time, some approached Shen Yan to inquire if he had noticed anything unusual while sweeping that day. Yet, with Shen Yan's astuteness, he remained blissfully ignorant, feigning ignorance with every inquiry. Ultimately, the matter dissipated into obscurity. However, the extraordinary event that transpired that day became the focal point of daily discourse within the sect, its fervor lingering for an extended period, ultimately evolving into an unsolved enigma. Recorded in the annals of Wudang's history, the episode concerning the Jinwu sword proved to be a harrowing yet safe experience, serving as a cautionary bell for Shen Yan, awakening him to the necessity of heightened vigilance. Although the Wudang sect is esteemed and upright, the allure of wealth can be perilous. Should outsiders discover that he possesses the priceless Jinwu sword and the 9-yang divine skill, it would undoubtedly incite malevolent intentions to seize such treasures. Until he acquires formidable strength, he must exercise extreme caution. Consequently, in the days that followed, Shen Yan approached both his cultivation and daily routines with exceptional prudence, adopting an increasingly modest demeanor while contentedly fulfilling his role as a lowly servant. His life became remarkably regimented, revolving around a cycle of meals, cleaning, attendance, martial training, and sleep. Time flowed swiftly like a river. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had elapsed. Shen Yan remained on Wudang Mountain, continuing to embody the essence of an inconspicuous janitor. He steadfastly adhered to the principles of humility and cautious presence, remaining indifferent to the tumult beyond, engaging only in the minor affairs of the servants' quarters. In recent years, there have been some changes among the personnel of the Miscellaneous Affairs Institute. Some of the older members have departed. Zhou Dainiu has resigned from his position as a steward of the institute and returned to his hometown to live as a prosperous gentleman. Meanwhile, Shen Yan's esteemed friend Zhou Fugue has, with the support of Zhou Daini over the years, successfully ascended to the role of the new steward. Thus, although Shen Yan's current status is modest, he leads a rather comfortable life. Over the span of 6 years, he has traversed 2/3 of Mount Wudang, accumulating an impressive array of rewards for his attendance. For instance, by signing in at the Xuanwu Gate, he obtained the skill of cloud leaping. Outside the needle-grinding well, he acquired the Wudang Long Fist. Within the Longquan Temple, he was awarded the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams palm. At Wulong Rock, he received the flowing cloud flying sleeves. After 6 years of signing in, he has progressed from the 1st to the 9th transformation, amassing an abundance of martial arts manuals too numerous to mention individually. However, among these, the most precious and worthy of elaborate mention are the Pure Yang Ultimate Skill and the Great Luo Divine Palm acquired at the hidden Immortal Cave. Additionally, he obtained the Taiji Sword and Taiji Fist techniques at the front of the Jinwu Temple. The Pure Yang Ultimate Skill is the most profound internal cultivation method of Wudang, characterized by its extreme rigidity and positivity, harmoniously combining internal and external practices, complementing the 9-yang divine skill in a mutually beneficial manner. The Great Luo Divine Palm, on the other hand, is one of the most renowned techniques of contemporary Wudang, hailed by some as a half-volume of ultimate learning, on par with the Shaolin Luohan Fist. with both demonstrating comparable might. As for the Taiji fist and Taiji sword techniques, they need no further introduction. Both were created by the Wudang patriarch Zhang Xianhua and represent the culmination of his later years, earning him fame in the martial world for centuries. These techniques embody the principles of yin and yang, intricate and profound, ever-changing and limitless, approaching the essence of Tao. With such martial arts, Shen Yan's path in the martial realm has naturally progressed by leaps and bounds, advancing at an astonishing pace. In a mere 6 years, he has reached the pinnacle of the 4th rank. Such speed, if disseminated, would undoubtedly provoke immense uproar. Throughout history, be it the reincarnated spiritual child of the Western region's Buddhism or the exceptional prodigies from eminent factions, none have achieved such rapid advancement. For no one possesses the ability akin to Shen Yan, who assimilates any martial art as if receiving divine enlightenment, requiring no study whatsoever. Historical records of martial arts note that the fastest ordinary person to reach the 4th rank was the last martial arts alliance leader, Wudang.He, a remarkable figure from 5 centuries ago, who took an entire decade to accomplish this feat. Therefore, Shen Yan's cultivation speed is utterly unprecedented. A 4th rank martial artist has returned to their true essence, grasping the profound meanings of martial arts, and can be regarded as a formidable figure in the martial world, capable of establishing their own sect. Many leaders of mid-tier sects occupy this realm. The ranks of martial artists are categorized into 9 grades. The 9th to 7th ranks are deemed the lower 3 grades, the 6th to 4th ranks the middle 3 grades, and the 3rd to 1st ranks the upper 3 grades. Prominent sects like Wudang have their masters and elders at the upper 3 grades. Presently, Shen Yan is but a step away from the upper 3 grades, yet still has a considerable journey ahead to reach the 1st rank. As dusk approached, Shen Yan descended a stone path, a broom in hand, casually extracting a green fruit and biting into it with a crisp snap, consuming it whole. This fruit, obtained today from the Spirit Medicine Peak, is known as the Qingling fruit. It serves as a principal ingredient in the concoction of the 9 turns small rejuvenation pill, possessing the remarkable ability to refine the physical body and enhance one's cultivation. Should any alchemist witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left astounded and heartbroken, lamenting the sheer waste of such a precious medicinal treasure. Over the years, he had accumulated a considerable number of spiritual herbs and fruits in the enchanting realm of Lingyao Peak, a place where one could repeatedly sign in. Aside from those he had consumed, his storage compartment still held a substantial bounty. Unfortunately, due to his inability to concoct elixirs, he resorted to consuming these spiritual fruits like ordinary fruits. During his daily toil and cultivation, whenever hunger or thirst struck, he would indulge in one. And these fruits undoubtedly played a significant role in his rapid advancement in martial arts. However, now that he had reached the 4th tier realm, most of these fruits no longer served him any purpose. As he descended the mountain, Shen Yan spat out the fruit pit and made his way back to Qishi Peak. Passing by the Dujin Hall, he noticed a throng of inner disciples gathered, animatedly discussing something. Despite the distance, Shen Yan's martial arts prowess allowed him to catch snippets of their conversation with just a slight tilt of his ear. The Dujin Hall was typically a solitary place for the true disciples of the Wudang sect to practice, so the unusual assembly of both inner and outer disciples piqued Shen Yan's interest. I truly envy those selected senior brothers. The elders have mentioned that our generation is producing the most true disciples in nearly 60 years, which undoubtedly signals the resurgence of Wudang, one said. Indeed, I have heard that senior brother Shen Yan possesses outstanding spiritual roots and has been hailed by the sect leader as a once-in-a-century talent for cultivation. Alas, we lack such so-called spiritual roots and are destined to pursue martial arts alone in this lifetime. As per tradition, every cohort of true disciples must enter the secret realm to cultivate for a while. Senior brother Shen Yan and the others are set to enter the secret realm tomorrow. I wonder what that mysterious place looks like. When senior brother Shen Yan returns, he must regale us with tales of his experiences. The chatter continued, and Shen Yan gleaned a good understanding of the matter. It turned out that the Dujin Hall had selected the true disciples of this generation. In this world, there exist Taoists, martial artists, sorcerers, sages, demons, and ghosts, creating a vibrant tapestry of diverse powers and systems. The Wudang sect, renowned for its dual inheritance of martial and mystical arts, maintains a relatively low threshold for entry, allowing both outer and inner disciples to engage in their practices. However, the study of Taoist principles necessitates an intrinsic requirement. Only those disciples endowed with spiritual roots may pursue this path. Within the The true disciples are meticulously selected from among the inner and outer sect members, chosen for their spiritual affinity, representing the prodigious talents capable of mastering both martial and mystical disciplines, and destined to become the backbone of the sect in the future. The so-called spiritual roots. Shen Yan was uncertain of what they truly were. Judging by the rewards obtained from the sign-in system, he likely did not possess any particularly exceptional spiritual roots. However, he had no desire to delve into any arcane practices. In his perspective, the sorcery of this world was merely a collection of nonsensical symbols and superstitions, akin to the mages from his past life's games, who could only cast spells from a distance while remaining utterly feeble in close combat. The dual cultivation of martial and mystical arts seemed a commendable path, yet it demanded an excessive investment of time and energy. He feared that in the end, he might find himself neither proficient in the mystical arts nor accomplished in martial prowess, ultimately squandering precious time. The ridicule directed at the half-hearted Taoists of the Wudang sect was not without justification. The current decline of the Wudang sect was a clear indication. The path of dual cultivation was fraught with challenges, given Shen Yan's nature. Even if he were to possess spiritual roots, he would undoubtedly opt for the straightforward and gratifying pursuit of martial arts, his muscles as hard as steel, a bald powerhouse, striking with a single punch to obliterate all obstacles. Saitama had always been his idol. In his previous life, during university, he had diligently performed 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day. 3 years later, he had shaved his head, earning the title of the fool among his dorm mates. Although the outcomes diverged slightly from those of One Punch Man, it did nothing to diminish his admiration for Saitama. Thus, the notion of the true disciples of the sect practicing mystical arts held little allure for him. He was disinterested in pursuing that knowledge. However, what followed next left him visibly shaken. The secret realm of the Wudang sect. He had long heard of this place, yet had never set foot in it, making it a long-cherished aspiration. In the past, he had only gathered fragmented information from fellow disciples, leaving him unaware of the precise location of the secret realm or the means of entry. He was utterly convinced that the Wudang secret realm was indeed a place where one could sign in and acquire valuable treasures. Tomorrow, the true disciples were to enter the secret realm, presenting an opportunity not to be missed. Shen Yan's gaze flickered with anticipation. He resolved to return tomorrow to join the throng and discover the whereabouts of the secret realm. With that thought, he turned on his heel and departed. Upon returning to the servant quarters, Shen Yan promptly sought out Zhou Fuguwei to request a leave of absence, preparing to follow the true disciples into the secret realm the next day. Though he and Zhou Fuguwei had never crossed swords, their years of sharing a room had forged an unbreakable bond between them. As the saying goes, having connections in the court makes matters easier. Zhou Fuguwei, who always regarded Shen Yan as a younger brother, readily granted him 3 days of leave with a wave of his hand, displaying remarkable generosity. The night passed in silence. The following morning, outside the Dujin Hall, a vast crowd had gathered in the open space, jostling against one another, their voices rising in a cacophony of excitement. Shen Yan stood at the periphery of the crowd, blending into the background. At 18, he appeared as a mere lackey. "They're coming out," someone shouted. Instantly, every gaze turned toward the entrance. The Wudang sect master, accompanied by several elders, emerged from the Dujin Hall, exuding an aura of formidable strength, vast as the ocean. Behind them followed a group of true disciples, their spirits high, moving with a grace that resembled dragons and tigers. The crowd stood in awe, seemingly imbued with this powerful presence, each person puffing out their chest. Among them, Shen Yan couldn't help but nod in admiration. Truly, these were the contemporary leaders of the Wudang sect and the new generation of champions, their vitality strikingly impressive, particularly the Wudang sect master, with his white beard and hair. Clearly advanced in years, yet his complexion was fair and rosy, devoid of any wrinkles. His calm, unassuming gaze looked skyward, radiating an aura of transcendental wisdom, embodying the essence of an extraordinary individual. The crowd regarded him with profound reverence. "Let us depart," the Wudang sect master declared, hands clasped behind him, his gaze ethereal. His voice, though not forceful, resonated like thunder, startling the crowd back to attention. A contingent of people, spirited and resolute, set forth. "Such prowess," someone remarked, praising the sect master's simple yet powerful call, likening it to the roar of a lion from the Buddhist realm. Thumbs were raised in approval. Yet the crowd cast disdainful glances at the speaker, clearly unimpressed by his flattery. The crowd was immense. One could not help but wonder for whom the leader was putting on such a show. His behavior was reminiscent of a lion's roar. Yet one could not help but question if he had ever faced the scorn of a bald monk. Though many harbored their inner grievances, none dared to voice them aloud. As the leader began to depart, the assembly was prepared to follow, only to witness him abruptly turn back. Confusion reigned as they scratched their heads in bewilderment. "Apologies. I took a wrong turn," the headmaster of Wudang remarked nonchalantly, his expression unchanged, as he lifted his chin and resumed his course in the opposite direction. The onlookers exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the display. Behind the Wudang leader, the elders concealed their faces with their hands, trudging forward with their heads bowed in embarrassment. Mortified by such a leader, the headmaster's penchant for theatrics and ostentation was well known, leaving the elders at a loss for words. The entourage finally set forth. A grand procession winding its way through the serpentine mountain paths. They eventually arrived at the base of a cliff, before a colossal piece of azure stone, surrounded by an expansive emptiness. Beneath their feet lay a vast stone disk, over 100 square feet in size, inscribed with the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, alongside various crooked symbols and seemingly nonsensical script. Could this be the secret realm? In such an open expanse, where could a hidden sanctuary possibly reside? Was there some mystery concealed within this disk? The accompanying crowd stood at a distance, craning their necks in anticipation of discovering the secret realm's whereabouts. The previously flamboyant Wudang leader, having lost his bravado, felt little inclination to show off further. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, he drew the sword from his waist with a resounding clang. The long blade emerged with a clear, melodious sound, echoing like a dragon's chant, its gleaming edge captivating all eyes. "This is the Zixiao Pure Yang sword." A gasp echoed through the crowd. Each breath quickened, eyes ablaze with excitement as they scrutinized the long sword in the leader's grasp. "What a magnificent sword," Shen Yan mused, his gaze shifting as he involuntarily compared it to his own Taiji Zhenwu sword. The Zixiao Pure Yang sword was indeed one of the 3 revered swords of Wudang, capable of slicing through steel and iron, cutting gold and jade with unparalleled might. It had been passed down as the token of the headmaster through generations. What was the leader's intention in drawing his sword? The assembly was left in a state of confusion. In that moment, the Wudang headmaster instinctively twirled the sword with a flourish before tossing his long beard aside, striding confidently towards the towering azure stone. Standing before the stone, he raised the pure yang sword steadily, his gaze fixated upon a singular point. As the crowd focused intently, they discovered a small aperture at the tip of the sword, precisely the size of the blade itself. With a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, the master of the sect, stroking his long beard with one hand, thrust the sword forward, perfectly piercing the hole, the blade entirely vanishing within it. The action was both precise and graceful. The sharpness of the sword and the keen gaze of the master evoked the title he was known by, the true man of the transcended abode. As the sword entered the hole, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The intricate 9 palaces and 8 trigrams array upon the stone disk shimmered with light, and countless runes ignited. In the next moment, the ground trembled, and the large azure stone split apart, shifting to either side, revealing a passage wide enough for 2 to walk side by side. At the entrance of the passage hung an ancient plaque inscribed with the words, "Star-Sunken Valley." It seemed that this passage could not remain open for long. After retrieving his sword, the master of the sect wasted no time and promptly led the group into the passage. Before long, the brilliance of the array dimmed, and the azure stone melded back together. Thus, it was revealed that the secret realm was named the Star-Sunken Valley. Who would have imagined that the entrance to this hidden domain lay behind such a massive stone, and that this formation could cause such a large stone to part? Was the Master's sword truly the key to unlocking the array? The crowd buzzed with excitement, many feeling a surge of emotion as they curiously approached the array, inspecting it from all angles. Some even attempted to insert their swords into the aperture. Alas, no remarkable occurrences transpired, and the colossal azure stone remained utterly still. One by one, as their attempts bore no fruit, their enthusiasm waned, and they began to disperse. Shen Yan silently followed the ebbing crowd, a furrow forming between his brows. His thoughts heavy. Could it be that only the Zixiao Pure Yang sword granted entry into the secret realm? In the deep of night, under the pallid moonlight, silence enveloped the world. A spectral shadow glided through the forest, ultimately arriving at the cliff beneath the entrance to the secret realm. The shadow before us is none other than Shen Yan, who remains deeply obsessed with the Star-Sunken Valley. He has always doubted that such an important secret realm could be accessed solely through the Zixiao Pure Yang sword. What if the sword were to be lost? Upon returning, Shen Yan spent an entire afternoon scouring the historical records of Wudang. To his astonishment, he discovered that the pure yang sword had indeed experienced a period of 30 years in which it was lost, yet during that time, the true disciples were still able to enter the secret realm. This indicates that there must be other keys to access it. Through a rigorous analysis of logic, he concluded that the most likely candidates were the remaining two of Wudang's three revered swords, the Taiji Jinwu sword, the Zishu pure yang sword, and the Tai Fingling sword. Shen Yan believed that the Jinwu sword in his possession might also possess the power to unlock the formation leading to the secret realm. Thus, he stealthily made his way here in the dead of night, when all should be fast asleep. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the Taiji Jinwu sword and inserted it into the sword hole. A cold wind swept past, yet nothing changed. Could it be that I was mistaken? Shen Yan scratched his disheveled hair in frustration. This shouldn't be. Having watched over 1,000 episodes of Closer to Science, how could I possibly be wrong? He withdrew the sword and fell into deep contemplation. After much pondering, a sudden spark of insight illuminated his mind, leading him to a crucial possibility. Let us try again. This time, he channeled his internal energy through the pure yang Wujigong, infusing a surge of authentic yang power into the Jinwu sword. The blade trembled and emitted a clear, melodious resonance, its surface seemingly cloaked in a faint golden radiance. With a swift motion, the long sword plunged once more into the sword hole. Boom! The formation beneath his feet sprang to life, the runes glowing as the great azure stone began to shift, cleaving in two. A passageway into the star-sinking valley materialized before him. Shen Yan smiled triumphantly. Indeed, the key to activating the formation was not solely the sect's divine sword. It also required the internal energy cultivated from the pure martial arts of the Wudang sect. He sheathed the Jinwu sword, lightly touched the ground with his foot, and transformed into a fleeting shadow as he entered the passage. The corridor in the night appeared long and profound, as if time had come to a standstill. After what felt like an eternity, Shen Yan emerged from the passage. Before his eyes lay a vast expanse of towering ancient trees, blocking the sky and obscuring the moon. Surrounded by lofty peaks and deep ravines, majestic mountains stretching endlessly. An ancient, wild aura enveloped him, and Shen Yan felt as though he had traversed time. Arriving in a primordial forest, the essence of the heavens and earth here is evidently more potent than that of the outside world. Wudang Mountain harbors an astonishing expanse, concealed by an extraordinary array that renders this place completely isolated from the outside realm. Shen Yan marvels repeatedly, compelled to acknowledge that the allure of Taoist practices is not without justification. Before him lies a grand stone path, which culminates at a solitary peak crowned by a Taoist temple, bathed in the ethereal light of the moon. This is Changsheng Rock, the sacred site where the master and elder disciples cultivate their Taoist arts. Surrounded by a cadre of skilled practitioners, Shen Yan refrains from venturing directly to Changsheng Rock. Instead, he opts for a narrow trail, seeking other locations where he might inscribe his presence. The constricted mountain path is flanked by low trees and a tangle of underbrush. After traversing nearly half an hour, he breaks through the thicket to behold a serene lake. The lake stretches 100 zhang wide, its surface shimmering like scattered silver beneath the moonlight, a tranquil mirror reflecting the ethereal mist that envelopes the surroundings. This lake has existed for an unfathomable epoch, its depths concealed from sight. Serene and undisturbed, it nonetheless emanates a profound sense of vastness, as if an immense ocean were stirring beneath its placid surface, evoking a sense of awe in those who gaze upon it. This lake is extraordinary, imbued with signs of profound spirituality. A glimmer of realization flickered in Shen Yan's eyes. His father, Shen, corroborated his thoughts, whispering in his mind, "Ding, this location meets the system's sign-in requirements. The host may proceed with the sign-in." Fortunately, this journey was not in vain. A smile graced Shen Yan's face as he silently urged, "System, enable my sign-in." As always, Shen's voice remained devoid of emotion, resonating mechanically in his mind. This sign-in location, Tianlong Lake. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Purifying Evil Furnace technique. Shen Yan was momentarily taken aback. Purifying Evil Furnace? I have never heard of this technique. He hastily calmed his mind, striving to comprehend the information regarding this technique flooding his consciousness. Open the gate to the Dantian and unleash the blood essence to forge the furnace. Refine the essence of demonic beings, transforming internal energy into formidable power. Hiss. After thoroughly absorbing the content, Shen Yan was left astounded. This pure evil furnace technique remarkably resembles the star-absorbing art in its approach to martial prowess. However, it ought to be regarded as a legitimate and righteous method. designed to vanquish demons and malevolent spirits, enabling the practitioner to refine their wickedness and transmute it into personal strength. This is a remarkable treasure technique, a synthesis of the principles of Buddhism, Taoism, and martial arts, seamlessly intertwined to create something extraordinary, the profundity of which resonates through the ages, leaving one in awe. It is almost inconceivable to ponder the identity of its creator, murmured Shen Yan to himself. The Wudang sect struggles even in the dual cultivation of martial and mystical arts. Yet this technique remarkably amalgamates the essence of Buddhism, Taoism, and martial arts. The creator must undoubtedly be a master of all three disciplines. Such an accomplishment and innate talent are truly astounding. Could this technique have been devised by Zhang Xianhua? Apart from him, Shen Yan could hardly envision another possessing such exceptional gifts. The only slight regret is that this technique requires one to attain the third-grade realm before it can be executed. To perform the pure evil furnace technique, one must first condense their inner power and vital energy into a furnace. The transformation of inner strength and the manifestation of vital essence. The interplay of the tangible and intangible represent the profound mysteries of the third-grade martial realm. Yet, Shen Yan has yet to reach that level. This left him feeling somewhat regretful. However, had it not been for the requirement of attaining the third rank to wield such a technique, it would have been utterly astonishing, a phenomenon that could shake the heavens and move the earth. As he devoted himself to the study of the purifying evil furnace method, he remained oblivious to the strange occurrences beneath the tranquil surface of the lake. At the bottom of Tianlong Lake, a surge of ominous energy swept through, an undercurrent stirring restlessly. A cluster of undulating vines, resembling a green serpent, ascended towards the surface. Gradually, it emerged, accompanied by a bubbling sound reminiscent of boiling water. The sudden noise startled Shen Yan, causing him to instinctively raise his head in search of its source. In a shadowed corner of the lake, obscured by tree branches, a dim light revealed a column of water surging upward. What could be moving? As Shen Yan gazed intently, a head suddenly broke through the surface. It was facing him directly, and it bore the visage of a corpse, its skin deathly pale, devoid of any color, and slightly tinged with purple. The head was covered in matted hair, with deep-set eyes glowing dimly with a sickly green light, exuding an intense sense of horror. In an instant, they stared at each other, both parties momentarily frozen in shock. This terrifying scene nearly sent Shen Yan away. What in the world is this? A water ghost? He rubbed his eyes, and upon discerning the figure before him, his heart sank. In the dead of night, he truly felt as though he had stumbled upon a ghostly apparition while wandering along the railway with a lantern. The head that had just emerged from the lake, upon recognizing Shen Yan's appearance, shifted from initial fright to delight. Startled at first, it realized that the figure was merely a young Taoist priest, and it had not feasted on essence for quite some time. What a perfect opportunity for a midnight snack. Though he had long been aware of the existence of demons and spirits in this world, encountering a genuine ghost for the first time sent a shiver down Shen Yan's spine. As he observed the increasingly vibrant green glow in the creature's eyes, he forced himself to remain calm, internally lamenting his misfortune. How could a water ghost possibly emerge from the depths of the Wudang secret realm? As his thoughts raced, the water ghost fully surfaced, gliding towards him with an eerie grace. Its true form resembled that of a hunchbacked old man, grotesquely bloated, with numerous areas of decay teeming with maggots. Its limbs bore webbed appendages reminiscent of amphibians, and it was ensnared in creeping vines, exuding a foul, putrid odor. This is a water specter. The water specter's webbed feet rubbed against each other as it scrutinized Shen Yan from top to bottom, its nose twitching with intent. Satisfied, it nodded and opened its mouth, stretching it to the very roots of its ears, revealing menacing fangs, accompanied by a chilling laughter that echoed terror. It bore the semblance of a creature intent on devouring him alive. As it approached, its voice emerged, raspy and decayed, reminiscent of an elderly man clinging to the last flickers of life, each word tumbling forth with deliberate slowness. What remarkable fortune! Venturing out for a breath of fresh air, I encounter a young Taoist. Quite a fine physique, indeed. Robust and surely possessing a delectable essence. Come, allow me to savor you, he. It extended its elongated tongue, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze, the temperature plummeting rapidly, sending an icy chill coursing through one's very being. The water ghost spoke with an air of arrogance. Shen Yan, his expression grave, stepped back and exclaimed, "Ghost brother, please. I am Lubin Sun, extraordinary beyond measure." The water ghost paused, confusion evident on its face. Then, its features twisted, revealing a chilling malevolence as it roared at Shen Yan. "I care not who you are. Come, let me take a taste." A dark cloud drifted across the sky, shrouding the moonlight. The clouds hung low, and the air grew heavy with tension. Shen Yan continued to engage the water ghost in idle chatter, subtly shifting his feet backward as if seeking an opportunity to flee. The water ghost, discerning his intent, smirked ominously. Little Taoist, it seems you are utterly ignorant. Did your elders from Wudang not teach you the secrets of your sect? Coming to Starfall Valley for training. And yet you remain oblivious to my identity? Do you not recognize me? I am the infamous Ghost King of Peach Blossom River, feared throughout the realm 700 years ago. You dare attempt such trivial tricks before me? It is a futile jest, little one. You might as well resign yourself to your fate. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan halted. 700 years ago, how could it be that in his first encounter with a ghost, he faced such an ancient and formidable entity? How could such an old ghost still exist within the Wudang secret realm? Shen Yan's mind raced, and then his body relaxed abruptly, as if he had surrendered all thoughts of escape and resistance. He resignedly stated, "Indeed, I am a mere Taoist who has failed to recognize the Ghost King in person. It appears I am doomed today." At least you were somewhat perceptive. The water ghost revealed its glistening fangs. Rest assured, for your compliance, I shall grant you a swift death, one that will not bring you too much pain. With that, it advanced, its maw widening grotesquely, the ghostly mist swirling around it, causing its head to swell to the size of a water vat. Its exaggerated mouth seemed less a means to consume a soul, and more like a monstrous beast preparing to swallow its prey whole. Wait, Shen Yan suddenly called out, halting the creature. What do you think you are? Do you wish to witness the true extent of my power? The water ghost's eyes widened in fury, its webbed hands sprouting claws. The Ghost King had misunderstood. The Taoist was certainly no match for him. However, he had heard tales of the Ghost King's long existence, suggesting vast knowledge and experience. Shen Yan shook his head and waved his hands dismissively, then, adopting a sincere demeanor, continued. As the saying goes, to hear the truth in the morning is enough to die contentedly in the evening. There has always been one matter that perplexes me. Might the Ghost King enlighten me and allow me to die without regret? Seeing that the Taoist did not seem to be feigning or deceiving, the water ghost's murderous intent dissipated significantly, and it regarded Shen Yan with suspicion. It thought to itself that this little Taoist was already a fish on the chopping board, incapable of turning the tide. With a grotesque sneer, it disdainfully remarked, "You practitioners are truly foolish. Even in the face of death, you still yearn for knowledge. How absurd. However, you are not entirely wrong. Indeed, I carry the wisdom of 5 carriages. Before I became a specter, I was a talented scholar of the previous dynasty, well-versed in military strategies and the annals of history." The water specter reveled in its own self-aggrandizement. Yet, it was indeed a scholar of the past. During its journey to the capital for the imperial examination, it fell victim to a black ship while crossing the Peach Blossom River, where the ferryman conspired to rob and murder it. Unwittingly, it consumed tea brewed from the poisonous water herb, succumbing to death. In the afterlife, it transformed into a minor water specter in the river. Countless years later, when a catastrophic flood struck the Peach Blossom River, claiming innumerable lives, this water specter seized the opportunity to absorb the vengeful souls, rapidly increasing its power and becoming a formidable presence. With newfound strength, it began to wreak havoc across the river, causing untold suffering, ultimately earning the infamous title of the river's king. However, its reign of terror drew the attention of Zhang, who was then traversing the realm to subdue demons and malevolent spirits. Zhang subdued it and imprisoned it within the secret confines of Wudang. The mere thought of its years of confinement transformed the water specter into a fearsome visage, radiating malevolence. Consumed by an uncontrollable rage to kill, it raised its ghostly claw towards Shen Yan, poised to strike. Truly, a wicked spirit, capricious in its emotions. Shen Yan felt a chill run down his spine, yet he feigned terror. In truth, he was prepared to draw the Taiji Zhenwu sword at any moment, ready to launch a surprise attack. Would this Ghost King withstand his assault? Across from him, the water specter, perceiving his apparent resignation, suddenly halted, speaking in a deep voice. "Very well, considering you are the first soul I have encountered in many years, I shall show mercy and grant you an answer to your query. Speak. What is your question?" The water specter exuded confidence, as if it possessed omniscient knowledge of the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan momentarily stifled his urge to draw his sword, feigning delight as he bowed respectfully to the water specter. "Thank you, esteemed Ghost King. Allow me to pose my question." The water specter nodded slightly. "Please proceed." He asked. "There exists a function, f, x, equals the sum of x plus 1 multiplied by the square root of 1 minus x divided by 1 plus x. Pray tell, Is this function odd or even? After posing his question, Shen Yan regarded the water specter with utmost seriousness. Suddenly, the air grew still. The water specter was left utterly bewildered. What is this? A playful rhyme? What kind of tree is the chicken coal tree? And what about the lotus coal tree? The atmosphere descended into an eerie silence. Roar. You little brat, it seems you are hanging yourself on the birthday star. Tired of life, daring to toy with me, the king. Out of my benevolence, you dare to mock me. Just watch as I devour you whole. The water demon let out a howl akin to that of a wild beast, its face turning pale and purplish, now tinged with green in its fury. In a frenzied rage, it leaped into the air, soaring across the sky. Its head swelled to an absurd size, its maw, which was many times larger than its ghostly body, obscuring all light. It was desperate. Why the haste? Look at you, at your age. How can you still lack composure? It's merely a mathematical problem. If you cannot solve it, so be it. Why the urgency? A scholar, yet devoid of culture, truly alarming. Shen Yan scoffed, expressing disdain. Upon hearing these words, the water ghost's countenance grew even more twisted and frenzied, its eyes seemingly ablaze. As a ghost with scholarly credentials, how could it endure such an affront? Give me your life. The ghostly aura it emanated was terrifying, sweeping across the surroundings. Faced with the menacing approach of the water ghost, Shen Yan remained steadfast, instantly shedding his earlier nonchalance, his gaze transforming into something profound. In the air, the water ghost's ferocious visage momentarily stiffened. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but it had just sensed an inexplicable pressure emanating from its opponent. Could this young man be a master? Yet, in an instant, it dismissed this thought. Such a youthful Taoist, even if exceptionally gifted, how formidable could he truly be? Prepare to meet your demise. The water-maying ghost bellowed, as tendrils of grass and vines erupted from its body, swirling wildly like serpents brought to life, encircling Shen Yan from all directions and sealing off his escape routes. It then swooped down, its gaping maw as dark as an abyss. Yet, Shen Yan remained composed in the face of such terror. In a moment of astonishing audacity, he advanced rather than retreated. With a sudden thrust of his legs, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, aiming to collide with the water-maying ghost. The ghost, taken aback, was utterly bewildered. The disparity in their sizes was akin to that of an ant versus a giant elephant. From a divine perspective, Shen Yan's actions appeared to be a reckless march towards his own demise. However, was Shen Yan truly a foolhardy individual? Nine Yang divine art. At the instant his feet left the ground, the hidden vitality within him surged forth, unleashing the pure Yang energy from his dantian, which exploded with the formidable power of the Nine Yang divine art. In an instant, a radiant brilliance enveloped him, dazzling like a resplendent sun. Bang! The two forces collided with astounding rapidity. It was as if a beam of golden light struck the water-maying ghost between its eyes, unleashing a terrifying gust that swept across the surroundings like a tempest. The nearby flora swayed violently, on the verge of being uprooted. In the next heartbeat, the expression on the water-maying ghost's face froze, its eyes bulging in shock, as an excruciating pain pierced its very soul, causing its massive head to tilt backward. The overwhelming force sent its body flying, tracing an arc through the air. With a thunderous crash, splinters of wood scattered as the water-maying ghost became embedded in a colossal tree. Dare to play tricks on me? On what grounds? Shen Yan declared confidently. As a fourth-grade warrior, with the Nine Yang divine art protecting me, you cannot hope to withstand my might. He landed gracefully, twisting his neck with ease, exuding the poise of a true master. At that moment, a faint golden glow shimmered upon his skin, his vitality surging like a tidal wave. His entire being radiating an intense heat akin to a blazing furnace, sending shivers down the spine. The Nine Yang divine art, combined with pure Yang energy and an overwhelming vitality, rendered him as indomitable as a diamond, invincible. His physical strength had reached an extraordinarily formidable level, resembling a golden-skinned war deity. In a clash of strength, who would dare to fear whom? Curse it, that hurts. The water-maying ghost lamented, realizing the cunning of this youth who had concealed his strength so deeply. Beneath the ancient tree, the fallen water-maying ghost trembled as it stood, its head having returned to a normal size. Yet, at its forehead, a deep puncture remained, from which ghostly energy continuously seeped out, dissipating into the ether. This terrifying wound is difficult to heal. In a short while, the ghostly figure visibly weakened. The water demon hurriedly exerted its energy to reduce the dispersal of ghostly aura, its expression exceedingly grim. At this moment, when it lifted its gaze to glance at Shen Yan, the previous ferocity had completely vanished. Danger. Its pair of green eyes revealed profound apprehension, tinged with a hint of fear. Given its cultivation and vision, it could discern that the Shen Yan before it was a fourth-tier martial artist. This young Taoist is not ordinary. How could such a youthful individual possess the prowess of a fourth-tier expert? Could he be an ancient practitioner utilizing a method to preserve youth? Or perhaps the reincarnation of some old monster from Wudang? A fourth-tier martial artist, at their peak, would pose no threat to a ghost king like itself. However, the current water demon had been imprisoned for centuries, its condition severely compromised, and it had just been gravely injured by Shen Yan. Continuing this fight would yield no favorable outcome. Moreover, this was Wudang's territory. If the commotion escalated, it would certainly meet its demise at the hands of its opponent's comrades. This is troublesome. If Wudang learns of my escape, they will undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly. Yet, with the vastness of Xingqian Valley, perhaps I can find a place to hide and salvage a sliver of hope. A wicked ghost does not engage in combat with a formidable man. The water demon's eyes darted about, already contemplating an escape. You little rascal, daring to deceive this king, if I do not skin you alive today. How can I quell the fury in my heart? Ghostly wails, turbulent as the raging waves. The water demon roared, appearing frenzied and wild. A thick, foul-smelling ghostly aura enveloped the air, swirling and boiling like a tumultuous tide, reminiscent of endless waters filled with corpses, continuously rising. While the water demon's form grotesquely distorted and expanded. In mid-air, the water demon resembled a colossal mountain, its eyes menacingly large, green flames surging, and its fangs glimmering with a chilling light, standing atop a vast expanse, exuding a potent aura of malevolence and resentment, as if a relentless storm were unleashed. Should an ordinary person witness this horrifying scene, they would likely be driven to the brink of terror in an instant. Shen Yan's expression grew grave. It appeared the opponent was about to unleash a formidable attack in the midst of its escape. The waterman ghost instinctively turned to glance behind, only to find Shen Yan utterly motionless, which brought a flicker of joy to its expression. Shen Yan was at a loss for words. He truly had not reacted in that fleeting moment. Just a second ago, the Ghost King had been brimming with ferocity, poised to unleash a devastating attack. Yet in the next instant, it was frantically fleeing. Was it truly so undignified for a Ghost King? However, could it truly escape? Shen Yan shook his head with a cold smile, and with a resounding clang, the Taiji Jinwu sword materialized in his hand. An aura of profound cosmic energy enveloped him, and the depths of his eyes radiated brilliance, opening and closing like the cyclical dance of the sun and moon, the rise and fall of mountains and rivers. He raised his hand, effortlessly slicing through the air with a single stroke of his sword. A beam of intertwined black and white sword light cut through the void. And in that moment, the entire realm seemed to freeze. Oh no! The waterman ghost, in a frantic dash, suddenly turned pale, sensing an ominous chill creeping up its back, aware of a tremendous terror looming behind it. A piercing aura of lethal intent penetrated the depths of its ghostly essence, instilling within it an overwhelming sense of impending doom, as four words echoed frantically in its mind. There is no escape. Thus, under the suffocating weight of fear, the waterman ghost hastily summoned its ghostly energy, attempting to turn and defend against the impending attack. Yet, before it could even pivot, the sword light had already arrived. A head, marked by terror and astonishment, severed from its ghostly form, flew away. An overwhelming sword energy lingered within its body, reminiscent of annihilation itself, galaxies collapsing, brimming with murderous intent while also embodying the primal chaos of creation, the birth of the universe, teeming with vitality, the coexistence of destruction and rebirth, the evolution of the cosmos. This sword, born from their intertwining, commanded life and death, a force of unparalleled dominance. This embodies the essence of Taiji swordsmanship, the principle of yin and yang. The sword's aura penetrates the body, extinguishing the malevolent energy of the water demon entirely, shattering it with effortless ease, reducing it to mere ashes in an instant. Not even a whisper of lamentation escapes. This sword, in its final moment before death, evokes memories of the legendary Wudang patriarch, whose formidable presence once instilled fear among countless demons and monsters. Generations of talent emerge in the world. Thus, the once infamous Ghost King of Peach Blossom River has fallen at the hands of the unremarkable Shen Yan. After 6 years of martial training, he strikes for the first time and beheads the Ghost King. Alas, such a remarkable feat goes unnoticed by the outside world. Were this battle to be known, it would undoubtedly stir considerable commotion within the martial realm. The illustrious Ghost King meets his demise thus? It seems the essence of Taiji's swordsmanship surpasses my expectations. In the vastness of the world, there exists nothing that cannot be vanquished. Such is the nature of existence. Shen Yan uttered a profound saying, then sheathed the Taiji Zhenwu sword. At this moment, the waterman ghost has been extinguished. Yet, a lingering chill still pervades the air, and the intangible resentment has yet to dissipate. Standing in place, Shen Yan furrowed his brow, recalling the cleansing technique he had just acquired. In the distance, at Changshan Cliff, several figures arrived simultaneously atop the pavilion, gazing in astonishment towards the direction of Tianlong Lake. These individuals were none other than the headmaster of Wudang and several elders. They sensed the sudden surge of formidable energy and were roused from their slumber. What an overwhelming force! As they ascended to the rooftop, they beheld a fleeting flash of sword light. This strike, like a bolt of lightning, was dazzlingly bright and imbued with profound truths of the Tao, unsettling their very spirits from afar. What terrifying sword intent! Could there be a senior from Wudang cultivating in seclusion within the secret realm? The elders' minds were awash with tumultuous waves, their eyes widening in disbelief. That is Taiji, the headmaster exclaimed gravely, articulating a startling conclusion. Quickly, let us see which ancestor is responsible. With that, he took the lead, employing his skills to hasten towards the source. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. Taiji represents the pinnacle of Wudang's martial sword intent. There is none that can compare. To comprehend such a sword intent signifies unparalleled talent and extraordinary brilliance. What this signifies is abundantly clear to them. If indeed there exists a predecessor endowed with extraordinary talent, who has secluded himself in the mystical realm for many years, it is highly probable that his martial prowess has ascended to the pinnacle of a first-class grandmaster. A first-class grandmaster. Such ultimate masters of martial arts are exceedingly rare in the present world, with only a handful existing. Each one a formidable force capable of suppressing an entire region. For centuries, the world has seen no emergence of the Buddhist arhats, Taoist Xianxian, martial arts legends, or Confucian sages. Hence, a first-class grandmaster represents the utmost combat strength in the realm. The Wudang sect has not produced a grandmaster for nearly a century, and its power has significantly waned over the years, leaving it standing in the martial world precarious, especially in these tumultuous times fraught with internal strife and external threats. However, should a grandmaster take command, wielding a deterrent force akin to that of nuclear weaponry, the situation would transform entirely, surely instilling fear in the hearts of the nefarious and stabilizing the circumstances. Thus, they are fervently eager to meet this predecessor of the sect and implore him to emerge and safeguard their mountain gate. In the dense forest, the pure evil furnace. Coalesce for me. In the deathly domain of the waterman ghost, Shen Yan radiated with a resplendent golden light. His internal energy surged like a torrent breaching its dam, blood coursing through his veins akin to boiling water. Waves of scorching heat emanated from his form, raising the temperature of the entire forest dramatically. He seemed to transform into a diminutive sun, his skin flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a perfectly cooked shrimp. With unwavering determination above his head, his internal energy and blood essence intertwined, gradually forming a cloud of gold and red mist, coalescing into the shape of a furnace. The pure evil furnace slowly took shape, yet its walls appeared tenuous and unstable, seemingly on the verge of disintegration. Pure evil furnace, refine for me. Shen Yan silently recited the incantation. Having already manifested the furnace, he resolved to test its stability, regardless of its integrity. Above him, the golden-red furnace whirled rapidly. An invisible force enveloped the entire area. A haunting wail echoed, as if from thin air. At the place where the waterman ghost had perished, tendrils of black mist coalesced into a mass, roughly the size of a wash basin. Ominously dark, with countless faces protruding from it, so many that they were impossible to count. The expressions on these faces conveyed resentment, sorrow, and terror. These are the innocent souls lost to the water demon. What a heavy burden of karma! Shen Yan's expression turned grave as he observed the swirling black mist being drawn towards the furnace. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and veins bulged, indicating the immense strain he was under. Shen Yan's heart raced with anxiety. The water demon's karma was profoundly deep, and whether his newly formed furnace could refine this mass of karma was uncertain. With a resounding clang, the furnace lid closed and began to spin wildly. Within, the karma surged like a ferocious beast, crashing violently against the walls of the furnace, causing its color to pale as if it might disintegrate. Shen Yan clenched his teeth, bracing against the pressure. Remarkably, the furnace held firm, successfully refining the water demon's heavy karma. In a moment of dazed clarity, the purifying furnace ceased its tumultuous rotation, and a stream of pure energy, akin to a gentle brook, flowed into his being. The energy traverses through the body's acupoints, the extraordinary meridians, and the muscles and bones, ultimately converging in the dantian, where it manifests as a pure inner strength. At this moment, Shen Yan channels his internal cultivation method, circulating the great Zhou heavenly circuit. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberates from his dantian, as if invisible shackles have been unbound. The energy reservoir in his dantian expands rapidly, and an inexhaustible torrent of cosmic energy surges into Shen Yan's body like a whirlpool, merging with every sinew and fiber of his being. The furnace atop his head stabilizes, deepening in color and thickening in walls, exuding an aura of solidity and naturalness, resembling an authentic alchemical furnace. The third grade of myriad phenomena. The path of the tangible and intangible transforms the ethereal into genuine spirit, turning the false into the true. Shen Yan awakens from his astonishment, dispersing the furnace and retracting his true energy and blood force back into his body. Upon circulating his energy again, he discovers that his dantian has inexplicably amassed a decade's worth of inner strength. Moreover, his realm has seamlessly ascended to the third grade. Have I truly entered the third grade? A serendipitous occurrence indeed. Shen Yan marvels to himself, a smile gracing his face. He clenches his fist, savoring the changes within him. His inner strength and blood vitality have multiplied several-fold, and after being tempered by the cosmic energy, his already pure yang inner force has reached an even higher echelon. Now, a single strand of inner strength can rival what once required 100 strands. His physical form has undergone a transformation. His muscles are now full and perfect, and the immense power stored within his body seems poised to erupt at any moment. At this moment, as he channels his energy, every movement is imbued with a natural grace, subtly capable of drawing upon the surrounding cosmic forces. A third-grade martial artist possesses a more profound connection with the heavens and earth, wielding not merely personal strength, but also the vast energies of the cosmos. It is no wonder that he had previously heard tales of third-grade warriors capable of overwhelming dozens of fourth-grade warriors. Although the difference appears minimal, the chasm between the third and fourth grades is indeed vast. Shen Yan silently marvels at this revelation, uncertain if the commotion had been sensed by others. He decides it is time to depart. Just as he is about to leave, he notices an object on the ground where the water spirit had dissipated, a yellowed piece of material. In his prior focus on refining the furnace, he had overlooked the fact that the water spirit had dropped something. Approaching it, he picks it up to examine it closely. It turns out to be a human skin scroll adorned with intricate patterns, likely depicting a formation, with annotations in tiny, densely packed characters surrounding it. What is this? Before he can scrutinize it further, Shen Yan suddenly raises his head. Someone is coming. He sensed several powerful presences rapidly approaching. Realizing that the commotion he had just caused had undoubtedly alerted the sect leader and others, Shen Yan tucked the human skin scroll into his bosom and immediately took large strides, his long black hair swirling in the wind. Within a few breaths, his figure vanished into the vast darkness of the night. Swish, swish. The sound of swift movements echoed as the Wudang sect leader and others arrived at Tianlong Lake. Why is no one here? One elder, somewhat portly, surveyed the area with a hint of confusion. He approached the ancient tree that had been struck by the waterborne specter and examined it closely, stroking his chin. This is clearly the residue of a battle. Could it be that our sect's predecessors had just engaged in combat here? But who could be their adversary within the secret realm? The Wudang sect leader and others encircled the ancient tree, their faces reflecting perplexity and bewilderment. The waterborne specter had turned to ash, its karma refined, and the surrounding malevolent aura dissipated, leaving no further clues in the area. Just as the crowd was engaged in animated speculation, an elder adorned with a long sword suddenly spoke up. There remains a trace of sword chi. He bent down, observing a patch of grass, where he noticed a fine mark the size of a hair on one of the leaves, likely a result of the earlier sword chi. As the elder reached out to pluck the leaf, he was unexpectedly met with a sharp pain, as if his finger had been sliced by a blade, causing blood to flow. His expression turned grave, and he gasped, "Indeed, it is the essence of Taiji's sword intent." His action astonished the onlookers. Just a mere remnant of sword chi can wound a formidable warrior? They pondered the terrifying power that must have been wielded in the original strike. The Wudang sect leader and others swallowed hard, all recognized as masters in martial arts, yet none felt capable of executing such a devastating blow at that moment. However, from that one strike, they could ascertain the opponent's martial prowess, undoubtedly formidable, and he had sensed their arrival, thus fled. Could it be that the ancestor possesses a reclusive nature, unwilling to meet us? They speculated. Yet, what kind of adversary could provoke such a powerful strike from him? The elders exchanged thoughts, their confusion deepening rather than abating. One elder raised his voice, calling out repeatedly in the dense forest, "Ancestor, could you please show yourself?" Yet, despite his fervent cries, there was no response. The group sighed in disappointment. Since the ancestor chose not to reveal himself, they felt powerless. After a fruitless search, the elders, along with the sect leader, had no choice but to depart. Unbeknownst to them, the orchestrator of this entire affair had already, under the cover of night, swiftly made his way to Chongqing Rock, seizing the opportunity now that the elder masters had vacated the area. If not now, when would he secure his presence? In this ancient land, could Father Shen possibly neglect his son? Before the Chongqing Rock Temple, a chime sounded, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the technique true Brahmin dragon elephant skill. This is indeed a form of martial arts rooted in Buddhism. Shen Yan furrowed her brow. The fact that something from the Buddhist school has been signed at Wudang suggests that the rumors of a deep connection between the Wudang ancestors and Buddhism are not mere fabrications. However, with my current physique, is this body refining technique still of any use? Regardless of its utility, Shen's father, the system, has directly infused the knowledge into her mind. Initially, Shen Yan regarded this technique as trivial, but after absorbing its essence, her eyes suddenly sparkled with joy. It is the true Sanskrit dragon elephant technique, the pinnacle of the Dragon Elephant Monastery's teachings. The Dragon Elephant Monastery is one of the 4 great Buddhist temples of the Great Xian, renowned for its martial prowess, with every monk being a formidable bald warrior. Thus, this body-refining technique is far from ordinary. Unlike the 9-yang divine skill, this is a purely external hard technique. The true Sanskrit dragon elephant technique is divided into 10 layers. Upon mastering each layer, one gains the strength of 1 dragon and 1 elephant. Achieving the peak of the 10th layer not only grants the power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants, but also allows the practitioner to manifest a 3-headed, 6-armed form through the condensation of vital energy, possessing immense power and profound mysteries. The most significant characteristic of this martial art lies in its ability to contain internal energy, ensuring that not a trace of it escapes. Rather, it remains reclusive. Upon practicing this technique, the vital energy within the body manifests as a vortex of suction, capable of transmuting a portion of inflicted damage into one's own vital essence. When engaging in combat, this enables one to deplete the opponent's internal energy while simultaneously augmenting one's own, rendering the practitioner virtually invincible in prolonged encounters. This martial art, when combined with the 9 Suns divine skill, possesses a power beyond imagination, perhaps truly embodying the essence of indestructibility. With this technique, Shen Yan feels as if he has already pried open half the door to the 2nd-grade golden body. The other half merely requires diligent effort, accumulating internal energy, and comprehending the true meaning of martial arts. Indeed, the integration of the 9 Suns divine skill with the true Brahmin elephant technique, 2 unparalleled masterpieces, harmonizes the internal and external. This might render him invincible within the same realm upon stepping into the 2nd grade. Shen Yan is thoroughly satisfied, yearning to instantaneously attain the 2nd grade to test the combined might of both techniques. Yet, for now, he can only indulge in such fantasies. Let us depart. With a light step, Shen Yan employed his agility to float away gracefully. His journey to the Wudang secret realm has yielded immense rewards, and he returns laden with treasures. Upon returning to the disciplinary courtyard, Shen Yan indulges in a blissful slumber. The following day, he retrieves the human skin scroll he had not finished examining earlier and scrutinizes it meticulously. An hour later, exclamations of astonishment echo within the room. Remarkable! I truly believe that old Spectre was indeed a scholar in his past life. Shen Yan sincerely praises the Waterman ghost. The parchment depicts an intricate formation, with densely packed annotations that reflect the insights of the water marsh ghost regarding this very array. This formation is the grand prison array of the Forbidden Realm of Wudang. The Forbidden Realm is known as the Abyss of Shadows, a prison housing countless demons and monsters. A dungeon that has served as a crucible for the disciples of successive generations. Within its confines lies a formidable formation, reputedly called the Cage of Death. meticulously crafted by the ancestral master Shen Yan. This intricate array is heralded as an impenetrable enigma, rendering even the most adept in the art of formations powerless to escape its grasp, compelling them to resign to their fate. However, the water mango stands as a singular exception, becoming the first to successfully break free from its confines. Unlike its fellow fiends, the water mango harbored dreams, eschewing a fate of despair. For centuries, it diligently explored and studied the intricate details of the confinement formation, yearning for liberation. Ultimately, the heavens rewarded its tenacity. After an arduous passage of time, it deciphered a portion of the formation, identifying its weaknesses, and expended every ounce of cunning to escape. It is unlikely that even Shen Yan could have anticipated the emergence of such an extraordinary ghost, one so resolute in its pursuit of unraveling the formation as flaws over such a lengthy span. Regrettably, the waterman ghost had scarcely savored the fresh air of freedom before encountering Shen Yan, a harbinger of misfortune. Fate, it seems, is a curious thing. The abyss of shadows has imprisoned innumerable spirits and demons. Such a treasure trove must not go to waste. Shen Yan's eyes gleamed with a glint of ambition. For one possessing the pure evil refining technique, the abyss of shadows was a veritable paradise for cultivation. It offered not only the chance to vanquish foes and enhance his inner strength, but also to hone his combat experience. What he lacked was practical experience, the knowledge gleaned from engaging adversaries. Clutching the human skin scroll, a smile played at the corners of his lips. In his grasp, the scroll was tantamount to possessing the key to the abyss of shadows. If the waterman ghost could exploit its discovered weaknesses to escape, then he, too, could exploit them to gain entry. As night enveloped the world in silence, Shen Yan stealthily infiltrated the secret realm once more. He ascended a rocky crag, and after a prolonged search, he discovered a narrow crevice. He slipped through, navigating a labyrinthine path shrouded in gray mist, obscuring all visibility. Relying solely on the route he had meticulously recorded from the human skin scroll, time slipped away as he delved deeper underground, turning countless corners before arriving at his destination. Finally emerging from a node, he found himself in the abyss of shadows. Yet before he could fully grasp his surroundings, the system chimed with a notification for signing in. Instinctively, Shen Yan chose to sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 5 Thunder Heart Palm technique. Delighted. Shen Yan smiled faintly at the unexpected fortune of receiving a superior technique of the 9 transformations. The 5 Thunder Heart Palm is a secret Taoist skill, accessible only to martial artists of the 3rd rank or higher. Its essence lies in connecting the 5 elements within the human body to the natural world, harnessing the power of the 5 thunders to unleash a formidable strike, exceptionally potent and particularly effective against evil forces. Elated by the acquisition of the 5 Thunder Heart Palm technique, Shen Yan finally lifted his gaze to survey the path ahead. Upon closer inspection, one realizes that the scene within the abyssal cave resembles an entirely different realm. Above, there is neither sun nor moon. Before him lies a street, its yellow earth compacted, flanked by dilapidated houses, illuminated only by white lanterns hanging precariously from the eaves. The road is riddled with potholes, and stagnant water, dark and odorous, collects in various places. It is akin to stepping into a decrepit ancient town. After overcoming the initial shock, Shen Yan quickly regained his composure and strode towards the entrance of the ancient street, where gray mist lingered. As he stood before the thoroughfare, pairs of glistening emerald eyes began to emerge from the hazy gloom, countless in number, their gazes filled with greed, malice, ferocity, and a thirst for blood. "Ha!" Someone exclaimed, "What is this? Is there only one true disciple left from Wudang? Indeed, there are no others. Does he dare to venture into the abyss alone? A fool. Brothers, tear him apart. Tree spirits, living corpses, skeletal birds, 3-headed wolf demons, and 1-eyed malevolent spirits. All manner of terrifying entities revealed their true forms. Shadows darted forth, launching a relentless assault. Truly, this is the abyssal forbidden land. A typical martial artist might never encounter such demons in their lifetime. Those with even a hint of frailty in their minds could easily faint from fear. Yet, Shen Yan has always been courageous. Instead, he bellowed, "Come at me." His eyes sparkled with excitement, his expression more fervent than the horde of malevolent beings. With a leap akin to a soaring swan, he charged forward. Great Luo Divine Palm, Wudang Long Fist, Taiji Swordplay, with palms that could shatter mountains, fists that howled like the wind, and swords that danced through the air. Shen Yan moved with grace, as if a startled swan. Every martial art was second nature to him, effortlessly executed and endlessly varied. Unleashing his myriad skills, he transformed unpredictably, wielding an unparalleled might that obliterated the malevolent beings. He dispatched the tree's spirit, refining its karma to gain 10 days of inner strength. He vanquished the rat demon, refining its karma to acquire 3 months of inner strength. He slayed the century-old spirit, refining its karma to obtain a year's worth of inner strength. At the deepest depths of the abyssal cave, the ground appeared parched as if ravaged by a great drought, devoid of moisture, with a faint mist floating about, rendering the entire space hollow and desolate. In the very center, a shadowy figure stood, starkly out of place, cold and solitary. Surrounding the shadow were 5 stone pillars that seemed to meld with the earth. Each pillar was bound by a chain the size of a bowl, glossy and black, forged from a millennium of cold iron, immensely resilient. The other ends of the 5 chains ensnared the shadow's neck, arms, and legs, binding it tightly in captivity. The shadow was marred with horrific wounds, as if destined never to heal. Some wounds pierced through its body, revealing rows of chilling white bones within, an unsettling sight indeed. However, these wounds bore no trace of blood. The sound of iron chains clashed against the ground, resonating through the air, as if frozen in time. A shadow resembling a statue caught the sin of humanity, abruptly lifting its head to gaze upward. In the darkness, glistening fangs dripped with saliva. A hoarse whisper echoed in the stillness of the mist. It seems that the time has come for the 6th occurrence. The seeds sown in the past are due to ripen. Soon, very soon, when I emerge, I shall ensure that the Wudang is awash in corpses, blood staining the mountains and rivers. The Nether Cave, truly a splendid arena for honing one's strength. Shen Yan fought tirelessly in the first level of the Nether Cave until dawn, feeling invigorated and sensing significant growth in his martial prowess. In the days that followed, he would secretly infiltrate the Nether Cave, engaging in fierce battles with malevolent entities. With the aid of the purifying evil furnace, he continuously vanquished demons, enhancing his internal power. His life as a Wudang apprentice, aside from sweeping and signing in, was enriched with slaying evil, bringing him joy and freedom. Thus, time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, for years had passed. As the sun rose, casting golden rays across the land, the once vibrant true disciples now gathered with composure and tranquility in the square outside the Tao Academy. Today marked the end of their arduous cultivation. Before departing the secret realm, they faced a trial, a test of their training. Standing before the academy, the master Zhangju, with hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the disciples and nodded with satisfaction. It appears that 4 years of diligent practice have not been in vain. Your spirits seem remarkably vibrant. Yet, the true measure of your strength remains to be tested. I shall now lead you to the Nether Cave. Awaiting you will be various ferocious and brutal demons. I hope you will display sufficient strength to subdue the evil and not disappoint the guidance of the elders of our sect. Now, let us depart. With a commanding voice, Master Zhangju issued the order. The true disciples moved out in unison, exuding an air of calm. As true disciples, they were well aware of most of the sect's secrets and had long been acquainted with the forbidden realm of the Nether Cave. Thus, they felt no trepidation, but rather a surge of excitement and urgency within. After 4 years of diligent cultivation, each individual yearns to showcase their mastery of the Tao. Before long, the group arrived at the abyssal cave. The esteemed Master Tongju produced the secret key to the grand formation, unlocking the array and guiding the others into the forbidden realm. Possessing the key, they entered through the main gate, sparing themselves the time-consuming detours that Shen Yan had to endure. Thus, they swiftly reached the first layer of the abyssal cave. The headmaster and the various elders remained at the periphery of the first layer, standing resolute and imposing, overseeing their direct disciples as they traversed the formation without advancing further themselves. The direct disciples, brimming with enthusiasm, marched ahead, engaged in lively banter and laughter, appearing utterly carefree. These young ones seemed to treat our warnings with utter disregard, lacking the seriousness warranted by the situation. I only hope that when they encounter the creatures within, they do not succumb to tears of fright, Master Tongji remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ah, youth, were we not similarly indifferent when we first embarked on our own trials? Reflecting on those days spent in cultivation with my brothers, I can't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. An elder with a ruddy nose raised a gourd and took a hearty swig of wine, his gaze becoming hazy as he reminisced. Burp. Master, it seems it was you who, back in the day, was so terrified by a black-haired zombie that your legs turned to jelly. The tipsy elder leaned closer to Master Tongju, interrupting with a drunken hiccup. Master Tongju's face flushed with embarrassment as he abruptly turned away, bristling in indignation. Nonsense. Have you been drinking counterfeit wine again? If you continue with such absurdity, I swear I shall give you a good thrashing. Rolling up his sleeves, Master Tongju seemed to realize that perhaps he was growing older, his memory faltering. I must have misremembered, he conceded. The elder with the ruddy nose recoiled slightly, hastily waving his hands, and muttered under his breath, "Well, it is true. There is no shame in admitting it." The remaining elders stifled their laughter. Suddenly, the eldest elder, Taoist Tongren, interjected, pointing into the distance. "What is going on? Why are those young ones not moving?" The group halted their conversation and turned to observe. They saw a cluster of direct disciples standing frozen in place, seemingly at a loss, as if struck dumb. What is the matter? Are these disciples truly so inept that they are rendered speechless upon entry? The countenance of the Wudang headmaster darkened. "Quickly, let us move. We must not allow any mishaps." The elders stomped their feet and took off like arrows, propelled by urgency as they soared through the air, anxious that these direct disciples might be caught off guard by the sinister beings lurking within. If this entire batch of seeds were to perish, it would indeed spell disaster. Moments later, figures emerged from the mist, landing beside the disciples. The esteemed Master Tongju, in a fit of rage, pointed at the group of disciples and reprimanded them sternly. "After 4 years of cultivation, is this the extent of your progress? How shameful! Why do you remain idly standing here? Are you waiting to serve the demons a feast?" The true disciples were thoroughly berated. Among them, one disciple, wearing an aggrieved expression, shouted, "Master, it is not that we refuse to act, but there are no demons or monsters present." "Indeed, Master," the others chimed in, expressing their grievances. Master Tongju, still fuming, furrowed his brow and retorted, "Nonsense. How could there be none? There are at least 800, if not 1,000. Demons imprisoned in the first level of our nether cave." Upon finishing his words, his momentum faltered for a moment as he realized, indeed, there seemed to be no malevolent entities attacking them. Consequently, Master Tongju's aura surged, and he expanded his consciousness rapidly in all directions. In this exploration, others were equally taken aback. Where had the malevolent entities of the first level vanished? Tongju Jinren wore a perplexed expression. Tongren Daozhong began to sense that the situation was becoming increasingly unusual and said to the other elders, "Fellow disciples, swiftly investigate to see if they have merely hidden away." Several elders nodded, and each took a different direction, scouring for the wicked beings. However, after an extended search, traversing the entirety of the level and inspecting every nook and cranny, they found not even a shadow of a ghost. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. "Brother, could it be that the malevolent beings on the first level have all perished?" Elder with the flushed nose timidly suggested. "Each level of the Yuming cave is sealed, and only through a key can one access the passage to other levels. Thus, the creatures on this level could not have escaped to another, apart from their complete extinction. It was hard to conceive of any other possibility." Tongju Jinren, visibly disheartened, replied, "Perhaps. Let us proceed to the second level. Although the malevolent beings there are somewhat stronger, this group should still be able to manage. The demons and monsters of the Yuming cave are imprisoned according to their strength. The deeper one descends, the more formidable the entities become. With the absence of malevolent beings on the first level, the group could only advance to the second level. Upon opening the passage and arriving at the second level, they were again left speechless. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, cold and desolate, devoid of any trace of demonic energy, certainly not a place for imprisoning wicked beings. Had the second level also met the same fate? Let us continue down. Tongju Jinren gritted his teeth. The third level, the fourth level, all the way to the seventh level, remained eerily empty, without a hint of malevolence. "I refuse to believe this. We must press on," suggested Tongju Jinren, his determination growing as he seemed almost entranced by the quest, unwilling to relent until he found a single wicked entity. Tongren Daozhong, with a solemn expression, whispered, "Brother, we must proceed with caution. The malevolent beings confined to this level are already exceedingly dangerous. The next level holds ancient creatures that have been imprisoned for hundreds to thousands of years, with power comparable to our own. Even if their strength has waned, this should not be underestimated. Should a conflict arise, we would be in dire straits. Recent peculiar occurrences have been escalating." Tongju Jinren's expression shifted repeatedly, and after a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Let us conclude this expedition for now, allowing the disciples to exit first. The few of us will descend to take a look. If we discover they still exist, we shall depart immediately." "Very well." The elders deliberated for a moment and subsequently instructed the true disciples to return. The group of true disciples departed with unwavering sincerity. Historically, true disciples had never ventured beyond the third layer, yet this cohort astonishingly reached the seventh layer, marking an unprecedented achievement. Once the disciples had left, the master and the elders, fully equipped, cautiously descended to the eighth layer. The eighth layer, indeed, was a genuine prison, dim and shrouded in darkness, an ominous expanse. Here, towering pillars of blue stone stand resolutely, entwined with chains forged from cold iron, inscribed with mystical runes, designed to bind demons and monsters. Originally, the malevolent creatures of this level were shackled to the stone columns by these iron chains. However, upon the arrival of Master Tongju and his companions at the eighth tier, they discovered that these chilling iron chains had been forcibly severed, leaving all the pillars devoid of any demonic presence. How could this be? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes bulging in disbelief. Witnessing the scene, Master Tongju's eyes widened in alarm as he could not contain his roar. Who was responsible for this? Where are the demons of Wudang? The elders' expressions shifted simultaneously, their gazes scanning every corner. Although the chains had been broken, no trace of demons could be found in the surroundings. What force was capable of breaking these iron chains? Where have these ancient monstrosities vanished to? Have they fled to the outside world? Such a notion is utterly implausible. After all, the Abyssal Cavern boasts a rich history, and they possess unwavering confidence in the grand formation laid down by their forebear. Moreover, if so many fiends were to escape, the secret realm would have descended into chaos long ago. Tranquility would be inconceivable. Could it be that they have all retreated to the ninth layer? The mere thought of this possibility ignited a furious resolve within Tongju Jinren, prompting him to stride purposefully toward the ninth layer. Brother, do not act rashly. The crowd gasped in unison, their voices a chorus of alarm. Daoist Tongren swiftly advanced, grasping the sect leader's arm, imploring, Brother, are you willing to risk your life? Let us not forget what monstrous entity lies imprisoned below. His words struck like a thunderclap, jolting Tongju Jinren into a state of heightened awareness. As the chilling reality of the terror lurking in the final layer flooded his mind, causing beads of cold sweat to erupt upon his brow. At this moment, he gazed once more towards the entrance of the ninth level, a profound sense of trepidation etched upon his features. He dared not advance even a single step further. It would be best to retreat and deliberate on the matter of the vanishing demons at a later time. I cannot shake the feeling that this incident may be linked to the reclusive elder who remains unwilling to reveal himself. The master of Tongju recalled the strange occurrences at Tianlong Lake, connecting the enigmatic ancestor to the current predicament. The key to entering the nether cave is not singular. That mysterious ancestor might possess the key, thus granting access to this place. He even harbored suspicions that the terrifying sword light from several years past was conjured by that very existence. As the headmaster, he was acutely aware that the sword light distinctly bore the essence of the Taiji Jinwu's sword. Could it be that the Taiji Jinwu's sword was not lost, but has remained in the possession of this hidden elder all along? A plethora of questions flooded Tongju's mind. Was it possible that the sect elder eradicated these demons to refine his swordsmanship? It seemed highly plausible. It must have been the work of that elder, who has been secluded in the secret realm. Who else could have caused the complete disappearance of so many demons? The elders, fueled by their imaginations, began to whisper amongst themselves, pondering this possibility which appeared increasingly credible. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the whereabouts of the demons that once inhabited the nether cave. After much analysis, they grew ever more convinced that the events surrounding the nether cave were indeed orchestrated by the mysterious elder. Regrettably, their esteemed predecessor was reluctant to make an appearance. Otherwise, they could have witnessed his revered countenance and sought his counsel. Daoist Tongren sighed softly, indeed. A few elders nodded in agreement. However, upon linking the peculiarities of the nether cave to the enigmatic ancestor, their anxiety began to dissipate. After all, the myriad demons confined within the nether cave were not a significant threat in the presence of a first-rate grandmaster. Tongju raised his hand, interrupting the discourse, and interjected. Well then, since it is the doing of our predecessor, there is little for us to comment on. Let us depart. We must temporarily set aside matters here, for there are numerous troubles awaiting our attention at the sect, especially since we received word from Mount Shu recently, indicating that the current sword master intends to visit Wudang to exchange sword techniques. The time is nearly upon us. This visit, he feared, would not bode well. Everyone should prepare adequately. As Tongju spoke of Mount Shu, his tone grew grave. They exchanged glances, their expressions turning solemn, recognizing the gravity of the situation. After all, The sword sect of Mount Shu was notoriously filled with sword fanatics. Elder Jiuzhao, brimming with questions, remarked, "Aren't those sword fanatics from Mount Shu always looking down upon us? What could prompt them to seek an exchange of sword techniques with us without reason?" As they walked and conversed, they made their way back home. Thus, the profound experience concluded abruptly. Regrettably, they did not descend to the final level, otherwise they would have encountered the ancestor they had long yearned for. If the elders were to discover that the mysterious, formidable figure, whose swordsmanship was unfathomable, was merely a humble janitor in their eyes, it would surely leave them astounded. At that moment, as the elder of Wudang and the others departed from the nether cave, within the depths of the 9th level, a terrifying shadow bound by iron chains suddenly opened its crimson eyes, reminiscent of 2 blood moons, filled with a malevolent aura, fixating intently on a singular direction. After a brief moment, footsteps gradually approached. Ahead, a vague silhouette emerged from the mist, leisurely strolling forth. It was a young man, standing 8 feet tall, possessing an imposing visage and a robust physique, his body brimming with explosive muscles, radiating a golden light akin to flames, as if a deity had stepped forth from a canvas. The essence of ultimate righteousness dispelled a vast expanse of darkness, the resplendent golden light resembling a blazing sun. And the young man, amidst it, appeared extraordinarily transcendent. He seemed entirely unfazed by the perilous surroundings, his demeanor relaxed, as if taking a casual stroll, mumbling incomprehensible words to himself. "It seems you are the final boss. Huh. Today, I shall finally conquer this challenge. I wonder how much inner strength you will yield as the ultimate adversary. Come, let us begin." With that, he gazed intently at the shadow with fervent eyes. Though the latter could scarcely comprehend, it grasped the essence of the provocation. Amirant dared to act so audaciously before it. The shadow erupted in fury. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled, and the iron chains binding it rattled ominously. It leaped forth, emanating an aura of chilling terror akin to death itself, sending shivers down one's spine. In the next instant, like a bolt of black lightning, it dashed towards the young man, swiftly raising its fearsome claws, sharp as blades, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, descending with a ferocious slash. Boom! The golden light blazed fiercely as the young man, seemingly prepared, displayed no surprise. He raised his hand and unleashed a punch, swift as thunder, meeting the attack head-on. The resounding clash echoed like cannon fire. The seemingly simple confrontation between the two belied a terrifying force, as the ground instantaneously caved in, forming a deep pit. At the center of the arena, one side was engulfed in a black stream of energy, while the other shimmered with a golden flow, crashing violently against one another. Enormous shockwaves radiated outward, causing the earth to crack in a spiderweb-like pattern. The juxtaposition of darkness and light accentuated the extraordinary sanctity of the young man. With the physique of Ping Yuyan and the visage of Wu Yinzu, such a flawless individual, aside from Shen Yan, was nowhere to be found in the world. Over the span of 4 years, benefiting from the array left by the Waterman ghost, Shen Yan navigated the flaws within the formation. Traversing through the various levels of the nether cave, he eradicated all the demons within, significantly enhancing his internal strength, and harmonized his martial arts. Reaching the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. This time, after months of meticulous preparation, he confidently set foot on the 9th level, ready to engage in a decisive battle. Leveraging a decade of profound experience along with external forces to break through to the realm of the Grandmaster. In the external world, within the Zixio Palace, the Wudang sect's leader and others had scarcely settled into their chairs when an urgent shout pierced the air. "Leader, something terrible has happened. Leader, we are in grave trouble." An elder from the outer sect rushed in, clutching a letter, breathless and frantic. Tongju Jinren, displaying a visage of displeasure, admonished, "I am perfectly well, thank you. What ails you? At your age, you should exhibit more composure rather than behaving like an impulsive young disciple. Speak plainly, what is the matter?" The outer sect elder handed the letter to Tongju Jinren, his voice trembling with fear as he exclaimed, "Leader, esteemed elders, a catastrophic event has transpired. I have just received a message via swift pigeon from the Lijiao outpost, stating that 3 days prior, the Red Snake King led 6 formidable demonic factions, the 7 Killers sect, the 5 Poison sect, the Soul Snatching Hall, the Azure Dragon Society, the Demon Blade sect, and the Whale Shark Gang to launch a joint assault on Shaolin. It is reported that Shaolin has suffered devastating casualties, blood flowing like rivers, and has been forced to retreat to its main peak. Now, the entire region is in turmoil, and numerous righteous sects are hastening to Shaolin's aid, Our comrades at the Lizhou outpost have already departed to provide support. How is this possible? The moment the elder finished speaking, the room fell into stunned silence. The leaders of various sects were shaken to their cores. Tongju Jinren, trembling as he read the letter, widened his eyes and abruptly rose to his feet. He could not keep a firm grip on the teacup in his hand, which crashed to the ground with a loud clatter. However, no one noticed the leader's moment of disarray. All present wore expressions of shock, doubting their own ears. The Shaolin Temple had indeed been besieged by the forces of the demonic sect. How shocking is this news? One must understand the significance of Shaolin. It is the foremost of the great Qian Buddhist sect, a place of ancient tradition, a sacred land of martial arts revered throughout the realm, brimming with profound techniques and masters, not to mention the presence of holy monks. What audacity do these demonic wretches possess? After all, Shaolin is guarded by a grandmaster of the highest order. Could it be that one of the leaders of the demonic sect or the great sorcerer has descended to take action? The elders displayed expressions of confusion. Before the outer elder could voice his thoughts, the countenance of the gravely troubled Master Tongju darkened as he solemnly explained, "Not at all. It is Shaolin's grandmaster, the revered Kongwen, who has passed away 10 days ago." Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall. Undoubtedly, this is another explosive revelation. No wonder they dared to assault Shaolin. The shock within the ranks of Wudang was beyond measure. After digesting this earth-shattering news, a chilling possibility surged through the hearts of all present. If the demonic sect has vanquished Shaolin, who would be next? Wudang would surely be the prime target. The faces of the assembly turned pale, and an icy sensation gripped their limbs. An inexplicable chill filled their hearts. The atmosphere in the hall became unbearably oppressive. When the lips perish, the teeth grow cold. As the demonic forces rise, the righteous path wanes. Master Tongju lamented, pacing back and forth, his eyes filled with worry. As one of the 9 major forces of righteousness, Wudang has always maintained a close and friendly relationship with Shaolin, their bond deeply rooted in years of mutual support. In these years of Wudang's decline, Shaolin has stood as its steadfast ally, shielding it from the storms of adversity. Now, with Shaolin facing such a calamity, Wudang, already under the watchful eyes of countless predatory factions, surely faces the threat of annihilation. Elders, the situation may not be as dire as it appears. I received a letter today from Shushan, an outer elder interjected. The letter states that the sword master of Shushan, who intended to visit us for an exchange, was enraged upon hearing of Shaolin's assault by the demonic sect. He has immediately altered his course to Lizhou, heading to Shaolin to vanquish the demons. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, the news brought a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, the countenance of the assembly brightened. The sword master of Shushan is a grandmaster of formidable repute, his swordsmanship having reached an unparalleled realm. Surely, with his support, the dire predicament of Shaolin could be swiftly resolved. Master Tongju's earlier fervor faltered, and his expression of concern became frozen on his face. He felt as though he had wasted his emotions moments prior. Raising his hand, he pointed at the outer elder, exclaiming in exasperation, "You fool, with such good news, why did you not speak of it sooner? Do you wish to scare us old folks to death?" The outer elder looked on with an expression of innocence. "Can this truly be blamed on me? It is evidently your own lack of composure, as your emotions surge too swiftly. The venerable monk Kongwen of the Shaolin Temple has passed away, and following this calamity, even if we endure this trial, it is estimated that our foundation has diminished by 7 or 8 parts. The days ahead will undoubtedly remain arduous and fraught with difficulty." Daoist Tongren's expression remained somber as he sighed deeply. "Indeed," remarked Daoist Tongju, pacing within the grand hall. "Although the crisis of Shaolin may be averted, the situation we face at Wudang is still far from optimistic." The others came to a realization, their hearts sinking like lead, their expressions filled with concern. What could be done about this? Even if the sword master of Shushan has withstood the onslaught of the demonic sect, Wudang still confronts a monumental threat. After a prolonged contemplation, Daoist Tongju softly declared, "With calamity looming, at this juncture, we must venture into the secret realm and seek the aid of that esteemed ancestor. It is highly probable that this ancestor is a figure of grandmaster caliber. With his presence, our Wudang shall surely be safeguarded from disaster." Upon the utterance of these words, the assembly of elders appeared as if awakening from a dream, their eyes gleaming with newfound clarity. Indeed, within the sacred realms of Wudang lies an ancient ancestor of formidable strength. Should they manage to summon this venerable figure to preside, all would be resolved, and their anxieties would dissipate. The external elder who conveyed the message was left in a state of bewilderment. "Ancestor? Grandmaster? Could it be that Wudang harbors a reclusive grandmaster of unparalleled prowess? If such an eminent being exists, what adversaries could they possibly fear? Such sect secrets, he, an outer elder, dared not inquire further. However, observing the relieved expressions of the leaders, his inner unease and anxiety dissipated significantly. Steeling his resolve, he spoke again. Master, I have a matter of great importance concerning the honor and disgrace of our Wudang to report. As his words fell, the atmosphere, which had just begun to lighten, plunged back into an abyss of silence. Pairs of eyes turned toward him in unison. Honor and disgrace? Was there someone unable to contain themselves, eager to assault Wudang and usurp its position? Tongju Jinren's heart raced, and he inhaled deeply, his voice trembling. Speak, what calamity is this? The outer elder, startled by the grim expressions of the leaders, quickly waved his hands. Master, esteemed elders, it is not a calamity. The people of Shushan are almost upon us. Fearing their misunderstanding, he elaborated. Although the sword master of Shushan has diverted to Shaolin, he does not wish to break his promise. He is coming alone, yet has instructed the elders and disciples of Shushan to proceed as planned, still intending to engage in exchange and spar with us at Wudang. According to the itinerary, they should arrive in 2 or 3 days. Upon hearing this, everyone exhaled in relief, gently patting their chests. What a scare! We thought disaster was upon us. The outer elder weakly added, I believe that the sparring with Shushan should indeed pertain to the honor and disgrace of our sect, right? Haha. Everyone's gaze turned unfavorably toward him. Tongju Jinren's forehead was lined with sweat, barely suppressing the impulse to chastise the outer elder. Damn it. Entrusting you with sect intelligence is indeed a waste of talent. I shall surely be frightened to death by you someday. Is there anything else? If there is, speak it all at once. Tongju Jinren bellowed. None, master. I shall take my leave. The outer elder shook his head vigorously, scampering off. Remaining any longer, he felt he would be struck. Tongju Jinren watched the dust rising in the distance, lamenting, our Wudang is indeed blessed with talent. Brothers, you have all heard. Since Shushan is coming, let us prepare thoroughly for the sparring. We shall venture into the secret realm to seek the ancestor once this unexpected guest departs. Understood. The others replied, clasping their fists in acknowledgement, while the upper echelons of Wudang discussed the affairs of the martial world, unbeknownst to them. Their esteemed master ancestor was still within the forbidden grounds, just beginning to take that final step, striving to attain the pinnacle of martial arts. In the 9th layer of the abyssal cavern, the earth lay in tatters, riddled with deep fissures and depressions. At the center loomed a vast pit, shrouded in swirling dust. As if a mighty dragon had been vanquished, 2 figures stood in confrontation. One remained steadfast as a mountain, radiating golden light, its sinewy muscles resembling finely cast gold, embodying an immense power. At this moment, its chest heaved violently, and its eyes glowed with an intensified fervor. This was Shen Yan. Opposite him was a shadow ensnared by 5 massive iron chains, the sole captive of the 9th layer, the undisputed sovereign of the abyssal cavern. Its true form was now revealed, towering at 9 feet, emaciated, with a purple face and tusks, and hair that blazed like fire. An unending tide of malevolent aura surged forth, enveloping the surroundings in a chilling dread. Yet, Shen Yan remained unfazed, for after years of vanquishing demons and monsters, he had encountered countless terrifying beings. This creature before him seemed scarcely remarkable. In fact, he even considered this purple-faced beast to possess a certain striking elegance within the confines of the abyssal cavern. At this moment, several fist-sized wounds marred the creature's form, and within its cold gaze directed at Shen Yan, an insatiable bloodlust simmered. This diminutive creature dares to engage in such a fierce confrontation. Its ferocity pervades the air, as it angrily shakes off the chains that hinder its movement. Were it not for these detestable restraints, how could this insignificant insect persist in its antics before it for so long? It is determined to transform it into mere carrion. As its murderous intent surges, it lets out a thunderous roar, and torrents of abyssal black energy erupt from its maw. A tempest of deathly aura bursts forth. In the very instant it expels this miasma, a chilling presence awakens within, an overwhelming essence of mortality envelopes the surroundings, akin to the oppressive atmosphere preceding a torrential downpour. The pervasive stench of death permeated the air, invoking a profound disturbance in the very fabric of the universe. The temperature soared dramatically, and waves of scorching heat enveloped the surroundings, rendering the atmosphere unbearable. It felt as though invisible flames danced through the air, intent on incinerating everything in their path. In the blink of an eye, the sinister energy expanded over hundreds of meters, creating a formidable domain that enveloped the cosmos, isolating the interior from the exterior, thus crafting a realm of its own. Within this sphere, one would feel as though they were ensconced within the molten heart of a volcano, an utterly terrifying experience. Despite Shen Yan's mastery of the nine-yang divine skill and the true Brahmin dragon elephant technique providing him with formidable protection, he still experienced a searing pain across his skin as moisture evaporated rapidly. His blood surged uncontrollably, as if attempting to flee his body, drawn by some malevolent force. Swiftly, he channeled his energy to combat this inexplicable heat and suction. Fortunately, his divine skills afforded him considerable resistance, and his cultivation in pure yang internal techniques proved highly effective against the creature's dark flames. Had it been any other martial artist, their vital essence might have been entirely evaporated, reduced to a mere husk. Even those capable of withstanding this dark inferno would find their strength severely compromised, perhaps reduced to a mere tenth of their former might, unable to maintain the ease with which he stood firm. The desolate expanse was reminiscent of a drought demon. Shen Yan's expression was grave. This extraordinary phenomenon reminded him of the origins of this malevolent zombie. Although this drought demon was not as exaggerated as a desolate land stretching for 1,000 miles, it wielded the immense power of the heavens and the earth, embodying the prowess of a first-tier formidable being. Wrath of the burning sky. The drought demon roared in response to the black flame's inability to affect this insignificant creature. With a stride, it unleashed a palm. The scorching and eerie energy of the corpse converged into a singular strike. In an instant, it traversed the distance of over 10 meters. The drought demon leaped above Shen Yan, its withered hand slowly descending. Shen Yan attempted to evade, but found himself immobilized, as if an immense force were compressing him from all sides, ensnaring the very fabric of space. Boom! The drought demon struck down with its palm. The power of the heavens and the earth was summoned forth. A terrifying force surged from all directions, coalescing in midair into a dark, boundless vacuum handprint, which descended violently upon Shen Yan's head. With a force akin to Mount.He descending from the heavens, the strike was sufficient to shatter all in its path. A thunderous roar echoed. In that fleeting moment, the air rippled with turbulent waves, distorting like flowing water, while the ground trembled violently, fracturing under the immense pressure. A colossal shockwave erupted, akin to a cannon blast, unleashing a powerful tempest. The area where the giant hand struck continuously sank, debris flew chaotically, and the ravaging strength reduced stones to dust, sending clouds of dust swirling. Shen Yan's figure was engulfed in the billowing smoke and dust, his fate uncertain. Such overwhelming might truly shook the heavens and the earth. Had there been onlookers, they would have been rendered utterly astonished, convinced that Shen Yan stood no chance of survival against such a formidable blow. In midair, the figure of the drought demon flickered and, in an instant, returned to its original position. With a mere flick of its hand, the earth cracked and the heavens quaked, vanquishing its foes with brute strength. Yet, there was no sign of joy upon its face. Instead, an unprecedented gravity settled over it, its crimson eyes coldly fixated on the swirling dust. Sensing the faint breath of that insignificant insect still lingering amidst the ruins, evidently buried beneath the debris. No, the opponent could not be dismissed as an insect. To withstand such a strike and remain alive, even in a diminished state, was sufficient to attest to this person's extraordinary strength. Come forth. I know you are not dead yet. The drought demon spoke decisively, its voice hoarse and heavy. With a crunch, stones and earth erupted from the pit of ruins, and a figure leapt back to the surface. Haha, what a thrill. A calm and unperturbed voice responded to the drought demon. The latter stared coldly, its voice reminiscent of an owl in the night, stating, "What does surviving by luck matter? Even if your physique is formidable, how many of my attacks can you withstand?" An insect attempting to shake the heavens, overestimating itself. What use is its struggle? The drought demon cast a sidelong glance, exuding a terrifyingly oppressive aura. Amidst the thick dust, a silhouette gradually emerged, stepping forth with a resolute battle spirit, casually brushing the yellow earth from its garments. Is this the essence of the first grade? The power of heaven and earth, mastering the universe. So it is. Though Shen Yan appeared disheveled, his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, as if he beheld a new world. Insights flooded his mind, unraveling many long-standing confusions all at once. To understand the heavens, this was the crux of the first-grade realm. The unity of man and nature, harnessing the power of the cosmos for one's own use to confront and harm adversaries. At this level, it transcended mere martial prowess and internal energy, it encompassed an entire realm. Such a terrifying ability elucidated why masters of grand mastery could, with a single person's strength, stand against thousands, commanding a territory and instilling fear in all who would dare to oppose them. In this confrontation, Shen Yan has gained immense rewards. He now possesses unwavering confidence in his pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts. However, given the current circumstances, his opponent will undoubtedly deny him this opportunity. It is prudent to first address the monstrous foe before him. Shen Yan took a deep breath. Following the tremendous impact he had just experienced, he was not entirely unscathed. A dark handprint marred his chest, exuding a faint scent reminiscent of charred flesh, while his internal organs were significantly damaged, and it felt as though smoke was rising from his throat. Nevertheless, endowed with the Nine Suns' divine art, his physical form remained robust enough to withstand the ordeal. Moreover, a substantial portion of the damage had been absorbed by the true Sanskrit dragon elephant technique, converting it into vital energy that settled within his dantian. A swift resolution is imperative. The drought demon before him boasts of first-tier strength, commanding the very essence of this realm as its dominion. Prolonged engagement would be detrimental. Additionally, Shen Yan must fend off the encroaching black flames, which rapidly deplete his internal energy. Thus, he must strike decisively and eliminate the threat in one fell swoop. It appears that he has no choice but to employ that particular technique. Shen Yan gently closed his eyes. When he reopened them, his irises gleamed with a resplendent golden hue, as his internal energy and vitality surged forth like a tempest, ascending to the skies. With a single step, his momentum surged as though he were a towering mountain, his essence radiating outward, enveloped in a golden glow that coalesced into the form of a colossal figure, causing him to appear as if he had suddenly grown a foot taller. Great Sun Sanskrit Saint. Shen Yan's voice resonated like thunder, reverberating through the air. In this moment, he transformed into a golden giant, exuding an aura of majesty akin to that of a deity. 2 arms extended from his sides, and 2 additional heads emerged from either side of his neck. The left head bore a fierce and wrathful countenance, resembling a wrathful Vajra, while the right head radiated compassion, akin to a benevolent bodhisattva. This was indeed the manifestation of 3 heads and 6 arms. By integrating the 9 Suns' divine art, Shen Yan christened this form the Great Sun Sanskrit Saint Body. The convergence of 2 perfected protective techniques, pure yang and flawless, rendered him invulnerable to blades and fire, repelling all malevolence, an unbreakable diamond. Additionally, he harnessed the power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. His might was boundless, capable of shattering all obstacles with ease. Such mastery of martial prowess had ascended to the realm of divine abilities. With this divine form, he felt assured in his invincibility against second-tier adversaries, even daring to confront those of the first tier. This astonishing transformation, however, left the drought demon in a state of shock and dread. This is perilous. From the divine figure that loomed before it, the demon sensed an inexplicable terror and unease, realizing that Shen Yan now posed a lethal threat to its existence. It must be vanquished swiftly. The drought demon is no fool. Aware that adversaries could pose a significant threat, it remains vigilant. In a flash, it once again ensnares the realm, unleashing an overwhelming wave of deathly energy that spreads like a tangible black flame, roaring fiercely. This dark inferno rises and falls like a cataclysmic tsunami, seemingly capable of refining all matter, melting the very soil beneath into a sea of magma. The sight is utterly terrifying, instantly transforming the entire area into a hellish sea of fire, a truly horrifying spectacle. The drought demon spares no effort. Vanishing from its original position, raising its hands to strike with the force of a collapsing mountain, this blow infused with boundless black flames, crashing down like a tidal wave of fire. However, this time, Shen Yan is not ensnared. With a piercing gaze, he withstands the tremendous pressure, stamping his foot firmly before leaping forward. As the enemy advances, so does he. In tandem with his stride, 6 golden arms coalesce before him into clenched fists, intertwining in a dance of martial prowess, glowing brilliantly, radiating with the intensity of a scorching sun, an unfathomable terror. The sacred fist of the 6 kings. Emotionless, Shen Yan gradually thrusts forth the fist seal. This is the profound and divine fist he has developed by integrating various martial arts and comprehending 6 distinct fighting philosophies. Presently, it comprises but a single technique, each strike embodying a unique essence, wielding an astonishingly formidable power, indomitable and unparalleled in sharpness. It resembles a specter of drought traversing the realm, in an instant grasping the myriad intentions conveyed by the opponent's fists, majestic and overwhelming, tyrannical and supremely powerful, encompassing the vastness of the ocean and the passage of time. The convergence of 6 grand fighting philosophies has coalesced into one, even before engaging in combat. One can perceive the extraordinary and irresistible might contained within. This martial art is unprecedented and unheard of. A vague sense of defeat began to stir within the heart of the drought demon. At this moment, the two forces clashed head-on, colliding midair. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating throughout the arena. After unleashing a powerful strike, Shen Yan sent forth a shockwave reminiscent of a celestial dragon, sweeping through the entirety of the 9th layer of the underworld cave, illuminating it as brightly as day. The abyssal sea of dark flames dissipated like mist. The drought demon, whose hands had been poised to strike, was instantly engulfed, letting out a piercing scream. Despite its body being as hard as iron, its flesh was shattered to dust, and cracks appeared along its bones. With a resounding crash, the golden light shattered, and the demon was hurled several meters away, filled with resentment. Had it not been tethered by chains, the residual force would have propelled it hundreds of feet into the air. At that moment, it was reduced to mere bones. Riddled with fractures, Shen Yan remained motionless, rooted to the spot. The drought demon struggled to rise from the ground, unable to fathom the magnitude of the attack it had just endured. Its heart was tumultuous, refusing to accept defeat as it roared at Shen Yan. How could I possibly be vanquished by an insignificant creature like you? My true spirit is indestructible. I cannot be killed. Even if you destroy my corporeal form, you will never erase my existence. It raged, appearing nearly deranged. Oh, is that so? I find it hard to believe in your indestructibility, Shen Yan replied coolly. If one punch is insufficient, then allow me to deliver another, accompanied by my sword. Today, I shall ensure your complete annihilation. As he spoke, Shen Yan dissipated his golden form, denying the demon any opportunity to react. In an instant, he drew forth the Jinwu sword and, with a flick of his wrist, declared, "Behold, demon, as I strike with my sword." The ancient blade sang a resonant tune. Shen Yan's eyes shimmered with celestial light, and the sword radiated brilliance. Encircled by the dual energies of black and white, embodying the essence of yin and yang, exuding boundless might, the drought demon could not suppress a scream, its heart gripped by terror. For the first time, its dark, profound eyes betrayed a sense of fear. How has the sword of Taiji resurfaced in this world? And why would one wielding such power seek to eliminate me, a mere captive? It had laid its plans in secret, merely waiting for the opportune moment to escape. Yet, for no apparent reason, it had been targeted by this harbinger of death. Confusion and deep-seated resentment consumed it. Return to the origin of all things. Shen Yan swung his sword toward the drought demon, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. The sharp, piercing light shot forth like lightning, sweeping through like a tempest. The chilling radiance penetrated to the very core. In an instant, the arena transformed into a chaotic grinding wheel, with the drought demon trapped within. Enveloped by despair as its bones were mercilessly ground to ashes by the sword's energy, even its dark soul shattered in that fleeting moment. The cycle of life and death was overturned. No, as the drought demon met its demise, its lingering spirit let out a final cry. Its corporeal form shattered, and its true essence vanished into oblivion. There was utterly no possibility of survival. With the extinction of the drought demon, 5 iron chains crashed heavily to the ground. Shen Yan blinked, having anticipated a far more formidable adversary. Isn't this a matter of life and death? However, this battle undoubtedly proves to be arduous and perilous, compelling him to unleash his 2 most formidable techniques to date. The drought demon stood as the most formidable adversary he had encountered thus far. Had it not been for the magical iron chains that bound the creature, which had languished in confinement for an indeterminate span of time, the outcome of their confrontation would have been uncertain. With the formidable foe vanquished, it was now time to reap the rewards. He gracefully advanced, invoking the purification furnace technique. He began to refine the demon's karmic energy, augmenting his own internal power, preparing to transcend into the first tier. A thunderous roar echoed. The drought demon had caused untold suffering to countless innocents during its existence, and its karmic weight was staggering. It took an entire cup of tea's duration to fully refine the essence. His internal power surged astonishingly, akin to a leap of 60 years. In that moment, Shen Yan felt as though he had overindulged, prompting him to swiftly assume the lotus position and activate his cultivation technique, striving to break through in one vigorous effort. As the internal energy circulated, his body relaxed, and his mind became a vast expanse of tranquility. Drawing upon the insights gained from his recent encounter with the drought demon, he sought communion with the cosmos. At that moment, Shen Yan found himself enveloped in an extraordinarily profound sensation. It was as if he had completely merged with the universe around him, becoming an integral part of the celestial realm. Each movement and thought aligned with the natural order, channeling the ethereal forces of the universe. The shackles shattered instantaneously. At this moment, an overwhelming torrent of the primordial energies of heaven and earth surged into Shen Han's body, coalescing above him into a colossal vortex of vitality. Such an immense influx of cosmic energy, if encountered by other first-tier grandmasters, would undoubtedly send shivers down their spines, leaving them to question the authenticity of their own prowess. They had never witnessed a grandmaster's breakthrough accompanied by such boundless absorption and exhalation of the energies of the universe. The magnitude of this process was comparable to that of some venerable grandmasters of old. It was indeed fearsome. All of this is attributed to Shen Yan's formidable and unparalleled physique, which emboldens him to freely absorb the essence of heaven and earth without concern for jeopardizing his own foundation or leaving hidden dangers. He initially believed that breaking through the first-grade bottleneck would prove challenging. However, the process unfolded effortlessly, as if flowing like water, with no hindrance, and he smoothly ascended to the first-grade realm. This simplicity was rather astonishing to Shen Yan. He gently clenched his fist, and despite his tranquil state of mind, he felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. A decade had passed in the blink of an eye. From this day forward, he was no longer the ordinary man desperately seeking a place to belong, but rather a supreme master capable of instilling fear across the martial world, commanding respect in his domain. A first-grade grandmaster under 30 years of age, a feat unheard of throughout history. If this were to spread, it would surely be met with astonishment. As Shen Yan embarked on his breakthrough to the first-grade realm, news of the 6 major demonic factions attacking Shaolin reverberated like thunder, echoing across the vast land of Shenzhou. The world trembled. The martial realm was thrown into chaos, with the forces of evil growing increasingly audacious, leading to rampant disorder everywhere. In Wudang, within a concealed courtyard, the main hall was dimly lit, gathering over 100 individuals within its confines. This group comprises individuals of varying ages, many of whom possessed rugged features and don eccentric attire, akin to ruffians one might encounter on the streets. However, it is evident that their prowess is formidable, each exuding a palpable aura of menace. Clearly, they are all notorious figures, feared for their ruthless disregard for life and their prowess in the underworld. At this moment, the Grand Hall is in disarray. These individuals are undeniably rebellious. Some engage in drinking games, while others cast dice for wagers, and still others hurl insults at one another. The hall accommodates merely a dozen chairs, and among those seated at the front, a burly man resembling a dark tower speaks in a low voice. You all must have heard the news. Shaolin has been struck at its main peak, and it is only a matter of days before their entire lineage is extinguished, erasing them from the annals of the martial world. The robust man, with prominent features and a bare torso, exuded an aura of formidable strength, his ebony skin resembling forged iron. In his hand, he wielded a fearsome wolf-toothed club, towering at over half a man's height, its iron spikes glinting coldly, exuding an air of menace. As he spoke, his expression was one of evident displeasure. He slammed the wolf-toothed club down, sending shards of stone flying, creating a gaping hole in the marble floor. The hall fell into an abrupt silence, all sounds ceasing instantly. The cacophony of activity halted as everyone turned their gaze toward the imposing figure. At the forefront, in a chair to the left, sat an elderly man, frail and withered, whose heavy eyelids drooped like lead, murmuring in a sleep-laden tone, "Chhih, what is it that you wish to convey?" With the second-in-command having spoken, Chhih rose with a commanding shout, addressing the assembly of ruffians with palpable discontent. The chief promised to lead us to Wudang for a grand venture. Yet we have languished here for over half a month, our weapons rusting in our hands. Why is there still no sign of action? Others are assaulting Shaolin, making headlines across the realm, while we cower in this pitiful hiding, let alone the potential blame from above. How will we maintain our dignity among our peers if word gets out? Chhih vented his frustrations unabashedly, declaring that if there was no movement soon, he would seek out trouble with the righteous forces himself. Indeed, my brothers are on the brink of madness. It has been far too long since we have tasted blood. My blade is parched with thirst. The surrounding rogues echoed his sentiments, brandishing their weapons and creating an uproar, transforming the hall into a veritable marketplace of chaos. The elder at the head of the table sat with his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to the commotion, indifferent to the raucous behavior of these unruly men. Just as the uproar reached its peak, the grand doors swung open, and a figure clad in a crimson cloak, adorned with a beast-patterned mask, strode in. Instantly, the previously boisterous hall fell into a hushed stillness. "What are you discussing?" the man in the red cloak inquired in a calm tone. No one dared to utter a word, respectfully stepping aside. CHHIH, who moments ago had been vociferous, suddenly shrank back, retreating to his seat in subdued compliance. The man in the crimson cloak ascended to the central seat with deliberate grace, settling himself with an air of authority, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the assembly. As the atmosphere grew palpably tense, he finally spoke. "It seems you all possess an abundance of energy. Your hands are itching, are they not? How about we engage in a little sparring?" As these words escaped his lips, the assembly of ruffians trembled in trepidation, their earlier bravado dissipating in an instant. In unison, they cried out in fear, "Master, please quell your anger. We are no match for your esteemed self." The figure clad in crimson let out a cold snort, his gaze sharpening as he warned, "When I declare grand undertakings, I shall see them through. You need only remain compliant. I have my own plans. However, should anyone dare to defy my orders and stir trouble, they shall face execution without mercy." His tone carried an unmistakable authority, and the fierce glint in his eyes imbued the hall with a palpable sense of menace. Observing the quaking figures below, the crimson-clad man nodded in satisfaction and continued, "A scout has just relayed news that the sword master of Mount Shu has diverted toward Shaolin. Thus, our sect's plans may proceed. I shall dispatch individuals to lay the groundwork. A great battle is imminent. Therefore, you all must remain obedient and prepare yourselves." "Is it true, Master? Haha, are we finally going to war? Splendid. At last, we can spill blood." As his words fell, the hall erupted in commotion. The ruffians, faces alight with fervor, clamored with excitement, their eyes burning with a desire for immediate combat. Having addressed the matter at hand, the man in crimson turned his cold gaze towards Chu-He-Hu, an aura of bloodlust emanating from him as he spoke indifferently. "Chu-He-Hu, we are not mere bandits. Remember to address me as master henceforth. Should you bark out of turn again, do not blame me for my ruthless actions." The malevolence flickering in his eyes seemed as if he might slay someone on the spot. Chu-He-Hu quaked in fear, his complexion paling as he quickly bowed his head and shouted, "I shall never dare again. I implore your forgiveness, Master." The others, equally stunned, fell silent, their anxiety palpable as they bowed their heads in submission. The crimson-clad figure ceased his words, rising to depart with his hands clasped behind his back. If this band of vile miscreants resembled a raging torrent, he was the sovereign of beasts, an indomitable force. They were a faction of malevolent power that had traversed great distances to incite a bloodbath in Wudang, aiming to unleash a cataclysmic battle between righteousness and evil in Wanzhou. Half a day later, a gentle breeze swept through. At the foot of Wudang Mountain, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed as three white-clad figures, swords strapped to their backs, hurriedly arrived at the mountain gate. Moments later, in the grand hall of Zixia Palace, the outer sect elder burst through the doors as usual, exclaiming loudly, "Master, trouble is upon us. A grave situation has arisen. The forces of Mount Shu have arrived." Inside the hall, a group of esteemed individuals, leisurely sipping tea, were startled by this sudden outcry, causing one to spill scalding water onto his tongue. Tongju, the true man, covered his mouth, ready to chastise. But upon hearing the elder's news, his expression froze. "The forces of Mount Shu have arrived? Were we not informed it would take 2 to 3 days? How could they have come so swiftly? What kind of intelligence is your sect providing?" The outer sect elder wiped the sweat from his brow, panting, "I know not. Who can fathom how they arrived so promptly? They must have ridden tirelessly through the night. They're already waiting at the foot of the mountain. Ah, let us hasten down the mountain to extend a proper welcome, lest we appear disrespectful." Upon hearing this, Master Tongju promptly set aside his teacup and instructed the Grand Elder to descend and receive the guests. After all, the visitors were representatives of the Shushan Sword sect, and Wudang must accord them a grand reception. Both Taoist Tongren and the inner sect elders descended together, not only to convey their respect, but also to establish an imposing presence, giving the guests a subtle display of their authority. Soon, the resounding chimes of the mountain bells echoed throughout. The arrival of the Shushan Sword sect stirred all within Wudang Mountain. As the sound of the bells resonated through the halls, The true disciples and the outstanding young talents from various peaks swiftly mobilized towards the main hall. They were already aware that the purpose of the visit was to exchange swordsmanship, and thus, they had been well prepared and were not about to falter. In no time, a gathering of exceptional talents assembled, ready to engage in a contest of swordplay with the disciples of Shu Shan, within the grand hall designated for receiving guests. The higher-ups of Wudang congregated, along with a throng of disciples arriving from all directions, creating a lively atmosphere. Dozens of true disciples were the first to arrive, their spirits soaring, exuding an eagerness for a confrontation. However, upon entering the hall, they were taken aback to find that only 3 individuals had come from Shu Shan. Among them, 2 appeared notably aged, clearly elders, while only 1 was a younger disciple. Such a grand display. Are they truly here to engage in a duel? The master of Wudang and several elders felt that perhaps their own side had overestimated their might, making quite a show, only to discover that Shu Shan had sent merely 3 individuals. Soon, the Grand Elder instructed a multitude of inner disciples to disperse, inviting the guests from Shu Shan into the great hall for a sumptuous banquet, extending warm hospitality. Initially, there was a flurry of polite exchanges, and the atmosphere was surprisingly amicable, devoid of any tension. At the head of the table, Master Tongju stroked his beard and chuckled. The arrival of the 3 sword heroes from Shu Shan truly brings glory to our Wudang. The esteemed guests appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Was it not stated in your previous correspondence that the esteemed Jinwu elder of your sect would lead disciples to pay a visit? Why is Elder Lu Baimei absent today? Within Shu Shan, the ranks of elders are categorized into 5 tiers: Jinwu, Xuanqi, Tinyin, Elda, and Ordinary. Lu Baimei, as the Jinwu elder, holds a position equivalent to that of Wudang's Grand Elder, Tongren. Among the guests from Shu Shan, 2 were elderly men with graying hair. One was frail and haggard, bearing a scar across his face, while the other was hunched, with one eye seemingly blind. Their appearances suggested they were not the most benevolent of individuals. However, those from the Shu Shan sword sect have long been known as sword maniacs, often engaging in reckless duels, so facial scars were hardly surprising. The third, a young disciple bearing a sword sheath, possessed a countenance as refined as jade. Upon hearing Master Tongju's inquiry, the 2 elders exchanged a knowing glance. Then, the scarred elder spoke. We are newly appointed elders, making our first descent from the mountain. Naturally, we are unfamiliar faces. As for Elder Baimei, he was indeed supposed to accompany us. However, midway through our journey, he was struck by a sudden impulse, sensing that the expedition to Shaolin might encounter unforeseen obstacles. Thus, he altered his course and decided to head to Shaolin, leaving the 3 of us to come here. Ah, I see. Upon hearing the words, Master Tongju experienced a profound realization. No wonder the opposing party had only sent 3 individuals. After responding to Master Tongju, the disciples from Shu Shan began to engage in trivial conversations, completely avoiding any discussion of serious matters, seemingly devoid of any intention to spar in swordsmanship. As the other party refrained from mentioning their purpose, Master Tongju felt it inappropriate to initiate the conversation himself, thus treating the encounter as a customary visit for exchange. Throughout the evening banquet, the visitors did not bring up any challenge, leaving the disciples in a state of confusion. Master Tongju, too, was somewhat perplexed by their demeanor. He speculated that perhaps the true genius disciple of the opposing faction had not arrived, leading them to hesitate in proposing a duel. As night fell, Master Tongju and the elders graciously insisted that the 3 visitors from Shu Shan stay overnight at Mount Wudang. The 2 elders from Shu Shan, after some reluctance, ultimately acquiesced. The banquet concluded, and the guests departed. Unbeknownst to the Wudang disciples, as the 2 Shu Shan elders left, their eyes gleamed with a hint of cunning, accompanied by a fleeting, sinister smile. In the dead of night, obscured by clouds, Mount Wudang lay in profound silence. 3 figures, cloaked in dark garments, stealthily traversed the forest, one of whom carried a sword case, displaying a hint of apprehension. One figure glanced at the anxious companion and spoke in a grave tone. Young one, your courage seems rather lacking. Fear not, nothing untoward will occur. This is a matter in which we are quite experienced. The other figure, filled with pride, chimed in, indeed. Did you not see how the Wudang sect leader was utterly deceived today? Haha, let us hope so, but for some reason, my eyelids have been twitching incessantly, and I can't shake the feeling that trouble may arise. The worried figure scanned the surroundings, uncertainty etched upon his face. Possessing extraordinary talent, his 6th sense had always proven accurate. In moments of peril, This intuition had guided him away from danger. Yet, despite the smooth progression of events today, an unsettling feeling lingered. He was deeply puzzled. In the forest, a beam of moonlight illuminated the trio, revealing the guests from Shushan who were to spend the night at Wudang. As they conversed, two patrolling disciples happened upon them and were abruptly alerted by the commotion. "Who goes there? Identify yourselves," they shouted, brandishing torches as they approached. The two elders exchanged glances, and one of them erupted, cursing, "Damn it! You truly have the tongue of a crow." "Quickly," they urged, "let us not cause a commotion. We must swiftly deal with them." As the words left their lips, their internal energy surged violently, enveloping the entire forest in a menacing aura that sent chills down the spine. "Demons of the dark path," one of the patrolling disciples exclaimed, their faces paling. Recognizing the overwhelming presence, they understood at a glance that they were no match for their adversaries. Suddenly halting in his tracks, he turned and fled, simultaneously retrieving a distress signal firework, ready to pull the cord and launch it. Witnessing this scene, the three malevolent figures, disguised as disciples of the Shushan sect, displayed urgency in their eyes, inwardly lamenting the dire situation. The one-eyed elder, his expression grave, summoned wisps of dark energy that surged from his palms, striking out like lightning with ferocity, unleashing a tempestuous gale that ravaged the surroundings. With a resounding crash, the one-eyed elder unleashed a powerful palm strike, striking two patrolling disciples and sending them crashing into the nearby trees, which splintered and fell. The disciples tumbled like kites with severed strings, spewing forth a spray of blood, hurtling backward for dozens of meters, their fates uncertain. The ground lay in disarray. The one-eyed elder had no time to investigate further, urgently commanding, "We must leave at once. It's likely that others will soon arrive. We need to rescue our comrade quickly." The young disciple stood frozen, his face pale, murmuring in despair, "It's over. It's truly over. With such a commotion, how can we possibly escape?" The scarred elder, infuriated by the display of cowardice, slapped him awake, exclaiming, "Fool! Why are you still standing there? If it weren't for your ill-omened words, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Both of the dark practitioners were seasoned rogues, having navigated the tumultuous world of martial arts for decades, and they remained unervingly calm. The one-eyed elder snapped, "Be quiet. Enough of your bickering. At this juncture, our only hope lies in executing the orders of the sect leader and creating chaos within Wudang. Move." With that, the trio propelled themselves forward with utmost agility, their feet barely touching the ground as they sped away. As they traversed the landscape, they followed the map and eventually arrived at the entrance to the secret realm of the Starfall Valley. The one-eyed elder surveyed the large azure stone and the formation beneath their feet, confirming their location. "This is indeed the place," he declared. The scarred elder nodded, glancing at the young man still rooted in place, urging, "Fool, what are you waiting for? Quickly retrieve the sword bestowed upon you by the sect leader. It's time for you to fulfill your role." "Ah, yes, yes." The young man, startled as if awakened from a trance, finally came to his senses. For reasons unknown, the deeper they delved into the situation, the more acute his sense of impending doom became. His heart pounded like a drum, as if he stood before the gaping maw of an abyss, drawing nearer to an unimaginable terror. Suppressing his anxiety, the young man hastily unlatched the sword case and drew forth a magnificent sword. Its guard was shaped like the character, beautifully carved with a beast's head motif. Its entire body a deep violet, radiating an ethereal glow that shimmered with the profound brilliance of celestial constellations. Upon witnessing this sword, all three were momentarily captivated, their eyes flickering with greed. Yet, the deep-seated fear instilled by their sect leader quelled any thoughts of claiming the sword for themselves. The young man, with utmost caution, gripped the long sword and inserted it into the formation's socket, channeling his inner strength, pure and righteous. This individual has indeed mastered the authentic internal cultivation techniques of Wudang. In an instant, the passage to the secret realm thunderously opened. "Let us proceed." The trio set forth once more. Upon entering the secret domain, they were profoundly astonished, and after examining the map, they hastened towards a specific direction. That direction unmistakably led to the abyssal cave. The air was cool and shrouded in mist. At the core of the formation, the one-eyed elder solemnly retrieved a pearl of deep azure hue from within his robes. This precious orb was acquired at a great expense by the sect leader from the East Sea, a rare gem capable of dismantling formations. Although merely a replica, it was invaluable, a treasure exceedingly difficult to find in this world. A pained expression flickered across his face, as if he were parting with his most cherished possession. Yet, He dared not linger on trivial matters in light of the sect's significant affairs. After a moment of reluctance, he placed the pearl into the mechanism. Instantly, a resounding noise echoed as the mechanism activated, like the shifting of celestial bodies. The three unlocked the grand array and promptly entered the forbidden zone. They approached the first layer with utmost caution, yet found themselves at a loss. This eerie location was not at all as the sect leader had described. Where were the demons and malevolent spirits? A glimmer of confusion crossed the one-eyed elder's gaze. Indeed, this place was not sinister or terrifying in the slightest. The other two companions mirrored his bewilderment. The space within is desolate, devoid of any semblance of an extraordinary forbidden realm. Nevertheless, it matters not. As long as we have arrived at the right location, we must hasten to the 9th level and release the drought demon as instructed by the sect master. Success will be ours. We must act swiftly, lest the half-hearted Taoists from Wudang discover our movements and intervene. The one-eyed elder paid no heed to anything else and promptly set forth with his companions, relying on the array-breaking orb to swiftly reach the 9th level. The actions of the three dark cultivators were evidently premeditated, possessing an intimate knowledge of Wudang's secrets, and they moved with remarkable speed, intent on liberating the drought demon. In the deepest recesses of the nether abyss, a figure opened his eyes. After a day's effort, Shen Yan finally stabilized his first-tier realm. Both his personal strength and understanding of the Tao had undergone a significant transformation. Just as he was about to depart, Shen Yan suddenly lifted his gaze. A glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Why is there demonic energy present? Could there be a remnant lurking within the nether abyss? Having ascended to the first tier, he was now attuned to the mysteries of heaven and earth. Having cultivated numerous esoteric techniques, his spiritual awareness had sharpened to an extraordinary degree. The vast expanse of the nether abyss lay within his perception, and he was acutely aware of any subtle disturbances. Thus, this sudden appearance of demonic energy stood out like a beacon in the night. Logically, all the monsters and demons here should have been eradicated by him, leaving no traces behind. Yet, from whence does this demonic aura arise? A sense of unease washed over Shen Yan. Just as he contemplated investigating further, he abruptly halted. His eyes shimmering with a faint light, piercing through the layers of mist, he discerned three shadowy figures ahead. Meanwhile, the trio remained oblivious, engrossed in their journey, unaware of being observed. Within Shen Yan's gaze, the three figures were enveloped in swirling black mist, their heads crowned with a crimson light, as blood-red as the essence of countless slain. So it is, how intriguing. Even within the sacred confines of the Wudang secret realm, practitioners of the demonic path have infiltrated. It seems they possess considerable skill, but since fate has brought them before me, I shall deal with them effortlessly. A flicker of interest crossed Shen Yan's face. He then settled into a meditative posture, biding his time for the adversaries to draw near. After all, he was, in essence, a member of Wudang. As a human being, it is only natural to harbor emotions. Since they had crossed paths, he could not simply feign ignorance. Meanwhile, the three dark-clad figures gradually approached the very center of the 9th level, where the prison of the drought demon lay in plain sight. 5 colossal stone pillars loomed before them. The tension in their muscles grew palpable, particularly for the young man, whose legs trembled uncontrollably, nearly preventing him from proceeding. They had heard tales of the drought demon confined here, an ancient creature that had lived for a millennium, with a primal hunger for human flesh and blood. Having been imprisoned for such an extended period, no one could ascertain whether the drought demon had succumbed to madness, displaying erratic emotions that could lead to their untimely demise, leaving them as mere desiccated corpses. Nevertheless, having arrived at this juncture, they had no choice but to muster their resolve and proceed. The young man, filled with trepidation, lingered at the rear, yet his keen eyes soon discerned the iron chains that lay abandoned upon the ground, devoid of any bindings. Look, there is nothing ahead. The drought demon is absent, he exclaimed, pointing forward. The 2 elder practitioners of the dark arts furrowed their brows, hastily advancing with quickened steps. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed true. The drought demon was nowhere to be found. How could this be? Where was the drought demon? The trio grew anxious, their gazes darting in all directions. By chance, their 3 pairs of eyes converged on a single spot. Suddenly, they beheld a figure seated upon the ground, its eyes sparkling with curiosity as they observed the trio. Their hearts raced, initially mistaking it for the drought demon, but soon clarity emerged. The figure was a young man clad in a gray robe, exuding an extraordinary aura, his physique robust and muscular, projecting an image of formidable strength. The young man appeared rather unremarkable, Save for his robust physique, lacking any semblance of a powerful aura, he seemed merely an ordinary disciple with limited cultivation. The three practitioners of the demonic path exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as though they had been unnecessarily alarmed. Yet, the emergence of such an individual in this forbidden domain was indeed peculiar. At this moment, there was a palpable tension in the air, as eyes widened in mutual astonishment, enveloped in a profound silence. The atmosphere was thick with stillness. The trio exchanged furtive glances, their expressions laden with bewilderment and doubt. Why was there a scruffy young man here? Silence is often the most unsettling of atmospheres. Shen Yan, having been a prodigy in the sales department in his previous life, was well acquainted with such predicaments. He resolved to alleviate the awkwardness that hung between them and inquired, "Good evening, everyone. Have you dined yet?" The three individuals were taken aback, their expressions reflecting a blend of confusion and incredulity. "Have you dined?" they thought, incredulously. "In such perilous circumstances, you earnestly inquire if we have dined? This individual appears to be afflicted with some mental ailment." The three men were left in a state of disbelief. The one-eyed elder cast a sinister glance at Shen Yan and intently remarked, "We must discern what calamity has befallen this sacred ground of Wudang. The drought demon has either escaped its confinement or some unforeseen event has transpired. We must eliminate this fool at once. We need to flee immediately." The elder's voice was laced with urgency. "Understood," replied the scar-faced elder, his murderous intent evident as he swiftly drew his long sword with a resonant clang. A brilliant flash of sword light pierced through the darkness as the scar-faced elder lunged forward, striking at Shen Yan with a sudden, decisive blow. "To kill me?" Shen Yan retorted, a slight shake of his head betraying his disdain. As the blade descended toward him, he remained utterly still, devoid of any movement. Just as the sword light approached, a surge of golden radiance erupted from his exterior, flickering momentarily. The scar-faced elder let out a muffled grunt as the sword light dissipated instantly, feeling as though he had been struck by an immense force, causing him to stagger backward. Crack! As he regained his footing, the long sword in his grasp emitted a sharp sound, fracturing inch by inch until it crumbled into shards of useless metal that fell to the ground. The scar-faced elder stood in shock, staring at the remnants of his sword. Disbelief etched across his face. How could this be possible? The other two men were equally stunned by this unforeseen turn of events, their expressions mirroring that of someone who had encountered a ghost. What on earth had just occurred? The fleeting golden light had vanished before they could comprehend the situation. And now the scar-faced elder was retreating in panic, his sword shattered. In an instant, the trio directed their incredulous gazes toward Shen Yan, an ominous premonition stirring within them. The one-eyed elder's expression shifted between uncertainty and menace as he coldly declared, "This youth is suspicious. Let us strike together and eliminate him." The three swiftly formed a pincer formation, their inner demonic energies surging in preparation to launch an assault on Shen Yan. Yet, Shen Yan regarded them with indifference, a glimmer of killing intent flickering in his eyes. Is opening hostilities the only recourse? Truly, they are the embodiment of the demonic path. Why not simply live peacefully? Must they seek their own demise? Sigh, why must these practitioners of the demonic arts disrupt the tranquility of Wudang and compel me to act? With a gentle sigh, Shen Yan contemplated his desire for a quiet existence, yearning merely to be a handsome gentleman. Yet, it seemed that the conflicts of the martial world had already tainted Wudang, and trouble was inevitable. Judging by the auras emanating from the trio, the two elders were formidable fourth-tier masters, while the young man was merely a sixth-tier warrior. Given his current strength, dispatching these individuals would require little effort. He lifted his right hand and slowly extended his index finger. Streams of pure yang energy coiled and intertwined at his fingertip before he gently pointed into the air. Buzz! In an instant, a stream of mysterious golden energy erupted from his fingertips, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, its roar resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. A chilling sensation exploded within the minds of the three malevolent sorcerers, their eyes widening in disbelief. Before them, a golden aura resembling a dragon subtly materialized, soaring through the air, hurtling directly towards them with a fierce swiftness. Their expressions shifted dramatically, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. A singular thought raced through their minds. This young man is invincible. Not good. Flee quickly, bellowed the one-eyed elder, desperately seeking to escape. As the saying goes, while the uninitiated observe the spectacle, the knowledgeable discern the intricacies. The three, seasoned martial artists of considerable prowess, instantly recognized the overwhelming force contained within Shen Yan's single gesture. Such power emanating from a mere finger was potent enough to evoke the scent of death, instilling an involuntary sense of invincibility in this youth. Truly, it was a sight to behold. What manner of individual is this seemingly innocuous young man? With a mere gesture, such formidable power is displayed. One must wonder what level of strength this seemingly harmless young Taoist truly possesses. The three individuals were instantly taken aback. Soon, they received their answer. As they contemplated their escape, a formidable and terrifying pressure enveloped them, confining them from all directions, causing their souls to tremble and rendering their bodies immobile. They could only watch in horror as the manifestation of the dragon's claw penetrated towards them. No. How could Wudang possess such a terrifying presence? The three individuals found their minds enveloped in a profound void. At this moment, even the thought of pleading for mercy felt futile. An overwhelming sense of despair flooded their hearts as they realized their fate was sealed. With a sudden sound, a stark finality echoed in the air. Three crisp sounds echoed through the air. Golden dragons pierced through their foreheads, leaving a distinct mark at the center of their brows, traversing their skulls. The three men's gazes grew vacant as they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. It was swift, clean, and decisive. Horror, fear, despair, and regret, an intricate tapestry of emotions ultimately frozen upon their faces, their eyes wide open in the finality of death, until their last breath. They could scarcely comprehend how a figure so young and formidable, a first-grade grandmaster, could emerge from the ranks of the once-diminished Wudang. Moreover, with such a presence, why had Wudang chosen to remain silent, concealing any trace of this individual from the outside world? Had I known that a grandmaster was presiding, even with 1,000-fold courage, they would not have dared to infiltrate Wudang to seek their demise. Regrettably, there exists no remedy for remorse in this world. With a mere gesture, one can slay from afar. Shen Yan offered a subtle smile, dissipating the internal energy at her fingertips. This technique, known as the Heavenly Dragon Finger, is derived from the secret martial arts of Wudang, specifically the foundational One Yuan finger, and is a culmination of various finger techniques. Although it appears deceptively simple, it harbors immense lethality, capable of striking down foes from 1,000 miles away. How did this group of demonic practitioners infiltrate? He approached the three lifeless bodies, searching for any belongings that might reveal their method of breaching the secret realm. After a thorough examination, he uncovered a few valuable items: a stack of silver notes, a dark blue orb, and a resplendent purple sword. Upon closer inspection, Shen Yan discerned that the dark blue orb was likely the device used by the assailants to enter the formation, though it was unfortunately marred by numerous cracks, indicating it would soon become unusable. As for the entirely purple sword, it was nothing short of extraordinary, measuring 3 feet and 3 inches in length. Forged from purple star essence, the blade was remarkably light, radiating a brilliant glow, and its swiftness in motion was breathtaking, exuding an endless sharpness. After careful contemplation, Shen Yan concluded that this sword was none other than the renowned Taiji Fenglian sword, the third legendary sword of Wudang. It became evident that the Taiji Fenglian sword had fallen into the hands of the demonic forces. Shen Yan recalled from Wudang's historical records that this sword had been lost 60 years ago. However, the details surrounding its disappearance and the identity of its current possessor remained shrouded in mystery. What stories lie within remained shrouded in mystery. However, Shen Yan harbored no desire to delve into the historical narratives of Wudang. He already possessed a divine sword, and thus held no particular interest in the Taiji Fenglian sword, which felt insubstantial and ill-suited to him. After toying with it for a while, he carelessly thrust the Taiji Fenglian sword into the ground, opting to leave it for the Wudang disciples to collect. With matters here concluded, it was time for him to depart. Shen Yan transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing without a trace. Upon exiting the secret realm, he initially intended to discreetly inform Wudang about the 3 demonic infiltrators who had ventured into the forbidden area. Yet, upon reaching the mountain gate, he was met with a scene of flickering flames and a cacophony of voices, as if a search was underway. It seemed likely that the commotion outside had occurred just before the 3 demonic figures breached the secret realm. Given this, Shen Yan dismissed the idea of notifying them, relishing the ease of the situation, confident that the Wudang disciples would manage to investigate the secret realm. With that, he swiftly returned to the servant quarters, his profound abilities ensuring that no one detected his presence along the way. At Zixiao Palace, the atmosphere was exceedingly tense. Master Tongju was deeply troubled. An hour prior, Two patrolling disciples, gravely injured by demonic forces and rendered unconscious, had been discovered and brought back, sending shockwaves throughout the sect. Soon after, it was revealed that the three guests from Shushan had vanished without a trace. All signs indicated that these Shushan visitors were, in fact, disguises for demonic intruders. What could be the motive behind this demonic faction infiltrating Wudang? Now, with more than half an hour elapsed and the entire sect mobilized, scouring the mountains and valleys, there was still no sign of the culprits. Master Tongju's heart remained in a state of unease, fraught with anxiety. The three infiltrators of Wudang now resembled a coiled thunderbolt, posing an unimaginable peril that gripped the nerves of all within the Wudang sect. At that moment, an elder hurriedly entered, reporting, "Master, a patrolling disciple has regained consciousness." He had inflicted severe injuries upon the three cloaked figures, and it was evident that they were indeed the very same individuals who had arrived today. Upon hearing this, Tongju Jinren was filled with uncontrollable fury. These demonic scoundrels dared to be so audacious. He roared, slamming his palm down in rage, shattering the armrest of his chair into splinters. The elder, with a grave expression, added, "Master, the disciple also conveyed an important piece of information before losing consciousness. He saw the black-clad figures heading towards the entrance of the secret realm in the Starfall Valley." "What?" Tongju Jinren sprang to his feet, his mind racing and his countenance shifting ominously. He swiftly commanded, "Quickly, gather all the elders." Moments later, the Wudang elders assembled. Without hesitation, Tongju Jinren led them at the utmost speed towards the secret realm. Along the way, Daoist Tongren could not suppress his inquiry, "Elder brother, what crucial discovery has prompted your agitation?" The remaining elders turned their gazes towards the master. Tongju Jinren's demeanor and the call for all top combatants signified a significant revelation. The three fiends were evidently targeting the secret realm, and it was highly probable that they had been dispatched by the traitor. Tongju Jinren's expression darkened severely, his eyes blazing with fury as he voiced his suspicions. Upon utterance, the faces of the gathered elders turned pale. Since the establishment of Wudang, only one traitor had emerged, and that individual belonged to their generation. The matter of the traitor is a profound scandal, intimately tied to the reputation of the sect, and has long been a taboo topic within Wudang, seldom spoken of. 60 years ago, one of their most distinguished disciples, having failed in the contest for the position of sect leader against the esteemed Master Tongju, harbored resentment towards the perceived injustices of the sect and ultimately deviated from the righteous path, succumbing to the allure of malevolence. After his fall, that traitor wreaked havoc, slaying numerous Wudang disciples, and even ambushed and murdered the venerable elder leader of the previous generation, absconding with the sect's treasured Taiji Finlian sword. The decline of Wudang over the past several decades can be largely attributed to the chaos instigated by that traitor, who slaughtered a significant number of talented disciples, leading to a severe disruption in the succession between the old and the new, thereby inflicting grievous harm upon the sect's vitality and gradually steering it towards decay. Although many years have passed, the mere mention of that individual still evokes vivid memories and a surge of indignation among the populace. The calamity of those days lingers in their minds as if it had occurred but yesterday. The traitor has struck again. What calamity will he bring to Wudang this time? The atmosphere among those present grew heavy with foreboding. The traitor has likely sent agents to infiltrate the secret realm, possibly to free the drought demon imprisoned in the Nether Cavern. We must hasten there in hopes of thwarting their plans. Master Tongju, filled with urgency, executed his lightness skills at their utmost speed. The other elders, faces grim, rushed forth with equal fervor. Should the drought demon escape from the Nether Cavern, it would spell disaster for Wudang's current strength. This demon was suppressed by our founding patriarch, its power formidable, driven by its malevolent, bloodthirsty nature. And years of accumulated resentment from imprisonment, its first act upon liberation would undoubtedly be a massacre of Wudang. With swift movements, a dozen figures wielding swords arrived at the Nether Cavern, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Upon closer inspection, they discovered undeniable signs that the erase mechanism had recently been activated. It was evident that the intruders had accessed the secret realm without damaging the passage's formation, likely utilizing the divine sword. It appears that this group was indeed dispatched by the traitor. Master Tongju's countenance darkened further, nearly dripping with dismay. The traitor was audacious enough to employ the Taiji splitting light sword, risking so much to infiltrate Wudang for the sake of rescuing the drought demon. One elder's expression hardened. Humph, it seems that the traitor's formidable demonic prowess was imparted by the drought demon itself. It is certain that the demon had left a mark on him, compelling the traitor to come to its aid. Master Tongren spoke coldly, revealing his seasoned experience from years in the martial world. His analysis brought them perilously close to the truth. Let us descend to the 9th level. We must, by all means, prevent this calamity. Otherwise, we shall have no face to present our esteemed ancestors. For the sake of our sect, we shall fight to the death. Master Tongju's voice rang out, imbued with a sense of solemnity and resolve. The winds howled, and the waters of the River grew cold. This matter concerns the very survival of the sect, and there is no possibility of retreating under any circumstances. Even if they face mountains of blades or seas of flames ahead, they must march forward without hesitation. Everyone is imbued with the indomitable spirit exuded by the sect leader, and they shout in unison, "Fight to the death for our sect." The elders feel their blood ignite. Their gaze is resolute, united in purpose, as a fierce aura of slaughter condenses into a surging crimson light, charging forth like a pack of ferocious wolves, undeterred by peril. Directly heading to the 9th level, the battle spirit is high, grand, and majestic. However, when the group descends to the 9th level and gazes upon the scene before them, their steps come to an abrupt halt, and the righteous expressions on their faces freeze in an instant, their eyes widening in disbelief. They stand there as if turned to stone. Before them, at the center stone pillar, there is nothing but emptiness. The drought demon is nowhere to be seen. Not far away, 3 corpses clad in black lie silently, each with a single hole pierced through their foreheads, their eyes unclosed in death, and their expressions forever etched with despair and regret. The crowd exchanges bewildered glances, astonished by the sight. What is happening? The elders stand agape, lost in a daze. Taoist Tongren slowly steps forward, recognizing the features of the 3 corpses, his expression tightening. Indeed, these are the 3 thieves disguised as members of the Shushan sword sect. The Taiji splitting light sword that Shen Yan discarded is lodged beside them. Taoist Tongren's eyes light up as he immediately draws it out, his gaze fervent. This is the Taiji splitting light sword. After all this time, it has finally returned to us at Wudang. He cradles the sword, nearly moved to tears. The Taiji splitting light sword has always been wielded by the Grand Elder of Wudang, but it had been stolen before he assumed his position. Heaven knows how many nights he has longed for this sword. Among martial artists, who does not cherish a magnificent weapon? The other elders also exhibit excitement. Their gaze is drawn to the Taiji splitting light sword, their eyes ablaze with admiration as they examine its brilliance. The sword emanates a divine light, exuding a sense of profound grandeur akin to the heavens, while its sharp blade sparkles with a dazzling and chilling radiance like the stars. The crowd marvels at the extraordinary weapon. It is evident that these are indeed the individuals sent by the traitor. Upon seeing the Taiji sword, true man Tongju cannot help but recall the traitor, letting out a cold snort. The others are jolted back from their excitement by this chilling sound, regaining their composure. This is not the time to admire divine weapons. Taoist Tongren takes a moment to steady his emotions and carefully examines the wounds of the deceased. Based on the scene, it appears that the 3 thieves were killed with a single strike, having had no chance to resist or flee. The assailant must have employed finger techniques. After his inspection, he asserts with certainty that all 3 were slain in one fatal blow, and that it was executed with merely a single finger, taking 3 lives in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly is astounded. A single strike to kill? All present are skilled fighters, their pupils contracting in shock. Hiss. Many elders gasped in astonishment. From the aura exhibited by the 2 old men during their visit, it was evident that they were both 4th-tier martial artists. Such a master of martial arts, confronted by the formidable presence, found themselves utterly powerless to resist, falling victim to a single strike without even the chance to flee. What level of mastery does the assailant possess? It is unfathomable. One can only surmise that they must be a grandmaster of the highest order. Indeed, it is inconceivable that the opponent would be denied any opportunity for counterattack, achieving a swift and lethal blow. Certainly, even a pinnacle practitioner of the 2nd rank would struggle to accomplish such a feat. It is truly astonishing that within our secret realm, such a terrifying entity exists. Moreover, as all present observed, the drought spirit that was imprisoned here has vanished. Could it be that this formidable being has dispatched it as well? The air was thick with shock and speculation. Among them, one of the senior members of the sect, the elder with a ruddy nose, could not contain his exclamation. Even the esteemed Taiji Fenglian's sword has been left behind for us. It must be the work of our venerable ancestor. It seems he was engaged in slaying the drought spirit on the 9th level. Did we miss the opportunity to meet him by a mere whisker? His conjecture led him to lament, wringing his hands in regret. Previously, the appearance of the Taiji sword intent at Tianlong Lake and the mysterious disappearance of true disciples amidst encounters with phantoms in the Nether Cave had already reached the ears of certain core elders who were absent from the secret realm that day. The suspicion of an ancient ancestor hiding within the realm had circulated widely. With today's incident, they could almost ascertain with absolute certainty that a hidden ancestor truly exists within the secret realm. The elders' eyes gleamed with newfound conviction. This is the only plausible explanation, otherwise. The occurrences here are utterly inexplicable. It appears that our ancestor is indeed a grandmaster of the highest order. The three nefarious disciples of the demonic path, oblivious to their peril, had inadvertently crossed paths with our venerable master. Taiji Jinren's gaze sparkled with brilliance, his heart resolute in acknowledging the existence of the hidden ancestor. And he spoke with fervor. Now, with Wudang beset by crises and the emergence of traitors, we must urgently locate our ancestor and beseech him to re-emerge. The assembly nodded in agreement. Yet, only Tongren Daosheng regarded the matter with a contemplative gaze, gently shaking his head as he sighed. Do you all believe that? Given that individual's strength, if he truly wished to re-emerge, we would be required to seek him out? With the demonic practitioners infiltrating the forbidden ground and such a significant event transpiring, does it not strike anyone as peculiar that our ancestor chooses not to reveal himself to us? The crowd furrowed their brows, falling into deep contemplation. Indeed, it does seem somewhat strange. Tongren Daosheng's expression grew grave as he continued. From the current perspective, it is evident that our ancestor is deliberately avoiding us. This attitude cannot be merely attributed to a reclusive nature. There may be another possibility. It is conceivable that our ancestor had a profoundly unpleasant falling out with the sect in his earlier years, perhaps to the extent of bearing deep-seated grievances, leading him to prefer remaining hidden within the secret realm rather than engaging with any matters concerning the sect. The analysis provided by Master Tongren is undeniably insightful. Yet it has undoubtedly cast a pall over everyone present. Each individual furrowed their brow, burdened by an unshakable heaviness in their hearts. Even the esteemed Master Taiji wore a grave expression, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, the presence of a grandmaster is paramount for the current state of Wudang. We must exhaust every possible means to ensure that our venerable ancestor emerges to preside over the mountain gate. Determined, he resolved to meticulously scour the sect's ancient texts upon his return, seeking to uncover the true identity of the reclusive ancestor and any ties of enmity or camaraderie with their sect. Achu. On a solitary hill, the illustrious Shen Yan languidly reclined upon a large blue stone, basking in the sun, when suddenly he let out a series of thunderous sneezes. What is happening? Logically, given my current level of cultivation, I should be impervious to the common cold. Could it be that someone has been speaking ill of me? Or perhaps someone is keeping me in their thoughts? In this vast expanse of Wudang, there are no maidens to speak of. Could it be that I have unwittingly caught the attention of some man? As this thought crossed Shen Yan's mind, he was suddenly startled, drenched in a cold sweat. I cannot remain in Wudang any longer. I must descend the mountain swiftly, he murmured to himself. Over the course of 10 years, he had traversed every location within Wudang capable of yielding a signature. Now, there were no new places left for him to sign. Even the revered Lingao Peak, a site previously amenable to repeated sign-ins, had begun to deny him rewards over the past few years. Consequently, he resolved to descend the mountain, to traverse the rivers and lakes, seeking new locations for signatures. Shen Yan's tenure as a miscellaneous worker had spanned a decade. His only close friend, Zhou Fugue, had descended the mountain 3 years prior, claiming that his father and uncle, Zhou Dainiu, had arranged a splendid marriage for him. Thus, he had eagerly returned home. Having reached the first-grade realm, Shen Yan felt undaunted by the myriad dangers that lurked in the chaotic world below, and so his descent had become an imminent prospect. The mountains and rivers stretch far and wide, and the world of mortals is resplendent. As a man of integrity, Shen Yan naturally feels compelled to embark on a journey to experience the splendor of the outside world. Although the Wudang sect permits marriage and procreation, historically, it has been only the elder disciples stationed at various outposts who take wives. The mountain, akin to a monastery, is devoid of any female presence, rendering it exceedingly dull and perilous. It is a well-known fact that copper lacks magnetism. Thus, all copper is simply copper. Alas, this leads to considerable danger. As the saying goes, one need not fear the celestial traps but rather the peril of picking up soap. With such striking good looks, One might dread the unwanted attention from an admirer of the same sex, which could be quite unsettling. Little does he know. The admiration is not from a singular man, but rather a multitude of them. Upon emerging from the secret realm, the high-ranking members of Wudang immediately plunged into the library, poring over all records chronicling the history of past generations in search of the identity of that reclusive ancestor. However, after 2 days and nights, they remained empty-handed. On that day, a group of weary-eyed individuals, their hair disheveled as if caught in a tempest, were summoned from the library by an elder from the outer sect. Upon first witnessing their disheveled appearance, the elder was taken aback, pondering to himself, what could these esteemed figures be engrossed in within the library? To the point of appearing so consumed, as though possessed? The esteemed Master Taiji trudged ahead, seemingly devoid of vitality. The reporting elder, suppressing his bewilderment, hastily approached and spoke. Master, there is troubling news. Silence. Taiji interjected, his gaze fierce. Your very presence instills fear in me. Speak. What calamity has befallen us this time? The elder recoiled slightly, hesitantly delivering his report. Master, another group from the Shushan sword sect has arrived at the foot of the mountain. What? Could it possibly be another false alarm? Elder Juzao exclaimed. Absolutely not. This time, it is indeed the genuine article. Even the venerable Lu Baimei of the Shushan Jinwu has come, the outer sect elder asserted with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Master Tongju's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. The impostor has truly returned from the dead. The crowd vigorously rubbed their cheeks, compelling themselves to regain their composure. After a brief interval, the resounding chime echoed through the air. In the grand reception hall, much like the previous occasion, the sect leader and esteemed elders of each peak personally welcomed the visitors from Mount Shu. The inner disciples from each peak, along with a multitude of true disciples, stood outside the majestic hall. This time, genuine figures from Mount Shu have arrived, a substantial gathering of individuals clad in white, each bearing a sword. Their presence commanding and unmistakably different from the previous masquerade of the demonic sect. Among the throng, an elderly swordsman of noble demeanor leads the procession, his features striking with a lion-like nose and fierce eyes, accentuated by 2 long, slender white eyebrows that particularly capture attention. The elderly man exuded a robust aura, rivaling even that of the esteemed Tongju Jinren, undeniably a formidable second-tier master of martial arts. He was none other than Lu Baimei, the esteemed true martial elder of the Shushan Swords sect, renowned throughout the martial world and having established connections with the Wudang sect. Following closely behind him was a cadre of disciples clad in white, their postures upright, each radiating an essence akin to a sharpened sword drawn from its sheath. Their gazes unwavering, embodying the proud demeanor of skilled swordsmen. Among this illustrious group, one figure stood out distinctly, a woman donned in a white martial attire. Her flawless complexion and exquisitely refined features reminiscent of an ethereal fairy gracing the mortal realm, captivating all who beheld her. The woman possessed a countenance as cold as ice, exuding an air of aloofness and indifference that evoked an instinctive sense of reverence in those who beheld her. The gathered disciples of Wudang were momentarily entranced, their gazes fixed upon her, rendered utterly spellbound. The enchanting lady walked gracefully behind Elder Baimei, surrounded by a throng of disciples from the Shushan sect. Akin to stars encircling the moon, clearly esteemed among the younger disciples, holding a position of great honor. A group clad in white took their seats, and after being served tea, the grand hall resonated with lively discussions. What? Someone has dared to impersonate members of our Shushan sword sect and cause trouble at Wudang? Lu Baimei furrowed his brow as he listened to Master Tongju recount the incident involving those 3 nefarious practitioners of the demonic path. How audacious for those of the demonic realm to impersonate the Shushan sword sect and brazenly enter the gates of Wudang Mountain. This fact is indeed utterly shocking. Moreover, the other party managed to disguise themselves and infiltrate Wudang just before our arrival. The timing seems rather uncanny, does it not? He expressed a hint of doubt and spoke in a low voice. The sword master diverted to Shaolin alone and instructed us to come only as an afterthought. Prior to our arrival, we only communicated with your esteemed sect. How could the forces of darkness possibly acquire this information so swiftly? Zhongju Jinren's eyes sparkled with intensity as he gazed deeply at the other. Brother Lu, this is precisely the conundrum that perplexes us. Lu Baimei raised an eyebrow and replied solemnly. Could it be that the Jinren suspects there is a traitor within our Shushan? Zhongju Jinren had already conducted a thorough investigation of their sect in the past 2 days. Thus, he was certain that Wudang was not at fault. Therefore, he began to suspect whether there was an issue within the Shushan sword sect. That is absolutely impossible. Our Shushan sword sect requires all disciples to undergo the heart-testing sword path. Those with impure intentions and malevolent thoughts are unequivocally barred from entering Shushan. Lu Baimei declared firmly in front of everyone, decisively dismissing this possibility. After a moment of silence, Zhangyu Zhenren inquired, then how could they so precisely seize the opportunity? Across the land of Shenzhou, it is not only the forces of darkness. Even the intelligence of the other 9 major factions should not be this formidable, should it? Lu Baimei pondered for a moment, then opened his half-closed eyes, which gleamed with a sharp brilliance. Zhenren, do not forget that in Shenzhou, beyond the martial world, there exists a vast and powerful court that controls the realm. As his words fell, the crowd's expressions turned grave, yet no one dared to respond. After all, the Daqian Empire was a colossal entity that could not be discussed lightly. However, if the Shushan sword sect was indeed blameless, the only entity capable of obtaining such intelligence would likely be the court. The vastness of the ruling court made it relatively easy for individuals of the dark path to infiltrate. With the topic now touching upon the court, Zhangyu Zhenren chose to remain silent. At this moment, Lu Baimei's gaze radiated with brilliance as he shifted the topic. The demonic thieves not only possess swift intelligence, but they also arrive with remarkable speed. This suggests that their hideout is likely not far from Wudang, indicating that they have been covertly monitoring us. He then inquired, Master, did they leave behind any significant artifacts that might help us deduce which faction of dark forces they belong to? His words sent a chill through the hearts of the Wudang disciples. They realized, indeed, they had been negligent, having overlooked this critical aspect. The recent intrusion by the nefarious culprits was orchestrated by that traitor, which raises the alarming possibility that this very traitor could be lurking within Wuzhou. At present, the adversary resembles a venomous serpent concealed in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment and deliver a fatal blow. The treachery emanating from the Wudang school is a matter they would naturally wish to conceal. A profound silence enveloped the grand hall. As the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy with tension, the countenances of the Wudang disciples were notably grim. Lu Baimei seemed to perceive the plight of Wudang and proclaimed with a resonant voice, Esteemed colleagues, our Shushan sword sect stands alongside Wudang as one of the 9 esteemed orthodox sections. Given the gravity of the situation, we shall not remain idle. We are willing to stay and jointly investigate this matter, uniting to confront the malevolent forces of the demonic path. The words of Zhangyu Zhenren elicited great joy. For Wudang's current state was precarious, and the arrival of such formidable assistance from Shushan sword sect was indeed fortuitous. The other elders also displayed smiles of approval, lauding the chivalrous intentions of Shushan. The atmosphere within the hall began to soften and grow amicable. However, at that juncture, Lu Baimei reiterated their original purpose for visiting and proposed a sword discussion. Sword discussion? Zhangyu Zhenren's tone conveyed surprise. Although Shushan sword sect had previously indicated their intent to engage in a sword discussion, the recent exchanges had unveiled the imminent threats confronting Wudang, leading the elders to ponder the appropriateness of such a proposition. Was it truly necessary to place such significance on a mere sword discussion? Lu Baimei discerned their reservations regarding the timing of his request, and thus sought to clarify. Esteemed colleagues, you may not be aware that this sword discussion is of paramount importance for our sect's descent from the mountain. Our visit to Wudang is not a spontaneous whim. Rather, it has been orchestrated by our sect leader many years prior. Rest assured, this sword discussion will solely involve exchanges between disciples, with mutual respect, and will not interfere with the pressing matters at hand. Though his words were delivered with sincerity, they concealed the deeper implications behind the sword discussion. Nevertheless, as it was merely a contest of skills among disciples and not a matter of grave consequence, Zhangyu Zhenren and the others refrained from expressing further objections, mindful of maintaining decorum in front of outsiders. They thus acquiesced to the proposal. Zhangyu Zhenren observed that Shushan had a total of 15 disciples in attendance. He then selected the most skilled among them to engage in the sword discussion. The grand hall was spacious, with ample room to serve as a modest arena for their contest. The 15 Wudang disciples took to the center, swords in hand, standing tall and resolute, brimming with enthusiasm and eagerness for the impending duel. Look, the sword fight is about to commence. A voice unexpectedly boomed, igniting a fervor among the crowd. Inside and outside the grand hall, a throng of Wudang disciples, exhilarated and bustling, eagerly jostled to witness the captivating swordsmanship contest. At that moment, Shen Yan, who had just finished sweeping the floor, happened to pass by. Upon noticing the commotion, he promptly discarded his broom and squeezed in to join the excitement. As he entered, he was met with a cacophony of discussions, quickly grasping the situation at hand. Shu Mountain Sword Sect? Is a duel about to commence? Shen Yan observed the Shu Mountain disciples with growing intrigue. Since his initiation into martial arts, this was the first occasion he had witnessed a contest between his own sect and another, particularly against the esteemed Shu Mountain Sword Sect. It promised to be a feast for the eyes. Some gazed at the Shu Mountain disciples, unable to suppress their admiration. I wonder if the Shu Mountain Sword Sect lives up to its reputation. Our side consists solely of swordsmanship experts, a disciple remarked with a hint of awe. Indeed. Even the first-ranked true disciple, Shen Yan, the third-ranked Shen Guan, and the formidable Shen Yan, known for his exceptional strength wielding a heavy sword, were all set to participate. While whispers of anticipation filled the Wudang side, the Shu Mountain Sword Sect remained strikingly composed, their disciples maintaining an air of calmness. As the Wudang disciples took their positions, Wudang.He smiled and addressed the assembly. Are we all prepared? If so, let us commence. The Shu Mountain Sword Sect will field only one participant. What? The crowd fell silent, their expressions a mix of disbelief, wondering if they had misheard. Taiji, blinking in astonishment, uncertainly inquired, Lu, did you just say that your side will send only one person? You heard correctly. Our Shu Mountain will send but one individual, Wudang.He replied with a slight smile, pointing towards the Wudang disciples. One against these 15. His calm and clear voice resonated throughout the hall, and an audible hush fell over the assembly. Taiji and the elders furrowed their brows in confusion. Following Wudang.He's announcement, a wave of uproar erupted within the hall. What could this possibly mean? Some were utterly bewildered. How arrogant! To send only one person is a blatant display of contempt for us Wudang. A disciple shouted in indignation, sparking agreement among many. Their spirits aflame with righteous anger. Even if Shu Mountain is a grand sect of swordsmanship, they have no right to look down upon us in such a manner. It was a flagrant affront. The expressions of the true disciples soured further, feeling belittled and insulted. Yet, Shen Yan remained impassive, observing the unfolding drama with detached interest. Seated, Wudang.He ignored the surrounding clamor, turned his head slightly, and calmly stated, Ling Sheng, step forward. Will you have any trouble dealing with this group of disciples? Beside him, the woman clad in white, who had been resting her eyes the entire time, slowly opened her gaze, rose gracefully, and stepped onto the stage. Standing with an air of haughty confidence, her calm and piercing eyes surveyed the gathered disciples of Wudang, and she spoke with a serene assurance, there is no issue. I alone am sufficient to handle these individuals. The white-clad woman was already a figure of considerable attention, and as she rose, she instantly captured the gaze of countless onlookers. Eyes turned towards her, ultimately converging on her exquisite beauty and the elegant, aloof silhouette she presented. Goodness, this woman is truly captivating. Her looks and demeanor are simply extraordinary. Shen Yan's gaze wandered, inwardly astonished. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something peculiar about her physique. He withdrew his penetrating gaze, stroking his chin thoughtfully. When it became apparent that the representative from the Shushan Sword Sect was this woman, the crowd erupted in murmurs of surprise. It's her. How could such a seemingly fragile woman take the stage? Was Shushan overly confident? A disciple's eyes flashed with astonishment. Humph, this woman speaks with such arrogance. One person is enough. She may find herself regretting those words. Some were incensed by the white-clad woman's proclamation, their expressions turning hostile. As the crowd whispered among themselves, the woman had already positioned herself in the center of the hall, confronting the disciples of Wudang. The other disciples from the Shushan Sword Sect remained steadfast at their posts, their expressions unchanged. No one stepped forward to replace her, as if everything had been preordained, and they possessed unwavering faith in her abilities. Wudang.He, exuding a sense of calm and confidence, declared, She is our representative from the Shushan Sword Sect. If there are no objections, let us commence the sword discussion. Taiji and the others exchanged glances. None had anticipated that a woman would be sent forth. However, this was Shushan's decision, and they felt no need to contest it. With that, they prepared to begin. Meanwhile, Tong Ren Daoist narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the woman in white, sensing an undercurrent of something amiss within him. At that moment, Taiji had already risen, his voice resonating like thunder. Silence. This is merely a discussion of swordsmanship, not a battle to the death. Blades are unforgiving. Both sides must remember to hold back. Now, let us begin. With his words, the atmosphere shifted. The atmosphere within the grand hall suddenly surged with fervor. All eyes converged instantaneously upon the two figures at the center, their gazes brimming with anticipation. The woman clad in white gazed calmly at her opponent, her words imbued with an unwavering confidence and authority. My swordsmanship is unparalleled. You are no match for me. So it would be prudent for you to come at me together. As her voice echoed, a pin drop could be heard throughout the hall. Hiss! Shen Yan inhaled sharply, taken aback by her audacity. This woman appeared delicate, yet spoke with remarkable bravado. The disciples of Wudang exchanged glances, bewildered. How could they possibly attack when their opponent was merely a woman? No one was willing to make the first move, each maintaining their composure, seemingly reluctant to engage in combat against a weaker opponent. Ultimately, it was a brawny man, resembling a bear in stature, who stepped forward to accept the challenge. His straightforward nature spared him the burden of overthinking. Towering at nearly 3 meters, his loose robe could hardly conceal his formidable muscles as he strode forth, wielding a colossal black iron sword. It was indeed a sword, yet it appeared as large as a door. It was Brother Shen Yan, known for his innate strength. He had been able to lift heavy objects since the age of 10, his might unmatched. With the heavy sword in hand, he wielded it with an almost mystical finesse. A single blow could reduce a fierce tiger to mere pulp. Indeed, it was unexpected that Brother Shen Yan would be the first to step into the fray, for he was a brute, known for his lack of restraint. What a pity it would be if he were to inadvertently slay this ethereal maiden. The other Wudang disciples were visibly shaken upon Brother Shen Yan's entrance and began to murmur amongst themselves. Shen Yan could not help but scoff, wondering if their descriptions truly pertained to swordsmanship, or if Brother Shen Yan was merely wielding his heavy sword as if it were a brick. Standing opposite the woman in white, Brother Shen Yan slammed his enormous sword down onto the ground. The air rippled, and the ground trembled violently. In a deep voice, he declared, "My lady, you may strike first." As the heavy sword struck the earth, the hearts of all present felt as though they had been struck as well. Their astonishment palpable. That sword must weigh at least 1,000 pounds, a weapon not meant for the faint of heart. The woman in white remained unperturbed, making no move, and replied nonchalantly, "If I strike first, you shall have no opportunity to retaliate. You cannot withstand even a single blow from me." Arrogant. Brother Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. Since his opponent refused to heed caution, he decided against wasting further words. In an instant, he leapt forward with the ferocity of a wild beast, a fierce and violent aura emanating from him. The weighty sword in his grasp appeared as light as a toy, swinging effortlessly, summoning a tempest that rustled the garments of those nearby. Spectators witnessed Brother Shen Yan swing the heavy sword with one hand, casting a vast shadow across the ground, akin to wielding a large brick, poised to send his adversary flying with a singular strike. Such a terrifying presence. I feel as though I am confronting a deluge of ferocity. The pressure is overwhelming. My goodness, should that sword strike descend, the young lady would surely be left either lifeless or severely crippled. The disciples surrounding held their breath, anxiously observing as Shen Yan made his move, their hearts racing for the white-clad maiden. Many shielded their eyes, seemingly reluctant to witness the impending carnage. Master Taiji wore a grave expression, directing his gaze towards Wudang.He. "Brother Lu, my disciple possesses innate divine strength, immense in power. Perhaps we should halt this before any harm befalls the young lady." Wudang.He, however, merely smiled faintly, dismissing Master Taji's suggestion with a wave of his hand, exuding an air of calm confidence in the capabilities of the white-clad maiden. Meanwhile, the other disciples from Mount Shu wore expressions of derision, seemingly unfazed by Shen Yan's assault, convinced it could not possibly inflict harm upon the white-clad lady. All eyes were intently focused on the arena. Shen Yan's heavy sword had already swung halfway through its arc. Yet, at that moment, a crisp sound resonated as the sword was drawn. The demeanor of the white-clad maiden transformed instantaneously. An aura of lethal intent enveloped the space, chilling to the bone, as if the ice goddess had morphed into a fearsome reaper. At that instant, Shen Yan seemed to sense an anomaly, his gaze fixated on the figure clad in white, a rare hint of seriousness flickering across his countenance. From her, he discerned a perilous energy, as if she harbored within her an extraordinary power. Upon drawing her sword, a glimmer of cold light erupted. The maiden's delicate hand, akin to jade, quivered, unleashing a flurry of piercing sword lights that intertwined and illuminated the air. Resembling the blossoming of a celestial snow lotus, its cold radiance captivating all. Each petal manifested as a lethal blade of energy, terrifying in its essence. Moreover, within this sword energy lay an extreme chill, akin to the frost of a harsh winter, effortlessly freezing the moisture in the air, as if striving to encase the entire space in ice. The temperature within the hall plummeted to an extreme, causing many disciples to shiver uncontrollably, tightening their garments as if they had been transported to a frigid wasteland. Then came a thunderstorm. An indescribably fierce beam of sword light shot skyward. Everyone felt their vision blur momentarily, only to witness a figure, as massive as a small mountain, being hurled through the air, head tilted backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Instantly rendered unconscious. The sword, the size of a door, spun through the air several times before descending straight down, embedding itself beside the fallen figure. In the blink of an eye, the outcome had been determined. The shift in the battle's tide was as rapid as a theatrical performance. Upon witnessing this scene, the elders of Wudang, seated in their chairs, first froze in shock, then, as if jolted by electricity, sprang to their feet, their eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. The disciples in the hall erupted in uproar. "It is Brother Shen Yan. What just transpired? How could this happen? How did Shen Yan fall so suddenly?" The eyes of those around bulged with astonishment, as if the very air had crystallized in that moment. Many disciples of lesser realms had yet to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Some had not even noticed when the woman in white had unsheathed her sword. In the blink of an eye, a blinding white flash swept across, accompanied by an icy chill. Their formidable senior brother had been vanquished. The woman in white remained composed, standing resolutely as if she had exerted no effort at all. With a mere flick of her sword, her opponent had succumbed. Beneath her feet, a delicate layer of frost spread outward from her position, enveloping the ground in a snow-covered expanse several meters wide. What manner of power is this? A chorus of astonished voices arose around her. How could frost appear at her feet? Could it be that this woman has also mastered the arcane arts? At this moment, the gazes of all present shifted towards the woman in white, filled with trepidation. Such strength! The remaining 14 disciples of Wudang regarded the woman across from them, as though confronted by a formidable foe, their throats tightening as they swallowed nervously. Beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Even their hands, which gripped their swords, trembled involuntarily. With their level of mastery, they could clearly perceive the woman's sword techniques, and being so close, the terror they felt was magnified 100-fold. The woman had sheathed her sword. Yet the resonance of her recent strike lingered profoundly in their minds, an unshakable chill enveloping them. The once lively hall abruptly fell into a profound silence. Tong Ju Jinren fixed his gaze upon the woman in white, and after a long moment, as if losing his composure, he sprang to his feet, trembling as he pointed at her in astonishment, exclaiming, "Lu Xiong, could this woman possibly be the Taiji sword body?" Taoist Tongren spoke in disbelief. Indeed, Lu Baimei stroked his beard, a proud smile gracing his features. This girl is the Taiji sword body, a rare phenomenon seen only once in centuries. What? The realization struck the elders of the Wudang sect like a thunderclap. Their hearts jolted as they stared in shock at the proud figure of the woman in white. In this vast world, filled with wonders, the realms of cultivation encompass various mystical physiques, whether in the arts of magic, martial prowess, witchcraft, or other systems. Individuals with such special constitutions are akin to children of destiny, favored by the heavens, endowed with extraordinary power from birth, destined to be mightier than the average person. The Taiji sword body is one such constitution, ranking among the top 5 in the realm of martial arts. It is the coveted embodiment of countless sword cultivators. Those who possess this physique can not only harness the power of the celestial Taiji but also exhibit terrifying innate talent in swordsmanship, mastering techniques with ease, comprehending them in an instant, and reaching the pinnacle of mastery in a remarkably short time. In fact, the naturally gifted Shen Yan could also be considered a special trait. But compared to the Taiji sword body, it is merely the difference between a grain of rice and the bright moon. It is said that the founder of the Shushan sword sect was a Taiji sword body, a legendary figure whose supreme swordsmanship suppressed an era, immortalized in the annals of martial arts for eternity. Little did they expect, after the passage of countless years, the Taiji sword body would once again manifest in the world, and within the Shushan sword sect no less. If she were to grow, would the martial world not witness the emergence of another legend? What glorious prospects await the Shushan sword sect? As long as this woman does not meet an untimely demise, it is likely that for the coming centuries, the realms of Dakian will be led by the Shushan sword sect. The shock resonating within the upper echelons of Wudang is indescribable. Although the surrounding disciples may not fully comprehend the terrifying nature of the Taiji sword body, the expressions of their elders reveal that this woman in white is undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. The disciples of Shushan's sword sect wear expressions of haughty pride, their gazes brimming with arrogance, as if basking in reflected glory. Lu Baimei, stroking his beard, rises with vigor to introduce her to the assembly. This lady is named Gu Lingxing, the sole disciple of our sword master, and the chief disciple of the Shushan sword sect. I implore you all to extend her your utmost support. Upon hearing this, the Wudang leaders simultaneously changed countenance. The titles of both the sword master's disciple and the chief disciple of the sword sect are immensely prestigious and laden with profound significance. Each of these roles signifies eligibility to contend for the position of the next sword master of Shushan. This lady, Gu Lingxing, embodies both identities. And as a bearer of the Taiji sword body, she is a prodigious talent rarely encountered in the ages. This essentially conveys a clear message to the outside world. Gu Lingxing is undoubtedly the next leader of the Shu Mountain sword sect. The esteemed Master Tongju offered not a word of congratulations, instead wearing a grim expression, internally cursing Lu Baimei as a treacherous individual, akin to a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken with ill intentions. That cunning old fox. No wonder he insisted on coming to Wudang to discuss swordsmanship. It turns out he was waiting for them here. The gravity with which the opposing party approached this matter clearly indicates their true intention, to use the younger generation of the Wudang sect as stepping stones, thereby elevating the reputation of the Shushan sword sect and paving the way for the Taiji sword body to ascend to the pinnacle of the martial world. The gaze of Master Tongju was deep and contemplative, as his heart sank to the depths of despair. He was acutely aware of the strength of his own disciples, and in the presence of the remarkably formidable Gu Lingxing, it was abundantly clear that no one among the younger generation of Wudang stood a chance against her. In this duel, Wudang is destined to lose. This confrontation will undoubtedly transcend mere exchange, following Wudang's inevitable defeat. The Shushan sword sect will undoubtedly exploit the opportunity to rally support for Gu Lingxing. Lu Baimei's cunning is profound. The elders of Wudang glared at him as if they had been duped. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of Daoist Tongren, his expression darkening as he questioned. Elder Lu, you truly exert yourself for this young man. Our Wudang has no grievances with Shushan, past or present. Why must we be the target of your machinations? His tone was heavy, exuding an air of confrontation. The other elders appeared equally incensed, their fury palpable, with veins bulging on their foreheads, ready to erupt. Their anger stemmed from the fact that Wudang could not withstand such turmoil. Their standing in the martial world was already precarious. Should all the disciples of Wudang suffer defeat at the hands of a single Shushan practitioner today, the news would surely tarnish Wudang's reputation, plunging it into disrepute. They would truly be shamed, unworthy to be counted among the 9 great righteous sections. The atmosphere in the grand hall grew subtly tense and grave, with all the disciples on edge, palms slick with sweat. Meanwhile, Lu Baimei, the instigator of this discord, feigned ignorance of Wudang's ire, smiling leisurely as he remarked, "My dear friends, the duel is not yet over. The outcome remains uncertain. Have faith in your disciples." The Wudang elders remained silent, their icy gazes fixed upon him. With a sigh, Lu Baimei recognized that he could no longer act as if nothing were amiss. He slowly approached real person Tongju and the others. Upon seeing this, the crowd braced themselves, fearing an imminent conflict. Lu Baimei stood before the Wudang hierarchy, his gaze sincere and calm. In a tone barely audible to others, he spoke gently. "Esteemed elders, this is the world of martial arts. In this realm, one is not entirely master of their own fate. I do not wish to take this step, yet as an elder, for the sake of the sect, there are matters I must undertake. My lifespan is drawing to a close, and I must contribute my final remnants of strength to the sect. I trust you can understand my predicament." The senior figures of Wudang were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting a profound astonishment. They had not anticipated such words from their counterpart. In particular, Tongju Jinren was deeply moved after hearing Lu Baimei's remarks, leaving him momentarily speechless. The assembly of Wudang's elite then regarded the frail, elderly man with newfound seriousness. In truth, when it came to this individual, they all stood as juniors. Although Lu Baimei was a second-tier martial artist, having lived for 105 years, he had relied on precious elixirs to prolong his life, which had allowed him to endure for over 250 years. Lu Baimei is indeed a legendary figure. A century ago, the Shushan sword sect faced a predicament akin to that of Wudang today, if not worse. A momentous conflict between righteousness and evil erupted in the martial world, though the forces of righteousness ultimately triumphed, leading to the downfall of the demonic sect. The struggle was exceptionally brutal. The Shushan sword sect, as the vanguard of that battle, suffered devastating losses, with nearly 80% of its disciples perishing. The swordmaster of that era met his end alongside the leader of the demonic sect in a tragedy of epic proportions. At that time, the Shushan sword sect was truly in turmoil, teetering on the brink of collapse, besieged by demonic forces, noble families, and various rogues of the martial world. Countless individuals sought to obliterate the sect. Most believed that the Shushan sword sect was destined for annihilation, destined to be erased from the annals of the martial world. Yet, it was this very elder with white eyebrows who, in the face of the sect's disarray and isolation, bore the immense burden of preservation upon his frail shoulders. He traversed the martial world, forging alliances with major factions, striving to secure a glimmer of hope amid adversity. Through sheer determination, he extended the fortunes of the Shushan sword sect for several decades, until a new swordmaster emerged, heralding a revival. Even centuries later, it is likely that his exploits will be vividly etched in the chronicles of the martial world. As one enters the tumultuous realm of martial arts, time hastens, and life becomes but a fleeting intoxication. The affairs of the world surge like tides, while individuals flow like water, lamenting how few return from the martial realm. Taiji Zhenren cast a profound gaze upon Liu Baimei. This is a person both detestable and pitiable, worthy of song and respect. The master of Taiji withdrew his gaze and declared aloud, "The duel continues." After all, this was a legitimate challenge to a duel, and at this juncture, he could not disregard the customs of the martial world, nor could he lower his dignity to halt this contest. Win or lose, they were compelled to press on. The disciples collectively exhaled in relief, as they had nearly feared a brawl would ensue. Yet, the 14 disciples of Wudang appeared visibly strained, their expressions betraying their unease. How could they possibly compete against such formidable opponents? The second round of the duel commenced once more, with Gu Lingxing confidently inviting all challengers to engage. This time, the disciples of Wudang chose not to hold back any longer. After all, their strength was undeniably inferior, whether one fought alone or in a smaller group. It would be a source of shame. Thus, they resolved to unite, perhaps to grasp a faint glimmer of victory. Consequently, 5 disciples emerged simultaneously, forming the 5-element sword array, collaborating to confront their adversary. Their long swords swung with grandiose might, exhibiting a blend of forceful and agile movements, their combined strength yielding an immense power. The onlookers were captivated by the spectacle of the 5 figures gracefully maneuvering, their swords flashing brilliantly, igniting hope in the hearts of the spectators. Everyone believed that with the formation of the 5-element sword array, even if they could not vanquish Gu Lingxing, they would at least secure an unbeaten stance. The arena echoed with thunderous cheers as all Wudang disciples rallied behind the 5. However, reality proved to be harsh. Even in the face of the 5-element sword array, Gu Lingxing unleashed but a single strike. Yet, this blow was significantly more formidable than her previous one. This time, the ethereal Gu Lingxing took the initiative to strike. Seizing the moment before the 5-man sword formation could encircle her, she moved with astonishing speed, vanishing from the sight of her opponents. When she reappeared, it was in a most unexpected position within the 5-man formation, her sword slicing through the air with a swift grace. The brilliance of her blade illuminated the surroundings, and a pristine, transcendent aura enveloped the arena. It was as if a cold moon had risen slowly in the midst of the scene, sending shivers deep into the bones. With a graceful flourish of her delicate hand, the sword's radiance multiplied, transforming into countless beams of moonlight that cascaded down from above. In that instant, it felt as though the entire space was bathed in the glow of the full moon, leaving nothing untouched by the threat of obliteration. Such a display of swordsmanship was nothing short of breathtaking. The air crackled with the sound of myriad sword lights descending, causing the faces of the 5 combatants to change dramatically. The sword formation they had just formed was shattered in an instant. The suddenness of the assault left them no time to adjust their stances. The chilling sword light tore through the air and struck them directly. The 5 disciples felt an icy grip on their very souls, as if frozen in place. Suddenly, a series of sharp sounds echoed, and droplets of crimson erupted. As the 5 figures collapsed to the ground, each marked by a wound on their chests, their garments stained with blood, Gu Lingxing halted her offensive, gracefully returning to her original position. One among them, wielding a long sword, stood with flowing hair like a cascade of silk, her striking silhouette evoking a sense of awe and breathlessness among many onlookers. The 5, clutching their wounds, rose with labored breaths, supporting one another in silence as they exited the arena to tend to their injuries. Although they had drawn blood, their wounds were not severe, for Gu Lingxing had shown restraint, not unleashing her full power. Had this been a true battle for life and death, they would have been reduced to mere corpses. At that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, rendered speechless by the impact of Gu Lingxing's moonlit strike. Is this the terror of the Taiyin sword body? Indeed, it is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to contend with. Gu Lingxing unleashed her prowess, executing a myriad of formidable sword techniques with effortless grace, as fluid as flowing water, devoid of any stiffness, a manifestation of her mastery. She resembled a venerable grandmaster who had devoted countless years to the study of swordsmanship. Furthermore, each strike she delivered surpassed all imagination, akin to a nightmare, rendering any attempt at defense utterly futile. Not to mention, she also wielded that eerie and chilling icy power. Could there be anyone among peers capable of rivaling such an extraordinary talent? The disciples of Wudang found themselves engulfed in a state of shock, their minds clouded with confusion. Each individual was gripped by a profound sense of despair, their hands growing cold in response to Gu Lingxing's formidable prowess. It was evident that they had foreseen Wudang's impending defeat, their hearts burdened with an overwhelming weight. The thought of their esteemed sect enduring such a devastating blow was simply unbearable, as the dignity of Wudang lay trampled beneath the feet of outsiders. The expressions of the senior members of Wudang turned ashen, their fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white, their minds lost in a sea of disillusionment. There was no suspense, the disparity was insurmountable. Shen Yan shook his head slightly, then silently withdrew from the grand hall, choosing not to witness the continuation of this duel. Given the vast difference in strength, Wudang's defeat was a foregone conclusion, rendering further observation unnecessary. Gu Lingxing has comprehended the essence of the sword and attained the 4th rank in martial arts, possessing the formidable Taiyin sword body. Her prowess is profound and inscrutable. In contrast, the Wudang disciples are predominantly at the 6th rank, with the strongest among them, Master Shen Yan, barely reaching the 5th rank. Even with the use of rudimentary Dao techniques, his strength pales in comparison to Gu Lingxing. Several hours later, outside the grand hall, a group of disciples clad in white from Mount Shu emerged with swift strides, exuding an aura of triumph, their faces illuminated by unmistakable joy. A throng of disciples surrounded Gu Lingxing, showering her with compliments and praise. Clearly, the sword contest had concluded. Inside the hall, however, an atmosphere of sorrow prevailed. They had suffered complete defeat, her strength was unmatched, and no one could rival her sword. A disciple murmured to himself, his complexion ashen and eyes dim. Lamenting their utter inadequacy, we are the shame of Wudang. Another defeated disciple, consumed by self-reproach, pounded his fist against the ground, blood seeping from his wounds, staining the earth. In a corner, Master Shen Yan, the foremost disciple of Wudang, sat listlessly on the ground, his face pale as parchment, devoid of color, his hands clenched into fists, nails digging into flesh. As the last to compete, despite being a rank stronger than his peers, he too fell to Gu Lingxing's sword, plunging into despair. The defeat was unbearable for Shen Yan, who could not accept this reality, his resolve shaken, resembling a state of hysteria. All 15 disciples of Wudang had suffered dismal defeat, losing all dignity. Why does heaven not favor Wudang? Master Taiji, his breath unsteady, spat blood, and could not contain a heart-wrenching cry to the heavens. Years of pent-up emotions erupted in a collapse. It is my incompetence as the sect leader, a disgrace to our ancestors. Master Tongju's disheveled hair and frail appearance made him seem a decade older in an instant. Tears of sorrow welled in his murky old eyes. Decades of struggle to uphold the sect appeared to dissolve into ridicule in that moment. Senior brother, sect leader, witnessing their leader's distress, causing him to bleed. The elders and disciples were taken aback, exclamations filling the air as they hurried to his side. Taoist Tong Run, flustered, quickly produced medicinal pills to help regulate Master Tongju's qi. The defeated disciples, overwhelmed with guilt, buried their heads, tears flowing uncontrollably. At this moment, no one noticed that Shen Yan, who had been slumped in the corner, suddenly rose, seized the sword beside him, and dashed outside the hall. A fierce glint emerged in his eyes as he hurriedly pursued the members of the Shushan sword sect. On the mountainside, Lu Baimei was leading a group of disciples from the Shushan sword sect towards the guest quarters. The disciples, brimming with pride, engaged in boisterous conversation. Elder, our purpose for coming to Wudang has been accomplished. Are we truly going to stay and help them fend off the demonic forces? Inquired a disciple clad in white. Before Lu Baimei could respond, another disciple scoffed. Humph, this group of half-hearted Taoists from Wudang is nothing but a joke. They are all weaklings. The younger generation can't even withstand a single strike from senior sister Lingxiang. and they dare to be ranked among the top 9 like us. Indeed, if we remain, it would merely serve as support for them. With such strength, it would be better to let them fend for themselves, lest they embarrass us all by occupying a position among the top 9, a disciple sneered. Ah, that is a misguided sentiment, one disciple interjected, only to follow up with a sarcastic tone. I believe their position among the top 9 has its merits. It has already been demonstrated today. With Wudang.He's reputation, serving as a stepping stone for our senior sister is quite fitting. Today, she single-handedly defeated the younger generation of Wudang, and once word spreads, she will surely gain fame across the land, standing unrivaled among her peers. Haha. Indeed, indeed. The group of white-clad disciples erupted into laughter, hearing their unabashed remarks. Gu Lingsheng felt her brows furrow in displeasure. Lu Baimei, walking ahead, was even more incensed and was about to reprimand the thoughtless disciples when, at that moment, Shen Yan caught up with them. The harsh words reached his ears, darkening his already grim expression and igniting a chilling murderous intent in his eyes. Such audacity from the Shushan sword sect. How dare you use my Wudang to elevate your own name while simultaneously insulting my sect from behind? You shall pay for this. Shen Yan bellowed, his figure hurtling towards them. The group of Shushan sword sect disciples halted abruptly, sensing a menacing aura from behind, and turned in unison. Upon seeing the figure of a Wudang disciple swiftly approaching, Lu Baimei's expression turned awkward as he recognized the visitor. He quickly said, "Young friend, those words were merely jest from these young ones. Please do not take them to heart." However, Shen Yan was consumed by rage and paid no heed to his explanation. With a resolute expression, he pointed his sword at Gu Lingsheng, exuding immense fighting spirit. My esteemed Wudang shall not endure such humiliation. Do you dare to engage in a life-and-death battle with me today? Gu Lingsheng felt unjustly embroiled in this predicament and was displeased. Raising an eyebrow, she responded nonchalantly, "You are not my match." Having spoken, she turned and continued her stride, paying no heed to Shen Yan. The disciples of the Shushan sword sect scoffed, deriding the defeated opponent who could not even parry a single strike, yet still had the audacity to challenge my senior sister to a life-or-death duel. How utterly shameless. Since their earlier mockery of Wudang had been overheard, they felt no need to temper their words, displaying their disdain openly. Indeed, one could hardly fathom the audacity of such a fool. A vast sect like Wudang could not muster even a single respectable sword technique to contend with senior sister Lingsheng. The Shushan disciples were arrogant, their laughter echoing like a tempest. Shen Yan's face flushed crimson, veins throbbing on his forehead. In that moment, reason was completely engulfed by rage, and he bellowed, "Shushan scoundrels, today one of us shall perish." Driven to madness, Shen Yan charged forward, his sword slicing his finger, a chant escaping his lips. As a surge of spiritual energy erupted around him, in an instant, the long sword in his grasp swelled exponentially, radiating brilliance, transforming into a colossal sword of spiritual light. Towering several zhang in size, in his frenzied state, Shen Yan unleashed his most formidable technique, the sword of spiritual light. As this weapon emerged, the assembly of Shushan disciples turned pale with shock. Yet, Lu Baimei's gaze sharpened, and he shouted, "Young friend, do not act impulsively." But the irrational Shen Yan could hear nothing in his fury. He formed a seal with his hand, and the sword of spiritual light surged forth, blotting out the sun. Aimed directly at Gu Lingsheng. Sensing the overwhelming force, Gu Lingsheng had already turned, and as she faced the descending sword, her clear, serene eyes remained as still as ancient ice, betraying no hint of trepidation. She gazed calmly at the sword of spiritual light, then gently closed her eyes, seemingly inviting the impending strike. "Senior sister, be careful." A chorus of anxious cries erupted from the surrounding Shushan disciples. Lu Baimei, channeling his inner strength, grasped the hilt of his sword, ready to intercept Shen Yan's assault. Whoosh! The sword of spiritual light cleaved through the void, plummeting with alarming speed, just mere meters from Gu Lingsheng's head. But at that moment, a hum resonated. Gu Lingsheng's beautifully closed eyes snapped open, and like a flash of lightning, she drew her long sword, pointing it skyward, unleashing an icy sword intent that soared into the heavens. The air around her surged violently, transforming into a whirlwind of chilling gusts, instantly cloaking the flora and trees in frost, rendering a 100-meter radius into a winter wonderland. Heavenly cold threshold. Gu Lingsheng raised her jade hand, moving with lightning speed. The sword light shimmered, and in the blink of an eye, she unleashed countless strikes. Each a star of frost, the air thick with chilling sword energy, creating a disquieting tremor that left all in awe. Suddenly, The atmosphere was saturated with a fierce sword aura, ultimately coalescing into a grand silver toad. As Gu Lingxing delivered her final thrust, the silver toad, with a swift swish, tore through the fabric of space, colliding with the sword of spiritual light. This is her most formidable sword technique at present, wielding immense power, nearly rivaling the attacks of a third-tier warrior. She is reluctant to employ this move unless faced with dire circumstances, for she has yet to fully master it. The extent of the damage it could inflict remains unknown to her. The sudden onset of Shen Yan's peril compelled her to utilize this technique. With a resounding roar, as the sword energy surged forth like a silver toad, a cataclysmic collision ensued, causing the surrounding air to compress and explode violently, creating waves of force that rippled outward. Visible to the naked eye, Sister is truly formidable. Is this the swordplay of a fourth-tier warrior? The disciples of Mount Shu shielded their eyes, their cheeks stinging from the onslaught of fierce winds. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as a visible fracture appeared on the colossal spirit sword, spreading at an astonishing rate until it erupted with a resounding bang, shattering into pieces. The terrifying backlash struck Shen Yan with unrelenting force. Thud! Shen Yan's body was sent reeling as if struck by an immense hammer, blood gushing from her mouth. Her form resembling a shrimp curled in pain as she was flung a considerable distance before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. She lamented, ultimately unable to contend with her opponent. In that fleeting moment, clarity returned to her, only for despair to wash over her, causing her to faint. Yet, the assault from Gu Lingxing had not yet dissipated. Countless beams of sword light descended with alarming speed, poised to strike Shen Yan. Oh no! Lu Baimei exclaimed in horror. Gu Lingxing also reacted swiftly, letting out a soft gasp. This sword technique was her first time wielding it against an opponent, and she could not master the necessary force. Thus, although she triumphed over Shen Yan, the situation had spiraled out of control, veering in an unforeseen direction. Given Xuan Yun's current condition, even a single beam of sword light striking him would spell certain death, let alone the myriad of sword lights filling the sky. Should this fall upon one, there would undoubtedly be nothing left but bones. Yet at this moment, it is too late to prevent it. Gu Lingxing's face turned pale. She harbored no desire to take a life. Lu Baimei's countenance was exceedingly grim, inwardly cursing his fate. What a predicament this is. If the disciple of Wudang were to perish here today, it would spell great trouble. The current Wudang sect is already in a state of agitation. Should they discover that one of their own has been slain, they would undoubtedly pursue vengeance, igniting a fierce conflict with the Shushan sect. This is dire. Lu Baimei's expression turned grave to the utmost, devoid of any semblance of composure. In that moment, they could only watch helplessly as the sword light descended. Many disciples of the Shushan sect had already covered their eyes. Alas, just as the sword light was less than an inch from the unconscious Shen Yan, causing every hair on his body to instinctively stand on end, a sudden sigh echoed through the air. In the next instant, an overwhelming and formidable aura enveloped the surroundings, akin to celestial majesty, inducing terror and rendering breathless. The entire world seemed to freeze in that fleeting moment. The fierce sword light had made contact with Shen Yan's skin, yet it encountered an unfathomable resistance, unable to descend further. It was as if someone had gently snapped their fingers. With a resonating hum, the space, shrouded in divine might, rippled. The myriad sword lights abruptly dissipated into nothingness. As the sword light vanished, the irresistible pressure receded like a retreating tide. The group of Shushan disciples felt as if a great mountain had been lifted from above, allowing them to breathe deeply as if they had survived a calamity. Their taut nerves finally relaxing. What had just transpired? Such a terrifying aura that made their very souls tremble, as if their bodies were no longer their own. It was akin to facing divine wrath directly. Endless shock surged within the eyes of the Shushan disciples. Earlier, they had been engulfed in overwhelming dread, feeling as though their lives were at the mercy of another, ready to be reaped at will. Lu Baimei and Gu Lingxing wore serious expressions. They were the most powerful among them and felt the intensity most profoundly. Even their minds were issuing warnings, as if confronting a life-threatening crisis, their lives gravely endangered. Such a fearsome pressure emanated from a mere breath. With a snap of the fingers, the celestial sword light had been extinguished. Such power could only belong to a first-rank grandmaster. The two exchanged horrified glances, waves of tumult rising in their hearts. Lu Baimei extended his spiritual sense, seeking the source of that aura. Soon, it seemed he sensed something. Suddenly, he turned his gaze in a particular direction. Observing this, the others instinctively followed suit. Then, they beheld a figure clad in gray robes beneath a ginkgo tree, holding a broom and bent over, sweeping the fallen leaves from the ground. The figure's back was to them, rendering their features unseen. However, this seemingly ordinary sweeper exuded no trace of spiritual energy. Appearing as nothing more than an exceedingly mundane servant disciple, he slowly continued his task, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny he was under. A mere sweeper? The disciples of Shushan were left bewildered, unable to comprehend why their elder regarded this scene with such gravity. However, at the instant Lu Baimei and Gu Lingxing caught sight of the gray-robed figure, their pupils constricted, and astonishment washed over their faces. The figure stood merely a few dozen meters away from them. When had he appeared here, they had previously been completely oblivious to the presence of another. Observing the mountains of fallen leaves beneath them, it was evident that the individual had been sweeping the ground for several hours. Yet, throughout their journey in the recent battle that had just concluded, they had not sensed the slightest indication of an outsider's existence. In that moment, the two felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over them. The figure clad in gray robes was none other than Shen Yan. He had been sweeping the ground when he fortuitously encountered members of the Shushan sword sect passing by. Soon after, he witnessed Shen Yan in pursuit, leading to a dramatic unfolding of events. Initially, he was thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. Yet he was taken aback when Shen Yan proved to be akin to a silver spear with a crayon tip, impressive in appearance but utterly ineffectual, resulting in a swift defeat that nearly cost him his life. Thus, Shen Yan found himself compelled to intervene and rescue him. Despite Shen Yan's dismal defeat, the profound techniques he employed were indeed eye-catching, and his unwavering spirit of fighting to the death for his sect left Shen Yan feeling somewhat ashamed. In stark contrast, the individuals from Shushan evoked a sense of disdain within him. He had overheard their scornful remarks directed at Wudang, and the anger they stirred within him was palpable. Had Shen Yan not arrived, he might have been unable to restrain himself from teaching them a lesson. However, it was not too late. In the distance, Lu Baimei was uncertain whether the earlier intervention had indeed been executed by this individual. After some contemplation, he cautiously clasped his fists in greeting and respectfully addressed Shen Yan. I am Lu Baimei, elder of the Shushan sword sect. I pay my respects to the Grand Master and inquire as to which esteemed predecessor from Wudang you may be. He pondered deeply, struggling to recall any figures from Wudang's history who could potentially be the Grand Master, leading him to suspect that this person might be a revered ancestor from Wudang. The group of Shushan disciples stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom their ears. This person? A Grand Master? Surely not. This mere sweeper bore no semblance of a Grand Master. As Lu Baimei's voice resonated, Shen Yan paused his sweeping momentarily, responding without lifting his gaze. Me? I am but an ordinary sweeper at Wudang, not some esteemed ancestor. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Yet, upon hearing Shen Yan's unassuming words, Lu Baimei's expression grew more solemn. It was evident that the other party had already noticed their scrutiny but chose to disregard them, continuing to clear the fallen leaves, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Shen Yan's demeanor appeared increasingly enigmatic in Lu Baimei's eyes. How could such a person possibly be an ordinary servant? In Lu Baimei's heart, he became increasingly convinced that the individual before him was indeed the Grand Master who had just made his presence felt. Yet, this enigmatic figure seemed reluctant to reveal his identity. Grand Master, have you been here all along? He inquired, his tone laced with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan paused his task and finally turned around, his expression impassive as he let out a profound sigh. Did you not see this vast pile of fallen leaves? Naturally, I have been here tidying up. The Shushan sword sect is truly remarkable. You have provided me with quite the spectacle. As he turned, a chorus of gasps echoed from the opposite side. When their gazes fell upon Shen Yan's face, an overwhelming astonishment washed over them. This man was astonishingly youthful. How could this be? Is he truly a Grand Master? The disciples of Shushan exchanged incredulous glances, whispering softly among themselves, struggling to swallow their disbelief. Even Gu Lingxing was momentarily taken aback, her usually tranquil countenance betraying a hint of turmoil. Lu Baimei, however, was only surprised for a fleeting moment before regaining his composure. He understood that martial artists, upon breaking through to the first rank, often exhibit a phenomenon of rejuvenation, with many aged warriors choosing to expend substantial internal energy to reclaim the appearance of their youth. The individual before him must be one such elder, having returned to a youthful state. This is not an extraordinary occurrence. Yet, the truth of Shen Yan's age is indeed that he is remarkably young. Such a possibility is so astonishing that his adversaries hardly dare to contemplate it. At this moment, Liu Baimei feels an unsettling panic within, for he discerns a hint of malice in the tone of this formidable individual. In his eagerness to defend the Shushan sword sect, he is about to speak, but the young man sweeping the floor, with a gaze as profound as the abyss, calmly states, "You have first hurled insults at the Wudang sect, and then resorted to violence. Do you truly believe there is no one in Wudang?" As these words resonate, Liu Baimei's countenance suddenly shifts, and stepping ahead of his disciples, he exclaims in alarm, "Great Master, it was my disciple who momentarily lost his senses and struck out recklessly." Ling Sheng had no choice but to wield that sword, resulting in the grievous injury of your disciple. I implore you to see this clearly. Humph, Shen Yan, now thoroughly displeased, dismisses the words as mere wind. To him, the loss of reason by Shen Yan was ultimately precipitated by the insult to their sect. This passionate devotion to the honor of Wudang is, in fact, invaluable. It fills Shen Yan with a sense of shame. Are not humans made of flesh and blood, capable of emotions? He has spent a decade within Wudang, and it is, after all, half of his home in this world. First, it was the demonic path. And now the righteous, both seek to exploit the vulnerable, to cast their burdens upon Wudang, shattering the tranquility of his life. If he does not take action to teach these individuals a lesson, how can Wudang ever hope for peace? Words are of no substance. If you wish to discuss swordsmanship, then let us evaluate my sword technique. Shen Yan shook his head, his voice indifferent. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Before they could respond, they witnessed him lift the broom and gently sweep, gathering a cluster of withered yellow leaves from the ground. The leaves were enveloped by a current of air, resembling living insects, dancing gracefully as they followed the broom's movement. Then, with a swift motion of the broom, they suddenly soared forth, followed by a resonant clang. The fallen leaf unexpectedly erupted with the sound of a sword's resonance. In an instant, to the astonishment of all, that single leaf transformed into an immense sword, radiating an endless sharpness, soaring directly towards them. A terrifying aura of sword energy surged forth, sweeping across all directions. An overwhelming illusion enveloped the onlookers, as if they were but a solitary boat adrift on a boundless ocean, surrounded by an avalanche of catastrophic sword energy. The entire space rippled with undulating waves, as the leaf-turned sword seemed capable of piercing through the very fabric of existence, instilling a profound sense of dread and an ominous foreboding of death that gripped their hearts. A chill raced up their spines, reaching for the very crown of their heads. The flying leaf had become a sword. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a chilling terror. Liu Baimei's expression changed dramatically. He had never anticipated that this esteemed grandmaster would strike with such ferocity in the blink of an eye. The power of that sword was such that it rendered the faces of the Shushan disciples pale, cold sweat pouring down. The less experienced disciples trembled uncontrollably, their legs unable to support them. Gu Lingsheng, in a slightly better state, pointed her sword skyward, seemingly intent on executing another move, heaven's cold threshold. Yet, to her horror, she discovered that the usual chill of the heavens that she could summon at what was now utterly unresponsive. Her complexion drained of color, panic set in. Leading them, Liu Baimei displayed no semblance of composure. With resolute eyes, he positioned himself in front of the disciples, drawing his long sword and condensing his sword intent, determined to sacrifice himself to intercept some of the sword aura, hoping to protect a few of the disciples. At that moment, Liu Baimei stepped forward and roared, "Crush the mountain." A beam of sword light surged forth, radiating a chilling brilliance, embodying the might to shatter mountains. It boldly clashed against the colossal sword transformed from falling leaves. However, even this formidable strike was as futile as a mantis attempting to block a chariot before Shen Yan's flying leaf sword technique, shattering upon contact. Failing to even slow the velocity of the flying leaves, it's over. After laboriously unleashing a strike, Liu Baimei gasped for breath, his eyes filled with despair. Today, it seemed, was destined to be their last. A group of Shushan disciples, paralyzed by fear, trembled uncontrollably. Some, overwhelmed by terror, found themselves unable to contain their bodily functions. A foul odor permeating the air. Many faces drained of color, convinced of their impending doom, averted their gazes from the horror, tremblingly shutting their eyes. The Shushan sword sect appeared utterly helpless. Observing their wretched state, Shen Yan let out a derisive laugh, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. He then calmly extended his hand, grasping at the void, as if commanding the very universe itself. The space rippled, and the overwhelming sword light vanished in an instant. The flying leaves returned to their ordinary state, drifting down to the ground like mere foliage. As if everything that had transpired was but an illusion, how was that sword, he inquired. Does it meet expectations? His calm voice resonated across the land. The Shushan disciples heard it as if thunder had struck, their bodies shuddering involuntarily, jolting them awake from their nightmare. In that moment, some disciples could no longer withstand the terror, their legs giving way, collapsing to the ground with a thud. All eyes were fixated on Shen Yan, mouths trembling, rendered speechless. Gu Lingxing pressed her lips tightly together, lost in despair. Shen Yan cast a leisurely glance at the so-called genius, who had just moments ago contemplated drawing his sword. He chuckled lightly, exuding dominance as he declared, "Child of destiny? Huh, do you dare defy me?" His domineering words rendered the entire assembly speechless, none daring to utter a sound. After intimidating the crowd, he gracefully vanished from their sight. The air lingered with his parting remark, "You may descend the mountain. Your presence here is a nuisance. The dangers of Wudang require no assistance from anyone. Furthermore, should any of you harbor dissent regarding today's events, let the sword master of Shushan come and seek me." Lu Baimei gazed at the desolate space beneath the ginkgo trees, several times tempted to retort with sharp words. Yet, in the end, he refrained, releasing only a long sigh. Such formidable swordsmanship wielded with such ease, where even the falling leaves and drifting blossoms could serve as weapons. This realm has reached the pinnacle of excellence in the art of swordsmanship. Moreover, the opponent is a first-grade grandmaster, on par with the sword master of Mount Shu. Even if the sword master were to step forward, it is doubtful he would be a match for this individual. The might of a first-grade master is unfathomable. Lu Baimei's mind was in turmoil, with thoughts swirling chaotically, making it difficult to find tranquility. The depths of Wudang are far too profound. They have deceived the entire world. It is likely that someone will face a fate far worse than ours. A stroke of misfortune awaits. Let us depart swiftly from the mountain. Today's events have brought great shame. Lu Baimei gazed at the imposing Wudang with a complex expression, sighed deeply, and began his descent down the mountain. A group of disciples from Mount Shu, filled with trepidation, hurriedly followed suit. At this moment, Lu Baimei cursed himself internally. He had prided himself on his wisdom throughout his life, yet had been foolish for a moment. How could he have naively believed the external rumors of Wudang's decline and, in his arrogance, been the first to leap forth, intending to exploit Wudang's reputation? The result was a severe reprimand from their grandmaster, leaving him utterly humiliated, as if he had lost face in front of his ancestors. Yet, it was truly unexpected that such a formidable, reclusive ancestor was hidden within Wudang. Wudang's tactics are treacherous and insidious, Lu Baimei mused. First, there was the battle between Shen Yan and Gu Lingxing, followed by the astonishing intervention of Shen Yan. Such a commotion naturally stirred the entirety of Wudang. Dozens of figures traversed the mountains, and soon, the esteemed Master Tongjiu, accompanied by a host of elders and disciples, arrived at the midway point, eager to ascertain what had transpired. Upon reaching the site of the conflict, their eyes fell upon the chaos strewn across the ground, a clear indication of a grand battle having occurred. The countenance of all present turned grave, as they grasped the severity of the situation. Their gazes swept the area, and soon fell upon the unconscious Shen Yan, eliciting gasps of shock. Some rushed forward to diagnose his injuries and provide care. After an examination, it was a relief to find that Shen Yan's injuries were not severe. He had merely lost consciousness. At this moment, remnants of frost still clung to several trees in the vicinity. Witnessing this, a disciple's face darkened, and without a moment's hesitation, he exclaimed, "It must have been that group from Mount Shu." Cough, cough. Master Tongjiu, who had only just managed to calm his emotions, felt his anger surge once more, prompting a fit of coughs. He raised his hand and commanded, "Quickly, find the people from Mount Shu." From the circumstances, any discerning observer could deduce that this confrontation stemmed from Shen Yan's failure during the sword duel, which caused him to feel anger and self-reproach upon witnessing the master's distress. Thus, he pursued the disciples of the Shu sword sect, leading to an altercation, during which he was ultimately injured and lost consciousness. Regardless of the circumstances, this is Wudang's territory. The adversaries must not be allowed to harm our people and escape unscathed. After a considerable time had passed, Taoist Tongren returned with his disciples, seething with rage, and declared, "The people from the Shu sword sect are no longer on the mountain. They have already descended." He and his disciples searched high and low, only to be informed by the gatekeeper disciples at the foot of the mountain that the group from the Shushan sword sect had departed a mere incense stick's time ago. The Shushan sword sect's sudden and stealthy departure, without a word of warning, surely indicated their guilty conscience. They likely never intended to collaborate with Wudang to address the demonic incursion. Their intentions were solely to elevate the reputation of the Taiji sword body, a mere fabrication. The faces of the gathered disciples were grim, and their hearts seethed with indignation as they condemned the shameless actions of the Shushan sword sect. The esteemed Master Tongju's beard bristled in fury, his already suppressed emotions further exacerbated, and in a fit of rage, his complexion flushed deeply, almost causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. The audacity of the Shushan sword sect. Not only had they harmed my disciples, but they had also betrayed our trust and fled the mountain. How dare they insult Wudang in such a manner? His chest heaved violently as he erupted in vehement curses. Surrounding disciples rushed to support Master Tongju, repeatedly soothing his agitated spirit. In the midst of this turmoil, some disciples, brimming with discontent, urged the elder patriarch to descend the mountain and pursue the Shushan sword sect to reclaim their honor. However, after suppressing his anger, the rational Taoist Tongren intervened, blocking the impulsive disciples, setting aside the question of whether they could catch up. Even if they did, what could be achieved? That Lu Baimei was a seasoned second-grade powerhouse. Unless the entire Wudang sect mobilized, they would not stand a chance against him. Furthermore, given Wudang's current predicament, they could not afford to deepen their enmity with the Shushan sword sect, risking a complete rupture. Ultimately, it was their own weakness that had led to this situation. Master Tongju recognized his junior's concerns and, as the head of the sect, forced himself to regain composure, swallowing this humiliation in silence. A gentleman's vengeance is not forgotten, even if it takes a decade. The Shushan sword sect had now landed on Wudang's blacklist. The series of events they had orchestrated today would be indelibly etched in the memories of Wudang's disciples. Should the opportunity arise, they would repay in kind, 100-fold. The eyes of the disciples burned with fervent rage. United in purpose, their collective will forging an unbreakable bond of hostility towards Shushan. Each silently vowed that within 30 years, the tides would turn, and the Shushan sword sect would come to regret the malevolent seeds they had sown today. This impassioned scene, if witnessed by Lu Baimei of the Shushan sword sect, would likely leave him in a state of profound dismay, exclaiming in anguish that it is utterly unjust. Is it their own choice to leave, or were they driven down the mountain by your esteemed master? Are you not aware of the tyrannical nature of your own master? If they do not depart, lingering here will surely endanger their lives. At the foot of Wudang Mountain, a group of individuals clad in white robes spirited horses along the official road. Suddenly, Lu Baimei, at the forefront, sneezed heavily, a wave of inexplicable trepidation washing over him, prompting him to murmur to himself, "Could it be that someone is cursing me from behind?" Behind him, his disciples no longer bore the spirited demeanor they once had. Their spirits were drooping like frostbitten eggplants. The atmosphere was profoundly somber. Even Gu Lingxing, whose countenance was usually serene and ethereal, furrowed her brow in distress, her gaze vacant as she seemed lost in contemplation of the earlier events. The figure cloaked in gray, unparalleled and imposing, lingered in her mind like an indelible shadow. Strangely, he appeared younger than herself, momentarily shaking the foundation of her once unshakable confidence. Lu Baimei cast a casual glance her way, seemingly discerning her inner turmoil, and spoke to console her. "Lingxing, do not dwell on it. That master must be an ancient being who has returned to youthful vigor, not a member of the younger generation. It is only natural that we are not his match. Once you attain the first rank, you too shall possess such strength. And as the Taoyin sword body, you may even surpass him." His words brought her a slight measure of solace. "Elder, I am sorry for today's disappointment. It is my fault for acting too impulsively," Gu Lingxing lamented, shouldering the blame entirely upon herself. After the chastisement from Shen Yan, the plan for the Shushan sword sect to utilize Wudang's reputation to elevate Gu Lingxing's own standing had utterly failed. Even the Shushan sword sect dared not risk offending a master of such caliber by tarnishing Wudang's reputation. However, Lu Baimei merely waved his hand dismissively, appearing quite unperturbed by the setback, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. He laughed heartily, gazing skyward. "No matter, this is merely a minor setback. I have won enough in my lifetime. To lose once in a while is not a bad thing." He then turned back, casting a deep glance at Wudang, and murmured to himself, "With victories and defeats, this is the essence of the martial world." Gu Lingxing too looked back, as if catching sight of that gray-robed figure, her eyes flashing with resolute confidence. Clenching her delicate fist, she vowed silently, "The next time I come to Wudang, I will surely defeat you." At that moment, a few disciples from Shushan spoke up indignantly, "It is all the fault of that old fox from Wudang. hiding his strength so deeply, to have a first-rank master kept so secretive, yet he pretends to seek our assistance against the demonic path as if in dire straits. In truth, he must be laughing at us behind our backs. It is utterly despicable. Had we known that Wudang harbored great masters, how could we have found ourselves in this predicament? Wudang.He, upon hearing his unruly disciples speak, was consumed by ire. He furrowed his brow and chastised them vehemently. Is it not your arrogance and reckless words that have provoked the ire of the venerable ancestor? This duel was meant to be conducted openly. Even in the event of a crushing defeat, the opposing master would have had no grounds for reproach. Yet, you chose to insult Wudang with your hubris. Once the matter was resolved, he commanded, upon your return to the mountain, each of you shall transcribe the sect rules 1,000 times, reflecting deeply on your actions, and then endure 3 months of training in the demon lock tower to temper your pride. Wudang.He's punishment was notably severe. The disciples gasped, their mouths agape in terror, unable to close them, their eyes betraying a flicker of dread, as if they envisioned a dire fate. The task of transcribing the rules 1,000 times was not the true horror. It was the prospect of training in the demon lock tower. The tower was a forbidden ground of the Shushan sword sect, akin to Wudang's nether cave, housing countless formidable demons in perpetual darkness, fraught with peril. Moreover, the Shushan sword sect maintained a strict and ruthless discipline. Unlike Wudang, where elders provided protection, the disciples had to rely solely on their prowess to survive within, where a single misstep could lead to demise. Thus, their fear of the demon lock tower was palpable. Gulingshan's lips curled into a subtle smile. She had long grown weary of these peers, harboring a deep-seated dislike for them. Were it not for her position as the chief disciple, she would have relished the opportunity to teach them a lesson. Observing their lamentations heightened her sense of satisfaction, and with a slight grin, she turned to Wudang.He and inquired, Elder, since our mission to Wudang has failed, where shall we venture next? If we cannot contend with Wudang, let us proceed to Songjian Villa. Wudang.He deliberated before making his decision. Songjian Villa? Gulingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Songjian Villa was a formidable power in Wuzhou. Boasting a lineage that spanned over a millennium, its history even older than that of the illustrious Wudang sect, with a depth of heritage rivaling that of the most esteemed sections. Renowned for its mastery of swordsmanship, Songjian Villa possessed an extensive array of sword techniques, and was not only adept in the art of swordsmanship but also in the craft of sword forging, enjoying considerable renown. Many swordsmen and warriors within the realm took pride in wielding swords meticulously crafted by Songjian Villa. In certain circles of sword enthusiasts, possessing a blade from Songjian Villa had become a symbol of status and honor. Moreover, rumors circulated that Songjian Villa housed countless treasured swords, claiming approximately half of the legendary 108 famous swords in the world. In this sacred realm of swordsmanship, Gulingshan, as a swordsman, has long yearned to experience it firsthand. Let us go. After deliberation, they cracked the whip and galloped away, while the disciples behind lamented, their faces etched with sorrow. Trailing closely behind, at Wudang Mountain, Shen Yan was blissfully unaware that his previous actions had inadvertently shattered the plans of the Shushan sword sect, leading them to fixate on the distant Songjian Villa, resulting in their unwarranted misfortune. At this moment, Shen Yan, with a blade of grass in his mouth and a broom slung over his shoulder, returned nonchalantly to the barren stone peak. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap echoed through the clear sky. Shen Yan, startled like a bird released from a bowstring, nearly leaped up in fright, gazing at the heavens with a look of sheer terror. Remembering the bold words he had just spoken, he shouted, Heavenly Father, it's me, your own. Do not strike. I was merely posturing and did not intend to offend you. I beg for your forgiveness. Please do not smite me. His demeanor was utterly comical, devoid of the earlier grandeur he had exhibited. Another tranquil night descended. The silver crescent hung high, its moonlight cascading like water, pure and luminous. On an inconspicuous peak within Wudang, Shen Yan sat cross-legged upon his eyes tightly shut, as the vast energies of heaven and earth swirled around him. With each breath, torrents of this primordial energy flowed into his being. Accompanied by a thunderous sound from within, Shen Yan expelled a plume of white, turbid breath, resembling a silver ribbon darting through the forest before dissipating into the cosmos. Slowly, he opened his eyes, their gaze like lightning, swiftly scanning the void. Within his dantian, his internal strength had progressed, albeit imperceptibly. It was but a mere drop in the vast ocean. Too slow, he mused. Continuing on this path was untenable. It became evident that he must descend the mountain and engage with the world, battling demons and refining his skills at a quicker pace. With a sigh of discontent, he shook his head. After a decade of arduous cultivation, augmented by the purification of karma through the Jingxia furnace technique, his internal power had reached an astounding 300 years. In comparison to renowned grandmasters across the realm, he was not lacking at all. Moreover, the energy he cultivated was pure yang internal strength, a superior quality that few could rival. Despite having attained such profound internal power, Shen Yan still felt it insufficient. This was a chaotic era rife with demons and dangers. He needed to become the strongest to live a truly carefree life. Fortunately, no one was privy to his current thoughts, lest they be consumed by jealousy. In a mere decade, he had ascended from an ordinary person to a grandmaster, possessing an entire 300 years of internal energy. Even in the annals of ancient history, such a prodigy had never graced the world. Yet, even with such achievements, he remained unsatisfied. It is utterly extravagant. In the vast realm of martial arts, countless warriors exist, and even if one were to devote an entire lifetime, attaining such a realm remains an elusive dream. Many expend their life's energy to become a second-tier master, considering themselves fortunate by ancestral blessings. However, to return to the matter at hand, for someone of Shen Yan's caliber, mere inner strength is no longer satisfactory. Although the path to transcend beyond the first tier remains shrouded in mystery, it is evident that inner strength is an indispensable factor. Accumulating inner energy to its zenith surely offers immense advantages for breaking through to higher realms. Yet, the time required for such modest cultivation is unfathomable. It may take an eternity for the energy within his dantian to reach perfection. In his perspective, the pursuit of martial arts fundamentally revolves around the essence of vitality, energy, and spirit. The essence pertains to the corporeal body, energy refers to inner strength, and spirit, naturally, embodies the soul. Achieving perfection in the first two aspects leaves him merely with the pursuit of spirit. However, this spirit currently feels too abstract to Shen Yan, eluding comprehension. He requires access to more advanced techniques to grasp this essential key. Thus, descending the mountain becomes a pressing necessity. Nevertheless, Wudang is currently beset by both internal strife and external threats, facing numerous impending crises that compel him to remain atop the mountain. After all, having spent a decade in Wudang, his sentiments run deep. He harbors no desire to witness this splendid land ravaged by warfare. Nor does he wish to see countless disciples of Wudang fall victim to conflict. With his first-tier mastery, Shen Yan possesses a degree of celestial resonance, allowing him to sense the intricate connections between himself and the unfolding events. The storm clouds gather ominously. Recently, he has felt Wudang Mountain enveloped in a shroud of darkness. Perceiving a faint whiff of impending peril, foreseeing the tribulations that loom over Wudang, with formidable adversaries drawing near, resolving the impending crisis of Wudang would grant him the peace of mind to descend the mountain. Shen Yan adjusted his mindset, rising to depart, silently making his way back to the auxiliary courtyard. Midway, a fleeting glance caught his eye. He discerned a figure at the base of a nearby cliff, bathed in moonlight. Shadows of a sword dancing. How curious, at such a late hour, who could be practicing their swordsmanship? Intrigued, Shen Yan lightly leaped atop a large tree. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the swordsman. It was Shen Yan, the foremost disciple of Wudang, now wrapped in white cloth, drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he wielded his sword. It was evident that he was enduring pain while training. Shen Yan let out a soft sigh. Clearly, Shen Yan remained unable to come to terms with the previous defeat. As the standard-bearer of the current generation of Wudang, he bears a significantly heavier burden than his fellow disciples. With gains come losses. Since he occupies the esteemed position of the chief disciple, it is inevitable that he must exert tenfold, even 100-fold, more effort than others. Only with strength can he command respect. Since his initiation into Wudang, Shen Yan has been the object of high hopes from the upper echelons. As this generation of disciples is seen as the hope for Wudang's resurgence, with Shen Yan being its pivotal figure, shouldering immense responsibilities. Thus, he practices diligently, sparing no effort. Yet, despite his unwavering dedication, reality has dealt him a harsh blow. The formidable prowess of Gulinxing has shaken his resolve, leaving him adrift. However, he does not succumb to despair. Rather, he confronts his fears head-on, imposing even stricter and more arduous demands upon himself. Aspiring to grow stronger in order to conquer the inner demon that Gulinxing represents. Even when all others rest, Shen Yan perseveres in his efforts, yearning to devote every waking hour to his training, displaying remarkable tenacity and resilience. From this perspective, Shen Yan is indeed worthy of the title of chief disciple of Wudang. Shen Yan observes him with a hint of admiration. Clang. At the foot of the rocky cliff, Shen Yan, having wielded his sword for an extended period, feels a resurgence of pain from his wounds, causing him to lose his footing and stumble, his sword clattering to the ground. Gasping for breath, he collapses, his hands pounding the earth in frustration, his eyes reddening as he plaintively implores the heavens. What must I do to become stronger? Shen Yan slowly retracts his gaze. In truth, Shen Yan's talent is not lacking. It can even be described as extraordinary, as he has already attained the 5th rank at such a young age, far surpassing most of his peers. Yet, unfortunately, his first adversary is the anomalous Guling-Shing. Setting aside the Taiji sword body, he is still a whole realm behind Guling-Shing. The difference between the 4th and 5th ranks lies in the true essence of martial arts. And this is the greatest bottleneck that Shen Yan currently faces. The true essence of martial arts is a formidable challenge that every warrior must confront. It cannot be articulated, but must be grasped through personal insight. Some may achieve sudden enlightenment and ascend to the 4th rank in an instant, while others, without special opportunities, may struggle to comprehend it throughout their lives. Presently, burdened by his demonic obstacles, Shen Yan's state is precarious, and he risks sinking deeper into confusion, potentially losing the chance for progress for a lifetime. Perhaps unwilling to witness a promising talent from Wudang perish prematurely, Shen Yan deliberates for a moment and decides to offer some guidance. At that moment, he channels his internal energy to employ a secret technique, concealing his appearance to avoid being recognized by Shen Yan, and then speaks softly. Relying on heaven is less effective than relying on oneself if the heart is not tranquil. No amount of effort will bear fruit. His sudden voice startles Shen Yan, who hastily retrieves his sword and springs to his feet, scanning his surroundings with keen eyes. Who is it? The expression on Shen Yan's face turned grave as he spoke in a low voice. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a dark flash of lightning appeared in the air. In the blink of an eye, a figure emerged within the arena, standing with hands clasped behind its back, gazing at him with an air of indifference. Shen Yan was instantly struck with astonishment, his heart pounding as if confronted with a life-and-death crisis. Instinctively, he lunged forward, raising his sword to strike with remarkable speed. Clang! The long sword sliced through the air, executing 2 arcs of sword light, each half a zhang in length, propelled by an imposing momentum akin to an eagle soaring through the sky. Were it an ordinary disciple facing such a sudden assault, they would undoubtedly be at a loss, struggling to respond. However, the figure before him was Shen Yan. With calm composure, Shen Yan allowed the sword light to approach. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he swatted away the 2 arcs of light as if swatting away a fly, dissipating them into the void. Subsequently, with a subtle bend of his fingers, he gently flicked them. With a resounding clang, his finger struck the tip of Shen Yan's sword, producing a sound akin to the clash of metal. This deft maneuver neutralized the 3rd thrust aimed directly at him. The tremendous force transmitted back from the sword caused Shen Yan to stagger backward, leaving behind dozens of deep footprints before finally regaining his balance. What? Shen Yan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he stared incredulously at the long sword in his hand, scarcely able to believe his own eyes. With a mere wave of a hand and a single flick of his finger, his formidable sword attack had been effortlessly neutralized. What profound inner strength is this? What terrifying physical prowess? Shen Yan realized he had encountered a martial arts master, whose power far surpassed his own. With a solemn expression, he understood that he was no match for this enigmatic individual. Calmly, he refrained from fleeing, his gaze fixed gravely upon the figure before him. Pray tell, who might you be? He inquired. The other party, having merely revealed a fraction of their formidable strength, was already immensely powerful. Shen Yan was acutely aware that if this person had come for him, escape would be futile. Thus, he saw no reason to expend energy in vain. Shen Yan cast a glance his way and, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I can assist you in breaking through your current impasse." Upon hearing these words, Shen Yan felt no joy. Rather, he grew even more cautious of the person before him. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Any reasonable individual, upon hearing such a statement, would instinctively suspect ulterior motives behind it. Could this person be from the demonic path, seeking to exploit him to confront Wudang? Shen Yan's mind raced with uncertainty. Shen Yan smiled knowingly, as if he had pierced through Shen Yan's thoughts, and leisurely remarked, "Rest assured, I am not your enemy. Nor do you possess anything of value that would warrant my scheming against you." Being so easily seen through left Shen Yan both embarrassed and astonished, embarrassed by the realization of his own insignificance, and astonished by the profundity of the other's words. From the tone of Shen Yan's voice, it was evident that he harbored no animosity toward Wudang. Moreover, upon deeper reflection, Shen Yan concluded that even if Shen Yan were an adversary of Wudang, there was no logical reason for him to infiltrate at such an hour. Thus, only one possibility remained. Shen Yan had been present on Wudang Mountain all along and had merely encountered Shen Yan practicing his swordplay. The thought struck Shen Yan with a jolt. Could this mysterious figure be the elusive ancestral master of the sect? The mere consideration of this possibility left him both startled and intrigued. As he gazed once more at Shen Yan, though still tinged with wariness, a profound sense of reverence began to blossom within him. After a prolonged silence, Shen Yan finally resolved to speak. Sir, you mentioned that you could help me overcome my current limitations. How so? Although he had intended to address him as senior, he refrained from doing so without absolute certainty regarding the man's identity. Nevertheless, his demeanor had undeniably shifted to one of respect. Shen Yan recognized the change in tone, but offered no further explanation. Instead, he simply smiled lightly and said, "Do not forget. I previously mentioned that seeking assistance from heaven is inferior to relying on oneself. Ultimately, it is up to you. If your mind remains unsettled, nothing will be of use." With a calm voice, he continued, "Your swordsmanship is excessively rigid and perilous, ill-suited for you. Therefore, if you wish to comprehend the true essence of martial arts through your swordplay, given your current technique, it will be akin to climbing to the heavens." From the earlier confrontation between Shen Yan and Gu Lingsheng, as well as the various sword techniques practiced by the opponent moments ago, Shen Yan immediately discerned the inherent flaw in Shen Yan's inability to comprehend the true essence of martial arts. Shen Yan's swordplay was characterized by an unwavering forward thrust, an expression of selflessness in his strikes, aiming solely for a decisive blow against his adversary. However, it was evident that such a style bore significant drawbacks. Once Shen Yan unleashed a strike, should his opponent withstand it, he would find himself in a precarious position, devoid of any opportunity to alter the tide of battle. His overly rigid and perilous approach caused Shen Yan to furrow his brow in contemplation, clearly reflecting on Shen Yan's words. As time passed gradually, Shen Yan's gaze began to brighten, suggesting he had grasped the profound implications of Shen Yan's counsel. Yet, soon after, a shadow of distress crossed his features as he pondered inwardly. But what sword technique within Wudang is truly suited for me and can swiftly aid my comprehension of sword intent? Observing the realization dawning upon his opponent, Shen Yan smirked subtly and remarked, "Do not dwell on it. Did I not mention that I could lend you a helping hand? I possess a sword technique that is perfectly tailored for you." Shen Yan's face flushed crimson. He felt as though he were rendered transparent before Shen Yan, with every thought laid bare. Just as he was about to inquire about the specific sword technique, the mysterious figure opposite him moved with the grace of a specter, suddenly appearing before him, a large hand resting upon his crown. "It's over." Shen Yan's complexion drained of color. His immediate thought was that the other intended to take his life, and his heart plummeted as if falling from the heights of the heavens into an abyss, nearly ceasing its rhythmic beat. In that fleeting moment, he had resigned himself to the impending arrival of death. Under a suffocating weight, he soon heard a calm and unperturbed voice whispering in his ear, "Do not be anxious, relax, and open your mind." With his emotions in tumult, Shen Yan felt momentarily disoriented, closing his eyes as if a puppet obeying commands, striving to attain tranquility and clarity of spirit. Subsequently, he sensed a gentle warmth emanating from a large hand resting on his forehead. In an instant, he vaguely perceived a peculiar energy flowing into his mind, his gaze shimmering with an unusual light, as if a tome of sword techniques unfolded before him, page by page. A golden figure executed each movement of the swordplay with precision, demonstrating the rock-solid sword technique. Shen Yan's lips moved silently, reciting the teachings. Time slipped away unnoticed as he assimilated the entirety of the sword technique. Gradually, he opened his eyes, taking a deep breath, and expressed his gratitude for the elder's imparted knowledge. Just as he was about to articulate his thanks for the guidance and instruction, he found himself alone, with not a trace of the figure remaining before him. Looking around, he observed the moonlight gently illuminating the scene, the trees swaying gracefully in the breeze. Everything appeared as usual, devoid of any further revelations. It was as though the preceding events had unfolded merely as a dream. Yet, the sword techniques now firmly lodged in his mind confirmed the reality of the mysterious figure's teachings. It was not a figment of his imagination. Enlightenment had dawned upon him. A true master's wisdom. The individual he encountered had indeed been a venerable ancestor of Wudang. Shen Yan stood in profound astonishment, as if abruptly awakened from a dream, feeling an unsettling void. Alas, he lamented inwardly, filled with regret. Before such a master, he had failed to seek further guidance, thereby missing a precious opportunity. What a grand master this is! What an extraordinary opportunity, yet it has been so tragically missed. Should the sect leader and the elders become aware of this, they would likely strike themselves in despair. Shen Yan felt a deep ache in his heart, as if it were bleeding. With a steadfast resolve to quell his greed and anger, he recited the pure heart mantra several times, gradually restoring his composure. Although he was unable to receive further guidance from the ancestor, being imparted with a single sword technique was indeed a magnificent blessing, truly invaluable. One must learn to find contentment in life. Shen Yan consoled himself, allowing his mood to settle. With a clearer mind, he began to practice the rock-solid sword technique that Shen Yan had taught him. This practice directly seems to have opened the gateway to the art of swordsmanship. The rock-solid sword technique is a secret manual that Shen Yan signed years ago. Although this martial art does not belong to the traditional lineage of Wudang, it was nonetheless created by those from Wudang. Over a century ago, there was an outer disciple of Wudang named Wudang.He, who, at the tender age of 15, dedicated himself to the study of martial arts, particularly swordsmanship, for a remarkable 60 years. This individual, though somewhat dim-witted, was an unparalleled sword enthusiast, frequently engaging in duels. In his first 30 years, he faced defeat without a single victory, and in the subsequent 30, he managed to win one while losing 10, a journey fraught with setbacks and tragedy along the path of swordsmanship. Despite these adversities, Wudang.He never succumbed to despair and never relinquished his beloved 3-foot green blade. Devoted to the way of the sword throughout his life, he ultimately, as his years drew to a close, reflected upon his tumultuous journey and comprehended his own sword path, thereby establishing a unique sword technique known as the rock-solid sword technique. True to its name, the rock-solid sword technique embodies an unwavering steadiness akin to a mountain's foundation, impervious and resolute. When wielded, it strikes with the force of a central pillar. Powerful yet composed, characterized by a harmonious balance of strength and stability, reminiscent of Wudang's Taiji, the essence of this swordsmanship lies in its unwavering spirit. When confronted by formidable adversaries, one must remain relentless, wielding the sword with fortitude, enduring pressure without revealing any weaknesses. This will render the opponent incapable of striking, securing an invincible position. Wudang.He even bestowed upon this martial art an alternative name, the invincible sword technique. After establishing this technique, he laughed triumphantly at the heavens before passing away, filled with pride. Alas, throughout his life, Wudang.He remained merely an outer disciple, his name obscured. Consequently, the sword technique he left behind was undervalued, discarded like a worn-out shoe and relegated to the library, submerged amidst the vast ocean of martial arts tomes. Left unnoticed for an eternity, it is likely that it cannot even be found now. However, tonight, upon encountering Shen Yan was suddenly inspired. Resolving to let this long-lost gem emerge from obscurity and no longer remain shrouded in dust. He believes that one day, this sword technique will shine with unparalleled brilliance in Shen Yan's hands, astonishing the entire world. Beneath the moonlight, Shen Yan's swordplay grew increasingly fluid and natural, becoming ever more proficient. In just half a stick of incense's time, he had already mastered the foundational elements of the rock-solid sword technique. This is a swordsmanship that evolves from simplicity to complexity. The fundamentals are remarkably straightforward, primarily revolving around the 4 essential principles of defense, offense, speed, and slowness. Although this approach starkly contrasts with Shen Yan's previous sword techniques, he inexplicably senses a profound resonance between his indomitable spirit and the steadfast swordplay, leading to an immediate and rapid advancement upon his first attempt. This unparalleled sense of affinity made Shen Yan feel as though this sword technique was meticulously crafted for him. At this moment, he harbored a premonition that when he fully mastered the rock-solid sword technique, it would coincide with the moment he crystallized the true essence of martial arts. If he were to ascend to the 4th rank, he believed that upon encountering Gu Lingxin once more, even if he could not triumph over her, he would at the very least no longer suffer defeat. In the darkness of night, the long sword radiated brilliance, illuminating the surroundings. At this juncture, Shen Yan seemed transformed, with eyes like lightning and a demeanor that soared. Each swing of his sword was imbued with an imposing vigor that subtly hinted at a weighty presence akin to that of a mountain. In the tranquil days of leisure, Unacquainted with sorrow, after imparting the teachings to Shen Yan continued to lead a life devoid of purpose. Meanwhile, for several weeks, the higher echelons of Wudang endured days that felt like years, akin to prisoners awaiting a death sentence. Tormented by anxiety over the impending sword debate and the extent to which the Shushan sword sect would publicize their defeat, they worried about how far Wudang's reputation in the martial world would plummet. However, on this day, instead of receiving news of their own sect's dismal performance in the sword debate, they were met with a sensational piece of information. On the 10th of September, the Shushan sword sect had triumphed over the Zhangjian Villa in a sword debate. As a prominent sect of Wanzhou, Zhangjian Villa suffered a devastating defeat, with over 30 of its disciples falling to the blade of a single chief disciple from the Shushan sword sect. And it was rumored that they also lost an ancient legendary sword. Alongside this news, various rumors regarding the chief disciple of the Shushan sword sect began to circulate. Suddenly, in the martial world, names like Gu Ling Shang, Taiji sword body, and extraordinary talent echoed everywhere, permeating the streets and becoming a hot topic following the demonic alliance's assault on Shaolin. Many sensationalist martial media outlets hailed Gu Ling Shang as the foremost figure among the younger generation of Deqian, lauding her unparalleled supremacy in the sword arts. Some exaggeratedly proclaimed that within a decade, Gu Ling Shang would ascend to the pinnacle of the martial world, achieving legendary status, and that the Shushan sword sect would surpass the Tianshi court, becoming the foremost among the 9 great sects and the greatest sect of Deqian, overshadowing all beneath the heavens. Of course, the major top-tier factions were not naive. They understood that even the Taiji sword body was not so formidable as to reach legendary heights in such a brief span of time. Thus, hearing such claims seemed absurd, and they paid little heed. Meanwhile, certain minor factions and wandering heroes took every rumor as gospel, believing wholeheartedly in the extravagant praises sung by Gu Ling Shang, portraying her as unparalleled and invincible in the world. Nevertheless, regardless of the means, the Shushan sword sect successfully achieved the purpose of promoting Gu Ling Shang. Although it did not possess the same shocking impact as the initially planned great defeat of Wudang, Gu Ling Shang nonetheless became renowned far and wide, emerging as the most prominent prodigy in the martial world. Moving forward, Gu Ling Shang's task was to patiently await challenges from young talents across the land, ready to defeat them and solidify her status as the foremost figure of her generation. With the Shushan sword master safeguarding her path and the entire sect backing her, Gu Ling Shang's journey to invincibility had become a smooth and luminous road ahead. Tong Juzhenren scratched his head, appearing utterly bewildered. What is this situation? Has the sword sect of Mount Shu experienced a moment of conscience? Knowing the current plight of Wudang, they cannot bear to strike against them, and instead, they turn their efforts towards targeting the Zhangjian Villa? Surely, the sword-mad individuals of Mount Shu cannot be so benevolent. The crowd buzzed with confusion, unable to comprehend. Nevertheless, the reputation of the Wudang sect remained unscathed, which is undoubtedly a great blessing. They should express their gratitude and offer incense and thanks. Since the opposing party chose not to mention the sword discussion from that day, they too remained silent, unwilling to foolishly disclose such a humiliating matter. All the high-ranking members exhaled in relief, their taut nerves finally easing. At that moment, an elder from the outer sect burst through the door, exclaiming, "A great event has occurred." However, this time, his face radiated joy. Before the sect leader could scold him, he laughed heartily and announced, "Sect leader, our eldest disciple, Shen Yan, has comprehended the true essence of martial arts and has broken through to the 4th rank." His exuberant shout left everyone in the room momentarily dazed. What? Upon hearing this news, Master Tongju instinctively tightened his grip on his long beard, nearly pulling out a handful in astonishment. "Surely, you jest. Are you attempting to amuse us?" Daoist Tongren regarded the outer sect elder with a serious expression, skepticism evident in his eyes. The others, initially stunned, soon found it hard to believe this news. Ever since that disastrous sword duel, Shen Yan had been in a poor state, and the elders had been concerned that he was deeply troubled and despondent, pondering how to console him. How could it be possible that he suddenly not only escaped despair, but also achieved a breakthrough to the 4th rank? The outer sect elder, feeling aggrieved, insisted that he was speaking the truth. "Esteemed elders, I am not lying. Shen Yan has truly broken through to the 4th rank. If you do not believe me, you may go and see for yourselves." Observing his earnest demeanor, the crowd exchanged glances, their doubts beginning to wane. Could it be that Shen Yan transformed adversity into motivation and truly reached the 4th rank? At this moment, they could no longer remain composed. They all rose abruptly, hastening to visit Shen Yan. That night, after receiving the swordsmanship teachings from Shen Yan felt as if he had found a treasure. The following day, he began to reside beneath the stone cliff, immersing himself in secluded practice, oblivious to the affairs beyond his window, tirelessly honing the Panshir sword technique day and night. Finally, on this day, he perfected the sword play and comprehended the essence of the Panshir sword, breaking through to the 4th rank. The sword's movement stirred the winds and clouds, causing a sensation throughout the entire sect. Shen Yan's rapid ascension to the 4th rank was attributed to his profound foundation, as he was merely a step away from the final breakthrough, and his exceptional talent, which, upon mastering the Panshir sword technique that resonated so perfectly with him, propelled him to glorious heights. At the place where Shen Yan was in seclusion, a crowd had gathered. The news of his breakthrough to the 4th rank spread throughout the sect, sending waves of excitement across Wudang Mountain. The atmosphere was charged with fervor as everyone rushed to see Shen Yan, for a sect that was on the decline and disciples who had just faced a significant defeat. Shen Yan's breakthrough held monumental significance, undoubtedly revitalizing spirits and dispelling the clouds of despair that loomed over the mountain gate. At this moment, before the thatched cottage, Shen Yan stood under the scrutiny of countless expectant gazes. Among them was the venerable Taiji, who, with trembling hands, earnestly examined Shen Yan's aura. Soon, he could not help but tremble, a bright light igniting in his eyes. Everyone held their breath. In the midst of a profound silence, Taiji, invigorated and emotionally charged, spoke with a quavering voice. The ancestral master is watching over us. May Wudang be blessed. Our disciple, Shen Yan, has broken through to the 4th rank. Upon these words, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. A deafening chorus of cheers filled the air, and many disciples were moved to tears, gazing with fervent admiration at the brilliant figure at the center. Congratulations, senior brother Shen Yan. The resurgence of Wudang is within reach. All the disciples expressed their excitement in unison, offering their heartfelt congratulations. Shen Yan stood tall and resolute. He had matured significantly since then, his demeanor calm and his mind as tranquil as a still pond. He understood that his breakthrough to the 4th rank today was entirely due to the teachings bestowed upon him by the mysterious elder. Shen Yan gazed towards the horizon, softly murmuring, "Ancestral master, do you see this? The grace of your teachings is unforgettable. I, Shen Yan, shall not fail your expectations." As the entire sect was engulfed in turmoil, the mastermind behind this series of events, Shen Yan, remained blissfully unaware, lazily making his way to the summit of Wudang Mountain to sign in. To date, he had already signed in at every location on Wudang Mountain, and the once repeatable sacred sites had begun to elude him. Only the summit remained, still available for signing in. However, today, without any forewarning, the signing system unexpectedly removed the summit from its list. Shen Yan faced his final sign-in at Wudang. Yet, he had anticipated this, harboring no shock whatsoever. What he did not expect, however, was that this time, the system's notification sound would differ from the usual. This took Shen Yan by surprise. The designated sign-in location, Wudang's Golden Summit. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for accumulating 500 sign-ins at Wudang's Golden Summit, earning the supreme reward, the innate divine ability Heavenly Desolate Divine Eye. The Tao patterns converged, and the vertical pupils concealed themselves. Shen Yan reopened his eyes. With such striking handsomeness, now bestowed with a divine eye, does this mean I am to align myself with the direction of Erlangchen? Is this not the mark of a true protagonist? It appears that I am not merely the child of destiny. I am, in fact, the nephew of the heavens. Shen Yan sighed deeply, his tone laced with a hint of melancholy, yet his face bore an expression of spirited mischief, the corners of his mouth curling up like a battle god. In the distance, the disciples of Wudang, who were congratulating Shen Yan, all turned their gazes towards the golden summit. The sky was dark and heavy, lightning flickering ominously. Taiji, the true man, looked at the thick clouds above, puzzled. How could it have been a clear day just moments ago, only to suddenly threaten rain? Observing this eerie weather, he declared, "Everyone should disperse for now. We shall host a banquet to celebrate Shen Yan another day, raising our cups in joyous revelry." The crowd cheered loudly and gradually dispersed. However, Wudang was fated to revel in joy for only a fleeting moment, for a crisis was already approaching. In Wudang, within a secluded courtyard, a falcon swooped down and landed on the windowsill. The figure in a crimson robe stood silently before the loft window, retrieving a sealed letter from the falcon. Upon opening it, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes. He casually handed the letter to an elderly man leaning on a cane, who appeared to be on the verge of slumber, with his hands clasped behind him. The crimson-robed man gazed into the distance towards Wudang Mountain, his eyes deep and laden with murderous intent. The disciples of the Shushan sword sect have finally left Wanzhou. Relay the orders. The plan commences. Within 3 days, I want to see all of Wanzhou's Wudang strongholds eradicated. The elderly man nodded slightly and turned to leave. Soon, the courtyard echoed with sinister laughter as a host of fierce warriors armed with weapons surged forth in all directions. In the loft, the crimson-robed man withdrew his gaze, a flicker of unease stirring within him. His 3 subordinates dispatched to Wudang had yet to return, leaving him in the dark about their fate. Not only had he lost 3 subordinates, but the Taiji-splitting light sword had also gone missing, which infuriated him. Yet, the bowstring was taut. He had no choice but to launch an attack. The prolonged presence of the Shushan sword sect in Wanzhou had delayed his plans to assault Wudang for far too long. Anxiously, the crimson-robed man yearned to breach Wudang at the earliest opportunity and confront the drought demon. For he had been trapped at the pinnacle of the second rank for far too long, unable to break through. Only the drought demon possesses the complete magical prowess necessary to transcend the first rank. Thus, even in the face of minor unforeseen events, the man in the crimson robe chooses to disregard them, believing they bear no significance to the greater scheme. He is fully aware of the intricacies of Wudang. In truth, the entire Wudang sect is sustained solely by the efforts of the second-rank master, Tongju Shinren, and there is likely not a second practitioner of such caliber within the sect. The man in the crimson robe is confident that the forces he has brought will be sufficient to obliterate Wudang. In Wanzhou, Yinchuan County, amidst a landscape of verdant mountains and flowing waters, ancient trees stand in lush continuity. An old and elegant Taoist temple rises within, seemingly detached from the clamor of the world, embodying an essence of tranquility and transcendence. This is the branch stronghold of Wudang in Yinchuan County, a place that has always remained aloof from worldly disputes, and under the auspices of the Wudang name, none have dared to provoke trouble. Yet tonight, this tranquility has been shattered. Amidst the verdant mountains and flowing waters, flames soar into the sky, and thick smoke billows. The cacophony of battle reverberates across the land, accompanied by the incessant clash of metal. The air is thick with the pungent scent of blood, staining the earth a deep crimson, while severed limbs lie scattered about, painting a horrific scene. In this moment, dozens of figures clad in Taoist robes find themselves relentlessly pursued by a throng of black-clad assailants, retreating in disarray and cornered from all sides. Illuminated by the flickering flames, the visages of these adversaries appear particularly sinister. Some are seen licking the blood from their blades, their expressions fervent. Each individual's eyes gleam with a menacing red light, exuding an aura of ferocity, their faces twisted into cruel smiles, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves drawn to the scent of blood. None of these marauders harbored a glimmer of resentment in their eyes, as if they had come solely for the purpose of taking lives. The scene was utterly terrifying, sending chills down the spines of the Wudang disciples present. Who are you, vile creatures, and why do you dare to trespass upon Wudang? The head of the Yunchuan Dao Academy stood resolutely, drenched in blood, his voice resonating powerfully in all directions. As he witnessed familiar faces collapsing around him, his heart ignited with a burning desire for vengeance. From the shadows, a rough voice answered him. "Ha ha, we are none other than the infamous Blood-Sea Demon sect, and we are relishing this slaughter." The brawny man known as Chu-He-Hu, wielding a massive wolf-toothed club, slowly stepped forward, laughing maniacally. "Old fool, now that you know our identity, you can rest easy on your journey to the afterlife." Chu-He-Hu's gaze was cold and mocking as it fixed upon the head of Yinchuan. The latter glared back, filled with unrestrained rage. "You demonic scoundrels, Wudang shall never forgive you." With a final roar of fury, he resolved to burn his life force and charged forward without hesitation, aware that this day would be his last. Chu-He-Hu, indifferent, scoffed, "We won't spare Wudang either. Soon, those wretches will join you." With a fierce cry, he swung his club and led the charge, a violent gust of wind accompanying him. The surrounding shadows sprang into action, malevolent energy surging forth, their battle cries deafening, blades flashing as they descended upon the crowd. In an instant, the remaining Wudang disciples were engulfed by the darkness, fighting desperately, one after another falling to their demise. Half an hour later, the battle concluded, leaving the Yunchuan Dao Academy utterly devastated, reduced to scorched earth, with all Wudang disciples brutally slain, a scene of utter carnage. Meanwhile, in Dongshan County, Ningxue County, and Juling County, fierce and tragic battles were erupting at all of Wudang's outposts across the 13 counties of Wanzhou. This night, the flames of demonic wrath surged, destined to be a night of bloodshed. On the following day, after the entirety of the Blood Sea Demon sect had mobilized, a staggering piece of news spread throughout Wano City, rapidly circulating among the various factions within the martial world. Like a thunderclap from a clear sky, it stunned everyone in Wanzhou, whether martial artists or common folk. All of Wudang's outposts in Wanzhou had been annihilated overnight by the Blood Sea Demon sect. It is important to recognize the significance of Wudang, one of the 9 great sects, the ruler of the Wanzhou martial world, a colossal entity revered by countless individuals. Yet, this very existence had been assailed by demonic forces, suffering such grievous losses. It was almost beyond belief. Of course, the Blood Sea Demon sect was no mere rabble. It was a notorious force in the demonic realm that had gained considerable notoriety over the past decade. There were whispers that recently, the Blood Sea Demon sect had pledged fealty to the demonic church, becoming a vassal under its banner. This inevitably raises questions among many, as the once resplendent demonic sect plays an enigmatic role behind this turmoil. In an instant, the atmosphere in Wanzhou has grown exceedingly delicate and heavy, akin to ominous clouds gathering, heralding an impending storm, plunging the populace into profound panic. It seems that Wanzhou is on the brink of upheaval. Even the common folk can sense the shift, contemplating that a significant upheaval between the righteous and the demonic factions of the martial world is imminent. The flames of the demonic forces burn too fiercely. Could Wudang possibly follow in the footsteps of Shaolin Temple? Esteemed members of the righteous sects are gripped by trepidation, and a palpable sense of vulnerability spreads among them, prompting widespread vigilance. In these trying times, numerous farmers and hunters residing near Wudang Mountain have begun to relocate their families, seeking to evade the eye of this tempest, lest they be ensnared in the bloody conflict between the Blood Sea demonic sect and the Wudang school. Meanwhile, various malevolent creatures, previously hidden in the remote mountains and forests, sensing the chaos, seize the opportunity to wreak havoc upon humanity, acting with reckless abandon, leading to a proliferation of disorder that leaves the authorities scrambling to extinguish the flames of chaos. Even before the full-scale battle has commenced, such turmoil abounds. This situation prompts considerable concern among many. Should Wudang truly fall to the forces of darkness, what further depths of despair might Wanzhou, already burdened by the struggles of its denizens, descend into? At Wudang Mountain, the atmosphere is profoundly bleak and tense, as if shrouded by the shadow of an impending apocalypse. The sect has entered a state of utmost vigilance, with sentinels stationed every 5 paces and watchmen every 10, sealing the mountain gates and severing all connections with the outside world. For several days, Wudang has been rapidly consolidating its forces, summoning disciples scattered across Wanzhou back to their sanctuary, where they hunker down, sharpening their weapons and preparing for battle. Each disciple has entered a state of readiness. Within the Zishu Palace, a profound sorrow permeates the air. The atmosphere has reached an apex of oppression. When news of the Blood Sea demonic sect's destruction of various strongholds reaches them, the upper echelons of Wudang are collectively shaken, their blood surging with fury, howling in anguish, their hearts aching as if they might bleed. These 13 strongholds were meticulously cultivated over the years through the unwavering efforts of the sages of Wudang. Alas, they have now been utterly eradicated, resulting in grievous losses among the disciples and masters of the sect, with only a scant few managing to return. This represents the culmination of centuries of dedication. Now, in a single day, it has all been lost. Moreover, the strongholds were guarded by the core elite, who have been painstakingly cultivated over the years, now nearly obliterated. Such a devastating blow was beyond the endurance of the Wudang's upper echelons. The sudden assault by the Blood Sea demon sect delivered a fatal strike to the already declining Wudang. The enmity with the Blood Sea demon sect is irreconcilable. The expression of Tong Juzhenren twisted into a fierce grimace, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, his eyes a crimson hue, nearly brimming with tears of blood. Upon receiving this news, Shen Yan was equally taken aback. Inevitably feeling a twinge of sorrow, he let out a long sigh. Feeling somewhat helpless, at this moment he had to remain steadfast at Wudang, unable to stray even an inch. The matters unfolding below the mountain were beyond his control. After the initial shock, Shen Yan made his way to the golden summit of Wudang, intending to unveil the heavenly eye and probe into the atmosphere of one prefecture. As he opened his eye, the once clear skies and picturesque landscapes transformed in his divine gaze. Regions shrouded in dark, ominous energy began to emerge. reminiscent of a beautifully embroidered landscape ravaged by moths, a sight that was both shocking and heart-wrenching, indicative of suffering souls and the chaos wrought by demons. Within the main city of Wan Prefecture lurked a suffocating wave of crimson malevolence, overwhelming and oppressive, forming a sinister spear aimed directly at Wudang. Alas, the suffering of the populace. Such ominous energy foretells that a calamity of demonic proportions is imminent. Moments later, Shen Yan murmured to himself, closing his divine eye. A rare gravity etched upon his countenance. Fortunately, although this malevolent aura was dense, it was not overwhelmingly terrifying. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yan regained his composure, turned, and descended slowly from the golden summit. In the ensuing days, the turmoil outside escalated dramatically. Upon hearing that Wudang was on the brink of being attacked, various small factions of the demonic path scattered across Wan Prefecture began to stir, cracking their knuckles and converging from all directions towards Wudang, eager to partake in the spoils alongside the Blood Sea Demon sect. A formidable force was approaching, ominous and relentless. The edifice teetered on the brink of collapse. Danger loomed perilously close. Most believed that Wudang could not escape this calamity. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Wudang sect had been tirelessly sending missives to the righteous factions within Wan Prefecture over the past few days, imploring them to dispatch aid. However, dozens of carrier pigeons were sent forth, yet not a single one returned, with no faction offering a response. All seemed eager to remain uninvolved, watching with detached interest. Numerous sects, observing from the shadows, lamented, "Wudang has loomed over us for far too long. It is time for a change in hierarchy." These factions have long coveted the illustrious title of the Nine Greats of Wudang. They believe that, at this moment, there is no choice but to take advantage of the situation, colluding with the demonic sects to wield the blade against us, deeming it an adequate response to Wudang's plight. In various corners of Wanzhou, ancient beings who have secluded themselves for years awaken upon hearing the news, their cold gazes surveying the turbulent changes, their eyes radiating an intimidating brilliance. Humph, with Wudang's strength having diminished to such an extent, what merit remains for them to claim the mantle of Wanzhou's martial arts supremacy? Annihilation is merely a matter of time. Perishing at the hands of the demonic sect is certainly preferable to meeting our end at the hands of the righteous in the future. As for the smaller sects, even those with the intention to aid Wudang, upon witnessing this bizarre situation, quickly withered in resolve, refraining from sending reinforcements, fearing that their efforts would only lead to their demise. The martial world has always spoken through strength. The powerful command respect while the weak are deemed guilty by their very existence. No one would lament for Wudang. Seeing such a state of affairs, Master Taiji was infuriated, exclaiming, "This is the righteous path of Wanzhou. Everyone wishes for our downfall. How can we still call ourselves righteous when we are no different from the demons?" The crowd sighed in despair, their faces clouded with sorrow. As the foremost representative of Wanzhou's righteous path, the depths of his dismay were palpable. In this chaotic world of demons and turmoil, human hearts are inscrutable, each harboring their own ulterior motives. How could the common people not suffer? Master Tongren, accompanied by a group of disciples, arrived at the council hall, their expressions grim as they shook their heads in dismay. "Senior brother, we have scoured the entire secret realm. Yet we have not found that reclusive elder." The enigmatic hidden ancestor had become their sole beacon of hope. However, the elder remained elusive. In the face of such a perilous threat, would the elder truly choose to remain detached? Was it naive to think that Wudang would escape destruction? Master Taiji appeared despondent, slumping in his chair and murmuring tremulously, "At this juncture, we must swiftly ensure our disciples' safety. We must preserve the last ember of hope. If Wudang's lineage is extinguished, we shall have no face to meet our ancestors in the afterlife." Master Tongren's tone was filled with desolation as he prepared for their final move. After speaking, he immediately ordered the dispatch of a group of distinguished disciples to safety. A great battle could erupt at any moment. Delay could spell disaster. Before long, a commotion erupted outside the council hall. "Don't pull us away. We absolutely will not retreat. As Wudang disciples, we will die as Wudang souls. To vanquish demons and uphold justice, we fear not death." Outside the great doors, Shen Yan led dozens of disciples, swords raised high, their faces resolute. The elders who attempted to stop them were brushed aside, casting helpless glances at Master Taiji. With a proud stride, Shen Yan approached the higher-ups of Wudang, his gaze sweeping from the sect leader to the elders, finally resting upon Master Tongren, locking eyes with him. "Great elder, I have heard it was you who commanded us to flee the mountain to escape disaster? Shen Yan spoke with righteous indignation, disregarding sect etiquette, boldly questioning Master Tongren. At such a critical juncture for our sect's survival, if we abandon our posts, what will the other disciples think? How will they perceive us? To expel evil and uphold justice, we shall not rest until death. Is this not the creed you imparted to us? Have you truly forgotten? We would rather be ghosts beneath the blade than be branded as the traitors who flee in the face of battle. We must remain and fight, sharing life and death with our brethren. Please, Master, rescind your command. Shen Yan turned to bow deeply before Master Tongju. The other disciples echoed his fervent cries, bowing in unison, resolutely refusing to rise. Daoist Tongren's lips moved silently for a moment, but ultimately he sighed within and chose to remain silent. This scene brought tears to the eyes of the elders, their aged bodies igniting with fervor as they gazed up at Master Tongju, eager to discern his choice. The hall fell into a prolonged silence. At last, a spark of resolve illuminated Tongju's gaze, signaling an internal decision, and he rose slowly. Master brother. Daoist Tongren seemed to sense the headmaster's determination and attempted to interject with counsel. However, Tongju raised a hand, halting his words. He then turned to his disciples, his voice tranquil, devoid of any emotion, and spoke slowly. Junior brother, the disciples are correct. The extermination of evil and the preservation of righteousness have been the tenets of Wudang since its inception. As practitioners of Wudang, we cannot falter, nor can they. Master brother, please reconsider. Daoist Tongren pleaded once more, contemplating that if Wudang faced calamity, preserving a flicker of hope might allow for a resurgence in the future. Yet, Tongju shook his head, resolute like Shen Yan and the others, and continued, should Wudang fall today, it shall be by the decree of heaven, and we are powerless against it. The only course left to us is to fight valiantly, letting the blood of the demonic path spill 5 paces, ensuring that the reputation of Wudang remains untarnished. You need not depart, stay with us. After making this decision, it seemed as though he had exhausted all his strength, and he sank back into his chair, supporting his forehead with his hand. As the headmaster, the weight of responsibility bore heavily upon him. He was uncertain whether his choice was right, feeling profoundly lost within. Nevertheless, he wished for his disciples to have no regrets. For him, as the headmaster, it must be the correct path. Thank you, headmaster. All hail the headmaster. Shen Yan revealed a faint smile. In the hall, the disciples rose in unison, their faces alight with joy. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they might mistakenly believe that this group of disciples had encountered some momentous occasion. Unbeknownst to them, these disciples rejoiced in the prospect of sharing both life and death with their sect. Observing these children in joyous laughter, the elders were profoundly shaken, turning away with tears streaming down their aged faces. On the 23rd of September, it was deemed appropriate to prepare for burial, to break ground, to enter, and to open the grave of life. On this day, dark, ink-like clouds pressed heavily upon the sky, making it seem as though the heavens themselves were about to collapse. The cold wind howled with a ghostly wail, the earth lay in a chilling silence, and crows mourned ominously. Indeed, the black clouds loomed threateningly, as if ready to crush the mountains. Atop Wudang Mountain, the patrolling disciples sensed an unusual disturbance, their eyes fixated on their surroundings, refusing to relax even for a moment. Suddenly, without warning, a tremor surged through the ground. The patrolling disciples were startled, immediately turning their gaze toward the source of the sound. In the distance, on the horizon, a series of blood-red banners unfurled, fluttering in the wind, their ominous aura billowing forth like thick smoke, heralding the approach of a formidable army. In that instant, the fierce winds whipped up the earth, shaking the mountains. They're here. The patrolling disciples were momentarily dazed. Instantly, the sound of urgent bells rang out from Wudang, alerting all disciples to the impending danger. The sect had long been prepared. They swiftly assembled, forming pre-rehearsed formations, swords at the ready. Among the crowd, many young disciples felt their throats tighten, palms sweating, their expressions taut with anxiety as they gazed at the formidable enemies approaching from afar. A mass of figures loomed closer, drawing nearer in a relentless tide, nearly numbering in the tens of thousands. Some waved flags and shouted, others brandished weapons, while some sauntered nonchalantly, and others rushed about in a frenzy, creating a scene of utter chaos and confusion. Their ranks were disorderly, although not as regimented as a true army. Each individual was a warrior, preventing a complete disarray. The throng surged like a sea, the malefic presence overwhelming. Swords and blades glinted like a forest of steel, reflecting a chilling light. The rabble of the Wudang sect, the Grandmasters have arrived. Who would have thought you would face such a day? Ha. I must slay a few more. Cackling echoed through the crowd, mingled with a cacophony of foul language, sending chills down one's spine. Reminiscent of the wails of lost souls. All the fiends brazenly unleashed their fierce auras, their bloodlust palpable, almost solidifying in the air, cascading down like a torrential flood, seeking to suppress the morale of Wudang. The overwhelming aura of bloody malevolence painted the sky red, allowing the disciples of Wudang to sense the imminent peril from afar. This formidable advance cast a grave pall over the faces of the onlookers, for the enemy boasted far too many powerful figures. A fierce battle was inevitable. In the distance, numerous scouts from various sects observed the unfolding clash, their astonishment palpable upon witnessing such a grand assembly. In just a few days, the Blood Sea Demon sect had amassed such a formidable force, it seemed as though the entire demonic faction of Wano had mobilized. The sight of the demon army left many spies, secretly dispatched from various sects, utterly astonished. Among them, a scout recognized familiar faces within the throng. Swallowing hard as he pointed out, "Look over there. Those two are the Black Wind twin fiends, and the rest the White Lotus monk, Cold Red Maiden, the slaughtering Taoist." And the 9 thieving winds his finger trembled, struggling to count the notorious figures amassed before him. These are the notorious sorcerers of Wanzhou, long established in infamy. They have consistently occupied the forefront of government bounties, burdened with numerous crimes and malevolence, making their presence as unsettling as a wailing infant in the night. Such a grand display, with so many ferocious demons gathered, is enough to conquer not only Wudang Mountain, but perhaps even the very city of Wanzhou itself. Numerous rogue cultivators exchanged glances, astonished in silence. Some ancient figures from various sects observed the scene, solemnly remarking, "The Blood Sea Demon sect is formidable. Wudang may indeed face dire consequences today." What a tumultuous uproar. Has the battle already commenced? Behind Wudang Mountain, outside the library pavilion, a group of miscellaneous disciples gripped their torches, anxious and sweating profusely. As miscellaneous disciples, they were not required to engage on the front lines. Instead, they held an essential duty in the rear. Should Wudang suffer a complete defeat, their task would be to incinerate the library pavilion, leaving no sacred texts or manuals for these demons. What a grand spectacle, indeed. In a corner, Shen Yan raised his head, his gaze penetrating the void as if perceiving the unfolding events beyond. By mere comparison of numbers and aura, it was evident that Wudang stood at an absolute disadvantage. Should a battle ensue, the casualties would undoubtedly be severe. Yet, Shen Yan understood that this was not the opportune moment for him to act. The ones currently charging into the fray were merely foot soldiers. The true masters of the demonic path had yet to reveal themselves, lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. With his keen perception, he had already identified several powerful presences lying in ambush. However, it was likely that there were more demonic cultivators whose energies remained concealed. Thus, Shen Yan knew he must exercise patience, awaiting the emergence of these hidden powers before he could strike with decisive force, resolving this crisis once and for all. Dousing his torch, he vanished like a wraith, and within mere moments, he appeared atop the golden peak, surveying the battlefield. Meanwhile, the group of miscellaneous disciples remained oblivious to the absence of one among them. At this moment, the demonic army had arrived at the foot of Wudang Mountain. Among the crowd, a figure gradually emerged, causing all the demons to fall silent. The atmosphere was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Before us stands a frail old man, hunched and emaciated, his eyelids drooping as he coughs incessantly, resembling a patient teetering on the brink of death, half buried in the earth. Yet, when he firmly plants his staff into the ground, his eyes suddenly spring open, deep and mysterious like the night sky. His breath surges, powerful as a mountain, and an ethereal manifestation of countless white bones envelopes him. A terrifying black mist swells and crashes like monstrous waves. In the next moment, the space behind him ripples, and from the void, a towering skeleton giant emerges, its presence imbued with an ever-shifting aura of death. Standing there, it resembles a hellish reaper, instilling a chilling sense of dread that can be sensed from afar. This eerie method is terrifying to the utmost degree, sending shivers down one's spine. At Wudang Mountain, the defense is divided into 5 layers from the bottom to the top. The first layer is guarded by the Great 5 Elements linked sword formation, composed of 365 disciples. When the skeletal giant emerged, the hands of all the disciples gripping their swords trembled. This elderly individual employs malevolent sorcery, and with a mere flick of his hand, he unleashes such a formidable spell unmistakably revealing the strength and aura of a second-tier sorcerer. How could this not be astonishing? Wudang, along with those discreetly observing, were rendered speechless, utterly unprepared for the Blood Sea Demon sect's sudden deployment of a second-tier powerhouse, which sent shockwaves throughout the venue. Above, the elders of Wudang wore solemn expressions. Master Tongju had already drawn the Zixiao Pure Yang sword, fixating his gaze intently on the elderly man leaning on his staff. Should the adversary strike directly, he too would be compelled to unsheath his sword without hesitation. Thus, the strategic arrangement of Wudang would be utterly disrupted, rendering their five-layered defense completely ineffective. After all, the clash between second-tier masters exudes an overwhelming might, capable of shattering mountains and fracturing the earth. Such formidable assaults would undoubtedly throw the entire battlefield into chaos. That was the Tsangming Bone technique, unmistakably the signature divine art of the Bone sect. Someone lurking in the shadows recognized the origin of the Bone Giant, their countenance shifting dramatically as they exclaimed, "What? The Bone sect? Was it not annihilated by the Celestial Master's residence during the Righteous Evil War a century ago?" A collective gasp resonated among the spies present. The Bone sect, infamous 100 years prior for its malevolent legacy, specialized in the arcane arts of the underworld, commanding the dead and mastering dread sorcery. During the Righteous Evil War, the Bone sect had once conducted a blood ritual in a grand city, sacrificing 100,000 lives to forge the Bone Giant with the Tsangming Bone technique, a heinous act that provoked countless righteous factions to besiege them. The Bone Giant, forged from the blood and bones of the slain, was immensely powerful, standing its ground against the onslaught of the righteous, inflicting countless injuries. Ultimately, it was the celestial master of Longhu Mountain from that era who intervened, obliterating them with thunderous magic. The notorious Bone sect was thus reduced to ashes, becoming mere history. However, the Bone sect had not been entirely eradicated. Remnants still lingered. The crowd gazed at the old man with the staff, their eyes brimming with terror. If their suspicions were correct, this elder was the grand protector of the Bone sect from back then, the heavenly lacking Rakshasa, born with a physical defect, relying on a staff to walk. An elder from a prominent sect, with a profound gaze, revealed the identity of the staff-wielding elder. Instantly, a clamor erupted around them. One spy, astonished, remarked, "Could it be that he is the master of the Blood Sea Demon sect?" The Blood Sea Demon sect had emerged as a formidable dark force in the martial world. Shrouded in mystery, they appeared like demons materializing from stone, suddenly surfacing and, within a mere decade, establishing a fearsome reputation that shook the martial realm. The master of the Blood Sea Demon sect, the Blood Sea Demon Sovereign, remained even more enigmatic, with no one in the martial world aware of his appearance or origins. Logically, an ancient being like the heavenly lacking Rakshasa would not be content to remain subordinate, leading to speculation that he was indeed the Blood Sea Demon Sovereign. While those in the shadows exchanged whispers, the battlefield underwent a transformation. Roar! The Bone Giant let out an eerie and terrifying howl, reverberating throughout the arena, sending chills down spines. As the ghostly roar faded, a cacophony of murderous intent erupted from the mountain's base. The air crackled with ferocity. Kill! Thousands of demons shouted in unison, their voices rising like a tidal wave, overwhelming Wudang and rendering its disciples momentarily deafened, their blood surging. The dark forces raised their weapons, faces wild with fervor, surging forward like a black torrent towards Wudang. The battle commenced. As the revered figure Tongju and his companions observed the scene, they let out a sigh of relief, for the adversary of the second rank had not immediately launched an assault. This was an unfortunate stroke of fortune. Nevertheless, the situation remained dire. The grand sword formation of the first tier, despite the multitude of disciples, was hindered as their individual strengths were insufficient to unleash the full might of the array. Thus, its lethality was limited, merely serving to diminish the ranks of the demonic forces and buy a fleeting moment of respite. Turning to the battlefield, numerous fiends had already ascended to the first line of defense, brandishing an array of weapons and charging ferociously at the disciples of Wudang. On the mountainside, Master Tongren stepped forward, raising the command flag in his hand, and softly uttered 3 words, "Activate the sword formation." As his words echoed, 365 Wudang disciples, having been well prepared, faced the onslaught of demons without succumbing to panic. In an instant, they moved with precision, stepping in rhythm with the celestial forces, their swords drawn in unison, as the great 5 elements interlocking sword formation gradually took shape. The throng of demons plunged into the array, only to be met with a dazzling display of sword light that obscured the heavens and was omnipresent. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, each demon unleashed their full potential, attacking fiercely in various directions. Yet, the response they received was an unending barrage of sword light, relentless and unyielding. As the sword formation activated, a chilling brilliance filled the air. Confronted with such ferocious assaults, the demon warriors, trapped in a perilous predicament, emitted cries of despair as they were mercilessly slaughtered. Blades and swords fell like meteors, scattering across the ground as demon warriors were cleaved and dismembered, severed limbs and disjointed bodies hurled from the formation, staining the earth with blood. In the blink of an eye, over 100 demon warriors met their demise on the battlefield. This scene left numerous practitioners of the demonic path utterly petrified, their hearts racing in terror. The pace of their assault immediately slowed as many exchanged glances, hesitating in their advance. As the saying goes, if my companion must perish, I shall not. The demonic sect, notorious for its insidious cunning, comprised many warriors summoned by the Blood Sea demon sect, all lured by the prospect of wealth. None were foolish enough to charge recklessly into certain death. Consequently, the offensive momentum of the demonic forces reached a standstill. The sudden turn of events stunned not only the participating demonic warriors, but also those observing from various sects, who were left agape at the sheer terror of the sword formation. Within a brief span, hundreds of demonic warriors had perished within this lethal array, while the disciples of Wudang remained unscathed. Such was the profundity of this sword formation, a testament to the heritage of a premier sect. Many spies from various factions were left in awe of the formation's might, their eyes gleaming with envy, noticing his subordinates frozen in place. The fearsome Tian-Ke Luasha's eyes flashed with irritation, and a sinister glow erupted as he bellowed into the crowd. What are you waiting for? Attack at once. Following his command, the elite forces of the Blood Sea demon sect, including formidable warriors like Chu-He-Hu, surged forward from the rear of the demonic army. Alongside them, the likes of the formidable by Lian Monk from Wanzhou joined the fray, eagerly launching a ferocious assault against the lined-up disciples of Wudang, unleashing a relentless barrage. Demonic energy surged forth as blades and sword lights erupted, ethereal glimmers flickered, and fierce winds howled, creating a terrifying wave that engulfed the entirety of Wudang Mountain. Boom! The battlefield erupted with a thunderous roar, as ominous dark flashes illuminated the dim and foreboding sky. The ferocity of the onslaught was overwhelming, leaving all present aghast. The 365 lined-up disciples now seemed like rootless reeds adrift in a tempestuous sea, battered by the torrential downpour, scattering in all directions. Countless swords shattered, and figures were sent flying, bloodied. The sword formation was instantly breached. Those in attendance were left in profound shock, realizing the sheer number of formidable foes among the demonic forces. In but a fleeting moment, they had inflicted catastrophic damage upon the Wudang disciples who had arranged the sword formation. Daoist Tongren's expression grew grave. He had anticipated this outcome and was not taken aback. He promptly issued a cold command: cover them and retreat. In an instant, formidable elders emerged from the second layer of defense, positioning themselves before the disciples to engage in combat with the formidable practitioners of the demonic path, preventing them from unleashing their lethal strikes. Behind them, the disciples supported one another, hastily retreating up the mountain. As the disciples ascended, the elders began a tactical retreat while continuing to fight, swiftly reaching the second line of defense, where a prepared contingent awaited their arrival. As the demonic forces pursued the Wudang elders, 70 disciples stationed at the second layer simultaneously shouted, dividing into 10 teams to form the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation, rising with sudden momentum to meet the oncoming threat. The Big Dipper formation, also known as the Tian-Gang sword formation, was arranged in accordance with the celestial alignment of the 7 stars, exhibiting boundless variations. The disciples at this second layer were inner disciples, notably strong, and their formation, composed of 7 members, was notably agile. Unlike the sword formations of the first layer, they did not adopt a passive defense. Instead, they initiated an aggressive assault, piercing directly into the tide of demons while skillfully evading the more powerful adversaries, targeting the numerous weaker fiends for extermination. Within the throng, the glint of swords crisscrossed like a scythe through chives as countless demons fell swiftly, a significant number perishing in mere moments. How infuriating! Chu-He-Hu exclaimed, his temper flaring as he stomped in place, smoke billowing from his 7 orifices. He attempted to pursue the foes, but they maneuvered through the crowd with the agility of fish, evading the stronger demons and rendering his efforts futile. In truth, The chaos of their formation hampered their movements, leaving them flustered and disorganized. Had they faced a true military unit, the Wudang strategy might not have proven effective. Master Tongren stood above, holding the flag, observing everything with composure, strategizing as if all was within his grasp. The crowd gazed at his proud figure, filled with heartfelt admiration. Master Tongren's reputation was indeed well-deserved. He was renowned as the foremost strategist of Wudang, a figure whose intellect rivaled that of Liu Baimei from Shushan. Even in decline, the prestige of a top-tier sect remained. Despite adversity, they still produced remarkable talents. Many were left in a prolonged state of astonishment. Faced with such a multitude of demons and in such dire straits, Wudang remained undaunted, fearless in battle, a scene that was truly awe-inspiring. What spirit! What elegance! Even if Wudang were to face defeat today, it would still showcase the true demeanor of a prestigious sect to the world. Seeing the offensive fall into a stalemate, the demonic General Tianke Luocha's face hardened with resolve, his deep-set eyes igniting with boundless murderous intent as he coldly commanded, "Do not hold back, eliminate them. Kill. Your Wudang may have the heritage of a grand sect, but our demonic path possesses unyielding ruthlessness." Upon receiving the command, the assembly of demonic masters displayed an icy indifference, regarding their companions as mere corpses, and commenced a merciless onslaught. Wherever the sword formation advanced, figures such as Zhu Hu unleashed their full might, their formidable assaults crashing down like mountains. Both disciples of Wudang and practitioners of the demonic arts found themselves ensnared within this chaos. "Not good," exclaimed the disciples forming the sword array, hastily banding together to resist the overwhelming force. Around them, several dark figures, caught off guard, fell victim to their allies' attacks, meeting instant demise. Wherever the Wudang disciples tread, the demonic masters descended upon them with lethal intent, a tapestry of chilling glints intertwining as friend and foe alike were ruthlessly slaughtered. Severed limbs and remnants of bodies soaring through the air. The lower-ranking demons, their expressions twisted in panic, scattered like frightened birds, desperately evading harm while crying out, "We are allies, do not kill me. Save me, I do not wish to die. Have mercy," echoed the lamentations throughout the disordered ranks of the demonic horde, a chorus of despair resounding with tragic intensity. Yet, Tianke Luosha remained utterly unmoved, her gaze unsettlingly calm, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. This group of demonic warriors was originally regarded as mere cannon fodder. In their eyes, they held no value whatsoever. Their demise was inconsequential. As long as they could contend with Wudang, the loss of even more lives mattered little to them. This is the brutality of war. At this moment, all individuals truly comprehend the profound terror inherent in the realm of dark magic. Such ruthlessly chilling actions are undeniably disconcerting. This is a group of utterly deranged individuals, devoid of humanity and entirely lacking in emotion. Tongren Dao sighed in resignation. This is the treacherous nature of the demonic path. Confronted with such a predicament, he could only command, second barrier, retreat all. Upon hearing his words, the disciples of Wudang, who had formed a sword formation, ceased their wandering and promptly withdrew to the rear. Many of them bore severe injuries, coughing up blood as they fled with great haste. Thus, the demonic army advanced upon Wudang, employing a tactic of overwhelming numbers, their flesh accumulating on the battlefield. As time gradually slipped away, the demonic forces, indifferent to their own casualties, breached the third and fourth barriers set by Wudang in quick succession. At the mountainside, they had reached the final line of defense, where all Wudang disciples now gathered in one place, with the path to ascend behind them, leaving them with no avenue for retreat. The great battle is finally approaching its decisive moment. The final bloodbath between the two sides will determine the victor. At this moment, beneath the feet of the Wudang practitioners, the ground is strewn with corpses, and blood flows like a meandering stream, painting a landscape of devastation, a veritable human hell. The air is thick with the stench of flesh and blood. Many with feeble hearts cannot suppress their nausea, unable to bear the sight of this battlefield of carnage. The demonic forces, once numbering nearly 10,000, now stand with less than half remaining, suffering devastating losses. The situation for Wudang is not much better. Although the death toll is not as severe, each defender is gravely injured, seemingly bereft of the strength to fight again. It can truly be said that they have become a pitiful assembly of the old, weak, sick, and disabled. This battle has been extraordinarily brutal. The demonic faction has proven to be exceedingly ruthless. This battle sent shockwaves through all, instilling fear in the hearts of many hidden strongmen. On one side lay the terror of the merciless and cold-blooded demonic path, while on the other, there was astonishment at the indomitable spirit of Wudang. Had it been any other faction, confronted with such a multitude of ruthless fiends who regarded life with the same disdain as a raging flood, they would have faltered before the fight even began, discarding their armor and fleeing in panic, lacking the courage to engage in such dire circumstances. Thus, a profound respect for the Wudang sect arose within everyone, although it no longer shone with the same brilliance of yore, nor boasted a plethora of top-tier masters. Wudang still confronted the Blood Sea Demon sect head-on, resulting in a scene of such valiant slaughter. Alas, it is lamentable that Wudang, in terms of both numbers and prowess, remained vastly outmatched by the forces of the Blood Sea Demon sect. In the current predicament, Wudang found itself in a dire strait, with little hope for salvation. Facing a path of certain doom, this formidable giant, which has dominated Wudang for centuries and loomed like a mountain in the hearts of countless martial artists, has finally reached its end and is on the brink of annihilation. Some revel in schadenfreude, others watch from a distance, and some merely sigh in bewilderment. No one knows what direction Wudang's fortunes will take following the demise of the Wudang sect. The time has come. The true grand showdown is about to commence. At that moment, everyone held their breath, poised to witness a battle of righteousness and malevolence that would irrevocably alter the landscape of the martial world. At the foot of the mountain, the celestial ruler stood resolute, unmoved despite the sacrifice of countless subordinates, as if the fallen were mere insignificant ants. A rather unsettling grin spread across his withered, bark-like visage. Ha ha, the moment of revelation is finally at hand. What lay ahead was not merely the clash of the enchanted martial practitioners he had so cleverly gathered, but a confrontation of equals, a duel of masters, where kings would face kings. The celestial ruler raised his staff, his power surging forth as dark energies enveloped him, emanating an aura of malevolence. Sinister runes began to materialize, swirling around him in a chaotic dance. Wudang, prepare to accept your fate. He bellowed, his laughter echoing with dreadful delight. He finally unleashed his might. Although he appeared frail, as if his very essence was withering, his spirit radiated an overwhelming strength. The necromantic sorcery he conjured was terrifying beyond measure. A colossal skeletal giant roared skyward, its deathly aura surging forth like an ocean, sweeping across the battlefield. It began to advance towards Wudang with deliberate, thunderous steps. At that moment, every gaze was drawn to the skeletal giant. The emergence of a second-tier powerhouse acted as the clarion call for the impending clash, sending a jolt through the hearts of all present. Ha ha ha, Wudang shall be erased today. Kill. The remaining forces of darkness howled, a horde surging forward, their malevolent energies exploding forth with ferocity. Behind them loomed the vast shadow of the skeletal giant, each step it took leaving deep impressions in the earth, as if the ground beneath it were mere parchment. Wudang Mountain, which had been eerily silent, ignited like a thunderclap, the invisible smoke of battle once again permeating the air. On the Wudang side, the elders stood resolutely at the forefront, their expressions grave, brimming with anticipation. A resounding roar shook the earth as the skeletal giant leaped over the horde of demons, positioning itself at the forefront. Its overwhelming presence cast a pall over the mountains and valleys, as a colossal hand reached out, blocking the sun, descending ominously upon the gathered Wudang practitioners. The sheer force of this attack felt as if it could shatter mountains. Young disciples, witnessing the giant hand plummeting like a mountain, felt their hair stand on end, swallowing hard, cold sweat trickling down their brows. The imposing figures of Wudang's leaders stood protectively before them. The sound of a sword being unsheathed resonated through the air. As the second-tier powerhouse launched an assault, Master Taiji, without hesitation, drew forth the pure yang sword of Zixiao, channeling both internal and magical energies. His silver hair billowing in the wind, a tempest of power surging skyward. Swift, spirit sword. Master Taiji intoned gravely. Instantly, golden light surged, the sword's aura piercing the heavens. In the realm of celestial swords, a colossal golden sword, measuring approximately 10 zhang in length, suddenly materialized. Its chilling radiance flickered, and the fierce essence of flame permeated the void, emanating a torrent of fiery power. A single strike unleashed, resembling a spiraling fire dragon, directly cleaving through the descending palm of the skeletal giant. With a thunderous roar, the entire mountain trembled as the skeletal giant was thrust back over 1,000 meters. Trees toppled, stones flew, and the earth was rent asunder, resembling a deep furrow plowed through its surface. The sword technique of Master Taiji, infused with spiritual brilliance, starkly contrasted with that of Shen Yan, representing a vast chasm in power. His formidable strike left a profound gash upon the skeletal giant's hand, releasing wisps of eerie corpse energy into the air. Nearby practitioners of the demonic path were swept away by the shockwave of their clash, their bodies reduced to a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. The onlooking demons shuddered in fear, hastily retreating to the sides, terrified of being caught in the tumultuous battle between the second-tier powerhouses. Master Taiji, concerned that the skeletal giant might charge again and endanger his disciples, skillfully employed his lightness skill, darting toward the skeletal giant. Wherever he passed, no one dared to obstruct his path. With a fierce roar, the skeletal giant halted, enraged and frenzied, brandishing its massive bony hands in a wild assault. With a resounding crash, Master Taiji swung his fiery sword once more, colliding with the skeletal giant and producing a deafening sound that echoed through the air, sending debris flying and causing the ground to fracture. As dust soared into the sky, Master Taiji fought with ferocity, his face contorted with determination as he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, quickly engaging the skeletal giant in a brutal melee that lasted over 100 exchanges, transforming the ground into a veritable wasteland. The combination of martial prowess and magical technique was indeed awe-inspiring. A group of young spectators, moved by the spectacle, could not help but be touched by the scene. Alas, one lamented, if only Master Taiji's skills had reached the second tier, his sword might have severed the skeletal giant's hand with ease. An elder nearby raised an eyebrow at this remark and retorted sharply, "You speak nonsense. If both martial and magical abilities could attain the second tier, this skeletal giant would not merely be a challenge. Even a grandmaster would find it formidable. Who would dare to attack Wudang then?" The young man, chastened by the elder's words, felt his face flush crimson, awkwardly laughing before resuming his watch of the fierce battle atop Wudang Mountain. At this moment, as Master Taiji grappled with the skeletal giant, the demons, shedding their caution, launched a renewed assault on Wudang. "Brothers, it is our turn now," declared an elder from the inner sect of Wudang. Nods of agreement echoed among the gathered, their expressions solemn. With a surge of powerful auras, they unleashed their sword techniques, radiant streams of righteous sword light bursting forth. A group of elders then leapt from the mountainside, plunging into the tide of demons, their sword lights intertwining as they engaged in fierce combat. "Come forth." Some formidable demons, upon witnessing their adversaries charging forth, felt not fear but delight, akin to hunters seeking prey, and each sought an opponent to engage in combat. Observers from afar shook their heads in dismay. The elders of Wudang, plunging into the throngs of demonic forces, resembled inconsequential ripples in a vast ocean, destined to be swiftly overwhelmed. The demonic army, capable of using sheer numbers to extinguish them, had effectively sealed Wudang as fate. As the battle erupted, urgent missives poured forth from Wudang, delivering critical reports to various factions across the realm. The Blood Sea Demon sect was mercilessly slaughtering Wudang strongholds, rallying nearly 10,000 demons, their might formidable, as they besieged the gates of Wudang Mountain. The demonic aura was overwhelming, and the situation for Wudang was perilous, on the brink of annihilation. The established order of the martial world, centuries in the making, was on the verge of upheaval. Chaos loomed over Wudang, with demons rampaging, heralding a storm of bloodshed and suffering for the innocent. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with alarm. Within the imperial capital, deep in the palace, the old eunuch shattered 6 teacups in a fit of unrestrained fury. Below, a congregation of officials, immensely influential and esteemed, prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear, not daring to utter a sound. The eunuch, ablaze with rage, darkly remarked, "Are the people of Wudang merely idle? Under our very noses, nearly 10,000 demons have risen up without a whisper of warning. If the demons annihilate Wudang and then seize Wudang to carve out their own dominion, what chaos would ensue? The officials of Wudang have failed gravely. It seems a nest of treacherous ministers has conspired with the demonic forces in secrecy." His murky eyes glinted with an insatiable thirst for vengeance, an unintentional aura of terror emanating from him, instilling profound dread within those crouched before him, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their bones chilled. Dispatch orders for the Eastern Workshop and the 6 gates to act in concert, heading to Wudang to imprison all officials and conduct thorough interrogations. In times of turmoil, stringent measures are essential. Remember, it is better to wrongfully execute 1,000 than to let one escape. The eunuch's gaze turned frigid as he issued his command. Yes, the officials, as if granted a pardon, swiftly scurried to obey. At Wudang Mountain, within the Tianshi mansion, a gathering of esteemed figures convened. Outside the grand entrance, A Taoist clad in green gazed toward the direction of Wudang, a flicker of anger crossing his features as he coldly remarked, "The righteous factions of Wudang are truly disgraceful. Not a single one has come to aid Wudang. Such lawlessness is beyond comprehension. Their thoughts are as twisted as demons." He immediately dispatched emissaries to Wudang, resolved that should Wudang fall, measures must be taken to prevent the various sects from engaging in internecine strife over the coveted 9 seats. Additionally, an investigation into each sect must be conducted to ascertain who conspired with the demonic forces, for the demon lord's entry into the realm was imminent, and Wudang could not afford any missteps. On the same day, the 2 titans of the imperial court and the martial world, consumed by fury, dispatched their emissaries to Wudang. In an instant, the atmosphere turned tumultuous, and Wudang became the epicenter of a gathering storm, drawing countless gazes toward its unfolding drama. At Shaolin Temple, a formidable assembly of righteous warriors convened. Upon receiving news regarding Wudang, they were collectively taken aback. Among them, a middle-aged man clad in white, bearing a sword, was particularly incensed. He was the sword master of Mount Shu, who had hastily journeyed from afar upon hearing news of the demonic sect's assault on Shaolin. Yet, just as he was nearing the temple, it appeared that the demonic sect had caught wind of the situation and abruptly chose to retreat. This made the sword master of Shushan feel as though he had raised his long sword, yet found no place to wield it, causing him great frustration. Within the Shaolin Temple, there was also a group of skilled masters who, like him, had hastened from various regions to lend their support to Wudang. The malevolent sect had scarcely departed when news reached them of the Blood Sea Demon sect's assault on Wudang. A wave of indignation swept through the assembly, particularly upon learning that the major factions in Wudang remained passive, offering no support to Wudang. Their fury knew no bounds, for such behavior was akin to that of the demonic path. Yet, at this juncture, any attempt to rush to Wudang would be futile. How infuriating! It was no wonder the demon sect had withdrawn. Their true objective was indeed Wudang. The expression on the leader of Mount Shu was particularly grim. The others wore faces as dark as the stormy sea, their hearts heavy with foreboding. They could all envision the dire straits Wudang currently faced. Besieged by so many demons without a grandmaster to defend them, truly a perilous situation. The abbot of Shaolin wore a troubled visage, his hands clasped in prayer as he implored, "Amidst, may the Buddha bestow protection, and may Wudang navigate this calamity unscathed." At noon, the battle at Wudang raged on. Upon the golden summit, Shen Yan observed the chaotic conflict below, rendered somewhat speechless. He had finally discerned from whom Shen Yan had learned such reckless tactics. What appeared as a grand display of swordsmanship by Master Taiji was, to one of Shen Yan's caliber, riddled with flaws and scarcely worthy of mention. Yet, Taiji was not truly toying with fire. Unlike Shen Yan's blind assaults, he wielded his sword with calculated abandon, relying on the rigidity of the bone giant to justify his aggressive strikes. The battle beneath the mountain was fiercely contested. Wudang's forces were clearly dwindling in their ability to endure. Shen Yan found himself tempted to intervene on several occasions, but restrained himself. Should he act now? The lurking formidable adversaries would surely be alerted and flee. Thus, he could only hope that Wudang possessed a hidden card to draw out the shadowy manipulator behind this chaos. At that moment, a frantic voice echoed from the battlefield below. "Damn it, a bunch of old stubborn fools. How troublesome. I shall first slay your disciples. Let us see how long you can withstand this." The elders of Wudang, seasoned masters in their own right, displayed remarkable resilience against the multitude of demon adversaries, fighting valiantly despite the overwhelming odds, and the outcome remained uncertain. This infuriated Chu-He-Hu greatly. With a swift shift in his thoughts, he turned his gaze towards the disciples of Wudang on the mountainside, revealing a sinister smile. No longer entangled with the elders, Chu-He-Hu immediately changed his adversaries, summoning several dark practitioners to launch an assault on the Wudang disciples. His intentions were straightforward. First, there was a large group of elite disciples from Wudang, previously engaged in a sword formation, who were now recuperating and unable to exert their full strength, making them easy targets for slaughter. Second, if he were to eliminate these disciples, the elders of Wudang would surely be thrown into a frenzy, losing their composure, thus making them easier to deal with. At this moment, Shen Yan was leading a group of true disciples at the periphery, resisting the onslaught of the dark forces. He suddenly sensed several powerful auras approaching and was taken aback. This is bad. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tong Ju Jinren, who was battling the skeletal giant, noticed the situation and his expression darkened. He attempted to rush over to provide assistance, but was immediately ensnared by the skeletal giant, unable to extricate himself. Despite the giant being riddled with cracks from his strikes, it felt no pain and continued its relentless assault, providing no opportunity for Tong Juzhenren to escape, which only heightened his anxiety. The elders engaged in combat with the dark practitioners were also under intense pressure from their opponents, unable to spare any effort to intercept the impending threat. The situation had plunged into dire straits. At this juncture, Chu-He-Hu, flanked by 4 dark practitioners, had arrived at the mountainside, laughing wickedly. "Heh, a bunch of insignificant pests. Prepare to meet your demise." The dark practitioners were notorious for their lack of adherence to rules. In the blink of an eye, Chu-He-Hu appeared before the true disciples, his body radiating malevolent energy. Wielding a spiked club that descended with the force of a tempest, he possessed boundless strength, and with a single blow, it was as if he could shake the very mountains, rendering his foes powerless. Thud thud. 2 true disciples were struck and sent flying like kites severed from their strings, spewing blood midair. The other 4 dark practitioners launched a series of ferocious attacks, injuring several true disciples in an instant. The situation tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the dark forces. Ha ha ha. Is this what Wudang's successors amount to? Pathetically weak, hardly worth the effort. Chu-He-Hu laughed heartily, his gaze condescending, looking down upon them like insects. The other 4 dark practitioners joined in. "Dark Lord, do not be so arrogant," Shen Yan bellowed, his eyes ablaze with righteous fury. As the leader of the disciples, he stood resolutely at the forefront. With a commanding presence, he stood like a mountain, shielding his wounded comrades behind him. There was no retreat. At this moment, he had no choice but to gamble with his life. "You, insolent brat. Who do you think you are? Stop pretending to be grand and prepare to die." Chu-He-Hu sneered down at Shen Yan, his right hand gripping the massive spiked club, raised high above his head, as he stomped forward, leaping to stand before Shen Yan. "You insignificant pest, I will crush you with a single blow." The malevolent energy coalesced into a singular force as Chu-He-Hu struck through the air with his club, a haunting wail of evil spirits echoing, accompanied by the roar of ferocious deities, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The mirror-like surface of the arena shimmered like water, while the towering peaks of the Tianshan Mountains loomed majestically. Noticing the ferocity of his opponent's approach, Shen Yan remained unfazed, reciting the sword incantation, his gaze deepening as he slowly raised his sword, its cold brilliance erupting forth. An invisible sword intent swirling around him. He wielded his sword with grace, the radiance dazzling, as if he had painted a spiritual mountain resembling a tortoise entwined with a dragon, emanating an indomitable aura. Those surrounding him felt an inexplicable sensation, as if Shen Yan had transformed into an invisible mountain, rising from the earth to pierce the heavens, exuding a tremendous might. One man could hold the pass, while thousands could not breach it. The rock-solid sword emerged, unyielding and indestructible. Boom! Chu-He-Hu, channeling the ferocity of a dark god from the abyss, collided with Shen Yan's resplendent sword light, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The air compressed and detonated. A fierce shockwave surged forth like a hurricane, leveling the ground for miles around. Spectators shielded their eyes, their cheeks stinging from the blast. Thud! A brilliant light erupted, and both figures staggered as if struck by a tremendous force. Shen Yan retreated several paces, while Chu-He-Hu was violently hurled backward over 100 meters. Emitting a muffled groan, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, the surrounding demons gasped in astonishment. After a single exchange, the disparity was starkly evident. In a moment of peril, Shen Yan radiated a stunning brilliance. The 4 demon cultivators narrowed their eyes, their expressions grave as they observed the young swordsman, their gazes tinged with apprehension. The sword intent. They had underestimated him. To their astonishment, this youthful disciple of Wudang was also a 4th-tier martial artist. Infuriated, Chu-He-Hu could hardly accept this. As a peak 4th-tier warrior, he felt his pride wounded by a mere youth, igniting a fierce anger within him. His eyes brimmed with rage, he licked the blood from his lips, his smile becoming increasingly malevolent, exuding an aura of unrestrained ferocity, akin to a rampaging beast as he charged once more at Shen Yan, wielding his spiked club. In contrast, Shen Yan remained calm and composed, his expression unchanging. As he unleashed one sword strike after another, enveloped in sword intent, his focus unwavering, as if there existed only him and his sword in the vast universe. Devoid of any distractions, Chu-He-Hu relentlessly hammered away with his club, repeatedly clashing with the sword light. Yet, Shen Yan's sword techniques were as unassailable as an iron fortress. Where their strikes met, the ground trembled, fissures cracking the earth, debris soaring, as a massive pit began to take shape. All around, spectators gaped in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. The remaining 4 demon cultivators exchanged glances, a flicker of malice passing through their eyes as they silently encircled Shen Yan, plotting a surprise attack. Just as the combatants reached a fever pitch, suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared. For formidable practitioners of the demonic path seized an opportunity, brandishing their weapons and launching a fierce assault towards Shen Yan, intent on inflicting severe injury upon him. "Despicable fiends!" shouted Brother Shen Yan, as the disciples of Wudang, witnessing the ambush, gasped in alarm, their hearts leaping into their throats. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Shen Yan, though seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, appeared to possess an innate foresight. As the 4 assailants struck unexpectedly, he swiftly evaded, his sword dancing in a flurry of brilliance, creating an impenetrable wall of steel. The clashing of metal rang out incessantly, while Shen Yan stood resolute, akin to a steadfast rock amidst a tempestuous sea, unyielding against the onslaught of 5 fourth-tier powerhouses. How could he possibly withstand this? The surrounding practitioners of the demonic path gasped, astonished that even their covert assault failed to subdue the young man. At that moment, countless eyes were riveted upon the clash of these 6 warriors, including the elder generation of Wudang, who could not help but steal glances amidst the fray. The 5 demons grew increasingly astounded as their tempestuous attacks met with unwavering calm from their opponent, who stood immovable as a mountain. Moreover, beneath the formidable defensive swordplay, an ominous power seemed to be brewing, instilling a sense of dread within them. A foreboding intuition of impending peril compelled the 5 to exchange wary glances, contemplating a retreat. However, before they could withdraw, a vast and potent wave of energy began to surge forth, distorting the very fabric of space. Instantly, their scalps tingled with apprehension. Too late to escape. Then, a thunderous voice resonated. "With a sword like a rock, I shall remain invincible." Under the immense pressure, Shen Yan seemed to have gathered the strength for a formidable technique. He shouted, raising his sword towards the heavens. In that instant, the long sword in his grasp shimmered with radiant light, expanding to nearly 10 zhang, and under the influence of his sword intent, it transformed into a majestic ancient peak. This is the inspiration he derived from Gu Lingxing's Cold Heaven Pavilion, which merges the radiant giant sword technique with the rock-solid sword method, resulting in a formidable swordsmanship. This time, what everyone felt was no longer the indomitable strength of ancient Mount Tai, but instead the chilling solitude of a solitary peak, exuding a sense of cold menace. When the sword peak emerged, 5 formidable practitioners of the demonic path suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping them from all directions. Their vision was filled with the sight of a colossal sword descending, leaving them no chance to evade. In an instant, a myriad of sword lights flickered, leaving each individual with deep gashes across their chests, revealing glimpses of stark, white bones within. Blood gushed uncontrollably from the 5, who were then sent sprawling to the ground like ragdolls, each severely injured. The might of Shen Yan's strike was nothing short of earth-shattering. With a single swing, he had vanquished 5 fourth-tier powerhouses. Even those nearby, who had been too close, were forced to retreat in chaos, while the less resilient among them spewed blood, suffering grievous injuries on the spot. How could this be? Chu Heihu stammered as he staggered to his feet, disheveled and frenzied, muttering incessantly, his mind unraveling in that moment of despair. The urgency of battle was palpable. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Shen Yan's gaze sharpened, and he lunged forward with the grace of a fleeting shadow, effortlessly thrusting his sword ahead. Chu Heihu's hair stood on end as he suddenly regained his senses, but it was already too late. The sword light flashed like lightning, and a spray of blood blossomed in the air. You, he stammered, trembling as he pointed a shaky finger at Shen Yan, only to be abruptly severed, his head flying away and rolling at the feet of the surrounding demons. His eyes still reflecting the unwillingness of death, refusing to close. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The other 4 practitioners of the demonic path were struck with horror. Ignoring the blood that continued to flow from their wounds, they immediately turned to flee. Yet, before they could take more than a few steps, their hearts raised as they felt an overwhelming aura of pressure and murderous intent descend upon them. "Demonic scum, meet your demise," Shen Yan bellowed as he charged forth. With a single sweep of his sword, the injured 4 were no match for him. In swift succession, 4 more heads fell to the ground. Shen Yan stood resolute, his sword in hand, radiating an aura of bloodlust that transformed him into an unparalleled harbinger of death. The chilling sight compelled the surrounding demons to halt their assault, recoiling in fear, hesitant to advance any further. The murderous aura emanating from Shen Yan was enough to instill dread, rendering them unable to meet his gaze. Many could scarcely believe that a mere young disciple from Wudang could slay 5 fourth-tier powerhouses with such ease. At that moment, the area around Shen Yan was steeped in silence, all eyes fixed upon him. The demons were torn between the desire to press the attack and the fear of leading the charge, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Meanwhile, distant observers were struck with awe, their eyes gleaming with admiration. They had not anticipated that the younger generation of Wudang possessed such extraordinary talent, wielding swordsmanship that seemed to transform decay into the miraculous. Even the elder powerhouses were moved, exclaiming in astonishment. Indeed, it was astonishing to witness such an extraordinary sword technique from Wudang, steeped in profound heritage. Young practitioners nodded in agreement, expressing their admiration. This sword technique was unprecedented. It seemed as though no one from Wudang had ever employed such mastery before. A well-informed warrior furrowed his brows in perplexity. Logically, such a miraculous and formidable swordsmanship should not have fallen into obscurity, unheard of and uncelebrated. Others sighed and shook their heads, lamenting, "What a pity. This prodigy is simply a victim of circumstance. In the dire straits of Wudang, his fate is doomed to decline." Many nodded in agreement, sharing their sense of dismay. In such a vast battlefield, a mere 4th-tier warrior, no matter how gifted or powerful, could hardly alter the course of the war. Wudang remained unable to escape its impending doom. Indeed, the elders of Wudang, witnessing Shen Yan's magnificent display of prowess, were equally bewildered, caught in a moment of utter astonishment. What is the situation? Is that my Wudang sword technique? The swordsmanship displayed by Shen Yan is something they have never encountered before. Atop the golden peak, Shen Yan nodded in satisfaction. A promising student indeed. It is surprising that Shen Yan not only comprehended the rock sword technique in such a short time, breaking through to the 4th rank, but also applied it creatively, merging martial prowess and wisdom to grasp such formidable sword moves. Truly remarkable. Shen Yan has lived up to the swordsmanship he was taught, maintaining the undefeated reputation of this technique. Surely, if Wudang's spirit were to witness this scene, it could find peace. However, in the context of this fierce battle, despite Shen Yan's brilliance, it does not alter the tide of war. As anticipated by all, slaughter resumed on the battlefield. On the mountainside, after a moment of fear, a group of demons, undeterred by death, surged forth, brandishing their blades and charging ahead. Let us all charge. With so many of us, what is there to fear? I refuse to believe he has the strength to unleash that sword move again. Kill. Faced with the renewed onslaught of demons, the Wudang disciples, who had just felt joy from Shen Yan's defeat of 5 formidable foes, saw their spirits evaporate in an instant. They gritted their teeth and engaged in battle with the swarm of demons. Shen Yan's expression turned grave, a sense of helplessness and despair swelling within him. Indeed, human strength has its limits. That powerful sword strike could only be executed once, and he was now spent. Many believed that this battle was nearing its end. In a distant, shadowy corner, a terrifying aura surged forth as a calm voice echoed. It seems Wudang truly has no hidden cards left. The curtain is about to fall. Alas, they are so weak that we need not even lift a finger. A dark figure remarked with a hint of boredom. He, after such a prolonged skirmish. It is time to conclude this chaotic battle, an aged voice coldly chuckled. Before finishing his words, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, something appears to be amiss. We may still need to intervene." Oh, the shadowy figure lurking in the depths turned its gaze back towards the battlefield. There, unnoticed at the periphery, a figure stealthily approached the foot of the mountain, heading straight for Tian-Ke Luocha. At that moment, Tian-Ke Luocha was employing dark sorcery, commanding the skeletal giant in combat, completely unguarded and in a position highly vulnerable to a surprise melee attack. However, Tian-Ke Luocha possessed a formidable mental acuity. As the figure drew within 100 meters, his instincts warned him, and he sensed the presence nearby. "Who goes there?" he called out in a deep voice, swiftly turning his shadowy gaze. To his astonishment, he recognized the intruder as Daoist Tongren. Upon being discovered, the latter immediately unleashed his lightness skill, darting forward at great speed, while simultaneously drawing the Taiji Fingling sword, its cold gleam flashing. "Demon thief, prepare to meet your end." Tong Rindo, with a cold and commanding voice, soared through the air like a startled swan, unleashing an overwhelming force from within, akin to a tempest. In an instant, the divine sword in his grasp sliced through the air with lightning speed, releasing hundreds, even thousands of strikes in the blink of an eye. The sword's energy surged forth, creating an ethereal sea of glimmering blades that enveloped the surroundings, leaving no escape for his adversary. Tian-Ke Luosha looked up in astonishment as the ocean of swords loomed over him, filling the entire expanse with a potent essence that seemed capable of rending heaven and earth asunder. In the presence of this formidable sword sea, everything appeared as fragile as paper, easily torn to shreds. Such an overwhelming might has unmistakably attained the second-tier realm. I never anticipated that you would be a second-tier warrior. Tian-Ke Luosha gritted his teeth and slowly uttered these words, his expression gravely serious. The commotion here is so grand that it naturally draws countless gazes in an instant. At this moment, everyone finally realized that Master Tongren had been absent from the battlefield all along. He had stealthily approached the foot of the mountain, preparing to execute a decisive strike. This, a second-tier expert. The individuals hidden in the shadows gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They were utterly taken aback. It turned out that Master Tongren was indeed the trump card of Wudang. No one had anticipated that he was also a formidable second-tier master. Wudang's ultimate weapon had been concealed so profoundly. On the other hand, upon witnessing Master Tongren's appearance, the Wudang disciples' eyes sparkled with hope, erupting into a chorus of cheers akin to the roar of the sea. A flame of hope ignited within them. If they could eliminate the opposing second-tier expert, the forces of the demonic path would undoubtedly crumble. This fierce battle could be won. A fourth-tier Shen Yan cannot alter the tide of war. However, a second-tier Tongren Taoist would make a significant difference. The demonic army possesses but a single second-tier powerhouse, whereas Wudang boasts two. Should the celestial lacking Rakshasa fall victim to another surprise attack, the outcome of this grand conflict would be all but sealed. This sudden shift in circumstances is truly astonishing. However, the path of darkness is far from simple. After overcoming the initial shock, Tian-Ke Luosha gazes at the descending sea of swords above, regaining composure as a cold smile graces his lips. Just as everyone's hearts remain in a state of suspense, watching the sword sea descend upon Tian-Ke Luosha, a resounding explosion echoes from the distant horizon. A streak of blood-red sword light hurtles forth. That crimson hue is particularly profound, exuding an intensely fierce aura, giving the impression that it is not merely a beam of sword light, but rather a living, breathing beast of prey terrifying in its ferocity, instilling a sense of dread in all who behold it. As the crimson beam of sword light descended, it shattered the sea of swords unleashed by Master Tongren with a resounding force. Who is it? Master Tongren's countenance changed dramatically upon witnessing his seemingly assured technique being effortlessly dismantled. Failing in his strike, he swiftly retreated. Who could be behind this? The onlookers gasped in disbelief, rendered momentarily speechless by the abrupt turn of events. In the distance, Master Tongju furrowed his brow, casting his gaze towards the horizon. A sense of foreboding swelling within him. The world fell into an eerie silence. From afar, a voice echoed hauntingly. Tongren, I never imagined that you, a mere waste, would ascend to the second tier. Is this truly your last resort? If so, then today, Wudang shall be erased from existence. A chill ran through the crowd as they looked towards the source of the voice. There, at the edge of the earth, a figure approached with an air of nonchalance, each step spanning several yards. His flowing crimson robe billowed, and beneath the beast-patterned mask, a pair of cold, indifferent eyes glimmered. Every move he made seemed to subtly summon the forces of nature, each footfall resonating with an indescribable rhythm, as if harmonizing with the pulse of the earth, unleashing an invisible weight of momentum that pressed heavily upon the hearts of the onlookers, akin to mountains and vast seas bearing down upon them. In that instant, many felt their hearts pounding like war drums, as if their very hearts were grasped in a vice, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. This revelation left everyone utterly astounded. Their gazes filled with terror as they beheld the approaching figure, resembling a vast, blood-soaked sea, inexorably closing in. The hidden puppeteer had finally made their appearance. As this individual emerged, numerous dark overlords raised their voices in fervent exclamation. We welcome the arrival of our esteemed sect master. The might of the sect master is unparalleled. The cacophony reverberated through the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the man in the crimson robe commanded the attention of the multitude. Countless onlookers were struck with horror, their eyes widening in disbelief. Was this truly the Blood Sea Demon Lord? This aura, it is that of a half-step grandmaster. The expressions of those covertly observing shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that the Blood Sea Demon Lord was a different individual altogether. A terrifying presence at the threshold of grandmaster level. Many swallowed hard, their gazes fixed on the Blood Sea Demon Lord, rendered mute with fear. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Master Tongju and the assembled elders seemed to recognize the newcomer by his voice alone. their countenances changing drastically, fury boiling within their eyes. Wishing they could devour the man in the crimson robe hole, Reverend Tong Run, who had just retreated to the ranks, glared at the crimson-clad figure with palpable rage. His voice laced with coldness. "So you are the Blood Sea Demon Lord, the mastermind behind all this. It turns out the current Blood Sea Demon Lord is none other than the traitor from Wudang 60 years ago." In the blink of an eye, the Blood Sea Demon Lord had reached the foot of the mountain. Standing against the stench of blood, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, raising his frigid, lifeless gaze, not sparing a glance at Reverend Tong Ren, but instead directing his attention towards Master Tongju. The Blood Sea Demon Lord spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, untraceable to any joy or sorrow, and inquired, "Tongju, do you think that old codger up in the heavens, upon witnessing Wudang in its current state, would be so enraged that he would leap from his coffin, regretting his choice of you, this worthless being, as the sect leader? You." The elders of Wudang glared in outrage, incensed by the insult to their ancestors and sect leader, itching to rush forward. Yet reason dictated that, against this traitor, they were powerless. They beheld the very traitor they had longed to vanquish throughout their lives. At this moment, the Taoist master Tongju appeared remarkably composed, sneering, "Even if I am powerless, I am still superior to you, a treacherous, unfilial, heartless fiend and executioner." The elders, burdened with years of deep-seated animosity, erupted like a volcano, hurling vehement curses at the Blood Sea Demon Lord, uttering every vile remark imaginable. "You rebellious wretch, a perpetrator of countless evils, you shall surely descend to the 18th level of hell upon your death, subjected to endless tortures, never to be reborn." In the shadows, spies from various factions observed with rapt attention, silently witnessing the unfolding drama. The exchanges between both sides were met with peculiar glances, plunging them into contemplation. What a shocking revelation. It turned out that the Blood Sea Demon Lord was indeed a traitor of Wudang. There seemed to be an unspoken, profound enmity between the two parties. Faced with the scornful vitriol of the Wudang practitioners, the Blood Sea Demon Lord's gaze grew increasingly frigid, imbued with a chilling malice. He coldly declared, "I trust that once the Wudang disciples are annihilated, your lot will find it much easier to speak boldly." Before the formidable enemy of the Blood Sea, Master Tongju resolved himself with an unwavering determination. Fixing his steely gaze upon the Blood Sea Demon Lord, he spat through clenched teeth. "Do you truly believe that your status as a half-step Grandmaster grants you dominion over Wudang?" Currently, both sides were evenly matched at the second tier. Although the Blood Sea Demon Lord's realm was slightly superior, being a half-step Grandmaster, should he resort to various forbidden techniques in a desperate struggle, it was not impossible to perish together. The Blood Sea Demon Lord seemed to discern his thoughts, his eyes glinting with derision as he dismissively shook his head, sneering, "Ha! Tongju, you remain as foolish as ever. If I did not possess absolute certainty, would I dare to assault Wudang?" No sooner had he spoken than a cawing laugh echoed from afar, reverberating through the heavens and earth. "Ha ha, old Taoist Tongju. If you believe that the Blood Sea Demon Lord cannot handle Wudang, what if you add us to the mix? Is that sufficient?" Upon hearing this thunderous laughter, the crowd shuddered in alarm. In unison, they raised their heads to gaze at the horizon, where three formidable waves of demonic energy surged, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds as figures soared through the air. The sky darkened, and a fierce wind arose. Before they even arrived, the overwhelming demonic aura had already pressed down upon them. More masters of the demonic path were approaching, gasped some, their faces turning pale. Almost everyone's eyes turned toward the newcomers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something piercing the air echoed. In the blink of an eye, three figures descended upon the foot of the mountain, their gazes disdainful, surveying the surroundings with an air of superiority. The aura they exuded was formidable, shrouded in a dark, oppressive energy akin to ominous clouds looming overhead. The newly emerged trio of dark practitioners were strikingly distinct in appearance. At the center stood a gaunt elder, enveloped in a black robe that concealed his form, save for his pair of crimson eyes that radiated a fierce wildness and savagery. His fingers resembled clawed talons, glinting with a sharp, menacing light. Flanking him was a robust middle-aged man in his 40s, towering and formidable, wielding a grotesque ghostly guillotine. His entire being suffused with a bloodthirsty aura reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The sheer density of malevolence surrounding him suggested countless souls had perished beneath his blade. The final figure bore the appearance of a scholar, emaciated and frail, with hollow eyes and skin as pale as parchment, resembling a specter of consumption. From beneath his voluminous garments, scorpions and venomous snakes occasionally slithered in and out, a clear indication of his mastery over poisons, prompting the other two to maintain their distance from him. The three masters of the dark arts, merely by their imposing appearances, instilled a palpable fear, unmistakably revealing that they were not to be trifled with. The elder of the Dark Crow, the demon slayer, and the Lord of Pestilence, who could have anticipated that these three titans of the demonic realm would arrive in unison. Observers gasped in shock, their voices faltering at the sight. Those watching from the shadows could not help but change color, revealing their trepidation. The newcomers, all second-tier experts hailing from the ranks of the underworld, were renowned for their malevolence, wielding control over the various underground factions of Wudang.He, their infamous reputation striking terror into the hearts of many within the martial world. At that moment, many individuals could scarcely believe their own eyes. It is worth noting that these three formidable figures of the demonic path are typically elusive, rarely revealing themselves. Whenever they do emerge, it usually results in a ruthless slaughter, unleashing waves of bloodshed and chaos. Yet today, unexpectedly, all of them have converged upon Wudang. Such a grand assembly of masters is a scene that many practitioners may not encounter even once in their lifetime. Many cast sympathetic glances towards the Wudang disciples, believing that faced with so many formidable second-tier demonic experts, Wudang has utterly no chance of turning the tide. This grand battle can now be declared concluded. The disciples of Wudang are engulfed in profound sorrow. When misfortune befalls, the multitude turns against the fallen. It appears as though the heavens conspire to extinguish Wudang. Upon witnessing this scene, the elders of Wudang are enveloped in an icy despair. The resolve of Master Taiji, which had just ignited, is suddenly shattered. His nails dig into his flesh, drawing blood as his heart sinks into desolation, overwhelmed by profound grief. None could have anticipated that the forces of darkness would unveil yet three second-rank practitioners. This battle cannot possibly continue. In the face of an overwhelming disparity in strength, no amount of effort can prove fruitful. The morale of all the disciples of Wudang has been severely shaken. Their gazes are dim, devoid of any glimmer of hope, as a profound sense of despair fills their hearts. Yet, amidst this bleakness, the tale does not conclude here. At this moment, the elder of the Dark Crow stepped forth. Employing his signature voice reminiscent of a night owl, addressing the vast wilderness, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If there are any kindred spirits wishing to partake in the feast, I implore you to reveal yourselves. All present exchanged glances, a silent query lingering in the air. Could there be other formidable practitioners of the dark arts lurking in the shadows? Ha ha ha, the elder of the Dark Crow exclaimed. Since you have extended the invitation, I shall shamelessly join in. Such a grand spectacle could hardly unfold without my presence. From the distant desolate mountains, several resounding howls echoed. Three figures raced towards the gathering from different directions, swift as lightning, arriving at the foot of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Those daring enough to respond to the elder's call were, of course, masters of the second tier. We have encountered the demon sovereign, they proclaimed. We humbly ask for your forgiveness for our unsolicited arrival. The three dark practitioners bowed in unison, paying their respects to the mightiest among them, the Blood Sea Demon Sovereign, who was, after all, the instigator of this impending conflict. The Blood Sea Demon Sovereign nodded slightly, offering no words, yet his silence clearly signified his approval of their inclusion. The three newly arrived dark practitioners exchanged sinister chuckles, aligning themselves with their fellow dark cultivators, their eyes gleaming with avarice and bloodlust as they cast their gaze upon the disciples of Wudang. Who would have thought that the Wudang sect would find itself in such dire straits? The prospect of bathing the righteous in blood is utterly exhilarating. Today, Wudang shall be eradicated. The three dark fiends cackled without restraint. The onlookers, witnessing the arrival of yet three more second-tier dark masters, erupted once again into a cacophony of astonishment. The current state of this great battle has surpassed everyone's expectations. At this moment, the entire realm is permeated with formidable demonic might. 8 second-tier masters of the demonic path stand proudly, their gazes icy and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, akin to fierce beasts fixating on their prey. Behind them, the sky has turned a dark crimson, the terrifying aura of bloodlust and malice akin to an ocean, suffocating all who breathe. There seems to be no escape for Wudang. In this instant, all have realized that the Blood Sea Demon Sect's preparations are more thorough than anticipated, and the ferocity of the demonic presence is far more intense than imagined. 8 second-tier powerhouses. How can such a formidable array be countered? The air is thickening. Silence envelopes the land, and Wudang Mountain stands at the last moment of calm before the storm. The path of virtue is but a foot high, while that of demons towers above. Someone sighed. The onlookers, with clear insight into the situation, watched the renowned figures of the demonic path and shook their heads, expressing their concerns. Such a level of demonic assembly could sweep across all major forces in Wudang, let alone the declining Wudang sect. Even those merely observing dare not confront this overwhelming demonic might, and the despair within the hearts of Wudang's disciples is all too evident. At a mere command from the Blood Sea Demon Sovereign, all of Wudang's members would be torn to shreds. The legacy of 800 years reduced to ashes in an instant. Wudang is doomed, utterly doomed. In the distance, some rogues of the martial world, akin to ravenous wolves, are poised to act, waiting for Wudang's downfall to fish in troubled waters. On Wudang Mountain, the atmosphere is bleak, and the morale of the people has plummeted to its lowest point. The tide of demonic might crashes upon them, consuming their spirits. The entire Wudang Mountain is shrouded in boundless darkness, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Heaven has no eyes, and demons reign supreme. Many elders of Wudang, with reddened eyes, gaze skyward in lament. An endless sorrow and despair fills their hearts. To eliminate demons and uphold the path, we shall die trying. The disciples of Wudang shout in unison. Gripping the hilts of their swords tightly, they step forward, glaring at the demonic horde, embodying a resolute willingness to sacrifice themselves, even in the face of inevitable defeat. They shall not retreat a single step before the forces of darkness. They are prepared for their noble demise. Observers from various factions, witnessing the bloodied and fearless disciples of Wudang, are momentarily stunned into silence. Humph! To eliminate demons and uphold the path, with you? A band of ignorant fools. The Blood Sea Demon Sovereign sneered coldly, his blood-red eyes chillingly devoid of warmth, his murderous intent surging like a tide. Atop Wudang's golden peak, a calm gaze surveys the scene below. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. A total of 8 second-tier masters have arrived, quite an extravagant display. And surely no one else will dare to emerge. 8 is manageable, but beyond that, resolving the matter in one fell swoop may prove to be quite challenging. Shen Yan sat cross-legged atop the mountain, marveling at the situation while maintaining a demeanor of calm composure. In a dire predicament, a seemingly inescapable deadlock, Shen Yan, with vacant eyes, murmured to himself, "Our ancestor." Indeed, the esteemed elder of Wudang was still among them. He could surely vanquish this horde of fiends. Suddenly, a spark of hope ignited within Shen Yan as he envisioned the enigmatic figure of the ancestor, akin to a ray of dawn piercing through the darkness. The ancestor had always been present. He would never stand idly by while Wudang faced annihilation. Now, only he possessed the power to turn the tide. Shen Yan's emotions surged. And before the eyes of all, he abruptly turned, prostrating himself on the ground, and cried out towards the mountain. The realm is in turmoil, and demons run rampant. The younger generation is powerless, yearning to vanquish these fiends, but unable to do so. I, Shen Yan, beseech the ancestor to intervene and restore peace. At this moment, the heavens and earth were enveloped in tranquility. Shen Yan's words resonated clearly in the ears of all present, causing the demonic horde below to exchange bewildered glances. Their panic palpable. What does this mean? Could it be that an ancient being resides atop Wudang Mountain? Surely not. Would they not then be facing calamity? All the demon lords felt a jolt of apprehension, their minds clouded with uncertainty. Meanwhile, the despondent Taiji, upon hearing Shen Yan's call, felt a surge of spirit and recalled that enigmatic, reclusive ancestor. In that moment, it was as if he had been granted a second chance, and hope blossomed within him, although he remained unaware of the grievances that had led the ancestor to shun their request for an audience. He could not believe that the elder would stand idly by and witness the annihilation of Wudang. The despair in Taiji eyes flickered with a glimmer of light as he turned his gaze towards the mountain and bowed deeply. The calamity befalling Wudang today is a consequence of my own inadequacy. I can scarcely absolve myself from this blame. Yet, the innocent disciples must not bear the brunt of this misfortune, nor can the ancestral lineage be severed. As an unworthy descendant, I implore the venerable ancestor to intervene and vanquish these demons. The elders, shaken to their cores, followed suit, bowing towards the mountain and calling out in unison. That mysterious elder on the mountain was their sole beacon of hope. The survival of Wudang hinged on whether he would extend his hand to save them. A group of bewildered inner and outer disciples exchanged glances, perplexed by the unfolding events. However, they quickly emulated their leaders, bowing deeply and fervently shouting together, "We beseech the venerable ancestor to act and quell the demonic chaos." In an instant, the entirety of Wudang Mountain resonated with a roar akin to a tsunami. The waves of sound surged forth, overwhelming the peaks. Witnessing such a scene, the demons turned pale. Their composure shattered. A wave of unrest began to ripple through the crowd. Even several second-tier demon masters furrowed their brows, their eyes flickering with uncertainty, hinting at a desire to retreat. They were cunning as foxes. While they were willing to share spoils, they would not risk their lives in the face of danger. Silence. At that moment, the Blood Sea Demon Lord stepped forward, his voice resonating with authority to stabilize the wavering morale of the troops. With a faint, disdainful gaze directed at the Wudang disciples, a cold smile crept upon his lips as he remarked, "Tongju, even when death looms near, you dare to employ such trivial tricks against me. Who do you think you are deceiving? If Wudang truly possessed any ancestors of significance, they would not have fallen to such a blood-soaked demise at my hands." Upon his utterance, the expressions of the surrounding demons relaxed immediately. Indeed, the Blood Sea Demon Lord was the traitor who had fled from Wudang. Would he not know whether Wudang had any ancestors of note? Are these ragtag Taoists emerging from a theatrical performance? The performance was so convincing that it nearly deceived everyone. A group of malevolent figures felt as though they had been played for fools, their anger ignited, casting dark glares toward the Taoist priests on Wudang Mountain, sharpening their blades with the intent to unleash their wrath. Meanwhile, the practitioners atop the mountain had shouted until their voices grew hoarse, their echoes resonating throughout the entirety of Wudang Mountain before they finally ceased. At this moment, the Blood Sea Demon Lord maintained an indifferent expression, his hands clasped behind him, his gaze glinting with coldness as he taunted, "Go on, keep shouting. What? Can't continue the act?" A mocking smirk curled at the corners of his lips. The assembly of demons erupted in raucous laughter, pointing at the people from Wudang. "Ha! You really take us for fools, don't you? Stop pretending. Where's your ancestor? Why not summon him? Otherwise, call me your forefather, and I shall grant you a complete corpse." The demons sneered and jeered unabashedly. The Blood Sea Demon Lord let out a cold chuckle, dark energy swirling around him, his murderous intent laid bare, since you refused to perform. Then prepare to meet your demise. Kill them all. With a sweeping gesture, he unleashed a wave of malevolence. "Ha ha, slaughter them." The roar resonated powerfully. The long quiet battlefield erupted once more, countless demons raising their blades, charging toward the Wudang disciples. On the mountainside, a second-tier demon master ascended leisurely, casting a disdainful gaze upon the battlefield above, as if strolling through a garden, completely disregarding the Wudang practitioners. As the battle reignited, the elders gathered closely to shield the disciples, bracing themselves for the onslaught of the demon forces. The disciples turned pale, their spirits crushed. A shadow of despair crossed Shen Yan's face as he murmured, "Ancestor, where are you? Please, appear quickly." Witnessing the despondent and helpless Wudang disciples, the bloodthirsty second-tier master, the Ghost Slayer, felt a surge of murderous intent and transformed into a ghostly specter, swiftly reaching the mountainside, raising his sinister blade, dark energy swirling with a malevolent grin. He yearned to reap vibrant lives. "He, the blood of these youths will surely be delectable." The sudden onslaught from the second-tier master sent shockwaves through the Wudang elders. They stared in horror at the terrifying blade light that ascended menacingly, feeling as if they were fragile boats adrift in a vast ocean, on the brink of capsizing. It was over. How could they withstand this? Some disciples appeared utterly shattered. Confronted with the might of the second-tier master, they grasped the overwhelming power, sensing that a single blow could obliterate them into dust. They could summon no confidence to resist, drowning in despair, utterly hopeless. "Retreat quickly." Taoist Tongren leaped to the forefront, ready to block the impending attack, striving to buy everyone a moment of respite. "Old fool, dare you engage me? Die." The Ghost Slayer exuded an overwhelming aura of slaughter. With a single movement, he unleashed a devastating attack, his ghostly blade raised, shimmering with a chilling gleam, its blade radiating like a vast, dark waterfall, immense power crashing down. Taoist Tongren's expression grew grave as he swiftly brandished his sword, transforming one strike into 100. Sending forth a torrent of sword light that converged into a sea of blades, attempting to intercept the ghostly blade. Thunderous echoes resounded. The clash of blade light and sword aura resonated violently in the air, creating a tense standoff. Taoist Tongren appeared to be straining immensely, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. After merely a few breaths of stalemate, his sea of swords erupted under the oppressive force of the ghostly blade, scattering into a myriad of luminous fragments. Bang! A blinding flash illuminated the air, propelling Taoist Tongren away, his body crashing to the ground, drenched in blood. The ghostly butcher, in the prime of his youth and having long attained the second rank, wielded his swordsmanship to perfection, while Taoist Tongren, aged and frail, merely a newly promoted second rank, found himself vastly outmatched. He was no match for the formidable foe. Great Elder. The disciples gasped in shock, their faces etched with concern. In the distance, true man Taiji attempted to rush over, but was immediately intercepted by the skeletal giant. Left helplessly watching the ghostly butcher unleash his might, anxiety evident on his face. Heh. With a single blow, this pitiful creature dares to obstruct my path. Old fool. Perish. The ghostly butcher's aura surged, as an endless wave of ominous blade light converged, unstoppable, ready to obliterate Taoist Tongren into countless pieces. The faces of the Wudang disciples turned ashen. At that moment, a sigh resonated through the air, akin to thunder crashing from the heavens, echoing in that fleeting moment. The malevolent specter, as if having its tail trodden upon, erupted in fury, its countenance a mask of astonishment, its feet involuntarily shuffling. It was not merely he who felt this disturbance. Even the other second-tier masters, yet to make their move, experienced an acute sense of impending doom. As if their very lives were ensnared by an invisible, colossal hand. An overwhelmingly potent aura had decisively targeted this assembly of second-tier warriors. A chill coursed through them, their hair standing on end, as they felt as if their feet were rooted to the ground, a frigid sensation spiraling from their coccyx to the crown of their heads. As if plunged into an icy abyss. What is happening? This is inconceivable. The 8 demon path second-tier masters gaped in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. At this moment, it was as if they faced the oppressive force of a being from a higher plane, their souls quaking and bodies trembling uncontrollably, scarcely daring to draw breath. Could this voice belong to the Elder? He has finally made his appearance. Tears glistened in the eyes of the many disciples of Wudang. A glimmer of hope illuminating their expressions, akin to drowning souls grasping for the last vestige of salvation. Soon, a chorus of cheers erupted. Atop the golden peak of Wudang, Shen Yan rose to his full height, drawing forth the Tai Chi Jinwu sword, composed and serene, as he slowly approached the precipice, standing against the wind, his garments billowing. Since you fiends have had your fill of posturing, it is now my turn to engage. The mountains below fell into an extraordinary silence. All formidable beings instinctively lifted their gazes, incredulously staring at the summit, their bodies trembling violently. Eyes widened in sheer astonishment. What is that? Someone exclaimed with a quavering voice. Atop the golden peak, an aura suddenly materialized, ascending with astonishing swiftness, akin to a fearsome behemoth awakening from slumber, its oppressive presence saturating the heavens. As if it were aligned with the very firmament, the Blood Sea Demon Sovereign staggered backward, his expression one of sheer horror, his gaze momentarily vacant. He appeared as though someone had seized him by the throat, emitting sharp, frantic shrieks. Impossible. It cannot be. Who is it? Who dares to conjure illusions from the shadows? At this moment, whether it was the people of Wudang, a group of demons, or the distant onlookers, all were holding their breath, gazing intently at the mountain peak. Faintly, a shadow could be discerned standing atop Wudang's summit. This figure radiated a golden light, illuminating the surroundings as if it were ensconced within a sun, resembling a deity descending to the mortal realm. The atmosphere was extraordinary, captivating the hearts of all who beheld it. The spies from various factions stood in stunned silence, swallowing hard. What an awe-inspiring sight. The aura emanating from this figure was undeniably terrifying. Could it be that Wudang truly had an ancient ancestor in seclusion overseeing them? An elder from one of the great powers trembled involuntarily at the thought. The possibility sent shivers down everyone's spine, a chill rising from the depths of their hearts. If that figure was indeed a long-hidden ancient being, how formidable would it be? Was this a grand scheme orchestrated by Wudang, enticing these demons to leap into the abyss? If that were the case, Wudang's secrets ran profoundly deep, and their machinations were truly fearsome. It was absolutely astonishing. Meanwhile, atop Wudang Mountain, the 8 masters of the demonic path remained in shock, unable to regain their composure, their minds blank. Thousands of demonic soldiers trembled, paralyzed with confusion. At the edge of the summit, Shen Yan's eyes reflected the cycles of day and night, the rise and fall of mountains and rivers, the profound essence of the Tao. As he coldly surveyed the throng of demons, remaining silent, his right hand, holding the sword, slowly ascended. As he raised his hand, an invisible force of heaven and earth surged forth, overwhelming and sweeping in all directions, enveloping the entire realm. It was as if a sovereign had descended, commanding all beings to bow in reverence. Not good. It was a first grade. The Blood Sea Demon Lord has betrayed me. Flee quickly. A few second-grade masters felt their scalps tingle in fear, screaming in panic as they turned to escape down the mountain. Yet, they were horrified to discover an invisible force firmly locking onto them, ensnared within the domain formed by the Grandmaster's might. Their movements severely restricted as if burdened by a great weight, leaving them no time to flee. Having waited like a fisherman for so long, how could Shen Yan allow these fish to slip away? The world returns to its origin. A calm voice resonated from the pinnacle. Within its simplicity lay an authority reminiscent of the Tao itself. With a resonant sound, a black and white sword light ascended from the 100-jong summit. As if a blazing sun soared and a radiant moon rose and fell, the interplay of yin and yang, chaos unfolding and converging, painting the entire sky. The sun and moon appeared together, resplendent and boundless. In an instant, the world lost its color. With the emergence of this sword, the vast demonic energy that had enveloped Wudang Mountain dissipated by more than half. The entire space seemed to freeze. Time, at that moment, appeared to slow to a crawl. The world seemed to vanish, as if all sights had ceased to exist. Only the intertwining light of black and white swords, vast and encompassing, emanated a murderous aura capable of annihilating all things, descending with a force that instilled dread. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their faces a portrait of astonishment as they beheld this dual-hued sword light. What a spectacle this is, one that none have ever witnessed before. Taiji. The esteemed masters of Wudang gazed upon the unparalleled sword intent, their hearts surging with emotion, their spirits captivated. It was indeed their first encounter with the legendary Taiji. The heavens exuded a murderous aura, stars shifted, and the earth trembled. With the emergence of deathly intent, dragons and serpents stirred upon the land. As humanity unleashed its lethal force, the very fabric of existence seemed to twist and turn. In this world, only the Taiji of Wudang could embody such threefold lethal essence. Faced with the cataclysmic radiance of the sword, the demonic master's expressions shifted drastically, their hearts sensing an overwhelming aura of death. I refuse to believe it. I cannot be defeated. The Blood-Sea Demon Lord, pale as ash, trembled as he raised his gaze, unleashing a furious roar. Gripping his sword tightly, he struck upward, unleashing a torrent of blood-red sword energy that soared into the sky. Simultaneously, the celestial scarred demon hastily wielded his staff, commanding the bone giant to retreat and shield him. The other 6 second-tier demonic masters, driven by desperation, unleashed their ultimate techniques, their malevolent powers surging, attempting to withstand the overwhelming sword light. Yet, all was in vain. Before the Taiji sword that rendered heaven and earth pale, their assaults were as futile as a crab attempting to halt a chariot, insignificant and powerless. Regardless of their formidable demonic energy and extraordinary skills, they could not escape the fate of being utterly obliterated by the forces of yin and yang. Boom! As the towering sword light cleaved through the void, descending with the might of the cosmos, it seemed to slice through the very fabric of reality. A brilliant, white radiance surged like a vast ocean. Whether it was the Wudang disciples, the demonic horde, or the distant onlookers, their vision was engulfed by dazzling brilliance, rendering all sight of the world obsolete. And they dared not continue to gaze, hastily shutting their eyes. How could this be? As a half-step grandmaster, how could I fail to withstand a single sword strike? Amidst the sword light, a gash appeared on the Blood-Sea Demon Lord's neck. Blood gushed forth incessantly. His gaze began to blur, and with his last breath, he uttered a fragmented sentence. The once indomitable Blood-Sea Demon Lord could not fathom how Wudang had produced such a peerless ancestor seemingly out of nowhere. He had prepared so thoroughly, yet ultimately, human calculations could not contend with the heavens. As the dust settled and the brilliance faded, the various factions in the distance opened their eyes and looked toward Wudang Mountain. What happened? Did the demonic masters manage to block that sword? Asked one who was slow to react. However, those around him seemed rendered mute, no one daring to respond. After a moment, a trembling whisper broke the silent deed. This is a group of formidable figures renowned throughout the realm, and yet they perished so easily, all falling beneath the stroke of a single sword. Some elders stood as if transformed into wooden statues, lost in a daze, murmuring, "How can this be? This is far too powerful." The Blood-Sea Demon Lord was a half-step grandmaster, yet he could not withstand a single strike from the opponent. Many were unable to fathom the scene before them. Yet, this was the undeniable truth. The Blood-Sea Demon Lord was indeed formidable, but he was merely a half-step grandmaster, not a true first-tier master. That final half-step is a chasm of difference. In the presence of a genuine first-tier master, he was but an ant. Moreover, Shen Yan was no ordinary grandmaster. He had honed his physical form to an extraordinarily powerful state, possessed 300 years of inner strength, and wielded exceptional esoteric skills. making him one of the most elite figures among first-tier masters in the entire realm. Furthermore, Shen Yan's sword technique, the world returns to origin, embodies the essence of the Taiji sword intent, traversing the path of yin and yang. Even in the second tier, he could slay first-tier foes such as the drought demon. How much more so now that he has attained the first-tier realm? The might unleashed in full force is akin to encountering a deity and vanquishing it, to facing a demon and destroying it, invincible among mortals. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. At this moment, not only outsiders, but even the members of Wudang felt as though they had fallen into a dream. The 8 once mighty second-tier masters had perished so utterly. This ancient ancestor is truly terrifying. Upon his arrival, he immediately commenced a massacre. Shouldn't there have been some dialogue, a display of skill before vanquishing the fiends? Nevertheless, this reclusive elder possesses an unimaginable strength. Slaying a second-tier master is as effortless as butchering livestock. He wielded but a single sword. The thousands of demons on the mountain were paralyzed with fear. Someone screamed, "My goodness, it's a devil! Run!" The demonic army collapsed in an instant, scattering like frightened dogs, desperately fleeing down the mountain. Even the 8 great masters fell to his blade. The remaining rabble had no courage to linger, for even a collective assault would be insufficient against his mere handful of strikes. Shen Yan let out a cold smile, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. They wished to escape, but alas, they are too slow. He sheathed his divine sword and raised his right hand. Pure yang energy swirled around his fingers, coalescing in his palm like a vortex, erupting into a brilliant crimson light, akin to a miniature sun. A wave of heart-stopping energy rippled outward. Those below, possessing considerable cultivation, were still reeling from shock. They abruptly looked up at the figure atop the peak, their faces filled with awe. What astonishing power fluctuations! Does that figure intend to spare these demons? Or is he concocting yet another technique? Buzzing filled the air. Shen Yan's inner strength concentrated to its zenith. The flames radiant as the sun, the heat unbearable, as if he held a volcano on the verge of eruption. Great Luo Divine Palm. Shen Yan's expression remained calm as he slowly uttered the 4 words. With that, he thrust his palm forward. An invisible aura of slaughter materialized, descending from the heavens like a tangible ribbon, enveloping all directions. To the naked eye, his strike appeared leisurely and steady, as gentle as an elder practicing pushing hands. Yet, in truth, he unleashed 64 palms at a speed swifter than lightning, each stacking upon the last, converging into a singular force. As the 64 strikes concluded, the air momentarily stilled. A vast wave of energy surged through the cloud sea, echoing like distant thunder, suppressing the nerves of everyone present. Hearts raced as they gazed up in horror. With a resounding crash, the sky seemed to explode. The dark clouds collapsed, and an immense handprint materialized from thin air. As if the sun had suddenly appeared, radiating brilliance and rolling heat, a scene so extraordinary that it sent shivers through the souls of countless onlookers. The process of Shen Yan's palm strike was exceedingly rapid. In the blink of an eye, none had the time to comprehend what had transpired. This is the new technique he has cultivated during this period, where with first-tier prowess, he has pushed the great Luo Divine Palm to its utmost limit, merging 64 moves into a single strike, elevating a half-step extraordinary skill to the realm of divine mastery. As this palm was unleashed, it descended like a crimson sun sinking into the horizon, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas, exuding an overwhelming might. This is not good. The demonic army became acutely aware of the ominous phenomenon overhead. Witnessing a colossal hand akin to a setting sun plummeting down, dread gripped their hearts. They sensed the formidable power of this strike, a foreboding tide swelling within them. Realizing there was no hope of escape or resistance, the shadow of death enveloped their minds, prompting many to weep bitterly, kneeling in desperate supplication. "Spare us, ancestor. Please, do not kill me. Have mercy." Shen Yan's gaze was chilling, and with a cold snort, he retorted, "Now you seek mercy. Why did you not do so earlier? It is too late." With a thunderous roar, the great Luo Divine Palm descended upon the heads of the demons, crashing down like a celestial meteorite, striking the earth. The ground fissured, billowing clouds of dust surged forth. Crimson light blazed like fire, and waves of heat radiated outward, the shockwave rippling in concentric circles. The fierce winds howled, and the earth trembled violently. The entire Wudang mountain shook with intensity. Countless fiends were engulfed by this overwhelming strike. The heart-wrenching cries of despair echoed relentlessly, resonating through the skies. The sound sent shivers down one's spine, an unsettling presence. As the reverberations faded and the dust settled, All eyes turned to behold a colossal hand-shaped pit in the earth. Within it lay over 1,000 malevolent beings, utterly crushed into a gruesome pulp, their bodies unrecognizable. Upon witnessing such a harrowing sight, countless faces turned ashen. The pit was a macabre tableau, a mountain of bones and flesh, with rivers of blood pooling, vivid and grotesque. This scene was terrifying in its intensity, reminiscent of a brutal inferno of suffering. As a gentle breeze stirred, the scent of blood permeated the air, reaching even those who had been observing from afar, causing their stomachs to churn with nausea. Many could not suppress their retching, expelling even the bitter bile of their stomachs. Those of weaker constitution collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear, their faces drained of color. Such a harrowing scene left both the observing scouts and the practitioners of Wudang, as well as the fortunate demons who narrowly escaped the grasp of that palm strike, frozen in place, unable to utter a word. It was utterly terrifying. Such a scene truly sends shivers down one's spine, inducing a profound tremor of the soul. It is utterly terrifying. With just a single strike, it claimed the lives of over 1,000 individuals. The might of this palm strike is beyond the capacity of mere words to describe. It is akin to the legendary heavenly seal from tales of celestial beings, wielding unfathomable power. With a single blow, it annihilates over 1,000 fiends, as effortlessly as one might crush a swarm of ants. Is this the grand Luo divine palm? The eyes of the true immortal widened in sudden realization. As if he had discerned something profound from the essence of the strike, his countenance paling in shock. The grand Luo divine palm. Could it truly be? Though this technique is but a half step into the realm of mastery, could it possess such formidable might? The elders exclaimed in disbelief. The power exhibited by this strike surpassed that of many renowned martial arts techniques, a stark contrast to their understanding of the great Luo divine palm, leading to disbelief. Indeed, this was the great Luo divine palm. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, one would be loath to believe it, even under duress. Expressed the assured Tongju Jinren with a tone of reverence. At this juncture, he gazed with admiration upon the silhouette atop the mountain. Akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, his heart swelling with profound awe once more. The sheer height of the power unleashed by the great Luo divine palm was nothing short of astonishing. It was unfathomable to contemplate the depth of martial prowess possessed by this venerable ancestor. The elders were invigorated, with such an invincible and formidable ancestor at their side. What enemies could they fear? Wudang was enveloped in immense joy. In stark contrast, the forces of the demonic path were engulfed in unprecedented terror. Ghost, devil, the remaining demons, fortunate enough to escape calamity, dared not congregate any longer, scattering like birds and beasts in disarray, fleeing in all directions amid the chaos. Some demons, in a fit of despair, cried out and ran amok, rolling on the ground, seemingly driven mad by fear. The Wudang warriors remained momentarily stunned, as if they had yet to process this overwhelming victory, momentarily forgetting to pursue their fleeing foes. However, the remaining demons were of little consequence. Whether they were slain or spared mattered not, for today's events would likely haunt them as nightmares for the rest of their lives. And they would probably never dare to utter the name of Wudang again. A calamity that had initially seemed destined to obliterate Wudang concluded in a manner beyond the imagination of any force, bizarrely drawing the curtain on an extraordinary chapter. Wudang emerged victorious, and the Blood Sea Demon sect was utterly vanquished. At this moment, all onlookers were petrified, their bodies rigid and unable to regain their senses, their minds still lingering on the memories of the fierce battle. No one had anticipated that this confrontation between good and evil would conclude with such a devastating defeat for the forces of darkness. Moreover, who could have imagined that the esteemed Wudang would be guarded by such a formidable entity? This represents a formidable force of 8 elite masters and nearly 10,000 demonic warriors, a contingent capable of sweeping through all major factions in Wanzhou without difficulty. Yet, it is precisely this formidable army that has faltered at Wudang, suffering countless casualties. At this moment, anyone gazing upon the sacred figure atop the peak is filled with reverence, daring not to harbor even a trace of disrespect. At this moment, it was evident to all that Wanzhou, and indeed the entire realm, was about to witness the emergence of a formidable titan. After a prolonged silence, the esteemed Master Tongju was the first to regain his senses. Gazing upon the bodies marred by the darkness of the demonic path, he inhaled deeply and erupted into hearty laughter. We have triumphed. Subsequently, a wave of jubilation surged from the heights of Wudang Mountain, where the crowd danced with exuberance. Some disciples of Wudang even bowed in reverence to the figure standing atop the pinnacle, their eyes brimming with admiration, treating him with the deference one would afford a deity. In the midst of this fervent celebration, Shen Yan cast his gaze towards the horizon, his voice resonating with the authority of a mighty bell, reaching every corner. Esteemed guests. Upon his utterance, silence fell abruptly over the assembly. Every gaze was fervently fixed upon him, as if they were eager to absorb the wisdom of an immortal. Their devotion palpable. Shen Yan continued, "My friends, the Wudang sect has upheld its venerable traditions for 8 centuries, sustained not merely by the formidable legacy of our founder, Zhang Xianhua, but also by the profound heritage of this preeminent sect and the relentless spirit of generations of disciples. Wudang has always reigned supreme over the martial world of Wanzhou, as it has in the past, and shall continue to do so into eternity. Should anyone dare to usurp this position, let them come forth in numbers, for I shall vanquish them all, regardless of the cost, even if it means 1,000,000 corpses and rivers of blood." The fate of the Blood Sea Demon sect today serves as a warning for those who dare to threaten Wudang. Beware. With that, Shen Yan slowly turned and departed, vanishing from the sight of the crowd in the blink of an eye, leaving behind an aura of mystery, coldness, and unparalleled might. Throughout it all, none had ever glimpsed his visage. This has become the greatest regret for all. Shen Yan's words serve not merely as a warning to the demonic sect, but also as a caution to the various covert forces poised to make their move. Moreover, it resonates with the voices of the masses, imparting a crucial lesson to the world. Wudang is inviolable. This is an unyielding decree, the ironclad rule established by Shen Yan today. Of course, the most significant aspect lies in his belief that uttering these words would elevate his stature, subtly revealing the dominance and authority of this reclusive elder. The final words left by Shen Yan reverberated, lingering in the air, invigorating the exhausted bodies of the Wudang disciples, igniting their fervor and causing them to stand tall and proud, as if they could continue battling the demonic adversary for 300 more rounds. The venerable Taiji Jinren, his small eyes glinting with golden light, appeared revitalized, muttering to himself incessantly, seemingly committing Shen Yan's recent declaration to memory for future occasions when he might wish to showcase his prowess before others. Meanwhile, those observing from afar wore grim expressions, their hearts heavy with concern. Wudang had outdone themselves this time, concealing such a formidable elder without a hint of revelation. As a result, many neutral factions began to doubt Wudang, refraining from extending their assistance. Ultimately, with the demonic forces facing a crushing defeat and Wudang emerging unscathed, it remained the undisputed leader of the Jianghu in Wanzhou, a development that caught all major factions off guard, leaving them in a state of perplexity and distress. After witnessing Shen Yan's unparalleled combat prowess, capable of severing the second rank and slaying countless demons with a mere flick of his wrist, nearly everyone concluded that no faction in Wanzhou could threaten Wudang's supremacy. The urgent matter at hand for various factions now was to contemplate how to reconcile with Wudang, restore their relationships, and climb this towering tree of power. This is of utmost importance. Moreover, a grave dilemma looms before them. Given the lethal nature of the ancestor from Wudang, will there be a reckoning after the fact? The mere thought sent shivers down the spines of many. The terrifying scene from earlier still lingered vividly in their minds. How could they possibly remain unafraid? Just as the various factions furrowed their brows in deep concern, a sudden cacophony of thundering hooves echoed through the air. On the mountain path, hundreds of armored officers appeared, galloping forth with fervor. The sound of their approach preceded their arrival. The Northern Pacification Office, led by the formidable Commander Yin Nange, had come to vanquish the demons. At the forefront of the imposing troop was a rugged, mustachioed giant, whose booming voice resonated as he wielded a broadsword, his countenance ablaze with ferocity as he charged toward Wudang. As he arrived at the foot of Wudang Mountain, he yanked the reins, causing his steed to rear up momentarily before halting. Behind him, hundreds of black-armored cavalry followed suit, closing in with blades drawn, forming an orderly array, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent that unmistakably revealed their prowess in battle. However, as this valiant contingent beheld the scene before them, bewilderment washed over them. Wudang Mountain lay shrouded in silence, yet it was evident that a cataclysmic battle had recently unfolded. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Remnants of shattered weapons littered the ground, and dismembered corpses were strewn about, presenting a ghastly tableau of carnage. In the midst of this chaos, a small group of disheveled demons writhed on the ground in a frenzied state, tears and snot streaming down their faces. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, exchanging glances of disbelief. A young officer, gazing at this hellish panorama, whispered to the mustachioed giant, "Commander, Was it not said that the demonic forces were overwhelming and that Wudang was in dire peril? Why does it appear that the fallen are predominantly demons? Stunned, Yan'ange found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, those from the distant factions were suddenly invigorated, their minds racing with schemes. At that moment, figures emerged from the forest with fervor, their voices rising in a fervent chorus. The Dragon Fist sect, rushing to Wudang's aid to eradicate demons. The Flying Eagle Blades sect, here to vanquish demons. The Ning Shui Lu clan, arriving to exterminate demons. Our Dali sect joins in as well. The sudden clamoring nearly startled the officers, who were now even more perplexed upon realizing that these were reinforcements from Wudang. On Wudang Mountain, Shen Yan observed the unfolding scene with a cold, sardonic smile. Truly, what a harmonious and united realm this was. As Shen Yan had previously unleashed a wave of devastation, the elite masters of the age felt a stirring in their hearts. Directing their gazes toward Wudang. Even from thousands of miles away, these masters could faintly sense a tremor in the potent energy radiating from the mountain. At this moment, while those of lesser cultivation remained oblivious, the powerful figures scattered across the land were already stirred, a tempest brewing beneath the surface. Who could enlighten me on the progression of the conflict between the righteous and the demonic forces at Wudang? What truly transpired there? Some ancient beings, startled from their meditative retreats by the sudden surge of energy in the world, felt a profound unease. This sword aura, could it be that a peerless master had descended? Was it a warrior of the righteous or of the demonic path? Hastened to gather information, employing any means necessary to procure the latest news regarding the Wudang conflict. It appears that an exceptional individual of unparalleled prowess has intervened, prompting various powerful factions to become restless, swiftly dispatching agents to ascertain the details. Many formidable figures simultaneously recalled the astonishing sword light that emanated from Wudang a decade prior. Deep within the imperial city, an elderly eunuch gazed at the horizon. His expression unusually grave, silent as his eyes mirrored the depths of a frigid abyss, lost in contemplation. The Qingyi Taoist from Longhu Mountain stared towards Wudang, struck dumb, and, disregarding decorum, exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that Wudang harbors an ancient monstrosity? Before long, as the dust settled from the Wudang battle, various scouts who witnessed the conflict relayed their accounts, which swiftly spread across the realms, igniting a tremendous uproar. The world trembled. The righteous and demonic clash at Wudang resulted in countless casualties, rivers of blood flowing. This battle exceeded all expectations. Surprisingly, the faction that emerged victorious was not the blood-soaked demon sect alliance, but rather Wudang, achieving a resounding triumph. No one had anticipated that Wudang Mountain concealed an ancestral figure of such repute. With a single stroke, 8 second-tier masters were vanquished, with a mere gesture. The demonic army was obliterated. The initial strike was nothing short of earth-shattering, decisively concluding the conflict. What seemed to be the desperate plight of the Wudang sect turned out to be a masterstroke, turning the tide of the martial world at the most critical juncture. At this moment, the world outside is destined to be anything but tranquil, particularly on the land of Wudang, where the sects and noble families, along with various malevolent beings, tremble in trepidation. Many harbor a foreboding sense that a grand reshuffling is imminent in Wudang. Amidst the uproar unfolding in all quarters, only the members of the Shushan Sword sect remain unfazed. Elder Lu Baimei of the Zhenwu sect muses to himself, "He, I told you someone was bound to encounter misfortune. The cunning old foxes of Wudang are far too treacherous and duplicitous." With the conclusion of this monumental battle, the Wudang sect has been re-evaluated by the foremost powers of the realm, inciting a profound sense of trepidation. The depths of Wudang's heritage remain an enigma, leaving many to ponder and speculate about the identity of this reclusive ancestor. Yet, in truth, even the Wudang sect itself is at a loss. Ever since the ancestor intervened to subdue the demons, they have vanished without any indication of re-emergence. This left the members of Wudang feeling utterly helpless, compelling them to immerse themselves in their current tasks. The recent battle claimed countless lives, and after days of arduous labor, the corpses were finally cleared away. Yet, the stench of blood lingered in the air for an extended period. Fortunately, after 3 consecutive days of torrential rain, the atmosphere of Wudang was rejuvenated. The elders inhaled the fresh air, unable to suppress their astonishment. It is no wonder that the demons of the Nether Cave were utterly vanquished. This ancestor is a living embodiment of a god of slaughter. Meanwhile, those from the outside world were struck by trepidation at this murderous aura. With throngs flocking to Wudang each day, eager to glean insights and discern whether a significant upheaval would ensue, purging certain factions, The mountain gate was nearly overwhelmed by the crowd. However, all were met with a resolute refusal from Wudang. Having endured this calamity, they came to realize the true nature of the martial world in Wanzhou, filled with all manner of malevolent spirits. Yet, unbeknownst to them, an inexplicable rumor began to spread like wildfire. Wudang had sealed its gates, with all members honing their weapons and sharpening their blades, preparing for imminent action. Soon, Wudang would descend from the mountain, and that ancestor would bring a bloodbath to Wanzhou. In a fleeting moment, numerous factions harboring dark intentions were engulfed in terror, their hearts filled with dread. Under the influence of those with ulterior motives, the rumor intensified, stirring the already tumultuous waters of Wanzhou, giving rise to a sinister undercurrent. On this particular night, in the depths of the hour, within the expansive realm of Juling County, the illustrious Quangsha Sword sect convened in their brightly lit council hall. Filled to capacity with formidable warriors, the region of Wanzhou is renowned for the saying 5 swords, 7 sects, which refers to the 12 most significant righteous forces of the martial world, with the Quangsha Sword sect being one of the 5 swords. The unusual gathering at such a late hour suggests clandestine discussions of a dubious nature. In the council hall, the main and guest seats were occupied. Dozens of burly warriors wore expressions of distress and unease, their faces etched with worry. A bald giant, casting a dark look towards the leader of the Quangsha Sword sect, Zhao Changfeng, spoke in a somber tone. Master Zhao, what are we to do now? Rumors abound that Wudang is on the verge of taking up arms. Had it not been for your confident assurances of Wudang's impending doom, we would not have allowed the marauding fiends to sweep through Wanzhou unopposed, gathering forces against Wudang. Now, with those fiends defeated and Wudang unscathed, how do you intend to address this? If Wudang seeks retribution, what shall we do? The assembly murmured in agreement, nodding in discontent. Another man, marked by a face full of pockmarks, expressed his dissatisfaction. I had suggested that we send some support to Wudang, even if only for appearances. Yet Master Zhao insisted with unwavering conviction that Wudang was doomed, leaving us with no escape route. A chorus of grievances erupted from the assembly, voices raised in discontent, nearly directing their ire towards Zhao Changfeng. Observing the turmoil, Zhao Changfeng's gaze turned icy, a surge of indignation swelling within him. These wretched beings, when they initially sought to undermine Wudang, were all fervent as if invigorated by some elixir. Yet now, in the face of adversity, they hastily cast all responsibility upon him. How preposterous! If it were not for the fact that these foolish brutes still held some utility, Zhao Changfeng would have promptly wished for their expulsion, preferring to remain unperturbed by their presence. Casting a glance at the assembly below, Zhao Changfeng maintained his composure and calmly addressed the brothers. Do not let chaos ensue among our ranks. Do you truly believe that the demonic sect, having meticulously orchestrated their plans for so long and taken such drastic measures, will simply relent after failing to conquer Wudang? The crowd exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. What other recourse could there be? After all, Wudang is protected by a formidable ancestral figure. What could the forces of darkness possibly do? The previously mentioned bald giant shook his head with a derisive smirk. His remarks elicited a chorus of agreement. Indeed, would they willingly walk into the lion's den? With a powerful entity present, how could any number of fiends stand a chance? The hall erupted into a cacophony of voices. After a moment, Zhao Changfeng interjected coldly. Humph. What if the demon lord were to appear? As the words left his lips, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, astonishment rendering them speechless. The demon lord! Exclaimed Master Zhao, his intent unclear. A multitude of curious gazes turned towards Zhao Changfeng, some bewildered. The term demon lord refers to the current leader of the demon sect, the preeminent force within the realm of dark arts, reigning supreme and dominating the martial world. Even the Blood Sea Demon sect, which recently launched an assault on Wudang, is merely a vassal beneath the banner of the demon sect. The demon lord stands as the most formidable figure in this realm, a person of extraordinary talent who, over decades of leadership, has subtly hinted at a unification of the dark arts under his dominion. His strength is said to be unfathomable. It is rumored that he has long been striving to breach the mythical realm, with martial prowess unparalleled, instilling fear across the land. Countless individuals have bestowed upon him the title of the foremost martial artist of this age, a testament to his unparalleled glory. Given Zhao Changfeng's tone, could it be that this extraordinary figure intends to confront Wudang? This is indeed a momentous event that has captured the world's attention. Within the grand hall, an eerie silence prevailed. Zhao Changfeng's gaze sharpened as he spoke in a grave tone. The demonic sect's assault on the righteous path, though merely a probe, has amassed tremendous force, rallying countless factions and splitting their troops to concentrate their might against both Shaolin and Wudang. However, despite such grandiose preparations, they have yet to obliterate a single sect. Should this matter conclude so hastily, how will the Demon Lord maintain his authority and justify this to the vassal forces? Therefore, it is inevitable that the Demon Lord will take decisive action to establish his dominance through bloodshed. Thus, we need not be overly concerned. It is quite possible that Wudang will soon face destruction. Upon hearing his words, the crowd's eyes flickered with uncertainty, yet their underlying fears were somewhat assuaged. If the Demon Lord were indeed to intervene, they believed that the esteemed master of Wudang would surely be no match for him. The atmosphere within the hall grew somewhat more relaxed. A group of individuals engaged in candlelit discussions for nearly half an hour before parting ways. As Zhao Chongfeng bid farewell to these brash men, he let out a long sigh of relief, finally having pacified these oafs. Clap, clap, clap. Outside the hall, applause resonated. A figure cloaked in black and adorned with a silver mask materialized from the shadows, entering the hall with a smile. Zhao Xiaomin, your eloquence is truly remarkable. You have so effortlessly managed to sway this group. Impressive indeed. The voice of the figure in the black robe resonated like the delicate fragrance of orchids in a secluded valley, softening the heart. It was evidently a woman. Upon her arrival, Zhao Chongfeng promptly approached to pay his respects. Chongfeng, at your service, holy envoy. Upon encountering the envoy of the demonic sect, he lost all semblance of composure, his face betraying a palpable anxiety. He hastily inquired, holy envoy, will the Demon Lord truly intervene? These foolish brutes may deceive for a time, but not for eternity. If, in the days to come, the Demon Lord does not manifest, these ruffians will undoubtedly surrender to Wudang and betray me, putting my very life in peril. During the recent assault by the Blood Sea Demon sect on Wudang, Zhao Chafeng conspired with the demonic cult, exerting considerable influence from behind the scenes. Not only did he stoke the flames of discord, urging other factions to remain passive observers, but he also clandestinely provided substantial financial and military support to the forces of darkness. Now, with the defeat of the demonic sect and the news of the ancestral guardians of Wudang emerging, he finds himself in a state of utter disarray. Unable to eat or sleep, plagued by anxiety as he fears the exposure of his treachery and impending retribution from Wudang. Should the group of individuals he encountered earlier catch sight of his current wretched state, their astonished eyes would surely pop from their sockets. Zhao Chongfeng was even more terrified than they were, nearly on the verge of losing control. Gone was the earlier demeanor of calmness and composure. The silver-masked envoy of the demonic sect did not respond to his inquiry, but instead spoke on another matter. Rest assured, Master Zhao. Even if the Demon Lord does not arrive, we will ensure the safety of the Guangsha Sword sect and not allow Wudang to lay a finger on you. Do you doubt the power of our holy sect? The envoy's gaze sharpened, ominously fixating on Zhao Chongfeng. The latter shuddered and quickly replied, I certainly believe. A hollow chuckle escaped him, revealing a smile more grotesque than tears. Far away, in the vast expanse of the southern wilderness, the terrain undulated, ancient trees towered overhead. The most formidable force of the demonic path, the fearsome demonic sect, had its headquarters nestled within these primordial woodlands. Known for its nefarious reputation in the martial world, the sect was often associated with a sinister and terrifying aura, leading many to envision their lair as a den of vipers and a realm of shadows. However, the truth was quite the opposite. The sect's stronghold was situated in a vast valley reminiscent of an earthly paradise, enveloped in ethereal mist, lush with ancient trees, fragrant flowers, and the melodies of birds, with cascading waterfalls and flowing springs, resembling a sanctuary of divine beauty. The most sacred place of the demonic sect lay at the deepest part of this valley, the towering Blackwood Cliff, where the Demon Lord practiced in solitude, gazing down upon the world from the sea of clouds. At this moment, atop the Blackwood Cliff, beneath the radiant moon, a figure cloaked in black sat cross-legged on the ground, facing the celestial bodies. He emanated an otherworldly aura, surrounded by a gentle white mist, exuding tranquility and detachment, resembling a painting of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. The figure cloaked in black is none other than the formidable leader of the demonic sect. Regrettably, a deep and aged voice shattered the tranquility. Master, the Blood Sea Demon sect has been defeated in its assault on Wudang. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow and his body frail, stood behind the cloaked figure. I understand, the Demon Lord replied softly. gradually opening his eyes and rising to his full height. He possessed a tall and robust physique, reminiscent of a valiant general, while his handsome features and ink-black eyebrows imparted the air of a cultured scholar. Surprisingly, despite being the leader of the demon sect, he exuded no trace of malevolence. Rather, he emanated the essence of a learned man, akin to a middle-aged Confucian. With his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calm and steady, he looked towards the horizon, exuding an imposing aura that seemed to survey the world with regal authority, as if accompanied by the dignity of nobility. His silhouette appeared more towering than mountains, heavy and aligned with the heavens, embodying an indescribable majesty that inspired awe from the very core of one's being. Wudang, he mused. I hadn't anticipated the existence of such a formidable entity. The plan must proceed. It seems I must pay a visit. The demon lord spoke with a tranquil demeanor. No sooner had he uttered these words than his eyes ignited with brilliance, akin to the celestial bodies, his flowing black hair swirling as an overwhelming presence emanated from him. Reminiscent of the undulating waves of the ocean, an invisible ripple surged through the void, as if divine beings had descended upon the earth, invoking an instinctive desire for reverence. Bathed in moonlight, the shadow behind the demon lord began to distort, flowing like ink, gradually separating into a dark form. As time passed, this shadow ascended and morphed into a humanoid shape, revealing hair, facial features, and limbs, ultimately transforming into a living person. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to the demon lord himself. The two figures exchanged glances. The newly manifested demon lord nodded slightly, then, with hands behind his back, began to stride forward. Stepping onto the vast black wooden cliff, he moved as if on solid ground, traversing the void with effortless grace, swiftly making his way towards Wudang Mountain. In recent days, everyone has been extraordinarily busy, not engaged in military drills as rumored by outsiders, but rather occupied with various aftermaths. After all, the 13 branch strongholds of the sect were obliterated by the Blood Sea Demon sect, resulting in a significant loss of life among the disciples. Due to the preceding fierce battle, there had been little time to address post-war matters, which were consequently postponed. Furthermore, the reconstruction of the strongholds must be prioritized, demanding considerable time, resources, and manpower. Additionally, with the 10-year period upon us, it is customary to recruit new disciples, especially given the current dire shortage of practitioners, making this recruitment all the more crucial. Each day, the disciples rise early and return late, overwhelmed and utterly fatigued. Ironically, the external concerns regarding a bloodbath and reckoning have not once crossed the minds of Wudang. Presently, the only one who seems to enjoy leisure is Shen Yan. With no designated area for sign-ins, he spends his days sweeping the grounds, honing his physical form, nurturing his internal energy, and practicing martial arts. His life flows as serenely as water, seemingly devoid of any tumult. However, one day, as Shen Yan reclined upon a slab of blue stone, gazing at the sea of clouds, he was abruptly struck by an inexplicable sensation of foreboding, as though a grave crisis loomed on the horizon. Shen Yan swiftly sat up, perplexed. Could it be that slaying such a formidable demon was insufficient to instill fear? His first thought was that another demonic force was preparing to assault Wudang. Consequently, he activated his divine sight to observe the fluctuations of heavenly energy. Yet, he discerned no signs of a significant gathering of demonic energy throughout Wudang. How peculiar. Shen Yan mused, scratching his head in confusion. He had not anticipated that the notorious demon lord, hailed as the world's most formidable, was en route to Wudang. Nonetheless, Shen Yan was acutely aware that his level of cultivation allowed him to perceive the shifts in celestial machinations beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. This sudden intuition surely bore significance, and he sensed an underlying reason behind it. Thus, he began to remain vigilant. As the days progressed, his unease grew ever more pronounced. Yet he remained unable to ascertain the cause, until one fateful day, under a scorching sun and amidst cotton-like clouds, several external disciples of Wudang trudged up the stone steps, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. The heat was oppressive, exacerbating their exhaustion. One disciple fanned himself with his palm, grumbling towards the sky. Indeed, with the sect in disarray and numerous tasks at hand, we shall surely find relief once this flurry of activity subsides, remarked an older disciple with a smile. As he casually glanced back at the sun, his expression suddenly froze. In his vision, a black dot appeared amidst the vast sea of clouds, moving with a velocity akin to that of flowing light, growing ever larger. Could I be suffering from heat stroke? Why does my vision blur? He was bewildered by the sight, believing his eyes were deceiving him. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he looked again, only to be left dumbfounded, his face a mask of terror. Trembling, he pointed towards the horizon and exclaimed, "Junior brothers, look! What is that?" As the crowd beheld his countenance, a momentary stillness enveloped them, and an air of perplexity arose within their hearts. They instinctively followed the direction of his gaze, only to have their expressions freeze in astonishment. An indescribable emotion flickered in their eyes as they witnessed an unforgettable spectacle, a figure soaring through the heavens. In the distance, a hazy silhouette traversed the void as if treading upon solid ground, breaking the sound barrier and slicing through the sea of clouds, leaving a long trail of white in its wake, racing towards Wudang. On the desolate stone peak, Shen Yan felt a tremor in his eyelids, and an overwhelming dread surged within him, akin to a tidal wave crashing against his spirit, issuing a warning. Instinctively sensing the gravity of the moment, he raised his gaze to the sky. A peerless powerhouse was approaching. Shen Yan's countenance turned grave. In this day and age, few could merit such a solemn title of a peerless strongman. It seemed that the true titans of this realm had arrived at his doorstep. The ominous signs hinted that the visitor bore ill intentions. A shadow of foreboding flickered in Shen Yan's eyes. At this juncture, several disciples on the stone path stood in stunned silence. How was this possible? They marveled. How could anyone run through the sky? Were their eyes deceiving them? They hesitated to confirm whether the shadow was indeed human. It was not until a thunderous roar erupted above them, and the shadow halted mid-air above Wudang Mountain, that they discerned it was a middle-aged man clad in black robes. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless. The black-robed figure stood upright in the sky like a spear, his gaze, deep as an abyss, pierced the atmosphere with the intensity of two lightning bolts descending upon the earth. Then he spoke, his voice resonating with a grandeur that echoed like rolling thunder throughout the entirety of Wudang Mountain. Who is the head of Wudang? As he spoke, the aura emanating from the black-robed man expanded, seemingly boundless, crashing down upon Wudang like an overwhelming tidal wave. This overwhelming and formidable aura is truly terrifying. The sea of clouds churns, and the myriad trees tremble, as if the very heavens and earth are quaking in that singular moment. All creatures, both avian and terrestrial, lie in hiding, afraid to utter a sound. The disciples scattered across Wudang gaze up at the sky in astonishment. Outside, the celestial phenomena undergo a thunderous transformation. At this moment, the senior members of Wudang within the Zishu Palace were all stirred, their expressions shifting slightly as they gazed skyward. Such an overwhelming presence. Who has arrived? Quick, let us step outside and see. As the words left their lips, figures began to pour out from the grand hall, gathering in the open space outside. They beheld a middle-aged man in a black robe, hovering in the air above them, his visage striking terror into their hearts. Realizing the figure above was not to be trifled with, Master Tongju's eyes narrowed as he felt a chill run down his spine. He asked in a grave tone, "Who are you?" In the void, the black-robed man, with a stern and indifferent countenance, replied calmly, "I am Ji of the demon sect." Ji? Master Tongren's eyes widened in shock, his expression reflecting utter disbelief. Upon hearing the name, a wave of cold washed over him, as though he had plunged into an ice pit, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Though the name possessed an ancient elegance, it belonged to the most notorious villain in the world. The black-robed figure above was none other than the demon lord who had flown from the far-off southern wilderness. "Elder, do you recognize him?" A young elder inquired with a furrowed brow. Master Tongren fixated on the black-robed man, swallowing hard as he spoke with a grim visage. "The foremost figure in the martial world, the leader of the demon sect, is known as Ji Demon Lord." The crowd's pupils dilated in unison, their hearts churning with tumultuous waves of fear. As the name of the demon lord echoed, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. The only sounds were the tense breaths of those present, for no one dared utter a word. The mere mention of Ji name instilled a paralyzing fear. He was the leader of the demon sect, the most formidable figure in the martial realm, a warrior who approached the realm of myth. His reputation was laden with countless tales of his might, each one enough to extinguish any thought of resistance. A truly invincible being. At this moment, the senior members of Wudang were engulfed in a sense of impending doom. Just as one calamity had been quelled, a far greater catastrophe loomed on the horizon. Did the heavens truly intend to annihilate Wudang? As they gazed upon the demon lord, who appeared as a deity of destruction in the sky, despair and sorrow consumed their hearts. At this moment, Master Tongju exemplified the demeanor befitting a leader, stepping forward to stand before the assembly and spoke with a commanding voice. Might I inquire if you have come to seek vengeance for the Blood Sea Demon sect? The demon lord, Ji Jiyuan, lowered his gaze and shook his head. The existence or demise of the Blood Sea Demon sect bears no relevance to me. However, your presence at Wudang has impeded the grand designs of the demon sect, thus necessitating my visit. The countenance of the Wudang elders turned ashen. For while they had anticipated an assault from the Blood Sea Demon sect, undoubtedly orchestrated by the demon sect, they had never imagined that it would culminate in the personal arrival of the demon lord. It was known that this demon lord had been rumored to be preparing for a breakthrough into the realm of myth for the past decade, having withdrawn from the public eye. Yet today, he descended in a manner almost divine, gracing Wudang with his formidable presence. The aura he exuded was far more oppressive than that experienced during the previous siege by 10,000 demons. None could fathom the extent of his cultivation after such prolonged seclusion, but his ability to traverse the skies alone was enough to astonish all present. Before such an unparalleled powerhouse, the numbers of Wudang were rendered insignificant, utterly incapable of resisting. Ji Jiyuan hovered silently in the air, instilling a profound sense of dread in the hearts of those below, as if a celestial sword loomed above, ready to descend and claim lives. In this tense atmosphere, Ji Jiyuan spoke again, his tone calm. Since I have arrived, matters must reach a conclusion. I can offer Wudang a path to survival. If you submit to the demon sect, I shall spare your lives. As he articulated these words, there was no trace of tyranny in his demeanor, merely a dispassionate declaration of fact. As the strongest being of his time, his confidence was deeply ingrained. His lofty presence, exuding contempt for all, ignited fury among the elders, who glared at him with indignation. Master Tongju, perceiving the absurdity of the proposition, let out a bitter laugh. Submit to the demon sect? Huh, how ludicrous. Wudang is one of the 9 great righteous sects of the world. Do you truly believe we would bow before you, a mere collection of phantoms? With that, Master Tongju drew his long sword, pointing it defiantly at the demon lord, ready to fight to the death. Is that so? Ji Jiyuan sighed, his gaze sharpening slightly. It seems you have chosen the path of demise. Daoist Tongren inhaled deeply, unsheathing his sword as well, unleashing a fierce shout. To eradicate demons and uphold righteousness, we shall fight to the end. What of the demon lord? Fellow disciples, form the sword formation. Let us confront him together. The arrival of the demon lord cannot be met with mere pleasantries. It is well understood that a grim battle awaits. In an instant, numerous high-ranking members of Wudang sprang into action, arranging themselves into a sword formation, collectively unleashing a torrent of sword light that sliced through the air with astonishing speed. Weaving together to form a 1,000-meter-long dragon and a tortoise as imposing as a mountain, traversing the void, vividly alive, the sword energy sharp and fierce, soaring towards the demon lord suspended above. In the face of such a formidable presence, the Wudang leaders harbored not a trace of disdain. They immediately conjured their most profound and powerful formation, the 7 cuts of Zhenwu. The dragon and tortoise birthed from the sword formation erupted in a resplendent radiance, imbued with boundless sharpness and astonishing might. Merely superficial, Ji Jiyuan uttered with a detached calm. Even in the face of such an onslaught, he remained as tranquil as a still pond, barely lifting his eyelids. He raised a hand nonchalantly and brought it down with ease. Instantly, a terrifying energy radiated outward, causing the air to ripple like water, swiftly expanding to form visible waves of energy, discernible for miles around. Ji Jiyuan's martial prowess was indeed transcendent. What seemed like an ordinary strike encompassed the essence of the universe itself. Its might was truly otherworldly. At his level of mastery, the specific techniques and moves became irrelevant. Even a simple punch or palm strike flowed naturally, infused with the profound truths of martial arts, capable of earth-shattering power. When his casual palm met the sword formation unleashed by the Wudang leaders, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the mountains and trembling the earth. In an instant, the colossal tortoise dragon, spanning miles and composed of countless sword energies, shattered beneath Ji Jiyuan's strike, and the 7 cuts of Zhenwu disintegrated in an instant. Pu, all the high-ranking members of Wudang, including Tongju Zhenren and Tongren Daolong, were hurled backward, coughing blood, some elders nearly losing consciousness on the spot. The demon lord's strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. It was unfathomable how one's martial prowess could reach such staggering heights. With a single palm strike, the sword formation forged by the collective effort of the Wudang leaders was utterly obliterated, leaving them all gravely wounded. The might of the demon lord was, indeed, as formidable as his reputation suggested. The overwhelming power that oppresses the world is truly despairing. To allow a demon to possess such formidable might is indeed a travesty of justice. The disciples of Wudang, their mouths stained with blood, let out mournful laughter. Master, elders, urgent cries echoed as Shen Yan, accompanied by a throng of disciples, rushed over to assist the fallen, their gazes fixed upon the demon lord with eyes filled with fury. In the heavens, Ji Yuan seemed to regard this chaos as a trivial matter, his expression devoid of mirth, brows furrowed in discontent. How feeble you are! Where is your esteemed one from Wudang? Why does he not make an appearance? If he does not show himself soon, I shall send you all to your demise. Ji Yuan's gaze flickered as he spoke in a booming voice. The Wudang disciples, upon hearing this, wore expressions of urgency in the face of such a formidable adversary. They had already lost all hope for survival, silently praying that their ancestor would remain hidden. Despite having witnessed their ancestor's formidable prowess, they still felt uncertain, believing that he might not stand against this demon lord. Should their ancestor fall, Wudang would truly face annihilation. We may perish today, but our ancestor must not come to harm, gritted Tong Zhuzhenren. The Wudang disciples nodded in understanding, exchanging resolute glances. Prepared to risk their lives in a battle against the demon lord, all drew their long swords, their spirits united as one, facing death without fear. Ji Yuan, witnessing this, shook his head in disappointment. Is your esteemed one frightened? Has he hidden away? Even at this juncture, he still does not reveal himself. He had anticipated a confrontation with a powerful opponent, but was taken aback that even the esteemed one feared revealing his strength. If that is the case, do not blame me for unleashing my wrath. It is time for you to meet your end. Ji Yuan spoke coldly, raising his hand to unleash his internal power against the Wudang disciples. Just then, a sigh echoed through the air. Alas, I had just made a bold declaration. How could Wudang send forth such a remarkable figure so swiftly? Indeed, one should never make rash proclamations or act pretentiously. Calm words resonated, leaving the crowd bewildered and unsure of their meaning. In front of Zishu Palace, many eyes turned towards the source of the voice. On the mountain path, a carefree youth, with a languid demeanor and a piece of dry grass between his lips, strolled leisurely towards them. Here stands a striking and handsome disciple of the menial class, a seemingly unremarkable disciple devoid of any cultivation. It is none other than Shen Yan making his entrance. The crowd of Wudang blinked in astonishment, somewhat bewildered. At such a critical juncture, what brings a mere, powerless disciple to this place? Is the old master seeking to end his life, tired of his existence? Although the elders of Wudang may not recognize Shen Yan, having spent a decade sweeping the grounds, some disciples are indeed familiar with him. Shen Yan, what nonsensical words are you uttering at this moment? You must leave at once, urged a disciple who recognized Shen Yan, casting frantic glances in an attempt to prompt him to depart swiftly, lest he lose his life when the demon lord strikes. Yet, Shen Yan appeared oblivious to their concerns, fixated on Ji Yuan, approaching him with an air of calm defiance. Ji Yuan furrowed his brow as he regarded Shen Yan, while the others from Wudang mirrored his expression of concern. What a terrifying aura! It is as if a demon lord has descended from the heavens. Akin to a deity of calamity on earth, this Mr. Ji is indeed formidable. Shen Yan displayed an expression of profound admiration, raising his thumb in approval. The Wudang disciples exchanged glances, taken aback. What is the situation of this disciple serving in a menial capacity? Is this madness? What is he doing? Is he provoking the demon lord? This is utterly absurd. Witnessing Shen Yan's bizarre behavior, a disciple's face changed dramatically as he shouted, Shen Yan, have you lost your mind? This is none of your concern. Leave at once. The disciples of Wudang, imbued with a fierce spirit, were prepared to face death in the presence of the demon lord and would not hesitate to fight to the bitter end. However, in their eyes, Shen Yan and his fellow miscellaneous disciples were hardly considered part of the martial world. Therefore, the tribulations of the sect need not involve them. No one wished to see an unskilled servant perish at the hands of the demon lord. Taoist Tong Ren's expression turned grave as he spoke in a deep voice. Young disciple, I command you to return to the servant quarters immediately. This matter does not concern you commoners. Dear sirs, I have no desire to intervene. However, if the demon lord Ji does not find me today, I fear he will not rest, Shen Yan replied innocently. He stood there, exuding an air of calmness, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the fearsome leader of the demonic path looming above him. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan remained silent, his keen perception evaluating Shen Yan. a strange sensation swelling within him. Although this young man revealed no trace of energy, there was an inexplicable sense that he was far from ordinary. One disciple, exasperated, nearly wished to slap him awake, muttering under his breath, "He is after the ancestor, not you." The Wudang disciples exchanged glances, unable to contain their astonishment. What nonsense is this servant disciple spouting? The demon lord seeks you. Has he truly lost his sanity? Does he believe himself to be a reclusive elder? Some disciples acquainted with Shen Yan could not help but feel speechless. The humble servant, typically unassuming and compliant, appeared quite normal, yet today, he suddenly seemed to have lost his senses, babbling incoherently and leaving the crowd bewildered. Shen Yan shrugged, blinking innocently as he proclaimed, "I am the hidden ancestral master you speak of." The crowd collectively rolled their eyes, realizing that this servant disciple had indeed gone mad. However, high above, Jiju Yuan's demeanor shifted upon hearing Shen Yan's words. He fixed Shen Yan with a penetrating gaze, as if discerning something profound. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Such mastery in concealing one's aura. A faint smile graced Jiju Yuan's lips as he remarked, "So, you are a first-rate master from Wudang. Indeed not an ordinary individual. It seems my visit today has not been in vain." With his arrival at Wudang, Jiju Yuan finally displayed a smile, his eyes igniting with fervor, his battle spirit surging. The Wudang disciples were left in shock at the demon lord's words. Had he also succumbed to madness? Yet, as a renowned master of the world, how could he be so irrational? Wait a moment. Suddenly, everyone's pupils constricted as they gazed at Shen Yan with tremors of realization. A thunderous thought struck their minds. One that was utterly astonishing. Could it be that this servant disciple was the hidden ancestral master they had long revered and admired? Surely not. This revelation has the potential to completely overturn everyone's preconceptions. The venerable master Taiji stared intently at Shen Yan, rendered speechless. All the elders and disciples were equally taken aback. Doubt, astonishment, and shock surged within them, emotions so vivid that Shen Yan could perceive them clearly. As the focal point of everyone's gaze, Shen Yan ceased to be nonchalant. His expression grew solemn, and his once relaxed posture gradually straightened. In an instant, an overwhelming aura emanated from within him, akin to a colossal dragon awakening from slumber. Its majestic presence dominating the scene and inspiring a sense of reverence among the onlookers. The ordinary, unremarkable servant had suddenly ascended to the status of an extraordinary powerhouse. The demeanor of the former servant disciple had vanished entirely. With his hair, dark as night, billowing without wind, Shen Yan turned his gaze toward Jiju Yuan and spoke in a deep voice. "Since the demon lord has traveled from afar, I shall not treat our esteemed guest lightly. Please, let us engage in battle atop the mountain." His words, resonant as a temple bell, transformed into a thunderous echo, reverberating through the heavens and leaving the crowd in a state of awe. With a gentle push of his foot, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye, racing toward the pinnacle of the golden summit with astonishing speed. "Ha!" Jiju Yuan laughed heartily. "Then let us battle at the mountain's peak." With a flash of his figure, he too soared into the air with a resounding boom, swiftly heading toward the golden summit. In their wake, the front of Zixia Palace fell into an eerie silence. Gulp. After a prolonged moment, the sound of collective swallowing could be heard throughout the crowd. Even Master Taiji, who had witnessed countless storms and possessed decades of cultivation, was left agape in astonishment. The hidden ancestral figure we had envisioned turned out to be merely a servant disciple from the servants' hall. In his mind, he had always believed that the mysterious powerhouse who had intervened discreetly on several occasions was an ancient elder from Wudang. Yet it turned out to be an utterly ordinary servant disciple. The group of disciples who recognized Shen Yan were rendered speechless, staring blankly, with one disciple pinching himself as if to confirm he was not dreaming. He truly was that enigmatic powerhouse. Who could have anticipated this? The most inconspicuous, taciturn, and least sociable disciple among the miscellaneous servants at Wudang has surprisingly emerged as an unparalleled master, concealing immense power. Even the theater would hesitate to stage such a plot. It is likely that even a deceased elder from Wudang rising from the grave would be more readily accepted. This is truly astonishing. As the crowd stood in shock. At the summit of Wudang Mountain, wisps of ethereal mist floated and swirled. Shen Yan, resembling a bolt of lightning, took his final step. Arriving at the pinnacle of the 100-foot golden peak, his expression serene and unperturbed. Almost simultaneously, a figure descended from the heavens. Jiju Yuan, with his hands behind his back, made a grand entrance. The two stood facing each other, their gazes intertwining in the air, causing the atmosphere to seem to freeze at that very moment. The sea of clouds surged suddenly, resembling the tumultuous waves of the ocean. The light emanating from Ji Yuan's eyes was as substantial as reality itself. As if he were devouring the sun and moon, with the stars rising and falling in his presence, exuding an extraordinary aura that conveyed an indescribable majesty. His voice thundered like a storm, deep and resonant. I have traversed the martial world for decades, yet I have never encountered a grandmaster of your caliber. You must be a remarkable individual, devoted to the path, seeking martial prowess and transcending the mundane. It has been nearly 10 years since I last engaged with a grandmaster. I hope you do not disappoint me. Ji Yuan regarded Shen Yan with a hint of admiration, as if he had found a kindred spirit equally passionate about the martial arts. There was a sense of rarity in their connection. Shen Yan, somewhat speechless under the intensity of Ji Yuan's gaze, yearned to convey, "Sir, you are overthinking this. When you roamed the martial world, I had yet to even begin my training. It is natural for us to be strangers, and my passion lies not in martial pursuits, but rather in the art of registration." Noticing Shen Yan's silence, Ji Yuan assumed that his opponent, being absorbed in martial pursuits and detached from the mundane world, simply lacked eloquence, leading him to believe he had found a true confidant. He grew increasingly convinced that Shen Yan was no ordinary individual. Hence, with a grave expression, he suddenly declared, "Demon sect, Ji Yuan, I implore you to enlighten me." With that, he stepped forward. In an explosive moment, a surge of vitality erupted like a colossal wave, transforming him into a figure of divine might, causing the entire mountain to tremble and the sky to darken with ominous clouds and flickering lightning. The very heavens had changed. Shen Yan felt a twitch in his eyelids, his heart sinking with a sense of foreboding. This was a precarious situation. His mind raced, contemplating his next move. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan observed that Shen Yan remained composed, unmoved, seemingly dismissing the overwhelming aura he exuded. This prompted a hearty laugh from Ji Yuan. "Haha, you possess remarkable courage indeed. You have not disappointed me. I shall strike first." Ji Yuan felt as though he had finally encountered a worthy opponent, his fighting spirit surging. Suddenly, he spread his arms wide, his voluminous sleeves billowing, from which emerged two peculiar weapons, each 3 inches in size. These weapons were strange indeed, for they lacked grips, curving like crescent moons, their surfaces sharp and glistening, crafted entirely of a mysterious golden hue that radiated a chilling aura. This is the renowned divine weapon of Ji Yuan, the Shen Yan Golden Wheel. The Shen Yan Golden Wheel glides around Ji Yuan like 2 swimming fish, emitting the sounds of wind and thunder, its brilliance dazzling. It appears as though a luminous moon has emerged in the sky, resonating throughout the realm, casting a myriad of cold lights that seem capable of cleaving through all. At this moment, even those far below in Wudang can sense an overwhelming urgency, as if the very heavens are fracturing and the earth is shattering, their souls trembling and breathless. Such a terrifying aura. The people of Wudang pale in fear, their hearts racing as they gaze up at the mountain peak. Have these two unparalleled powerhouses commenced their battle? Such overwhelming might. Could it be that they have engaged in a fierce clash right from the outset? Can one's own first-grade grandmaster truly contend with the demon lord? Regardless of the incredulity that lingers, they must now accept the undeniable truth that Shen Yan is indeed the hidden ancestor of Wudang, the sole pillar and hope of the sect in this present age. Although Shen Yan had previously unveiled his formidable prowess during the last great conflict, demonstrating his extraordinary might, no one doubts his strength, however. The adversaries he faces now are of an entirely different caliber. Behold, the Lord of Demons, a name of man, a shadow of trees. The most extensive wind messenger organization in the world, the Taiji Tower, well-versed in myriad affairs of the martial world, gathers intelligence on various masters and ranks them, establishing a widely circulated list of heroes. This list is divided into 3 categories: heaven, earth, and man, with the heavenly ranking holding the utmost prestige. Those who make it onto this list are all esteemed grandmasters, renowned titans of the martial realm. The Lord of Demons, with unparalleled might, stands as the first on the heavenly ranking. Remarkably, he ascended to this position 30 years ago, universally recognized by countless martial artists as the strongest, a title that remains unchallenged to this day. To have earned such a formidable reputation in the martial world, he has undoubtedly trampled upon the corpses of countless adversaries. Throughout his illustrious years of dominance, he has vanquished innumerable top-tier masters. It was not until a decade ago, when no one dared to contest his supremacy, that the Lord of Demons chose to retreat to the southern wilderness, seeking seclusion to strive for the legendary realm of martial myth. Now, 10 years have elapsed. Some say the Lord of Demons is nearing the mythical state, while certain practitioners of the dark path boast that he has become a martial legend, invincible in this world. Regardless of the rumors, his strength is undeniably formidable. Until a figure of myth emerges, none can rival him. Can Shen Yan truly prevail? The disciples of Wudang are weighed down by an immense sense of foreboding, lacking even a shred of confidence in this battle. Yet today, the survival of their entire sect rests solely upon Shen Yan's shoulders. Should he falter, Wudang shall face annihilation. All they can do is hope for a miracle, yearning for Shen Yan to triumph. At this moment, each clenches their fists tightly, anxiety gripping their hearts as they fervently pray for their ancestors' protection. Meanwhile, atop the pinnacle, Shen Yan, having formulated his strategy, finally regains his composure. Upon raising his gaze, he is suddenly startled by the dazzling cold light akin to a brilliant moon. Wait! Shen Yan abruptly interjects, halting the poised strike of Yuan. The latter, taken aback, furrows his brow slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of curiosity. Uncertain of the Lord of Demons' prowess, Shen Yan stands with hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the sea of clouds, exuding an air of tranquility. Yuan, perplexed by the unexpected inquiry, narrows his eyes and replies, "What do you mean by that?" Shen Yan, his gaze ethereal, softly declares, "My Wudang sect possesses two illustrious techniques renowned throughout the martial realm, the Great Luo Divine Palm and the Taiji Fist. For 10 years, I have dedicated myself to merging these two extraordinary skills into a single strike, named the Lightning Five Whips. I wonder if the Lord of Demons would dare to engage me in a contest of martial arts, where we shall determine our victor with one strike today. If I should lose, the vast Wudang shall be yours to claim." Oh. Upon hearing this, Yuan's eyes sparkled with profound curiosity. His interest piqued by the extraordinary technique known as the Lightning Five Whip. A fervent martial enthusiast, Yuan had delved into various martial arts, mastering them to an impressive degree. At his level of cultivation, he had reached a stage where understanding one technique opened the door to mastering countless others. Whether it be divine abilities, boxing, palm techniques, or other martial disciplines, he had achieved the pinnacle of human potential. Therefore, when Shen Yan proposed a contest of boxing and palm techniques, Yuan felt no trepidation. Instead, he was particularly exhilarated, eager to witness the prowess of his opponent. "Very well," Yuan readily agreed. "Let us engage in a contest of boxing and palm techniques." His response was enthusiastic, his eyes gleaming with a brilliant light, reflecting his pure and fervent passion for the martial arts. Observing the earnest gaze of his counterpart, Shen Yan inwardly sighed, suddenly gripped by a sense of guilt akin to deceiving a child. The Dark Lord has become surprisingly amiable, exhibiting a righteousness that surpasses even that of the noble sects, devoid of any trace of demonic essence. However, the pressure exerted by the opponent is overwhelming, and the sheer terror of their strength leaves Shen Yan apprehensive about his survival should he not resort to cunning tactics. Any lingering guilt within him is swiftly cast aside. For as the saying goes, one who lacks shame is invincible. Yet, as a millennium-old survivor, Shen Yan possesses a modicum of awareness. Thus, he inhaled deeply, clasped his hands in salute, and proclaimed, "I humbly seek your guidance, Dark Lord." The Dark Lord nodded slightly, his demeanor grave. The unparalleled skills honed over a decade of arduous training by a first-rate grandmaster are certainly not to be underestimated. With a flourish of his sleeve, he retracted the ominous Shen Yan golden wheel, causing the chilling radiance to dissipate. With the terrifying technique embedded, Shen Yan exhaled in relief and declared, "Prepare yourself." He concentrated his energy to its pinnacle, the winds howling around him, leaves suspended in midair, as he raised his hands in a stance imbued with an ancient, profound essence. Remarkably extraordinary. Impressive technique. Yuan observed with newfound seriousness, recognizing the complexity of Shen Yan's maneuver. Yet, he remained unmoved, waiting for his opponent to fully unleash his skill before countering, confident in his own prowess. "Ha!" Shen Yan bellowed as he initiated his assault, advancing toward Yuan with a punch in one hand and an open palm in the other. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes, unnoticed by his adversary. As he stepped closer, he mentally counted the distance. 100 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. As the gap narrowed, Yuan visibly prepared to strike. Seizing the moment, Shen Yan's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Now, in a split second, Shen Yan retracted his attack, and the Taiji Jinwu sword appeared in his grasp. A surge of internal energy coursed through him as he swung the sword, executing the motion with such fluidity that it seemed as though he had rehearsed it countless times in his mind, flawless and terrifyingly proficient. In his initial ambush, Shen Yan displayed remarkable talent. The world returns to its origin. He shouted coldly. A black and white sword light, infused with the essence of Taiji, sliced through the air like a soaring dragon, heading straight for the stunned Ji Jiuyuan. Danger! This wretched trickster. A chilling sensation enveloped Ji Jiuyuan. His hair standing on end as an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him. The distance between them was alarmingly close. Such a sudden strike. It left him no time to react, nor a moment's chance to evade. The dazzling radiance of the sword resembled a colossal waterfall, utterly engulfing Ji Jiuyuan's figure. The violent shockwave surged toward the heavens, causing the void to tremble and shattering the entire expanse of clouds. The earth was marred with intersecting sword scars, and the relentless brilliance of the blade seemed to cleave through the very air, producing a thunderous cacophony akin to a barrage of cannon fire, reverberating painfully against the eardrums. Hiss! Shen Yan, unable to bear the sight, gasped in shock, inwardly reflecting, "This is the true utility of a storage space. I refuse to believe that after enduring such a strike, one could emerge unscathed." He had long perceived that confining the storage space solely to the preservation of items was a grave waste. Thus, he had been contemplating the notion of employing the storage function during combat, orchestrating a sudden ambush to achieve an element of surprise. Today marked his inaugural attempt, yielding tremendous success. Surely, the demon lord must be reduced to mere ashes by now. As Shen Yan mused thus, amidst the resplendent sword light, a formidable surge of energy unexpectedly emanated, akin to a dormant volcano erupting, its presence escalating with intensity. Hiss, could it be? Shen Yan's body tensed instantaneously, his expression grave, his gaze fixated ahead. The sword light persisted for roughly 60 breaths, gradually fading away. Soon, a figure emerged from within. The form appeared somewhat hunched, struggling to remain upright, while two gleaming crescent blades whirled around him, intertwining to create a luminous dome resembling a crescent moon, enveloping him within. He's still alive. Shen Yan's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, a shiver coursing through him. As the residual waves dissipated, Ji Jian's silhouette fully revealed itself, disheveled hair, tattered black robe, and his body riddled with countless sword wounds, flesh torn to the bone. The sight was utterly harrowing. Despite Ji Jiuyuan's grievous injuries, Shen Yan felt a twinge of trepidation. His previously invincible Tianxia Gyuan had, for the first time, been staunchly withstood by another, and that too under the circumstances of his abrupt sword assault. The power of this demonic lord is simply extraordinary. No wonder he is regarded as the foremost figure in the world. However, Shen Yan remains oblivious to the fact that the being before him is merely a demonic manifestation of Ji Jiuyuan. Had he been aware, his astonishment would have deepened. Ji Jiuyuan, in this moment, uttered not a word. His gaze was frigid to the extreme, infused with a murderous intent so palpable it seemed to materialize as a lethal weapon, as if he longed to rend Shen Yan into pieces without delay. This was the first time in his life that he felt such rage, and the first time he had been so shamelessly ambushed. He never anticipated that his opponent possessed a treasure capable of containing the universe in a grain of sand. Furthermore, as an esteemed first-grade grandmaster, he would stoop to such despicable treachery. Who truly embodies righteousness, and who embodies malevolence? You shall perish. Ji Jiuyuan's voice was icy, his indifferent stare fixed on Shen Yan, as though he were gazing upon a corpse. Great Sun Brahma Saint. Shen Yan slowly articulated those 4 words, and then a torrent of vitality surged within him. His muscles swelled, bones crackled, and his skin radiated a golden glow. At this juncture, he had no choice but to engage in a righteous battle with his opponent. The return to origin technique was immensely taxing on his inner energy, and Shen Yan ceased to wield his sword. Instead, he invoked the great Sun Brahma Saint's physical form, transforming into a colossal being of golden light with 3 heads and 6 arms. He charged forward. With all 6 arms unleashed, the terrifying force of his punches stirred the air into a tempest, coalescing into an intricate fist imprint. Waves of fist intent surged forth, his inner energy crystallizing into a luminous wave, dazzling with golden light. In an instant, the fist imprint was launched, akin to a celestial dragon soaring through the heavens. This was the divine fist of the 6 kings, howling moon of the celestial wolf. Ji Jiuyuan bellowed coldly, sweeping his hand, causing 2 crescent blades to emanate radiant brilliance as they sliced through the void. Like fleeting starlight, they intertwined into a massive white wolf, exuding a fearsome killing intent as it howled towards the heavens, lunging at the celestial dragon. Boom! An intensely concentrated explosion erupted. The wolf and dragon clashed, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that compressed the air to the brink of explosion, illuminating the surroundings in a brilliant display, while fierce winds swept across the expanse. Bang! Both combatants were jolted, feeling as though their chests had been struck by a heavy hammer. Their vitality surged backward, and they staggered several paces, nearly vomiting blood. In this round, the contest was evenly matched. Kill! As the two abruptly halted, a chilling cry escaped their lips, and in an instant, their figures surged forward with remarkable swiftness. The air crackled with the sound of thunder as they engaged in fierce combat once more. Their movements were as swift as lightning, leaving trails of afterimages in the air as they unleashed a flurry of strikes, colliding with one another countless times in a heartbeat, resulting in a series of tremendous clashes. Undoubtedly, this is a fierce clash of titans. At the point of their confrontation, a colossal circle with a diameter of over 100 meters began to form. One side shone like a radiant moon, while the other blazed like a resplendent sun, standing in stark opposition to each other. The terrifying force within this circle was potent enough to annihilate everything in its path. Surrounding winds and waves of energy swept through relentlessly, causing the mountains to tremble and shake. The dazzling brilliance surpassed even the most magnificent display of fireworks, rendering the sky itself pale in comparison. It was as if the very heavens and earth were being turned upside down, depicting a scene of divine beings locked in combat. The spectators from Wudang, positioned on the mountainside, could only feel the ground trembling beneath them, as if a dragon were stirring from its slumber. How incredibly powerful this was. Although they could not witness the duel, the overwhelming radiance emanating from the mountaintop and the captivating aura were enough to leave them dizzy and entranced. What kind of might is this? Is it martial prowess? It resembles the legendary spells of deities colliding. This is an unprecedented battle, resplendent in its magnificence. Is this the power of the supreme warriors of the world? It is akin to celestial beings clashing. Even the heavens themselves have undergone a tremendous transformation. One cannot discern how the battle unfolds above, nor who holds the upper hand. A disciple trembled as he spoke. At this moment, no one could answer his question. All wore solemn expressions, awaiting the final outcome at the foot of the mountain. The two unparalleled powerhouses engaged in such a fierce struggle that they could not dare to ascend and witness the confrontation. Any attempt to draw closer would likely result in being torn to shreds by the tumultuous aftermath of their battle. Even the esteemed second-tier masters, Tongju Jinren and Tongren Daoren, found their minds shaken, revering such formidable strength, and dared not take a single step towards the mountain. As Shen Yan battled against the demon lord, powerful figures across the vast expanse of Deqian were once again stirred, their faces filled with astonishment. What has transpired at Wudang? The reclusive ancestors have emerged, basking in the limelight. Could there be another foolhardy enough to provoke trouble at Wudang? Could it be the machinations of the demonic sect once more? Many extraordinary masters, sensing the waves of celestial anomalies emanating from afar, were left thoroughly astounded. The tumultuous fluctuations persist, leaving many in a state of bewilderment. It is indeed astonishing that someone has engaged in combat with the venerable ancestor of Wudang for such an extended duration. Could it be that a master of great renown has intervened? Speculations abound. Yet the dearth of information renders it impossible to ascertain that the infamous demon lord has ventured to Wudang. At Longhu Mountain, the Qingyi Taoist immediately sensed the unusual phenomena emanating from the horizon. Having previously clashed with the demon lord, he discerned a faint yet familiar aura. Intrigued, he employed his mystical arts, his gaze rippling with intensity as his eyes transformed into a deep azure hue, fixating upon Wudang. It was not long before his expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "It is he. How could he have arrived at Wudang?" Behind him, a congregation of elder Taoists exchanged glances, perplexed by his astonished demeanor. They inquired, "Celestial Master, what have you witnessed?" "It is Jizhou Yuan," he replied, "who has come to Wudang, engaging in combat with that mysterious powerhouse." The revelation sent waves of shock through the assembly. What? They gasped in disbelief. An elder Taoist, his countenance grave, paced back and forth within the hall, furrowing his brow as he murmured, "Impossible. How could the imperious demon lord choose to infiltrate secretly?" The Qingyi Taoist shook his head. It is likely not his true self. The demon lord's supreme demonic art allows him to manifest 3 demonic forms. The entity present in Wudang is probably but one of those forms. He is not truly infiltrated. He has merely gone to Wudang. Understanding dawned upon the gathered elders, and a collective sigh of relief echoed in their hearts. Yet, the Qingyi Taoist's expression remained troubled. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, Even if it is but a demonic form, I must ascertain the situation for myself. With that, he closed his eyes, steadied his mind, and began to weave intricate gestures, muttering incantations under his breath. Soon, a manifestation resembling the Qingyi Taoist, his spirit liberating from his corporeal body, floated gracefully above. His feet untouched by the ground, this was his Yin spirit. The elder Taoists gazed upon him with envy, for his Yin spirit had solidified nearly to the point of corporeality, exuding an aura reminiscent of the blazing sun, imbued with pure yang energy. Watch over my physical form. I shall return shortly, the Qingyi Taoist instructed his spirit, which transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and soared from the hall, gliding effortlessly towards Wudang. Meanwhile, atop the pinnacle of Wudang, the battle raged with escalating intensity. The atmosphere was thick with murderous intent. The earth cracked open into a profound chasm, dust swirling tumultuously. The void trembled repeatedly, the heavens dimmed, and the air grew stifling. Both combatants unleashed a myriad of martial arts, engaged in a fierce struggle for 400 to 500 exchanges, yet neither could claim a decisive victory. However, Zhizhou Yuan, having sustained previous grievous injuries, was clearly faltering. His breath labored, while the indomitable Shen Yan remained unscathed, radiating formidable energy. This cannot continue. This demonic form shall not endure much longer. Zhizhou Yuan's expression darkened, as his situation grew increasingly dire, compelling him to contemplate retreat. Shen Yan had placed the very life of his demonic form in jeopardy. Engaged in such a fierce battle, while severely injured, was exceedingly disadvantageous for him. Moreover, the formidable strength of his opponent's physical form posed a grave threat. If this continued, his demonic body would likely collapse before a victor could be determined. Before him, Shen Yan had unleashed his fury, resembling a wrathful deity, with golden radiance illuminating much of the sky, exuding an overwhelming presence. Shen Yan radiated a fierce, masculine dominance. His muscles taut and coiled as he twisted his neck, clenched his fists, and bellowed, "Come on, continue. Today, I either wish to be killed by you, or to crush you with a single blow." Witnessing this, Zhizhou Yuan felt a sinking sensation in his heart, his countenance turning ashen. Countless curses flashed through his mind. What kind of skill was it to boast now? If you possess such formidable power, why resort to a sneak attack from the outset? Zhizhou Yuan longed to disregard his composure and confront him, demanding, "With such immense strength, why did you choose to ambush me, stabbing me unexpectedly? What is the meaning of this?" Frustration and discomfort welled within Zhizhou Yuan. After traversing the martial world for many years, this individual before him was undoubtedly the most vexatious adversary he had ever encountered, and the most uncouth grandmaster he had faced. Such treachery was truly despicable. His demonic form was exceedingly precious, and he did not wish to lose it so easily. Furthermore, if this form were to perish, it would inflict considerable harm upon his true self. After a moment of calm contemplation, Zhizhou Yuan suppressed his resentment and fury, mustering the last remnants of his inner strength. He leaped into the air and swiftly turned to flee. He was escaping. The once dominant demon lord chose to retreat at this moment. Shen Yan stood momentarily frozen, somewhat dumbfounded. The demon lord had been frightened away? Shen Yan was taken aback. Observing the demon lord's flight, he hesitated for a moment, contemplating, yet ultimately refrained from pursuing. After all, it was exceedingly difficult to kill someone of such high caliber. Moreover, the opponent was an unparalleled first-tier master. Even severely injured, he was not easily vanquished. Unless he chooses to activate the celestial eye, it is utterly impossible to completely retain Zhizhou Yuan. However, having not encountered a life-and-death crisis, Shen Yan is reluctant to employ this final trump card lightly. Moreover, given that the opponent is the demon lord, he undoubtedly possesses formidable hidden strengths. If it comes to a life-or-death struggle, Shen Yan worries he might not emerge unscathed. Prudence is the essence of survival, and thus, he permits Zhizhou Yuan to depart unimpeded. With the formidable foe having fled, Shen Yan dissipates his divine form and stands at the precipice, hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward amidst the fierce winds. In that moment, he feels an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Even someone as powerful as the demon lord is not a match for me. My existence is unparalleled. Yet it is truly lonely as snow, he laments without shame, feeling a profound melancholy. Below the mountain, the members of Wudang, oblivious to the circumstances, perceive the prolonged silence atop the peak and instinctively know that the fierce battle must have concluded. An air of anxiety envelopes them. And just as they prepare to ascend the mountain to ascertain the outcome, a figure suddenly soars into the sky. The atmosphere abruptly thickens. All present feel an icy chill wash over them, their gazes dimming, and their hearts shrouded in darkness. Many disciples are on the verge of tears. It's over. They murmur. It is the demon lord. We have been defeated. Even the mighty Grand Master succumbed to the demon lord? The disciples' faces are etched with despair, deeply entrenched in hopelessness. Shen Yan, recalling Shen Yan's teachings, feels a profound ache in his heart. With reddened eyes and a trembling voice, he cries out, "The Grand Master sacrificed himself for our sake. We must rally our spirits and fight the demon lord. Even in death, we shall make him pay dearly." Shen Yan, wielding a heavy sword, steps forward in agreement, his voice resolute. "Indeed, what my brother says is true. Fear not, for a mere scar from decapitation is but a trivial matter. 18 years hence, we shall still stand as heroes. We shall confront him." Raising his sword high, he emanates a fierce aura. One by one, the disciples nod, their fervor eclipsing their terror, their morale steadily rising as cold glints ignite in their eyes. They shout in unison, "Yes, let us confront him." Taiji, with a bitter taste in his mouth, recalls the earth-shattering phenomena that unfolded moments ago. Even an entity as formidable as a deity has fallen, leaving them insignificant before the demon lord. Meanwhile, Ren, who has been gazing at the sky, suddenly exclaims in astonishment, "Look, the demon lord is not descending upon us. He is leaving." The collective voices hush as they simultaneously lift their heads. They discover that the demon lord is indeed departing without a backward glance. What does this mean? Does he disdain to come and slay us? Or does he believe that with the Grand Master's demise, we are no longer worthy of his attention? The crowd is engulfed in confusion, their minds racing with speculation. At that moment, a spark ignited within Shen Yan's heart, and his eyes suddenly glimmered with insight as he proposed a possibility. Could it be that our Grand Master has not perished, but rather the demon lord has been defeated and fled in disgrace? Logically, a leader of the dark arts would hardly possess a benevolent heart, willingly sparing this group of people, which led Shen Yan to entertain such speculation. Is that truly possible? The other disciples were momentarily taken aback. After all, the reputation of the demon lord was so formidable that they subconsciously believed him to be the victor. Could a miracle truly have occurred? One disciple murmured, "Let us go see for ourselves." Realizing the urgency, Master Taiji's gaze sharpened, and a glimmer of hope blossomed in his heart. Without further ado, he took a swift step and dashed towards the summit of Wudang. "Come on, everyone, let us hurry." The group set off together, moving with great haste. Each person exerted their utmost effort, their lightness of foot reaching its zenith, as they scrambled up the golden peak. Master Taiji, being the first to reach the top, stood still, his body slightly trembling as if witnessing an exhilarating spectacle. The rest followed suit, casting their eyes forward. Before them lay the desolate remnants of a great battle. The earth was fissured, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. At the edge of the precipice stood a solitary figure, cloaked in flowing garments, gazing out over the myriad mountains and valleys. All were rendered speechless, entranced by this figure. He has truly survived. Could it be that the demon lord was indeed vanquished? A collective sigh of relief washed over them, tinged with excitement. Yet, an air of profound silence enveloped the scene. Even the esteemed leaders dared not disturb this tranquility, fearing to disrupt the serenity surrounding Shen Yan, who now appeared almost divine in their eyes. Everyone silently beheld his silhouette. The stillness was palpable. A gentle breeze swept through, and even the sound of withered leaves descending could be heard. At the cliff's edge, Shen Yan remained poised, gazing into the distance, exuding an ethereal presence that suggested he was a being from another realm. However, beneath this facade, Shen Yan was in considerable discomfort. His lips twitched slightly, as he felt a cramp threatening to seize his body. Internally, he cursed, "Damn it, here I am, striking a pose, and I'm about to cramp up. Why don't you all just shout something like 'Salute the Dragon King' or the like?" Ultimately, it was Master Taiji, unable to contain his curiosity, who broke the silence, asking, "Might I inquire, Grand Master Shen, did you emerge victorious in your battle with the demon lord?" With his identity now revealed, no one dared regard him as a mere servant disciple. Their demeanor was one of utmost reverence, even slightly apprehensive in his presence. Upon hearing Master Taiji's inquiry, Shen Yan finally exhaled a breath of relief, slowly turning to face them, a composed smile gracing his lips. "Naturally, I triumphed." A mere demon. How could I possibly be defeated?" He spoke with an air of utmost ease, his final words exuding an undeniable arrogance. as if he held the so-called #1 demon lord in utter contempt. Upon receiving a definitive affirmation from Shen Yan, the members of Wudang erupted with unparalleled excitement, their spirits soaring. They had truly triumphed. Their Grand Master had vanquished the demon lord. This is indeed a matter of great significance that could shake the world. With such a glorious record, who would dare to provoke Wudang in the future? Even the demon lord was no match for him. Master Shen is truly unparalleled. His skills transcending the very essence of creation. Could it be that Wudang is on the verge of producing a martial arts legend? The crowd's imaginations ran wild, envisioning Shen Yan as an enigmatic figure. Some bold disciples even speculated whether he had transcended into myth. They were invigorated, trembling with excitement, gazing at Shen Yan with fervent admiration, filled with a sense of reverence. The esteemed Master Taiji became even more formal, bowing deeply to Shen Yan, respectfully inquiring, "With Master Shen presiding over us, it is indeed our utmost fortune. Might you share with us the events of the recent battle?" All eyes were fixated on Shen Yan, curiosity radiating from their expressions. Seeing this, Shen Yan lightly cleared his throat, a serene smile gracing his lips as he said, "That mere demon is hardly worth mentioning. The battle just now is of little significance." However, his words abruptly paused, a hint of gravity overtaking his demeanor as he continued. Yet, in the beginning, that fierce clash was indeed rather perilous. The crowd held their breath, spirits heightened, necks craned in eager anticipation, awaiting his account with bated breath. He resumed, "Earlier, when we arrived at the Golden Summit and were about to engage, the Demon Lord, noting my youth, expressed a reluctance to bully a junior and proposed to spar using his comparatively weaker techniques, claiming he wished to settle the match with a single move. Naturally, I accepted. But little did I anticipate. That vile demon, devoid of martial ethics, resorted to treachery, attempting to ambush me, a mere 20-something Taoist. How outrageous." Shen Yan passionately denounced the Demon Lord. "Ah," a voice piped up. "Might I inquire, Master, what transpired?" The crowd exchanged glances, eagerly pressing for the details. Shen Yan's expression was one of indignation as he recounted, after agreeing to the duel, "I unleashed a signature technique and advanced, ready to engage. Unexpectedly, this demon reneged on his promise, seizing the moment when I was unprepared to draw forth 2 crescent-shaped demonic blades, launching a sudden assault upon me." Shen Yan spun a vivid tale, captivating the audience and causing their hearts to race, conjuring an image of the perilous scene. It felt as though they were experiencing it firsthand, beads of cold sweat forming upon their brows. What a treacherous ambush! How despicable! The demon's malevolence knew no bounds. The crowd erupted in outrage, hurling curses. Shen Yan, unfazed, remained composed, as if he too was convinced that the one who had attempted the ambush was indeed the Demon Lord. "Pray tell, Master, how did you respond in that moment?" Someone inquired, anxiety etched upon their face. Indeed. Even the elders tugged at their beards, eager to discern how Master Shen would respond to such a dire situation. Shen Yan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his countenance tranquil as he calmly declared, "It is rather simple. Although that fiend's attack was treacherous, fortunately, my ultimate technique is not to be taken lightly. It is the result of a decade of arduous training. Known as the Lightning 5 Whips, immensely powerful. In the face of peril, I did not alter my strategy. I confronted the Demon Lord head-on. In that moment, the heavens and earth transformed in an instant, my formidable strike colliding with the demon's blade, causing it to spit blood." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The elders, particularly the venerable Taiji, were profoundly shaken. They had long been aware of the infamous reputation of the Demon Lord's mysterious golden wheels, renowned as the supreme weapons capable of cleaving through all. The mere fact that Master Shen dared to confront such power with his bare hands spoke volumes of the extraordinary might of his technique. "Truly formidable," exclaimed a voice from the crowd, overwhelmed with admiration. Instantly, the entire assembly erupted in praise and commendation. Shen Yan, unperturbed, waved his hand dismissively and continued, "The subsequent battles were rather straightforward. The 2 of us fought for 300 rounds, naturally dominating the field, with the demon utterly incapable of retaliation. Had he not fled at the last moment, I would have ensured his complete annihilation." As Shen Yan concluded, he gestured emphatically in the air, exuding an air of dominance. Though he recounted the events with nonchalance, the audience felt their blood surge with excitement, their spirits uplifted, as they applauded fervently. Faced with such peril, he had not only countered the Demon Lord's underhanded tactics, but had also overwhelmed him throughout the encounter. Master Shen's prowess was indeed unparalleled. The younger disciples, including Shen Yan, gazed at Shen Yan with shining eyes, infused with admiration, reverently idolizing him. Unable to contain themselves, they began to chant, "Master, you are magnificent. Master, you are invincible." The echoes of their voices reverberated through the mountaintop. "Oh, such trivial matters," Shen Yan remarked, shaking his head and gazing skyward, his eyes seemingly piercing through the void, transcending the mundane. The aura of the master, his prowess, commanded reverence. Meanwhile, not far from Wudang, in the depths of the forest, Ji Yuan, gravely injured, could no longer sustain flight and descended to the ground. He employed a secret technique to conceal his presence, extending his perception to ascertain whether anyone pursued him. Yet, silence enveloped him from behind. At that moment, Shen Yan's voice reached his ears, and Ji Yuan listened intently, every word sinking in. His expression contorted gradually, darkening with palpable anger. Shameless wretch, he seethed inwardly, who truly disregarded martial ethics, who resorted to underhanded tactics. The nonsensical words struck Ji Yuan with such force that his blood surged in rebellion, compelling him to expel a copious amount of blood, causing him to stagger dangerously close to the ground. A surge of murderous intent swelled within him, nearly overwhelming his resolve to retaliate. Yet, the last vestiges of reason prevailed, restraining him from succumbing to this impulse. His current condition was dire, leaving him devoid of any fighting spirit. The initial strike, imbued with the essence of Taiji swordsmanship, had not only inflicted grave injury but also left residual sword energy wreaking havoc within him, extinguishing his vitality and proving exceedingly difficult to eradicate. The demonic form was teetering on the brink of annihilation, yet Ji Yuan was loath to accept this fate. He held a premonition that the shameless scoundrel from Wudang, if not dealt with today, would inevitably become a great calamity in the future. He nearly summoned his true self to confront him. However, upon deeper reflection, he chose to refrain. The moment for him to truly enter the realm and claim supremacy over the central plains was not yet at hand. Damn it! When he finally ascended to power, he would undoubtedly obliterate this detestable wretch, thus alleviating the resentment that weighed heavily on his heart today. Ji Yuan cast a chilling glance at Wudang before dragging his painfully battered body away in desolation. Atop the golden summit of Wudang, after a flurry of flattery, a disciple, scratching his head in confusion, boldly beseeched, "Great master, could you please elaborate on your extraordinary technique, the lightning 5 whips?" Their curiosity was insatiable. They yearned to comprehend how such a formidable skill was cultivated and the profound martial secrets contained within. The true man Taiji and a group of elders also perked up, intrigued by the prospect. Clearly, they were eager to uncover the nature of the awe-inspiring technique that had taken a grand master a decade to perfect. Shen Yan fell silent, lost in contemplation. Such matters should not be spoken of carelessly, lest one inadvertently reveal too much. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yan clasped his fists and addressed the assembly. Skills should not be divulged, and the ocean should not reveal its depths. 1,000 taels of gold cannot purchase the way. At the crossroads, I offer my friendship. Please, show mercy, he added, bowing slightly. The crowd fell into a momentary daze. They could not comprehend why the Grand Master's words resonated so profoundly, striking a chord deep within their souls and invigorating their spirits. The disciples exchanged glances, acknowledging the Grand Master's eloquence. Even a refusal was articulated with such grace and meaning. Taoist Tongren stepped forward, chastising the disciples. "You speak without thought, ignorant of your own limitations. As the saying goes, the way is not passed to the unworthy, and the law is not shared with the unworthy ears. This is the Grand Master's ultimate technique. How can it be so easily bestowed upon you?" The disciples, their faces flushed with embarrassment, lowered their heads. Recognizing their earlier indiscretion, they had overstepped in the presence of the Grand Master. In the martial world, nearly every formidable figure possesses secret techniques of immense value, closely tied to their very lives, and these are seldom shared outside of select disciples or kin. This holds true for ordinary masters, let alone beings of the Grand Master's caliber, whose skills are invaluable and cannot be so casually imparted to outsiders. As the disciples felt a sense of shame, Taoist Tongju's eyes sparkled with excitement, his spirit invigorated, his lips quivering slightly as if he were eager to recite Shen Yan's recent words. He felt an undeniable kinship with Shen Yan, sensing a kindred spirit in their exchange, and his gaze burned with fervor. Upon witnessing the expression of the sect leader, Shen Yan could not help but shiver slightly. What is the situation with this old man? Surely he does not possess any peculiar habits? A chill ran down Shen Yan's spine, and he dared not gaze at the elder any longer. Addressing his disciples with a tone of solemnity, he said, "You need not be overly despondent. My extraordinary skills were also derived from the martial arts of Wudang. The vast collection of Wudang's secret teachings is as boundless as the sea, countless in number. If you remain steadfast in your training, it is not impossible for you to reach the heights I have achieved." All present listened attentively to the Grandmaster's wisdom. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, a wisp of azure smoke wafted through the air, transforming into a figure that descended upon the clouds. With keen eyes, he surveyed Wudang, observing the scene atop the golden summit, and a look of confusion and bewilderment crossed his face. Has the battle concluded? The people of Wudang appear unscathed. Could it be that the demon lord has retreated? The figure in blue, realizing he had arrived too late, began to calculate with a gesture of his fingers. Shortly thereafter, his fingers paused, and he faintly grasped a thread of heavenly insight, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Indeed, the demon lord has been defeated. What a pity. Had I arrived sooner, I could have vanquished one of his demonic forms. I wonder which individual from Wudang was responsible for this victory. The figure in blue continued to observe Wudang, his gaze flitting across the various silhouettes. Atop the mountain, Shen Yan suddenly felt a stirring within, his eyes igniting with divine light as he vaguely sensed the presence of another figure in the clouds, causing his heart to race. Another who can fly? Is this year particularly troublesome for Wudang? Why do powerful figures keep appearing one after another? Having just emerged from a fierce battle and feeling less than optimal, he was uncertain whether this newcomer was friend or foe, and unease settled in his heart as he contemplated a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, the figure in blue fixed his gaze intently upon Shen Yan, ripples of intrigue dancing in his eyes as he observed him. A rich aura of fortune reflected within his gaze, and he could not help but be moved. Such a profound essence of luck. Could this person be the enigmatic powerhouse of Wudang? Truly, he exudes an extraordinary presence, a celestial aura that suggests he is a figure of historical significance. This must be an individual of remarkable distinction. The figure in blue marveled in astonishment, completely unprepared for the presence of such a true dragon hidden within Wudang. He hesitated, pondering whether to approach and offer a greeting, but considering his lack of prior acquaintance with the people of Wudang, he ultimately decided against it. At that moment, the gaze of Shen Yan happened to intersect with his. The Taoist in the green robe immediately realized that his presence had been detected, and he couldn't help but marvel at the other's keen perceptiveness. With a solemn expression, he slightly inclined his head in acknowledgement towards Shen Yan. Observing this posture, Shen Yan exhaled in relief, understanding that this individual was certainly not an adversary. He thus reciprocated with a nod. After this brief exchange, the Taoist in green withdrew his gaze, transforming into a wisp of green smoke as he departed back to Wudang.He Mountain. Consequently, the events of the day at Wudang were disseminated through the words of the Taoist. The hidden ancestral figure of Wudang had once again intervened, decisively vanquishing the foremost master of the heavenly rankings, the demon lord. The news spread like a tempest, swiftly sweeping across the vast expanse of the land. From north to south, this is undoubtedly a sensational event. Initially, many were skeptical, however, once it was revealed that the news emanated from the contemporary celestial master of Wudang.He Mountain, no one dared to question its veracity, igniting a substantial uproar. Of course, the celestial master clarified that what had been vanquished was merely a corporeal manifestation of the demon lord, not his true self. Nevertheless, this revelation was still sufficiently shocking. It is crucial to note that the demon lord had not intervened in the martial world for a decade, and his martial prowess had undoubtedly reached unfathomable heights. Even a mere corporeal manifestation must possess strength that far surpasses most first-class grandmasters. Particularly, the influential factions, already keenly observant of the unusual occurrences at Wudang, were profoundly shaken upon learning this news. They are acutely aware of the demon lord's formidable power. Thus, his defeat represents one of the most significant events in the martial world in decades. Upon hearing the news, the various dark forces fell into stunned silence, their spirits dimmed, as if a revered deity had fallen, leaving them unable to accept this reality. The once blazing flames of malevolence across the realm were suddenly diminished. In Yangzhou, at the headquarters of the foremost wind messenger, the Taiji Tower, it was once again time to update the roster of heroes. On that day, the expansive square was thronged with a multitude of people. A sea of gazes was fixated upon a stone platform before the Taiji Tower. Atop this platform stood a large stone wall, adorned with a series of yellow cloth banners inscribed in black. A vast assembly of martial artists and common folk gathered. all drawn together to witness the unveiling of the latest edition of the heroic roll. Before long, a steward from the Taiji Tower emerged, ascended the platform, and removed the previous lists, replacing them with the new ones. The first to be affixed was the Ren list, showcasing the talents of the younger generation. Gu Lingxing of the Shushan Sword sect had ascended to the pinnacle of the Ren list. Those in the front row, upon glimpsing the new rankings, gasped in astonishment, igniting a wave of excitement among the crowd. Everyone eagerly rose on their toes to catch a glimpse. The youth, driven by rivalry and ambition, noted the numerous changes within the rankings, with the most anticipated being the new leader of the Ren list, the former top contender, known as Qing Lin, a celebrated figure in the public domain and the youngest divine constable in the history of the Six Doors, had now slipped to second place after reigning at the top for several years. To everyone's shock, Gu Lingxing had usurped his position. Many looked on in disbelief, scrutinizing the list to discern how Gu Lingxing could surpass the esteemed Constable Qing Lin. The heroic roll of the Taiji Tower was meticulous, detailing the names, identities, martial skills, weapons, and lifetime achievements of each listed individual. Thus, the crowd turned their attention to the information regarding Gu Lingxing. They noted the recent additions, which highlighted her as Gu Lingsheng of the Shushan Sword sect, nicknamed the Frostblade Fairy. With a record that boasted of defeating the younger generation of the Songjian Mountain Villa single-handedly, slaying the notorious demon Lord Baiyu Mogai of Lijiu with a single strike, and overcoming the previous 9th-ranked Fire Spirit Sword, as well as the divine Constable Qing Lin. Many were astonished that Gu Lingxing had triumphed over the constable. When had this transpired? Several martial artists expressed their surprise. An informed individual explained, "It is said that Constable Qing Lin has been pursuing a notorious demon for a homicide case over the past 6 months, but to no avail. As fate would have it, that very demon was slain by the Frostblade Fairy in Lijiu. Thus, the proud Qing Lin, unwilling to accept defeat, sought out the fairy for a duel half a month ago, only to find himself bested." With this clarification, the crowd understood the reasoning behind Gu Lingxing's elevated ranking, and there was no dissent regarding her newfound status. The subsequent changes on the Ren list, however, did not evoke such astonishment, inciting only minor discourse. Following the completion of the Ren list, attention shifted to the D list, which featured renowned masters below the Grandmaster level, encompassing only 200 individuals. This ranking predominantly features figures from the older generation, renowned throughout the realm. Aside from a few fluctuations at the end due to the passing of certain individuals, the list remains largely unchanged, comprising familiar names that seldom spark discussion. Following the emergence of the earthly ranking, the celestial ranking is revealed, showcasing only the esteemed grandmasters of unparalleled caliber. Currently, there exist merely 54 such individuals in the entire world. The ranking list has undoubtedly experienced little fluctuation, with changes occurring only once or twice every decade. Consequently, the crowd's interest has waned, and many practitioners are preparing to depart. The grandmasters atop the celestial list are predominantly formidable figures who maintain a long-term seclusion, rarely making appearances in the martial world, let alone engaging in competitions with fellow grandmasters. Moreover, these grandmasters tend to have lengthy lifespans. Aside from the recently deceased monk Kongwen from Shaolin Temple, it seems that no other renowned grandmasters on the celestial list are approaching the end of their lives. Hence, the celestial list is likely to remain unchanged, rendering it unnecessary to scrutinize further. As the crowd began to disperse, a sudden commotion arose when a keen observer exclaimed, "Look, there is a change on the celestial list." This declaration sent ripples through the crowd, prompting all those who were about to leave to turn back. Indeed, any alteration on the celestial list is far more astonishing than changes on other lists, as these individuals truly command the martial realm, and none can afford to overlook their significance. The onlookers focused intently on the celestial list, their expressions transforming as they realized that the list had indeed changed, increasing from 54 to 55 names. Furthermore, the newly added individual was not positioned at the bottom. Rather, they demonstrated considerable strength, immediately securing a prominent rank. As the crowd scanned the rankings downward, they were met with a revelation upon reaching the 30th position, where the new Grandmaster's name was inscribed. The celestial list read, "Name, unknown. Strength, first rank Grandmaster of Martial Arts. Specialization in martial arts unspecified, yet possessing formidable techniques, suspected to have attained the pinnacle of swordsmanship, comprehending the essence of Tai Chi sword. Achievements, one sword slaying 8 second-rank demonic experts, a single palm subduing over 1,000 fiends. Achieving a resounding victory against the demonic coalition, and directly confronting a demon lord's avatar, emerging victorious. Rank, 30th. Alias, nameless sword sovereign, demon-subduing Taoist. Identity, a reclusive master of Wudang. It is said that the moniker Nameless Sword Sovereign was first bestowed by the Tianshi of Wudang.He Mountain. The second title, Demon-Subduing Taoist, was attributed by the Tianji Tower due to Shen Yan's interventions against the demonic forces, coupled with the individual being from Wudang. Many ordinary individuals, unaware of the turbulence in the Wanzhou martial world, were left baffled, completely ignorant of the identity of the person described. Nevertheless, the achievements listed are undeniably staggering, and no one would dare question the authenticity of the Tianji Tower's rankings, which have stood the test of time, consistently providing accurate information. Why is there so little information about this Grandmaster? Have you not noticed? This is a reclusive master who has just emerged from obscurity. Such a formidable figure who has defeated a demon lord exists in the martial world, before the Tower of Heavenly Secrets. A cacophony of voices filled the air as everyone engaged in fervent discussions about the newly ascended Grandmaster. Those of considerable influence had already been apprised of the events transpiring at Wudang, their expressions reflecting a mix of bewilderment and realization. They remarked, "I wondered who it might be. It turns out this enigmatic powerhouse has made the list. Yet, with such an impressive record, how could he possibly be ranked merely 30th? Perhaps the information is too scant." Among those privy to the insider knowledge, conversations flowed. Some believed that Shen Yan's ranking was far too low, while others contended it was excessively high. Given the limited information available, they deemed this latest ranking list to be rather unreliable. The two opposing viewpoints ignited a fervent debate, stirring a commotion that reverberated throughout the land. Regardless of the reactions, the name of Shen Yan, the enigmatic sword master, and the title of the demon-subduing master echoed far and wide, resonating like a tempest across the realm, securing his renowned status. Whether among the imperial court, military ranks, aristocratic families, or the various sects and wandering practitioners, tales of his prowess spread like wildfire, creating a sensation. In the sacred halls of Wudang and the Zhixiao Palace, Shen Yan convened with the senior leaders of Wudang, blissfully unaware of the immense titles that had been conferred upon him. Following the revelation of his identity, Shen Yan's treatment underwent a dramatic transformation. The disciples of Wudang revered him as if he were a revered ancestor, and no one dared to ask him to perform menial tasks. In recent days, he had been diligently addressing the myriad questions posed by the Grand Master and the elders. Aside from matters concerning his own secrets, he spoke openly on all other topics. When inquired about the source of his extraordinary abilities, he fabricated a tale, claiming it was due to a legacy received from an esteemed predecessor within the hidden Immortal cave of Wudang Mountain. The hidden Immortal cave had always been a sanctuary for Wudang's eminent practitioners, where many, facing the twilight of their lives and lacking hope for breakthrough, sought solace in seclusion to grasp their final chance at enlightenment. Consequently, the cave harbored numerous legacies. As for why Shen Yan could cultivate with such rapidity, the Wudang disciples refrained from probing further. Either he was indeed a prodigious talent with exceptional comprehension, or they respected the notion that everyone harbors secrets they wish to keep from outsiders. Furthermore, considering he was a Grand Master, the risk of inadvertently offending him by prying into his hidden matters was deemed unwise. After discussing various sect-related issues, the true person of Tongju and the elders continued to seek Shen Yan's wisdom on martial arts, articulating their own perplexities. Shen Yan's profound martial foundation required no elaboration. His insights, akin to a fount of enlightenment, left them profoundly enlightened and greatly benefited beyond the higher echelons. Numerous disciples also received guidance from Shen Yan, with some particularly promising students even being bestowed with martial techniques. Consequently, Wudang's spirit underwent a remarkable transformation. Many, having received Shen Yan's counsel, experienced breakthroughs in their cultivation as if struck by sudden enlightenment. Notably, 2 elders, who had long been trapped at the 3rd rank, were inspired after Shen Yan astutely pinpointed their shortcomings, feeling as though they glimpsed the gateway to the 2nd rank, and immediately chose to enter seclusion. Today, Shen Yan finally found himself at leisure and expressed to the Wudang assembly his desire to descend the mountain. "Descend the mountain," he proclaimed. And the assembly fell into stunned silence, as if struck by lightning. Their bodies momentarily stiffened. They feared that they had inadvertently offended Shen Yan in some manner. "Elder Shen, is there anything we at Wudang have failed to do sufficiently? Why do you wish to descend?" The true person of Tongju cautiously inquired, gazing at Shen Yan, who occupied the seat of honor. "Indeed, Elder Shen, if you have any dissatisfaction, please voice it. We shall certainly rectify it. The assembly of elders responded with utmost reverence. Recently, at the persistent request of the Wudang disciples, Shen Yan has taken on the esteemed position of the sole Grand Elder of the Wudang sect. However, he shook his head and stated, "No, it is not your concern, but rather mine." The crowd looked on in confusion. "Elder Shen, what do you mean by that?" inquired Taoist Tongren. Shen Yan took a sip of tea and responded, "It is not that I do not wish to remain at Wudang, but my cultivation has reached a point where further advancement is unattainable. I must descend the mountain in pursuit of enlightenment, seeking the path to transcendence." Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent. The elders realized the truth of his words. Both Taoist Tongju and Taoist Tongrun had anticipated this, though they were unprepared for the swiftness and abruptness of his decision. Throughout history, only the founding ancestor Zhang Xianhua has achieved the legendary status of a martial arts myth. And since then, no one has reached such a mythical realm. Furthermore, Zhang Xianhua mysteriously departed from Wudang in his later years, vanishing from the world without leaving any records of the mythical realm. Thus, there was nothing left for Shen Yan to anchor him to Wudang, making his descent to seek the Tao inevitable. To the onlookers, Shen Yan's youth and the heights he has reached suggest an immeasurable future, with myth perhaps not being his ultimate destination. He is akin to a true dragon soaring through the heavens. Not only is Wudang a small pond, but the entire world may struggle to contain such a magnificent being. After a period of silence, Taoist Tongju softly inquired, "Elder Shen, might I ask where you plan to go upon descending the mountain?" Shen Yan shook his head, his gaze profound as he looked beyond the horizon, as if envisioning the farthest corners of the earth. After a moment, he spoke slowly, "The world is vast. I intend to traverse it all. The 9 provinces of Deqian, the ancient capitals, the wild southern mountains, the boundless eastern seas, the arid western deserts, and the grassy plains of the north, wherever opportunity arises. I shall journey." Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but sigh softly. Just as they had surmised, Shen Yan appeared to be free from worldly strife, his demeanor serene. Yet, his spirit soared high, imbued with an indomitable will. There was no place in the world that could claim him forever. Perhaps his destination lies in realms they could never hope to reach. Centuries from now, like the fleeting decade he spent at Wudang, his presence may be but a transient sojourn, a brief encounter. As practitioners, they naturally do not harbor the petty sentiments of the mundane. It is entirely reasonable for the strong to pursue the grand path. The elders accepted this with a broad perspective, their spirits not overly diminished. Moreover, with the bond Shen Yan shares with Wudang, as the Grand Elder, as long as he does not shatter the void and depart this realm, Wudang will remain safeguarded for decades, if not centuries. Might we inquire when Elder Shen intends to descend the mountain? We wish to prepare accordingly. The esteemed Master Tongju sought counsel from Elder Shen Yan, for the latter, as the revered Grand Elder, was preparing to descend the mountain into the world, necessitating a grand farewell ceremony. "You need only to be aware of my descent. There is no need for extravagant preparations," Shen Yan replied, wishing to avoid any unnecessary commotion. Disagreeing with this, Master Tongju dared not voice further objections nor take liberties, and after a moment of contemplation, he clasped his hands in reverence and inquired, "Elder Shen, might you undertake your journey under the esteemed name of Wudang?" This unexpected proposition momentarily startled Shen Yan, who then reflected that Tongju likely feared his departure would sever ties with Wudang and that adversaries might seek to cause trouble in his absence. By representing Wudang in the outside world, he could instill a sense of intimidation among potential foes. "Certainly," Shen Yan replied casually. Master Tongju was overjoyed and, accompanied by a multitude of elders, gathered in the grand hall. Bowing deeply to Shen Yan, they expressed their profound respect and gratitude, proclaiming in unison, "Elder Shen has repeatedly saved Wudang from dire straits, allowing it to endure calamities and avert destruction. This kindness shall be eternally cherished. You are the Grand Elder of Wudang, a title that will never wane. Should you have any commands or require our assistance, simply instruct us, and we shall face fire and water without hesitation." Tongju's heartfelt words resonated with sincerity, every utterance stemming from genuine emotion. "We shall face fire and water without hesitation," the elders echoed, expressing their gratitude as they bowed deeply once more. Shen Yan nodded slightly, refraining from halting their gestures of respect, and after accepting their homage, he rose and departed from Zishou Palace. Left behind, the high-ranking members of Wudang stood in the hall, their spirits somewhat dejected, feeling a void at the thought of their supporting pillar leaving. "Master, without Elder Shen on the mountain, I cannot shake a sense of unease," remarked Elder Juzao. revealing a hint of worry. Indeed, several elders concurred with solemn nods. Master Tongju stroked his white beard, shaking his head with a smile. The demon lord has been vanquished. Wudang now flourishes. Who would dare to provoke us? Moreover, did I not suggest that Elder Shen act in the capacity of a Wudang disciple? Longtime partners, Taoist Tongren, sensing deeper intentions behind his senior's words, inquired, Brother, do you imply that there are further arrangements behind allowing Elder Shen to act in Wudang's name? Ah, my astute junior. Master Tongji replied, pleased as he stroked his long beard. The other elders gazed at him in confusion. What are your thoughts, brother? They asked. With a focused gaze directed toward the heavens, Master Tongju solemnly declared, in these turbulent times, where demons roam freely and human hearts are treacherous, allowing Elder Shen to operate under the banner of Wudang may not suffice to deter the wicked. We must stoke the flames further. Instilling fear of Wudang in the hearts of all, Master Tongren stroked his chin and remarked, what my senior brother implies is that we must widely announce Elder Shen's descent from the mountain. We should boldly proclaim to the outside world that our esteemed elder of Wudang has ventured forth, seeking to emulate our founding ancestor, Zhang Xianhua, in testing his sword against the world, vanquishing all formidable adversaries, and shattering the mythic realm. Master Tongju declared with conviction, to test the sword against the world. The crowd gasped in astonishment, deeply shocked. Master Tongren wore an expression of bewilderment. To test the sword against the world is the invincible path once traversed by the founder of Wudang. In the past, Zhang Xianhua, in his quest to fully awaken his potential and break free from his shackles, roamed the land, challenging the greatest masters. Ultimately, through external forces, he shattered his constraints, achieving a legendary status in the martial world that dominated the rivers and lakes for a generation. The reason why the current martial world of Deqian is so apprehensive about the demon lord of the South Wilderness entering their domain is primarily due to the fear that he might take this final step. If news of Shen Yan testing his sword against the world were to be released, then undoubtedly no major factions would dare to trouble Wudang. Instead, they would have to concern themselves with Shen Yan seeking them out. Master Tongren expressed his worries, saying, Senior brother, it may not be wise to release such news without Elder Shen's consent. The other elders nodded in agreement, like chickens pecking at grains. Alas, junior brother, you are mistaken. Master Tongju countered. Throughout ancient history, which martial legend did not defeat numerous formidable foes, dominate the rivers and lakes, and stand tall among the heroes before achieving their final triumph? Even if we do not broadcast this news, with Elder Shen's unparalleled talents, he will inevitably take this step. A gentle push from us would not be a bad thing. Master Tongju spoke earnestly, though the others felt this course of action was somewhat inappropriate. They recognized the merit in Master Tongju's words and thus acquiesced to his approach. Meanwhile, Shen Yan remained blissfully unaware that Master Tongju had subtly maneuvered him into a position that would ignite his journey through the martial world. That night, delicate snowflakes fell from the sky like willow catkins. The vegetation withered, and the hibernating insects lay dormant. On this frigid day marking the onset of winter, Shen Yan quietly descended the mountain alone, without notifying anyone, leaving with an air of finality, much like the way he had arrived years ago, destitute and unadorned. In the South Wilderness, atop Blackwood Cliff, the expressionless demon Lord Yuan, clad in a dark robe, gazed at the battered demon body lying before him. This entity, having summoned its last vestiges of strength to return to the demon sect, finally succumbed to its burdens and collapsed. Master, is that mysterious powerhouse from Wudang truly so formidable that even your demon body cannot contend with him? Inquired a frail, white-haired elder, encircling the demon body with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, Yuan's eyelids twitched violently, his face contorting with fury as he coldly retorted, just a despicable scoundrel. The elder, taken aback, rarely witnessed the demon lord's anger, and he pondered what heinous tactics the mysterious figure from Wudang could have employed to provoke such ire. However, recognizing the lord's agitation, he refrained from further inquiries and, casting a glance at the demon form, sighed, Master, in such a state, can this demon body still be restored? The demonic body is a manifestation of the demon lord's essence, meticulously condensed through his profound techniques and powers, and can be considered an integral part of him. Should it remain unrecovered, it would inevitably exert a significant impact on his true form, leading to a substantial decline in overall strength. Yuan, with a grim expression, nodded and solemnly stated, it is indeed possible. However, it will require considerable effort and rare medicinal treasures. The elderly man with white hair remained silent for a considerable time before sighing helplessly. It seems that the timing for your seclusion, master, will have to be postponed once again. In the deep of night, devoid of stars or moonlight, with clouds heavy and winds fierce, in Wudang, residing in the Junling County. At the Guangsha Sword Sect. At the same hour, within the same conference hall, the flickering candlelight cast shadows upon vacant seats, an atmosphere starkly desolate. None of the leaders from various sects had arrived, leaving only Zhao Changfeng to sit solitary at the head of the table, the tension palpable, as if seated upon needles. Before long, an elder from the Guangsha Sword Sect rushed in, flustered and breathless, exclaiming, "Master, grave news has emerged. The word of the mysterious powerhouse from Wudang defeating the demon lord has stirred an uproar. Those brash men are utterly terrified, and tonight, no faction has paid us any heed. I have even heard whispers that they are secretly planning to approach Wudang to confess their misdeeds." The elder glanced up at Zhao Changfeng, his words faltering, wary of continuing. "What misdeeds?" Zhao Changfeng slammed the table, his countenance stern as he inquired. The elder, trembling, spoke in a voice barely louder than a whisper. "They claim that previous events were all under your coercion, intending to report you to Wudang for your alleged collusion with the demon sect." As soon as these words were uttered, Zhao Changfeng's expression changed drastically, and he abruptly rose from his seat, unable to remain still. He appeared panicked, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, pacing back and forth in the grand hall. The atmosphere within the hall was so oppressive that it felt as though it could yield droplets of water. The elder trembled slightly, clearly uncomfortable. "Master, while the situation remains undisclosed, should we not hastily consider retreating from the sect?" The elder suggested, his complexion pale. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the Guangsha Sword Sect, turbulent undercurrents brewed. Presently, Wudang's influence in Wudang was formidable. If their dealings with the demonic sect were exposed, they would undoubtedly attract Wudang's wrath, leading to the sect's devastation and their own demise. Enough, enough. This matter does not concern you. You may leave." Zhao Changfeng waved his hand impatiently. The elder, sensing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to speak further and quickly withdrew. Once alone, Zhao Changfeng urgently called out to the ceiling, "Your Excellency, the Holy Envoy. You have heard our plight. What am I to do now?" A few faint sounds echoed from above. A figure descended like an arrow, yet landed gracefully upon the ground, slowly making its way into the grand hall. It was once again the silver-masked holy envoy of the demonic sect. Upon seeing the envoy, Zhao Changfeng felt as though he had grasped a lifeline and immediately cried out in despair, "Holy envoy, you must save me." At that moment, Zhao Changfeng felt utterly ensnared in a web of life and death, teetering on the brink, completely beyond his control, the suffocating pressure almost driving him to madness. The silver-masked holy envoy remained as indifferent as ever, speaking in a measured tone, "Master Zhao, I believe your elder's advice is sound. In light of this predicament, it would be prudent for the Guangsha Sword Sect to relocate from Wudang." Upon hearing this, Zhao Changfeng grew frantic. "Holy envoy, my Guangsha Sword Sect has resided in Junling for 500 years. This is a legacy left by our ancestors. How could we simply uproot ourselves? If we were to withdraw from Wudang, how could I, as the leader of the sect, face my forebears in the afterlife? In this chaotic world, migration may be effortless, yet establishing oneself proves to be a formidable challenge. The Guangsha Sword Sect has firmly rooted itself in Wudang for 5 centuries, gaining a reputation that is neither grand nor trivial. Should a great master arise in this era, they would possess ample resources to contend for dominance among the 9 great sections. Now, being compelled to withdraw from Wudang is a bitter pill for Zhao Changfeng to swallow. Kneeling before the silver-masked saint, he trembled as he implored, "Did you not assure me last time, saint, that regardless of what transpired, the demon sect would ensure the safety of my Guangsha Sword Sect? You must devise a means to save us." Observing his desperate demeanor, the silver-masked saint's eyes flickered with impatience. While she had indeed made such promises previously, the circumstances had drastically changed. Even the demon lord's personal intervention had faltered, leaving her, a mere agent lurking in the shadows, with little recourse. Coldly, the silver-masked saint replied, "Zhao Zhongmen, I have stated that the only viable path for the Guangsha Sword Sect is to withdraw from Wudang. Since you have chosen to collaborate with our holy sect, you must comply without question. This matter is not open for further discussion." With that, she swept her sleeves and departed, disregarding Zhao Changfeng entirely, disappearing into the night. Within the great hall, Zhao Changfeng remained kneeling, a sorrowful expression etched upon his face. After a prolonged silence, he threw his hair back, tilting his head as he erupted into maniacal laughter. exclaiming, "How splendid! Had I known this would be the outcome, why did I not act differently? What a remarkable demon sect!" His gaze, filled with venomous resentment, followed the retreating figure of the saint, his eyes ablaze with fury as he spat. "If you wish for my demise, then let none of you survive." Realizing that seeking aid from others was futile, he resolved to assert his own strength. Determined to demonstrate that he, Zhao Changfeng, was no mere insect in their eyes. Sometimes, the swiftest way to obliterate a person is not through brute force, but by striking at their very heart. In this final moment, consumed by panic and wrath, Zhao Changfeng, faced with betrayal and abandonment, succumbed to madness, his rationality shattered. He acted without regard for the consequences. Rising to his feet, a glint of madness danced in his eyes as he strode purposefully towards the rear mountain of the Guangsha sword sect. There lay a forbidden ground, a circular hill stretching 100 miles, shrouded in mist and overgrown with wild grass. The entire hill was devoid of the sounds of chirping birds or roaring beasts, exuding an eerie silence, lifeless and foreboding. The silhouette of the hill, when viewed from a distance, bears a striking resemblance to a colossal tomb. Zhao Changfeng arrived at the foot of the Yin mountain, clearing the land and forging a path, his gaze wandering restlessly as if in search of something elusive. Before long, a glimmer in his eyes revealed a hidden ancient stone door. Shrouded in cobwebs and cloaked in a thick layer of dust, as he brushed aside a tangle of wild grass. Faintly, intricate patterns could be discerned upon the stone door, depicting a myriad of fantastical entities: a winged yiksha, a three-headed, six-armed azura, a monstrous bird with 9 heads, and a giant with the visage of a goat, all embodying an array of bizarre and otherworldly creatures from the realm of the nether. The ancient stone door emanated a peculiar aura that sent chills down one's spine, as if behind it lay a dark abyss concealing immense terror. Zhao Changfeng gazed at the eerie stone door with a frenzied expression, unleashing a haunting laugh reminiscent of a night owl. The history of this forbidden place is shrouded in mystery, existing long before the establishment of the Crazy Sand Sword Sect's Mountain Gate. The founding ancestor of the sect, in his twilight years, had once opened the stone gate and entered within. Upon his return, he was gripped by an overwhelming terror, as if he had encountered something truly horrific. Yet he spoke not a word of what he had witnessed inside. After his passing, he left behind a solemn admonition, warning his disciples to never venture into the stone gate. It is widely speculated that a dreadful entity is sealed within. Nevertheless, the true nature of what lies within this forbidden ground remains a mystery to all. Now, Zhao Changfeng finds himself cornered, consumed by a tempest of hatred and vengeance, yearning to enter the forbidden realm and unleash whatever resides within. He steps forward, attempting to push the stone gate with a single hand. However, it remains utterly immovable. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Changfeng, a second-tier martial artist, is astonished that his strength, which should possess considerable force, cannot budge this stone barrier. Summoning all his inner power, he thrust both palms against the stone gate with fervor. After straining to the point of reddening his face, the long-sealed stone gate finally emits a piercing creak. With a resounding boom, the earth trembles beneath the Yin mountain, and the stone gate swings open, revealing a narrow passageway that could accommodate only one person. As the stone gate creaks open, a swarm of bats, each as large as a basin, bursts forth, filling the air in a dense cloud. This scene startled Zhao Changfeng greatly. The secret passage was dim and damp, extending into an unseen abyss, while a chilling wind brushed against him, carrying with it a putrid, decayed odor. At that moment, Zhao Changfeng gazed upon the eerie passage, a flicker of trepidation stirring within him. Yet, blinded by the flames of hatred, he resolutely chose to press onward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Zhao Changfeng ventured into the hidden tunnel. Inside, a profound silence enveloped him, broken only by the echo of his solitary footsteps. The path stretched straight ahead, presumably leading directly into the heart of the mountain. Time became an elusive concept as he continued until he reached a vast expanse. Before him lay an underground cavern, shrouded in heavy mist, adorned with numerous stalactites of various shapes and sizes, dripping with chilling dew. Surrounding him was a host of venomous creatures, with many serpents roused from their slumber, flicking their tongues as they fixated upon this unexpected intruder. At the center of the cavern stood a blood-red sarcophagus, immense in size, approximately 5 meters long, emanating an otherworldly crimson glow. Its surface was inscribed with cryptic symbols resembling ghostly hieroglyphs, and affixed to its center was a yellow paper talisman bearing red characters. This talisman has already been partially unveiled. At this moment, it stirs without the slightest breeze, as if it seeks to unfurl the remaining half as well. The blood-soaked coffin exuded an exceedingly malevolent and eerie aura of death, imbued with a fierce and ominous presence, akin to an abyss or a prison. Its essence instilled an overwhelming psychological pressure, evoking a profound dread that resonated from the very soul. In a moment of disorientation, Zhao Chafeng seemed to behold an endless expanse of ghostly terror, where skeletal remains were heaped like mountains and rivers of stagnant corpses flowed. A series of chilling and harrowing wails echoed in his mind, reminiscent of anguished spirits lamenting their fate. What is this? Zhao Changfeng's pupils constricted as he gazed in astonishment at the blood coffin. The inscriptions adorning its surface were likely remnants of a seal torn asunder by the founder of the Mad Sandsword sect. What could possibly be imprisoned within that would compel the founder to refrain from fully unveiling its secrets, shrouding it in profound mystery? At this moment, Zhao Changfeng finally felt a twinge of fear, hesitating over whether to tear off the talisman. The coffin before him was undeniably peculiar, evoking an inexplicable dread within his heart. At that moment, a strange sound reverberated through the silent cave, as if the blood coffin had sensed the arrival of another presence. Stirring to life and beginning to sway ever so slightly. Had another visitor finally arrived? How long had he been ensnared in this cursed place? A millennium? 2 millennia? 3? It felt like an eternity, so long that even he could scarcely recall. From within the blood coffin emanated a series of whispers. Upon hearing this commotion, Zhao Chafeng swallowed hard, casting a bewildered glance at the coffin, instinctively inquiring, "Who are you? Who am I?" The voice, imbued with a captivating magnetism, resonated once more from within the coffin, reaching Zhao Changfeng's ears. "Mortal, I am a true god sealed by malevolent forces, possessing unparalleled divine power. Should you harbor any desires, or face adversaries beyond your means, or wish to alter your fate, simply tear away this talisman." The voice was laden with an intoxicating allure, instantly igniting a flurry of thoughts within Zhao Changfeng's mind. His expression fluctuated between hope and trepidation as he managed to utter, "I can unveil the talisman. But what do you seek in return?" The voice let out a sinister chuckle, dismissively replying, "Me? Humph, I am a true god. There is nothing in this world that piques my interest. You need not offer anything in return, merely unveil the talisman, and I shall grant you all that you desire. Whether to believe or not is your choice, but I assure you, encountering me today is undoubtedly the greatest opportunity of your life, a chance that, if squandered, will leave you with eternal regret." The voice incessantly lured Zhao Changfeng, as the blood-stained coffin became increasingly profound and eerily enchanting. Coupled with the mesmerizing whispers that incessantly echoed in his ears, it seemed intent on devouring his very soul. It completely evoked the demonic thoughts harbored within Zhao Changfeng's heart. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, reflecting on the years of cautious survival in the martial world, the betrayal of his allies, the relentless pressure stemming from Wudang, and the despair of being forsaken by the demonic sect today. Gradually, his mind began to lose its way. It is all due to his own inadequacies. He yearns for power. He desires to become invincible in this world. Since he has already been pushed to such extremes, he might as well take a gamble. The more Zhao Changfeng contemplated, the more radical his thoughts became, and he took a step forward. Gradually, he approached the blood-red coffin. In his mind, he was already envisioning a scene of unparalleled strength, and a subtle smile of excitement played upon his lips. At that moment, due to the unusual movements within the coffin, the runes on the coffin lid began to radiate with a resplendent light, striving to suppress the entity contained within. However, half of the talisman had been torn away, granting the presence some measure of strength to resist this divine power. It utterly failed to prevent the being from ensnaring the hearts of men. Zhao Changfeng's gaze gradually became dazed, as if he were a mere shell of a person approaching the blood-stained coffin. Slowly, he extended his hand and tightly grasped the talisman. "Yes, just like that. Tear it apart. By doing so, you shall possess everything you desire: wealth, nobility, power, and dominion. Anything in this world can be yours. Do not hesitate. Hurry and rip it." The voice emanating from within the blood coffin grew increasingly urgent. The thought that tearing it would grant him his desires consumed Zhao Changfeng's mind, amplifying his inner demons as he muttered to himself, lost in a trance. At this moment, the presence within the blood coffin seemed to be stirred to an extreme, falling into a profound silence. The air became thick and stagnant. With a sudden motion, Zhao Changfeng raised his palm and tore off the talisman. Instantly, the runes upon the blood coffin began to fade, and the entire cavern trembled violently. A sensation akin to the heavens shaking and the earth quaking enveloped him. Zhao Chongfeng's gaze sharpened with clarity. This is not good. What have I done? Upon seeing the talisman that had fallen to the ground, a chill of foreboding gripped his heart. He hurriedly attempted to retrieve the talisman and affix it back, but it was already too late, a futile effort. A chilling gust swept through the chamber. The blood-red coffin swayed incessantly, as if unable to contain itself any longer. The coffin lid was suddenly blasted apart with a resounding crash, shattered into pieces by a tremendous force surging outward. After years of confinement, the blood coffin was finally breached, unleashing a torrent of ominous black mist that surged skyward, leaving a striking dark radiance in its wake. A booming voice echoed throughout the cavern. Ha ha, long Taoist. Your cultivation still lacks refinement, does it not? Did you truly think that your myriad calculations would prevail? The power of your talisman ultimately failed to extinguish me. Today, I shall finally see the light of day once more. In the air, the dark mist coalesced into a humanoid figure. Two eerie points of crimson light piercing through the shadow. Those were eyes, cold and terrifying, radiating a malevolent aura. The figure exuded an amalgamation of death and wickedness, an oppressive dread permeating the entire cavern, as if one had stepped into the very abyss of hell. What has been unleashed here? Zhao Chongfeng felt an overwhelming pressure that sent chills down his spine. A sense of dread welled up from the depths of his being, rendering his face as pale as a ghost, and he staggered backward repeatedly. The shadow, now aware of his movements, raised a hand gently towards him. In an instant, Zhao Chongfeng felt as if he were ensnared by an invisible force, unable to move, rooted to the spot. Am I truly so terrifying? Why do you wish to flee? The shadow fixed a menacing gaze upon Zhao Chongfeng, its voice low and hoarse, imbued with the decay of ages long past, sending shivers down one's spine. And no, esteemed one, please forgive me. I am merely... Zhao Chongfeng trembled, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Seeing the abject fear etched across his face, the shadow chuckled darkly. Do not be alarmed. I have yet to properly thank you for unveiling this cryptic sigil. Pray tell, what is it that you desire? Could this ancient being truly be merciful? Would it honor its word? Zhao Chongfeng's heart raced, the demonic thoughts resurfacing, and with a slight tremor in his voice, he spoke. Power. I wish for immense power. Upon uttering these words, he buried his head, unable to meet the shadow's gaze, though his heart brimmed with hope. Tales of the martial world often spoke of individuals who inadvertently stumbled into caverns, encountering ancient beings trapped in souls, who then bestowed enlightenment upon their saviors, allowing them to transcend into unparalleled masters. Perhaps today he had encountered such an ancient power. The more he thought, the more exhilarated he became. The shadow seemed to perceive his thoughts, a mocking glint flashing in its blood-red eyes, yet it spoke with a calm and soothing tone. Oh, power, is it? Certainly. That is a trivial matter. I can bestow upon you the mightiest power in this realm at once. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chongfeng's spirit soared, and he exclaimed, Really? I am immensely grateful, esteemed one. If I were to receive your blessing, I would serve you faithfully for the rest of my life. The shadow merely smiled faintly. There is no need for servitude. You need only perform a small task. Zhao Chongfeng, overwhelmed with excitement, quickly replied, What is it? I shall do my utmost. Oh, very well. The light in the shadow's blood-red eyes intensified, and it continued softly. This task is simple. You must relinquish your body to me. The shadow's tone abruptly shifted to one of chilling cruelty, its voice crashing like thunder, and then it lunged down from the air. Zhao Chongfeng's expression changed abruptly. The ancient creature seeks to seize control of his being. A surge of terror envelopes him as he yearns to flee. Yet his feet feel as though they are ensnared in a quagmire, rendering him unable to move. He can only watch in horror as the dark shadow envelopes him, merging with his very essence. With a thunderous roar, the moment the shadow enters his body, Zhao Chongfeng finds himself plunged into darkness, his head throbbing painfully, as if his soul is being ruthlessly torn asunder. His visage contorts in agony as he begins to topple backwards. No, Zhao Chongfeng desperately clings to his consciousness. Yet, this effort proves futile, as he is utterly powerless against the tempestuous onslaught of the entity's mental assault. Although the shadow has been sealed away for years, its spirit diminished to the brink of frailty. The disparity in their strengths remains staggering. Its essence vastly eclipses Zhao Chongfeng's by countless magnitudes. The shadow cackles within his mind, proclaiming, Did you not desire power? What could possibly rival my might? Surrender willingly, and cease your futile struggles. The shadow, akin to a colossal python, crushes and devours Zhao Chongfeng's soul, which feels no larger than an ant. No, Zhao Chongfeng's gaze gradually dims, his spirit fracturing under relentless pressure. Continuously consumed, inching ever closer to oblivion. In his final moments, an overwhelming sense of regret flashes within him. Soon, an impenetrable darkness descends, engulfing his consciousness entirely, scattering his very essence. His form lies stiffly upon the ground, his eyes vacant and devoid of light. After a considerable interval, Zhao Chongfeng's body shudders, and his eyes flicker back to life, now transformed into a pair of crimson orbs. He stands at Heishan Ferry, the nearest crossing beneath Wudang Mountain. On the river's surface, the water sparkles as the cold wind sweeps through, carrying with it a few snowflakes from afar, which melt into the river, lending an additional chill to its jade-like hue. The world around is enveloped in a vast, desolate expanse. On a mountain path, Shen Yan, clad in a thin gray robe, ambles steadily toward Heishan Ferry. Midway up the slope, a rural household is situated, where a middle-aged farmer toils in the fields. He inadvertently glances up and catches sight of Shen Yan. At first glance, one could not help but be utterly astonished. Is it not the descent of a celestial being? Could there truly exist such a remarkably handsome man in this world? Standing in his vegetable garden, the farmer furrowed his brow as he observed the direction in which the striking young man was heading. He couldn't resist calling out from a distance, "Hey, young Taoist, please wait a moment." Upon hearing the word handsome, Shen Yan abruptly halted his steps. "Who calls for me?" The farmer hastened towards him along the narrow path, inquiring, "Young Taoist, are you perhaps heading to Heishan Crossing?" "Almighty Celestial," Shen Yan softly uttered a respectful title. Bowing slightly to the farmer, "Esteemed fellow, I am indeed bound for Heishan Crossing. Is there something you wish to convey?" "Ah, this young Taoist possesses an extraordinary appearance." As the farmer drew closer, his astonishment only deepened. "Young Taoist, it seems your timing is rather unfortunate. With winter's arrival today and the snow falling, the Heishan River will soon freeze, just as it has in years past. Consequently, the ferrymen have all returned home early. As of now, there are no boats to ferry you across the river. If you wish to reach the other side, you must take the longer route through the mountain roads and cross the stone bridge. Do not waste your energy." The farmer offered a respectful bow, kindly advising him. Given the proximity to Wudang, the locals mostly adhered to Taoism, hence the farmer's demeanor was one of deference and politeness towards Shen Yan. "Oh, I see," Shen Yan replied, his brow slightly furrowed. He had no intention of taking the detour. After all, it was merely a river. With his exceptional martial prowess, crossing it with lightness of foot would be a simple feat. Thus, he bid farewell to the farmer, saying, "Thank you for your reminder. But I shall check the ferry dock. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, there may still be someone ferrying. Farewell," he added, proceeding directly towards Heishan Crossing. The farmer, realizing this, hurriedly intercepted him once more, reiterating, "Oh dear, young Taoist, I have already informed you that the ferrymen have all left. There is no one to ferry you. There's no need to go." Shen Yan, unbothered, waved his hand dismissively. "It is merely a short distance to walk. It matters not." Just as he was about to take another step, the farmer intervened again, tirelessly persuading Shen Yan not to proceed to the ferry dock. This relentless insistence left Shen Yan somewhat perplexed. Was the farmer overly enthusiastic or merely unhinged? What was his relentless effort to prevent himself from reaching the ferry all about? Shen Yan, his brow furrowed in perplexity, pondered for a moment and resolved to disregard the farmer, swiftly taking his leave. His speed was akin to that of a galloping steed, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake, rendering pursuit impossible. The farmer could only watch anxiously from the mountain path, internally lamenting, "Why won't this young Taoist heed my counsel?" He opened his mouth several times, seemingly wishing to impart some wisdom to Shen Yan, yet hesitated to speak. Cautiously glancing at the sky, his face reflected a mixture of dread, as if he sensed divine watchfulness overhead, though he could not discern the source of his fear. Ultimately, the farmer could only watch Shen Yan's retreating figure. Shaking his head with a heavy sigh, "Alas, this young Taoist is impervious to the wisdom of his elders. May he escape calamity, despite his youth." Shen Yan continued his brisk pace and soon arrived at the riverbank ferry. At that moment, a considerable number of townsfolk eager to cross the river had gathered. Yet not a single boat was moored at the shore. The river lay desolate, shrouded in wisps of white mist, devoid of any vessels traversing its waters. Shen Yan scratched his head at the ferry, realizing that no ferryman was present. Could it be that the farmer's peculiar behavior was simply a manifestation of excessive enthusiasm? Regardless, it was a trivial matter. Shen Yan paid little mind to it. With so many people at the ferry, he decided to seek a secluded spot to employ his lightness skill to cross the river. Just then, A melodic voice resonated from the heart of the river. With a green bamboo hat and a green raincoat, in the gentle breeze and fine rain, there is no need to return. Emerging from the misty waters was a somewhat dilapidated black canopy boat, gliding slowly towards him, fortuitously docking right before Shen Yan. The ferryman was an elderly man. His skin darkened by the sun, his hands calloused from years of labor, evoking the image of a seasoned boatman. Shen Yan gazed up at the ferryman, his expression momentarily tightening, his eyes shimmering. Reflected in his gaze was the dense, ominous aura emanating from the worn vessel, where a small green-faced ghost stood at the bow. Its countenance contorted in a menacing grimace. How audacious! In broad daylight, it dared to emerge and wreak havoc upon the populace. Shen Yan's brow furrowed in concern. In this tumultuous world, the wicked truly roam without restraint. However, he did not act immediately. Shen Yan, intrigued, wished to observe how this mischievous little ghost intended to cause harm, and whether there were accomplices lurking in the shadows. The old boatman, oblivious to Shen Yan's gaze, revealed a set of yellowed teeth, calling out with a raspy voice, "The old man's boat is small. If you wish to cross, hurry up and board." Those on the riverbank, eager to cross, rejoiced at the sight of the approaching boat, rushing forward with shouts of excitement. The old man's black canopy boat could accommodate about 7 or 8 people, prompting a frenzied scramble among the crowd. A scholar, burdened with a box, was the first to reach the boat. Noticing Shen Yan standing still, he hesitated to push past and, with a courteous demeanor, inquired, "Esteemed Taoist, why do you delay boarding? The boat is small. If you do not hurry, your seat may be taken." Shen Yan pondered for a moment and replied, "In such eerie weather, with a solitary boat appearing on this desolate river, something feels amiss." He refrained from directly revealing that the old man was a ghost. The scholar was taken aback, never expecting the Taoist to utter such words. The old boatman, overhearing, cast a penetrating glance at Shen Yan, a flicker of unusual light passing through his eyes, and thought to himself, could this young rascal possess some discernment and sense something amiss? Yet, considering the Taoist youth, how could he have any real abilities? It must be mere nonsense. Shaking his head, the old man donned a guileless smile and called out in a voice loud enough for all to hear, "It is precisely because of the cold that other boatmen have returned home to warm themselves. I, being alone and bored, thought to venture out and earn a few coins for wine. Alas, I am frail and can only make this trip today, so those wishing to cross must hurry." At his words, the crowd grew more anxious. A portly middle-aged merchant, adorned in gold and silver, jostled his way to the front. Looking down his nose at Shen Yan with disdain, he sneered, "Something feels amiss? I believe it is you, young Taoist, who is out of sorts. Perhaps you lack the fare to cross and are attempting to swindle some coins with your strange talk. How dare you dabble in such dubious matters at your tender age? Is it easy for an old man to earn a living? If you won't board, step aside and stop pretending to be mysterious. We are not falling for your tricks." The crowd echoed the merchant's sentiments, voicing their agreement. They regarded Shen Yan as nothing more than a charlatan. Shen Yan sighed in resignation, realizing that his attempt to offer a warning had been misconstrued as a ruse. The world has become so untrusting that even spirits can act with impunity. Choosing not to argue further, he quietly retreated to the rear. The middle-aged merchant, having taken pride in exposing a supposed fraud, chuckled to himself as he boarded the boat. The others followed suit, filling the canopy boat to its capacity of 8. "Let us depart," the old man joyfully called out, and began to row the boat away. Meanwhile, those who were unable to board could only gaze longingly at the departing vessel. Shen Yan observed the black-sailed boat receding into the distance and was surprised to find that the scholar had not boarded. A quick glance revealed him still standing beside Shen Yan. Intrigued, Shen Yan inquired, "Scholar, why did you choose not to embark?" The scholar chuckled innocently and replied, "Life is indeed precious. Since there seems to be something peculiar about this boat, I would prefer to take a longer route to reach the other side." "Oh." Shen Yan perked up, asking, "Do you believe my words? Why do you not consider me a charlatan?" He wondered if the seemingly naive scholar possessed a discerning eye, recognizing his ethereal demeanor akin to that of a transcendent being. When it comes to safety, it is wiser to trust in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. As for why he believed the Taoist's words, the scholar pondered for a moment before finally stating, "It is because the Taoist is rather handsome, I suppose." Shen Yan felt a perplexing line of confusion appear on his forehead. What kind of reason is this? As the two conversed, the black-sailed boat ferried them to the heart of the river. Suddenly, at that moment, piercing screams erupted from the boat. "Ah, someone had fallen into the water. Quickly, pull him up." The townsfolk, who were about to depart from the ferry, rushed back in a frenzy, their gazes fixed upon the scene. In the heart of the river, the waters surrounding the black-sailed boat began to churn, forming a large whirlpool, causing the vessel to sway precariously. The middle-aged wealthy merchant, who had previously mocked Shen Yan, had now plunged into the river. Fortunately, he possessed a modicum of swimming skill, desperately treading water to keep himself afloat. In a critical moment, he extended his hand, beseeching 2 men aboard the boat to grasp him. "Don't let go. Pull with all your might," shouted the passengers from the black-sailed boat. However, the merchant, now submerged, exhibited an oddity. No matter how forcefully the 2 men tugged, they could not lift him. Oh no, could he be ensnared by the aquatic weeds? Mused an elderly man by the riverbank, his voice laced with concern. Another middle-aged man remarked, "What a coincidence. Just as we encounter a whirlpool, he becomes entangled in weeds? Surely there are water spirits at play here." A sudden suggestion sparked a wave of panic among the onlookers. Such a bizarre spectacle inevitably led their thoughts in that direction. Those who remained on shore felt an inexplicable sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. Observing the unfolding drama, Shen Yan cast a cold glance towards the river, his heart sinking. The little demon indeed had accomplices. At that moment, the river's surface underwent a profound transformation. The whirlpool had not yet dissipated when one after another, larger and more ferocious whirlpools emerged around the vessel. A voice cried out from aboard the ship, "This is terrible. Another whirlpool has formed." The crew clung desperately to the edges as the already dilapidated boat swayed violently, seeming on the verge of splintering apart. 2 individuals grasped the wealthy merchant, their faces pale with dread. "This is untenable. If we pull any harder, we too shall be plunged into the water," one of them shouted, contemplating relinquishing their grip. Disregarding the merchant's plight, beneath the surface, the middle-aged merchant felt a chill of despair wash over him, and he urgently cried out, "Do not let go. For heaven's sake, do not release me. I have wealth. If you rescue me, I shall reward each of you with 10 taels of silver. No, 100 taels. 100 taels. I possess riches. I do not wish to perish." Confronted with the specter of death, the merchant's spirit crumbled, and he wept uncontrollably, his cries echoing in desperation. On the riverbank, witnesses were taken aback by the scene. Could it truly be the work of water spirits? It appeared that all aboard were doomed. At that moment, Shen Yan suddenly sprang into action. He reached out and snapped a reed, tossing it into the river. "Taoist, what are you attempting to do?" the scholar inquired, surprised by the sight. The others turned their gaze, recognizing him as the young Taoist who had just remarked on the peculiarity of the boat. Could it be that he had sensed something amiss earlier? It dawned on everyone that this young Taoist might possess genuine abilities. However, the vessel was already in the middle of the river. Even if he were somewhat skilled, he would be of little help now. What was the young Taoist planning? The crowd watched Shen Yan's actions with expressions of confusion. What could possibly be the meaning of tossing a reed into the river? The reed now floated upon the water's surface. "Taoist, what do you mean by this?" the scholar asked again. Shen Yan replied calmly, "Crossing the river to save someone." "Save someone?" The crowd was left bewildered. How could a single reed save anyone? Some wished to inquire further, but before they could speak, they beheld the young Taoist soaring like a startled swan, rising into the air, and then lightly landing upon the reed. He then waved his hand with great force, unleashing a powerful strike. With a resounding bang, the reed, propelled by a person, shot forth like an arrow, carving a white streak upon the water's surface. In that fleeting moment, every pair of eyes widened in disbelief, as if their very orbs might burst forth. "How is this possible?" exclaimed the crowd in astonishment. "A miracle. We are witnessing the presence of a true celestial being." Amidst the murmurs of awe, Shen Yan strode across the river, making his way to the heart of the water. He stood upon the reeds, hands behind his back, his garments billowing in the breeze, dark hair flowing like a cascade, exuding an unparalleled grace that resembled that of an immortal. In the blink of an eye, he reached the river's center, where chaos reigned aboard the boat. 2 men, unable to withstand the violent rocking, ultimately chose to release their grip on the middle-aged merchant. Though wealth is desirable, one must possess life to enjoy it. Amidst such turbulent whirlpools, their own survival was uncertain, let alone that of another. No. At the moment they relinquished their hold, despair washed over the merchant's face as he was swept away by the current, descending toward the vortex's center, the water threatening to engulf him. Just as darkness began to cloud his vision, and he resigned himself to the depths, a large hand suddenly appeared before him, grasping his collar and pulling him back from the brink of death. The corpulent merchant, lifted effortlessly by Shen Yan as though he were a mere chick, was hoisted from the water in an instant. With a casual toss, the drenched merchant landed safely on the deck of the boat, surviving the ordeal. The merchant gasped for fresh air, shaken by the near escape. The crew aboard the vessel, startled by the sudden arrival of the merchant, quickly turned their gaze to the river. There, they beheld a composed young figure, standing upon the reeds, seemingly floating on the water's surface like a deity descended from the heavens. Each person stood frozen in astonishment. "Is this divine being here to rescue me?" the merchant exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. Shen Yan, however, paid no heed to the onlookers, his attention fixed on the depths of the river. "Such a malevolent creature. I am here, and yet you dare to stir up trouble," he declared with a cold snort. Raising his palm, a faint blue light flickered across his skin, accompanied by a distant rumbling like thunder. 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart Palm. Shen Yan unleashed his power, the air rippling with energy as his strike, imbued with the might of thunder, crashed into the water like a cannonball, resulting in a deafening explosion. Waves surged violently, and in an instant, the swirling whirlpools vanished, the river's surface returning to tranquility. Shortly thereafter, a massive 3-meter-long catfish surfaced, belly up, its body battered and exuding the aroma of charred flesh. The fish demon, which had been stirring the waters at the riverbed, was struck down by Shen Yan with a single palm. Upon witnessing its companion transformed into a roasted fish, the boatman's expression instantly shifted, his eyelids twitching with an acute sense of impending doom. Hesitating whether to abandon the vessel and flee, he lifted his gaze only to be met with the horrifying sight of the young Taoist, who had gracefully landed atop the boat, coldly observing him. The boatman, aghast, attempted to feign ignorance, stammering, "This old man is deeply grateful for the Taoist's timely intervention." Shen Yan sighed deeply, obstinate and unyielding. "A mere minor ghost dared to deceive me, attempting to obscure its true nature. I discerned your inhumanity at a glance. The spectral entities of this world can be categorized into wandering souls, minor ghosts, vengeful spirits, malevolent phantoms, ghost generals, ghost marshals, ghost kings, and ghost emperors. This minor ghost, merely a second-tier entity, was so lacking in strength that it could not even rival an 8th-grade martial artist, yet it foolishly believed it could elude detection before Shen Yan. Truly, it was a matter of life and death. Realizing its identity had indeed been uncovered, the boatman was struck with a profound shock. What was the Taoist speaking of? The old man could not comprehend a word. Though he forced a smile, feigning innocence, his hands discreetly loosened their grip on the oars, preparing to flee for his life. "Huh, you think to employ cunning tricks? With your meager abilities, can you truly escape?" Shen Yan chuckled coldly, flicking his finger to unleash a wave of pressure that enveloped the surroundings, an invisible force binding the boatman in place. He bellowed, "Bold demon, reveal your true form at once." The air trembled, and the sound waves reverberated. The boatman felt as if a great mountain had fallen upon him, immobilizing him completely. The ghost trembled under the overwhelming weight of the pressure. With a piercing shriek, the boatman's face contorted in agony as he underwent a dramatic transformation, seemingly on the verge of being crushed by some external force. With a resounding thud, he revealed his true form, an emaciated, 4-foot-tall green-skinned ghost, limbs as thin as twigs, skin tightly stretched over bones, yet sporting a protruding belly as if in the throes of pregnancy, his body riddled with pus-filled sores, a truly terrifying sight. Ah, a ghost. Upon witnessing the horrifying visage of the green-skinned ghost, the passengers on the boat recoiled into a corner, with some of the more timid travelers fainting in shock. This old boatman was, in fact, a ghost. He appeared dreadfully fearsome. The townsfolk by the river gossiped amongst themselves, some marveling at the sight of a ghost for the first time, while others felt a creeping fear. Many hearts raced, and as they observed the young Taoist remaining unperturbed, gazing down upon the malevolent spirit with an air of calm, a sense of reverence blossomed within them. The green-skinned ghost, utterly lacking in courage before Shen Yan, knelt in abject submission as if before the king of hell, prostrating himself thrice and bowing 9 times, urgently exclaiming, "Great Taoist, spare my life. It was not my intention to bring harm to mortals." The mountain deity commanded a grand feast, demanding a dish of human flesh, and ordered me to come here to capture people. Mountain deity? Shen Yan's expression darkened. The peculiar behavior of the farmer he encountered earlier suggested that the man knew something. Attempting to dissuade him, yet lacking the courage to speak outright, likely out of fear of the so-called mountain deity mentioned by that imp. Humph. What a grandiose display of authority. Human flesh as a broth. What manner of mountain deity is this? It must be a malevolent force, wreaking havoc upon the world. Although the world is steeped in corruption, I never imagined that beneath the peaks of Wudang Mountain, there would be such evil entities daring to stir up trouble and commit misdeeds. Truly, they must be weary of life. Shen Yan fixed his gaze upon the little ghost and inquired, "Which mountain deity do you speak of?" The spirit replied, "In a radius of 800 miles. There exists but one mountain deity, and that is the Black Mountain deity." As it spoke, its eyes flickered, sensing Shen Yan's apprehension towards the deity behind it, and boldly added, "Master Taoist, the Black Mountain deity possesses vast powers and boundless magic, being a true god of this realm. Why should you provoke such a mighty being over these 8 insignificant sheep?" It continued, "Even if you thwart us today, the Black Mountain deity will undoubtedly dispatch other spirits and demons to descend upon the folk, and you, Master Taoist, shall find yourself inextricably entangled in trouble. I implore you to reconsider and show mercy." Upon hearing the little ghost's words, the 8 boatmen turned pale, their hearts sinking to the depths of despair, fearing that Shen Yan might succumb to the mountain deity's intimidation and abandon them. However, upon listening to the words of the green-skinned spirit, Shen Yan could not help but find the situation utterly ludicrous. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, "If the mountain deity of your claims is indeed a true god, then I am a celestial immortal from the heavens, utterly nonsensical. Humph, if there were truly divine beings in this world, would it be in such disarray, allowing you vile creatures to rampage unchecked?" With a cold huff, Shen Yan gazed skyward and declared, "Even if gods did exist, they would be malevolent and false. I shall slay any I encounter, cleaving through the murk of this world with my sword, restoring clarity to the heavens and earth." As his words echoed, the winds howled, and thunder crashed. The heavens themselves seemed to pale in response. It was as though the celestial order bore witness to his proclamation. Such a terrifying phenomenon rendered all present speechless, staring in awe at this young Taoist, struggling to regain their composure. Had his words truly summoned the heavens as witness? What an extraordinary individual this young Taoist is. The young ghost felt an overwhelming dread, his legs trembling with fear. Shen Yan's gaze was icy and resolute, and without further words, he summoned a crackling power in his palm. With a swift motion, he unleashed a thunderous palm strike, crashing down with immense force. The young ghost was engulfed by an inescapable terror, his pupils dilating in horror, as he hoarsely uttered 2 desperate words, "Spare me," before his plea could even fade. A resounding boom echoed, and in despair, he witnessed what appeared to be a bolt of lightning descending, igniting the river in a dazzling white light. The young ghost was struck by the 5 thunders' celestial palm, his essence obliterated, dissipating into wisps of blue smoke. The onlookers on the boat were left in profound shock. Witnessing Shen Yan's thunderous display at close range, they regarded it as divine intervention. All present prostrated themselves on the deck, reverently bowing to Shen Yan in gratitude. Among them, a middle-aged merchant struck his forehead the loudest, tears of appreciation streaming down his face. "Thank you, divine sir, for saving my life. I truly failed to recognize your magnificence and spoke thoughtlessly. My sins deserve the utmost punishment." As he spoke, he slapped his own face in remorse. Shen Yan merely shook his head slightly. "I fear ghosts, yet they have not harmed me in the slightest. I do not fear humans, but they have wounded me grievously." He made no attempt to hinder the merchant. The folly of mankind would serve as a valuable lesson for him. Without uttering a word, Shen Yan vanished like a shooting star, returning to the reeds, and with a graceful wave of his hand, he departed. By the riverbank, the crowd watched Shen Yan leave, many of them prostrating themselves in reverence, calling out praises of divinity. This event would undoubtedly engrave itself in the memories of those present, destined to be recounted for generations. Even if this young Taoist were not a deity, he was surely a remarkable figure from beyond the mundane world. The scholar among them was deeply moved as well. Upon returning home, he pinned a tale of Shen Yan's crossing of the river on a reed and his thunderous palm that vanquished evil, which became widely celebrated in later generations, leading to the renaming of Black Mountain Ferry to Immortal's Ferry. This is an epilogue. Snowflakes drift gently. After crossing the Black Mountain Pass, Shen Yan strolled leisurely along the official road, the slanting sun casting long shadows as twilight approached, and the air grew chilly. The spacious thoroughfare lay silent and deserted. He intended to visit Black Mountain Town in search of the so-called Black Mountain deity, believing that anyone bold enough to claim divinity should possess some degree of skill. He had little interest in refining the karma of the minor demons he had encountered earlier, but he would not let this major evil spirit slip away. Although he currently wielded 300 years of internal energy, he sensed that he still had a considerable distance to go before achieving completeness. Moreover, since this evil spirit claimed dominion over the mountain. It was reasonable to assume that its lair would be extraordinary, likely offering valuable rewards. Just as he pondered, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly echoed along the road. A gentle breeze stirred as two chestnut horses approached Shen Yan. The riders, a man and a woman, were clad in black attire, carrying bundles and wearing conical hats, with swords sheathed at their sides, an unmistakable appearance of wandering heroes. Both were youthful, roughly the same age as Shen Yan. The man was tall and slender, with sharp features that exuded a certain gallantry, while the young woman was petite and charming, her round face lending her an endearing quality. Taoist, what brings you to travel alone in these desolate mountains without a donkey or horse? The petite girl inquired, reining in her horse to slow its pace, her voice laced with curiosity. The young man also reduced his speed, casting a haughty glance over Shen Yan. Without lifting his head, Shen Yan replied, I am but a poor Taoist, relying solely on my own feet for travel. The petite girl regarded him with interest, and upon getting a clear view of his face, her beautiful eyes sparkled, unable to tear themselves away. This Taoist is quite handsome, she mused inwardly, biting her finger in a manner that suggested infatuation. The young man, noticing her distraction, sighed in exasperation and called out, Junior sister, wake up. Your horse is about to run into a tree. Ah. The petite girl quickly tugged at the reins, realizing her horse was indeed straying off course. She turned to him in annoyance. Brother, why shout so suddenly? You startled me. The young disciple felt speechless, thinking to himself, if I hadn't shouted, you would have been oblivious. How embarrassing. His junior sister had many admirable qualities, but her tendency to swoon over handsome men was somewhat vexing. With her cheeks flushed, the petite girl continued to gaze at Shen Yan. Noticing that he wore only a thin Taoist robe in the winter chill, clearly indicating his martial prowess. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with realization, and she exclaimed, I know. Taoist, are you also heading to Black Mountain Town to seek the Black Mountain deity? Shen Yan was taken aback. How could she possibly know this? Had he misjudged their appearances? Were these seemingly ordinary wanderers actually capable of divination? With a look of confusion, he asked, Indeed. I am on my way to Black Mountain Town in search of the deity. May I inquire how you came to know this? The petite girl giggled. It's a coincidence. We, too, saw the government's proclamation and came to Black Mountain Town to confront that deity. The official decree from the government called for the subjugation of the mountain god. Shen Yan remained silent, sensing that there had been a misunderstanding. The petite girl, evidently a chatterbox, continued to speak, introducing herself. Taoist, we are disciples of the ancient sword sect. My name is Xiaodong. She then pointed to the young man beside her, stating, This is my senior brother, a true disciple of the ancient sword sect, renowned in the martial world as the sword of surging clouds. Upon hearing his junior sister's introduction, the young man's expression swelled with pride, his chin slightly raised, as if anticipating accolades from those around him. Shen Yan, unfazed by their demeanor, respectfully clasped his fists and exclaimed, Ah, it is indeed the esteemed Miss Nye and the great hero sword of surging clouds. Your names resonate like thunder. It is an honor to meet you both. The young man basked in this recognition, nodding slightly in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Nye Xiaodong expressed her surprise, not expecting the Taoist to have heard of her name. Could it be that she had already gained a measure of fame upon entering the martial world? Just as she was about to inquire further, Shen Yan politely interrupted. Miss Nye, since your surname is Nye, may I inquire about the esteemed name of this sword of surging clouds? He regarded the young man with utmost seriousness. Nye Xiaodong. Young man. Nye Xiaodong looked quite dejected, realizing that the Taoist had no knowledge of their illustrious titles. My senior brother's name is Gu Shaoning, she said with a hint of annoyance. Taoist, you certainly know how to jest. After such a lengthy introduction, you have yet to reveal your own name. Emulating her, Shen Yan straightened his posture, clasped his hands, and boasted with vigor, Indeed, I am but a wandering soul in the martial world, nameless on the list. Moreover, I have not changed my name nor my surname. I am Zhou Fugue, affectionately known as the jade-faced young lord in the realm. He concluded his introduction with a sense of pride, feeling that it embodied the essence of the martial world. The two were momentarily speechless. Why mention the list if you are nameless? Gu Shaoning internally scoffed. And what of this jade-faced young lord? He had never heard of it. It was clearly a self-bestowed title, an attempt to embellish his own image, which he found rather contemptible. On the other hand, Nye Xiaodong thought that jade-faced young lord suited the Taoist well, though Zhou Fugue seemed rather rustic. It felt as if his name diminished his charm. This Taoist spoke without decorum, assuredly not a serious person. Gu Shaoning, displeased, cast a dark look at Shen Yan and declared, "Junior sister, it is getting late. We should take our leave." "Oh, brother, we are almost at Black Mountain Town. A little more time won't hurt." Nie Xiaotong waved her hand dismissively and turned to Shen Yan, adding, "Besides, it must be rather lonely for Taoist Zhou to travel alone. Having company makes the journey more enjoyable, and there is no need to rush." Gu Xiaoning. Surely, the latter part was the crux of her statement. He wore a face of deep sorrow. Nie Xiaotong flitted around Shen Yan like a lark, chattering and laughing merrily, while Gu Xiaoning stood aside, resembling an outsider, shrouded in gloom and silently trudging along. Alas, a girl grows up too quickly. It becomes increasingly challenging to guide her. Gu Xiaoning was filled with melancholy. In Black Mountain Town, the Wang family estate sprawled impressively, a grand residence with clusters of exquisite buildings, its scale rivaling that of a castle. Yet, at this moment, the vast estate appeared desolate, with scarcely a servant in sight. White lanterns inscribed with the character Dian hung mournfully from the eaves and gates, casting a pall of sorrow over the scene. From within the depths of the mansion, the intermittent sounds of a woman's weeping echoed, adding to the desolation. In the grand hall of the Wang residence, a stately middle-aged man occupied the main seat, his countenance resembling that of a bitter melon, forcing himself to maintain a facade of composure while conversing with the guests below. The hall was filled with young heroes from various sects. Much like Gu Xiaoning and his companions, all of them talented individuals. Meanwhile, on the official road, Shen Yan and the others arrived at Black Mountain Town as dusk fell. The day had waned, shops were shuttered, vendors headed home, and the streets lay eerily empty. At the foot of the city wall, a young servant in green spotted the trio entering the town. He quickly produced a portrait and approached Gu Xiaoning with a greeting. "Are you the esteemed Gu Xiaoxia?" "Indeed." "That is I," Gu Xiaoning nodded. "You have finally arrived. Everyone has been awaiting your arrival," said the young servant in green. Gu Xiaoning had previously unveiled a government edict at the county office, and thus the townsfolk were already informed of his journey and awaited him at the city gate. Without further ado, Gu Xiaoning replied, "Lead the way. Please follow me." The young servant in green responded, moving ahead to guide them toward the eastern part of the city. Since the brother and sister duo were also here for the mountain deity of Black Mountain, Shen Yan decided to join in the camaraderie and did not depart. The trio, following the young servant, arrived at the Wang family estate in the east of the city, characterized by white walls, glazed tiles, and a tall red gate adorned with a white lantern. Shen Yan exchanged glances with the others. "Has someone recently passed away?" inquired Nie Xiaotong. The young servant's face revealed a flicker of fear as he numbly nodded. "Many have perished. You gentlemen should enter to discuss further." Seemingly reluctant to elaborate, he ushered the three into the premises. The Wang family undeniably embodies the essence of a grand aristocracy. Upon entry, one is greeted by a splendid garden, surrounded by towering walls, with pavilions and terraces stretching across the landscape, and buildings of varying heights interspersed throughout, the exact number of which is indeterminate. However, despite its grandeur, the atmosphere is rather desolate, with scarcely a soul in sight. A young servant clad in green leads two horses to the stable, then guides them through several archways to the Wang family's reception hall. Inside the expansive hall, dozens of young individuals are seated, each adorned in elegant attire, exuding vitality and engaging in lively discussions, creating a vibrant ambience. It appears that the recent government edict has drawn numerous figures from the martial world. The green-clad servant rushes in and whispers a few words into the ear of the Wang family patriarch. With a furrowed brow, the head of the Wang family musters a semblance of enthusiasm and addresses the guests. "Is this the esteemed sword of the surprising clouds, young hero Gu? Truly a remarkable young talent. Please, take a seat." The patriarch steps forward, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect toward Gu Xiaoning, engaging in a brief exchange of pleasantries. He assumes that the individuals beside Shen Yan and Nie Xiaotong are companions of Gu Xiaoning, thus refraining from further inquiry. Gu Xiaoning, in turn, offers a few polite words before seating himself with Shen Yan and Nie Xiaotong, while a maidservant presents them with fragrant tea. Before they can settle in completely, several figures from the martial community approach Gu Xiaoning with cheerful greetings. Some are acquaintances, while others aspire to befriend this paragon of excellence listed among the elite. Yet, amidst the throng, Gu Xiaoning does not emerge as the most favored. Among this group of heroes, there is a remarkable individual ranked high on the list, who, like Gu Xiaoning, is also a disciple of one of the five swords, hailing from the prestigious Duanliu Divine Sword sect. This individual, akin to a constellation encircling the moon, approached Gu Xiaoning with a retinue of admirers, addressing him from a position of superiority. With a courteous gesture, he proclaimed, "Brother Gu, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I am Nangong-Han." Accompanying him was a charming young woman, whose beauty captivated all present. He continued the introduction. "This is my junior apprentice, Du Jingjing." The young woman, clad in a striking red fur coat, resembled a resplendent rose, and upon hearing her senior's introduction, she offered a slight smile, instantly enchanting the surrounding youth. Nangong-Han, the foremost disciple of the Duanliu Shinjian sect, ranked 98 on the martial arts leaderboard, several positions ahead of Gu Shaoning. Rumor had it that he hailed from an illustrious family, adding to his impressive stature. Gu Shaoning, recognizing the weight of the encounter, quickly stood to return the greeting. "Ah. It is an honor to meet Miss Du and the Sword Chi crossing the river duo. I have heard much about you both." Nangong-Han laughed heartily, engaging him in earnest conversation. Yet his gaze frequently drifted toward the enchanting Nie Xiaotong, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. What a flower on the verge of blooming. Nangong-Han found it difficult to tear his gaze away, feeling an inexplicable stirring within him. He inquired, "Brother Gu, may I ask who this young lady is?" Gu Shaoning promptly introduced, "Oh, this is my junior apprentice, Nie Xiaotong, who has just embarked on her journey in the martial world. I hope you will all extend her your guidance." "Certainly, certainly," Nangong-Han replied, moving closer to Nie Xiaotong with a refined demeanor. "I am Nangong-Han. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Nie." He feigned an air of sophistication, yet his fervent gaze bore the intensity of a ravenous wolf, as if he longed to devour her whole. Observing this, Du Jingjing's eyes flashed with irritation. Knowing her brother well, she recognized his lecherous nature and was acutely aware of his ambiguous relationships with their fellow apprentices. To her dismay, she realized her brother was brazenly attempting to flirt with the young lady right before her eyes, stirring a pang of jealousy within her. However, amid such a crowd, she felt constrained from expressing her displeasure, opting instead to puff out her chest and glare at Nie Xiaotong with resentment. Oblivious to the scrutiny, Nie Xiaotong remained engrossed in conversation with Shen Yan, not raising her head to acknowledge anyone else, which rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Nangong-Han, accustomed to being the center of admiration in the martial realm, felt a surge of indignation at being so blatantly disregarded. His gaze turned toward the man conversing with Nie Xiaotong and discovered a young Taoist, strikingly handsome and exuding an air of elegance. Upon realizing that this individual was more attractive than himself, an unwarranted disdain welled up within Nangong-Han. With a furrowed brow, he coolly remarked, "Brother Gu, why has this Taoist not been introduced to everyone?" At his words, the surrounding crowd turned their attention to Shen Yan with keen interest. It was only then that he noticed the unassuming, impoverished Taoist. Du Jingjing also turned her gaze towards Shen Yan, and with a mere glance, she was captivated by his extraordinary visage, her eyes widening in astonishment. How remarkably handsome! She found herself entranced, unable to divert her gaze, as if a peculiar magnetism emanated from Shen Yan, ensnaring her very soul. Gu Shaoning furrowed his brow, for he too had encountered Shen Yan by chance and was not well acquainted with him. He could only succinctly state, "This is Taoist Zhou, a wanderer of the Jianghu," without a formal master. So he was merely a wild fox in. Nangong-Han nodded in understanding, a flicker of disdain passing through his eyes as he regarded Shen Yan. Observing Shen Yan whispering to Nie Xiaotong, an inexplicable fury surged within him, and he irritably remarked, "This Taoist Zhou seems rather aloof. While everyone is discussing you, why do you only converse with Miss Nie, completely disregarding the rest of us? Do you look down upon us?" His words dripped with malice. The others, incited by his sentiments, cast unfriendly glances towards Shen Yan. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan rose abruptly, clasping his hands in salute. "This humble Taoist would never dare to belittle all of you. I am eager to make your acquaintance. I am the jade-faced young master. Pleased to meet you, Brother Gong-Han, and all the esteemed young heroes." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something amiss and scratched his head, adding, "Gong-Han, what a splendid name. Bold and imposing. One who bears such a grand name is destined to become a remarkable figure in the days to come." Nangong-Han? His expression was akin to that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. Meanwhile, upon hearing Shen Yan's words, the others were left utterly stunned, their mouths agape as if they could swallow a duck egg whole. Gu Shaoning, "I knew it. The eccentric Taoist is bound to utter something astonishing." Nie Xiaotong stifled a laugh nearby, finding delight in witnessing the blunders of the pretentious Nangong-Han. Du Jingjing also felt her face flush. It was her first time hearing someone refer to Nangong-Han in such a manner. Were it not for the consideration of her senior brother's dignity, she might have burst into laughter resembling that of a pig. Nangong-Han surveyed his surroundings, noting the suppressed giggles of the crowd. and a chill flashed in his gaze as he turned to Shen Yan. Yet, in an effort to maintain his composure, he suppressed his fury and calmly declared, "Should Taoist Zhou learn of this, he would know my surname is Nangong, not Nan." Only then did Shen Yan appear to grasp the situation. "Ah, is that so? What a pity for such a fine name," he replied apologetically. His expression exuded innocence, as if he were truly uneducated, unaware that Nangong was indeed a surname. Nangong-Han struggled to contain his impulse to strike out. His fists clenched tightly, the veins on his hands bulging. "For heaven's sake, the one who has embarrassed himself is not you, but I," he cursed inwardly, just as the atmosphere became increasingly awkward. The head of the Wang family stepped forward to defuse the tension. "Esteemed heroes, since we have all met, why not begin discussing the matter of subduing the Black Mountain deity?" Upon hearing this, the room fell silent as everyone returned to their seats. After all, they were guests in this household, and addressing important matters took precedence. "Lord Wang, the official documents regarding the mountain deity contain only scant information. Could you please elucidate the origins of this Black Mountain deity for us?" Nangong-Han, sitting upright, considered himself the leader among them and took the initiative to inquire. Lord Wang nodded, exuding an air of grace and nobility. Yet, a shadow of worry lingered in his brow, and his heavy eyelids revealed that he had not enjoyed a restful slumber for quite some time. When the topic of the Black Mountain deity arose, a glimmer of reminiscence and trepidation flickered in his eyes as he began to narrate the tale of the Black Mountain deity. In the past, the town of Black Mountain had no such entity as a mountain god. However, 6 years ago, on a day in the season of spring rains, an eerie black wind suddenly swept down from the heavens, swirling like a tempest and descending upon the largest black mountain in the vicinity, spanning hundreds of miles. In the days that followed, thunder rumbled across the mountain, and the earth trembled, faint cries of anguish echoing through the air. The commotion was deafening, lasting for more than 10 days before it finally subsided. Yet, after the stillness, an even greater uproar ensued. On that fateful day, the sounds of drums and music reverberated through Black Mountain, as if a grand ceremony were being held atop the mountain, with tendrils of black mist emanating from all directions, suggesting a multitude of demons and spirits converging upon Black Mountain. That day, a voice resonated from the mountain, proclaiming to the world that it would henceforth be known as the rightful deity of Black Mountain, governing a realm of 100 miles and commanding all manner of demons and spirits within. The Black Mountain deity demanded that the townsfolk construct a temple in its honor, requiring frequent offerings of incense, and on the 1st and 15th of each lunar month, grand sacrifices accompanied by copious tributes. The masses, often blinded by ignorance and fear of the supernatural, complied without question, dutifully venerating this newfound deity. However, little did they anticipate that this so-called mountain god would not protect them, but would instead command its minions to descend and seize the townspeople for sustenance, plunging Black Mountain into chaos and despair. Many families chose to flee the town, while the Wang family, as a prominent local clan with deep roots, was reluctant to abandon their home entirely. Though the mountain deity was tyrannical, conditions had not yet reached an unbearable threshold. Yet, 3 months ago, calamity struck the Wang family. The mountain deity, in a shocking turn of events, dispatched demons to inform the head of the Wang family that he must offer his beautiful eldest daughter, who was destined for marriage, as a concubine to the deity. The Wang family, demonstrating their audacity, disregarded the edict of the mountain deity. Merely days prior, their failure to deliver a daughter to the mountaintop had incited the deity's wrath, resulting in the demise of numerous family members at the hands of malevolent spirits dispatched from the mountain. A final ultimatum was issued, demanding that the Wang family present a daughter to the Black Mountain by the following day or face the annihilation of their clan. In their desperation, the Wang family sought the aid of the authorities, offering a substantial sum to issue a proclamation, rallying gallant heroes to confront the mountain deity. Thus, the events of today unfolded. Upon hearing the account from the head of the Wang family, a group of youthful heroes seethed with indignation, their teeth grinding in fury, eager to ascend the mountain and vanquish this malevolent god. "This is no deity," Gu Xiaoning declared darkly, "but a vile evil, employing deception to extract offerings and augment their power. Brother Gu speaks the truth. Such wickedness deserves eradication, and we are duty-bound to eliminate this malevolence," Nangong-Han asserted with righteous fervor, eloquently articulating his sentiments. "Rest assured, Master Wang, we shall ascend the mountain on the morrow to slay this so-called Black Mountain deity," Nangong-Han proclaimed, his resolve unwavering. Yet, the head of the Wang family remained uneasy, timidly expressing, Esteemed heroes, I do not doubt your abilities. But this malevolent deity commands the allegiance of the demons and spirits in a 100-mile radius. Surely it possesses considerable power. Might it not be wise to summon some elder practitioners from established sects for assistance? He harbored reservations regarding the capabilities of these youthful warriors. Initially, he had hoped that the considerable sum he offered would attract seasoned veterans of the martial world, only to find himself surrounded by the younger generation. A young man in the hall waved dismissively, asserting, "Master Wang need not fret. This malevolent deity has only recently emerged, and its cultivation must be lacking. If it were truly formidable, it would not lurk in a small town." The assembly of youthful heroes nodded in agreement, finding wisdom in his words. Moreover, among them, both Nangong and Gu were renowned masters on the merit list, with Gu ranked among the top 100 prodigies. This trifling evil is hardly a cause for concern, the confident young man declared. Indeed, indeed. The crowd echoed in unison. Nangong, buoyed by their praise, exuded an air of superiority, dismissing the Black Mountain deity as inconsequential. Since esteemed heroes possess such confidence, I am reassured. I wish you all success in your endeavor against this malevolent deity on the morrow. The head of the Wang family, unfamiliar with the ways of the martial world, found himself somewhat comforted by the fervor displayed by the young warriors. With his mind at ease, the Wang family patriarch surveyed the group, his gaze abruptly pausing on Shen Yan. In the midst of the martial practitioners clad in formidable attire, Shen Yan stood out in his Taoist robe, a striking figure amidst the crowd. Seemingly struck by an idea, the Wang family patriarch turned to Shen Yan and inquired, "Young Taoist, I wonder how adept you are in your craft. Are you capable of performing rituals?" The assembly turned their attention to Shen Yan, their expressions revealing skepticism as they shook their heads and scoffed. Those who genuinely practice the path of cultivation in this world are often consumed by thoughts of immortality. Spending years sequestered in the majestic mountains and rivers, immersed in deep contemplation, seldom do true practitioners engage with the affairs of the world. The young man appeared to be nothing more than a wandering rogue, devoid of any sect or affiliation, exuding an aura of destitution and despair. How could he possibly be a genuine practitioner? It was evident that he was a charlatan, a false priest seeking nothing but sustenance through deception, possessing no true skills. Shen Yan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the other party desired him to perform a ritual? Would he dare to refuse? Without a moment's hesitation, he blurted out, "Though I have yet to attain the true path of enlightenment, conducting a simple ceremony to exorcise malevolent spirits, dispel plagues, and bestow blessings is well within my capabilities." A few individuals could not suppress their laughter, clearly regarding Shen Yan as a pretender, akin to putting scallions in a pig's nose. The genuine transmission of Taoist arts resided solely within the hands of the most formidable powers in the realm. How could a mere vagabond possibly lead a ceremony? To claim he could exorcise spirits and bestow blessings was nothing short of a fade. In their hearts, the crowd dismissed Shen Yan as utterly worthless. However, they refrained from voicing their doubts as he was brought forth by Gu shouting, and it seemed inappropriate to expose him in front of others. Yet, the head of the Wang family was elated and proclaimed, "That is splendid news. To be candid, our Wang family has yet to bury the remains of several dozen individuals slain by malevolent spirits. Today marks the 7th day since their untimely demise. I fear their restless souls may linger, unable to attain rebirth. I earnestly beseech you, esteemed priest, to conduct a ceremony to guide their souls to the afterlife." Shen Yan found himself in a state of bewilderment. They truly expected him to perform a ritual? Although Wudang possessed a lineage of Taoist teachings, he was not versed in them. He was merely a martial artist. The onlookers exchanged knowing smirks. The charlatan priest has boisterously proclaimed his prowess, and now one wonders how he shall extricate himself from this predicament. Indeed, it is often said that timing is everything. To guide the souls of the departed is a task of immense merit, dear Taoist Zhou. Since you possess the ability to conduct rituals, why not assist Master Wang in this endeavor? Nangong seized the moment to rise, his voice ringing out loudly. A tempest of anger brewed within him, as he eagerly awaited the farcical spectacle of this pretentious priest. With Nangong leading the charge, others soon joined in the raucous uproar, all eager to witness a captivating performance. "Taoist Zhou, do not disappoint us," Nangong taunted, stepping before Shen Yan and uttering his ominous words. Nie Xiaotong shot a glare at her opponent, her eyes ablaze with indignation, before turning her anxious gaze towards Shen Yan, whispering, "Taoist, you too should refrain from speaking recklessly. With dozens of souls at stake, it is not out of the question that some vengeful spirits may indeed manifest. She firmly believed that Shen Yan was merely an ordinary priest, lacking true mastery over the arts. Although vengeful spirits are not considered formidable adversaries by this group of martial artists, the issue at hand is the need for salvation, not annihilation. Should the ritual fail to liberate the souls, it would result in embarrassment, rendering them the subject of ridicule. As the crowd believed that Shen Yan was trapped in a perilous situation, he calmly recited a Taoist incantation and declared, Wudang.He, is it not merely a ritual? A trivial matter. I shall take charge of it. However, Master Wang, I currently lack the necessary items for the ceremony. Please send someone to prepare a set immediately. Make a note: peachwood sword, yellow paper, cinnabar, bagua mirror, red thread, incense candles. Seated with an air of authority, Shen Yan spoke eloquently, reminiscing about the Taoists he had seen in films from his previous life, listing a plethora of materials as if reciting a menu. It all seemed remarkably authentic, leaving everyone astonished. With such an extensive list of materials, could it be that this young man truly possessed the ability to perform the ritual? Nangang Han found himself equally perplexed. Shen Yan reclined comfortably, sipping tea with an air of tranquility. Although he indeed lacked knowledge of Taoist practices, his high martial arts prowess allowed him to use the art of qi observation to assess the Wang family's estate. The atmosphere was clear and devoid of any ghostly presence. Thus, there were no vengeful spirits requiring salvation. This ritual could merely be a formality. Originally, Master Wang had only inquired casually, yet he grew increasingly excited. Convinced he had encountered a true master, he hastily instructed his servants to take note of the list and to procure these items from the shops. The Wang family, with its numerous stores in Heishan town, quickly gathered all the necessary materials for Shen Yan's ritual, ensuring everything was complete. In the backyard of the Wang residence, within a courtyard, Shen Yan directed the household staff in setting up the ritual altar. Offerings and incense candles were neatly arranged on the offering table, while couplets, ritual lamps, bagua mirrors, and various instruments were positioned according to the principles of feng shui. On this moonless winter night, the cold wind howled ominously, and within the courtyard hall lay dozens of coffins, creating an unsettling atmosphere. A group of young heroes stood vigil outside, observing Shen Yan as he meticulously arranged the altar, which indeed appeared quite impressive. Brother Gu, could it be that you have not told us the whole truth? Is this fellow truly a wanderer of the martial world? Nansong Han inquired with a look of skepticism. Gu Shaoning understood the implication and lowered his voice to respond, Brother Nansong, this Taoist Zhou does indeed claim to be a wanderer of the martial world, and he hardly resembles a genuine disciple of the Taoist sect. Nansong Han cast a discerning glance at Shen Yan and nodded. He does seem somewhat out of place. Genuine Taoist practitioners are typically associated with the most prestigious sects. Wielding considerable influence and wealth, it is unlikely they would appear as shabby as Shen Yan. However, if Shen Yan were truly a disciple of the Taoist sect, we would not dare confront him. Surely, we would adopt a more conciliatory approach, he added. In my opinion, this false Taoist has likely only acquired superficial knowledge from somewhere. He will undoubtedly resort to the tricks of a charlatan. Let us wait and see, someone asserted confidently. The group nodded in agreement, maintaining their skepticism towards Shen Yan. As they conversed, the atmosphere in the courtyard shifted once more. The altar was now fully prepared, and Shen Yan, donning a crimson ceremonial robe, bore a serious expression while wielding a peachwood sword, exuding an air reminiscent of a true master. At that moment, according to custom, the steward of the Wang family presented a tray covered with a red handkerchief, offering a monetary gift. Shen Yan accepted the gift, weighing it in his hand, estimating it to be several dozen taels of silver, and could not help but admire the Wang family's lavish generosity. After securing the gift, Shen Yan composed himself and, raising his voice, declared, The auspicious hour has arrived. Let us commence. Of course, he was utterly oblivious to the significance of auspicious times. It was merely a fabrication, as he was solely preoccupied with the thought of dinner, eager to finish and start the feast. Shen Yan assumed a horse stance, one hand forming the two-finger sword gesture, while the other wielded a peachwood sword, moving with the grace of a soaring dragon, producing a sound that sliced through the air. He recited incantations rapidly, barely aware of the words tumbling from his lips. After all, when a Taoist chants, few can comprehend. Upon finishing, Shen Yan thrust the peachwood sword into the talisman paper, then suddenly flicked it upwards, causing the paper to explode into a burst of sparks at the tip of the sword. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the Wang family members, who marveled at the spectacle. This act of igniting the talisman paper with his internal energy left the Wang family members wide-eyed in disbelief. Meanwhile, a group of heroes exchanged glances, questioning whether Shen Yan had employed trickery, suspecting it was merely a display akin to street performance, meant to deceive. Nie Xiaodong and Du Jingjing watched with sparkling eyes, hands covering their mouths, their hearts racing, feeling that in this moment, Shen Yan appeared irresistibly charming. Nan Gonghan, observing the expressions of the two women, felt a surge of jealousy and muttered, "A charlatan, this is merely a fade of a swindler." Amidst the gathering, Shen Yan continued to follow the procedure. As he approached the final step, he set down the wooden sword, picked up a copper bell, and, stepping into a celestial stance, his body moved with fluidity as he performed the 9 palaces step, singing the soul guide melody. Certainly, he was unable to perform the soul-pacifying melody. Instead, he resorted to improvisation. Shaking a copper bell as he sang in an eccentric tone, "The eastern light is dim, while the west shines bright. I bask in the waning sun, lamenting my sorrow. The night before was idle, the night after is busy. I dream of gold and contemplate the earth and sky. I gaze upon mountains and waters, yearning for the dawn. I beseech heaven and earth, forgetting the mountains and waters. Great Lord Laozi, swift as a command, the second-hand rose reveals its true spirit." The members of the Wang family listened, nodding their heads in rhythm, feeling as though their very souls were on the verge of transcending. Their hearts filled with admiration for this remarkable Taoist. Seeing the positive effect of his performance, Shen Yan could not help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Alas, if only he had a swana to accompany him, had he played even a single note, not just the spirits, but even the living would have been compelled to depart immediately. Nan Gonghan and the others were utterly bewildered. Is this truly how the soul-pacifying melody is sung? One inquired, scratching his head. I have no idea. The crowd replied, their heads bobbing like a drum. Yet, there was indeed something captivating about his performance. Many found themselves lost in Shen Yan's song, involuntarily humming along. Upon finishing his piece, he completed the ritual flawlessly. The soul-pacifying is done, the performance is concluded. Let us proceed with the feast. He cast aside his ceremonial robe and tossed the bell, contentedly accepting the monetary gifts as he beckoned the Wang family members, exclaiming, "I was so engrossed in my singing that I nearly missed the mealtime." Feeling hunger pangs, Shen Yan rubbed his stomach. "Very well, the banquet has long been prepared. Taoist Zhou, please follow us this way." At that moment, the Wang family regarded Shen Yan as a transcendent figure, reverently surrounding him as he departed the courtyard, leaving a group of young heroes forgotten in their wake. "Thank you, Taoist Zhou, for your immense kindness in guiding my family to peace in their passing. You truly are a master. Previously, I sensed the lingering spirits and oppressive energy in this grand estate, but after your performance, everything has changed. I feel rejuvenated and invigorated." Indeed, the Wang family members praised Shen Yan profusely, their admiration boundless. The group of young heroes stood in stunned silence, gazing at the illustrious Shen Yan as he gracefully departed. Is this the end? What about the promised soul? Nan Gonghan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing vehemently. What a shameless charlatan in this world. There is no vengeful spirit in the Wang family at all. This Taoist Zhou is truly a talent. The crowd fell into silence, eventually sighing in exasperation. They felt that this evening had indeed broadened their horizons. In the Wang family's banquet hall, over 10 tables were laden with delicacies, ranging from mountain treasures to ocean delicacies, accompanied by fine wines. Shen Yan was regarded as an esteemed guest by the Wang family. Seated at the main table alongside Nan Gonghan, Gu Xiaoning, and a group of other distinguished young nobles, a gathering of youthful heroes clinked their cups and exchanged stories of the martial world, creating an atmosphere of great merriment. Since being defeated by the esteemed Gu Xinzi, the Six Gates Divine Constable, Qing Lin, had retreated to the capital for seclusion and cultivation. Rumor has it that he has recently broken through to the 3rd rank of martial arts. Indeed, this is true. And it is likely that the rankings will soon undergo a significant change, with Qing Lin's rise to the 3rd rank, given his renown and strength. He may very well ascend directly to the Earth ranking. Someone nearby commented. Another, somewhat surprised, added, the vacancy left by the 2nd-ranked individual will undoubtedly incite fierce competition. The crowd nodded in agreement, as young individuals are naturally inclined towards rivalry, with Gu Lingxing's position as the 1st rank being nearly unshakable. The 2nd rank has naturally become a target for aspiring young talents. I heard from the elders in the sect that an ancient relic surfaced in Yunzhou last month, attracting various factions and resulting in a great melee. It is said that many powerful figures from the Earth ranking perished, and it is anticipated that the next Earth ranking will witness a significant upheaval. Gu Xiaoning also joined in the discussion. The crowd expressed their astonishment. Someone took the opportunity to say, "It seems that both the next human ranking and Earth ranking will see considerable changes, though the celestial ranking may remain stable." Gu Xiaoning took a sip of wine and remarked, "Speaking of the celestial ranking, I am genuinely curious about the nameless sword master of Wudang, the demon-subduing Taoist. Who could the senior be, hidden so deeply that to this day, there is no concrete information about them in the outside world?" The crowd shook their heads. Who knows from which era such a figure hails? Wudang, when they make their move, will certainly cause a sensation. Currently, the outside world is abuzz with talk of the nameless sword master, as a certain titan boldly declared that Wudang is the true master of the Jianghu and Wanzhou, clearly sending a message to everyone. As the topic of the nameless sword master arose, excitement filled the air, with each person contributing to the lively conversation. Shen Yan, listening from the side, wore a peculiar expression, inwardly pondering, could the nameless sword master, the demon-subduing Taoist, possibly be referring to me? Who bestowed this nickname? Although it is not entirely unworthy, it lacks a certain depth. As the conversation meandered, the topic shifted to the expedition against the Black Mountain deity scheduled for tomorrow, and many began to extol Nagong-Han. Brother Nagong is to be the main force tomorrow. We must raise our glasses in his honor. Indeed, it is a privilege to fight alongside someone of Brother Nangong's caliber, ranked among the top 100 prodigies. Let us all toast to Brother Nangong. The crowd erupted in cheers, collectively raising their cups in salute. "Ah, my dear brothers, you flatter me," Nangong-Han said, draining his cup in one gulp. Though he feigned modesty, his face betrayed an unmistakable pride and satisfaction. Nie Xiaotong, finding the mutual flattery tedious, turned to Shen Yan and inquired, "Master Zhou, are you not afraid of confronting the malevolent deity tomorrow?" Shen Yan, indulging in his meal, his hands greasy from gnawing on a pork knuckle, could only shake his head in response. The others at the table chuckled, their expressions rife with disdain. They regarded Shen Yan as nothing more than a charlatan, leeching off Gu Xiaoning's hospitality. Having just swindled a sum from the Wang family patriarch, it was anticipated he would flee at dawn, hardly possessing the courage to ascend the mountain. Nie Xiaotong frowned. It seemed Master Zhou was overly engrossed in his meal, as if he had never attended a banquet before. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Yan truly had not dined at a feast for a decade. During his 10 years at Wudang, while the provisions were decent, they hardly included such lavish fare. Nagong-Han shot Shen Yan a glance, a flicker of irritation crossing his gaze. Such a swindler, indulging in gluttony, dares to sit at the same table as him, which feels rather degrading. Moreover, he still harbors resentment over the public humiliation inflicted by this false priest. Thus, with a tone dripping with sarcasm, he remarked, "We must extend our gratitude to Taoist Zhou for this splendid banquet we are enjoying tonight. Were it not for Taoist Zhou's captivating ritual, would the head of the Wang family be in such a generous spirit?" He suggested that everyone ought to raise a glass in honor of Taoist Zhou. However, Shen Yan seemed oblivious to the insinuations, not even lifting his head, and replied indifferently, "No need for thanks, I do not drink." At his utterance, the entire gathering fell silent, bewildered. What did he mean by this? Was he truly assuming an air of superiority, believing himself to be someone of significance? At that moment, Nangong-Han's expression darkened slightly as he swirled his wine glass and addressed, "Taoist Zhou, may I personally offer you a toast?" His tone carried a hint of arrogance. In his view, as a distinguished master of the rankings, extending a drink to a mere charlatan of the martial world was a gracious gesture, and he could hardly fathom the audacity of the latter to feign indifference. To his astonishment, Shen Yan sat unmoving and replied nonchalantly, "Thank you, but I shall refrain." Nangong-Han felt a surge of indignation, perceiving the slight as a profound disrespect, an affront to his dignity. How could a fraudulent priest exhibit such arrogance? He set his wine glass down, his voice laced with iciness as he remarked, "Taoist Zhou, you seem to be rather disheartening." Many onlookers silently regarded Shen Yan, their dissatisfaction palpable. Wiping the grease from his lips, Shen Yan earnestly declared, "It is not that I wish to dampen the spirits, but my stomach has been frail since childhood, rendering me incapable of consuming alcohol. The doctor has advised that I may only eat soft foods throughout my life. Alas, if it comes to that, perhaps I could offer my stomach for a broth to lift everyone as spirits?" As his words lingered in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the room, leaving onlookers speechless. Nangong Han's expression froze, his eyelids twitching. Nie Xiaotong, witnessing the stunned reactions around her, nearly burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoning appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this turn of events. The conduct and demeanor of Master Zhou have always been astonishing, and he has somewhat grown accustomed to it. Nangua Han's eyes blazed with fury, nearly erupting in anger. With a resounding bang, he slammed his hand on the table and swept out of the room, leaving no one to pay heed to Shen Yan. Those who were dining continued their meals, and the evening ended in an atmosphere of discontent. Shen Yan, oblivious to the offense he had caused, proceeded as usual, content to retire to his chamber after having dined sufficiently. The Wang family estate, with its expansive and numerous vacant rooms, had provided accommodations for every guest. Upon returning to his room, just as Shen Yan was about to retire in his clothes, an unexpected visitor arrived. A soft knock resounded, and a woman's voice called from outside, "Master Zhou, are you resting?" Shen Yan, assuming it was Nie Xiaotong, opened the door without hesitation, only to find a woman clad in red, Du Jingjing, Nangua Han's junior sister. "Ah, it is you, Miss Du. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit at this hour?" Shen Yan queried, somewhat perplexed by her late-night appearance. "Master Zhou, this Wang residence is so vast and desolate, especially after the recent passing. As a delicate woman, I find myself somewhat frightened and unable to sleep. Might you accompany me to the back garden for a stroll and perhaps read my palm?" Du Jingjing murmured timidly, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, turning her gaze away bashfully. "Is that so?" Shen Yan, having witnessed similar scenes in videos before, quickly grasped her intentions. Feigning ignorance, he replied, "To read palms in the back garden at such a late hour? Miss Du, it would be difficult to see clearly. Perhaps we could postpone this to another day?" "Oh, Master Zhou, you are quite mischievous," Du Jingjing exclaimed, her ears reddening further, her tone shy yet playful. She then shot him a sultry glance, playfully poking him in the chest with her delicate finger. If it were an ordinary man, he would likely be flustered and captivated by such an advance. However, Shen Yan, a seasoned individual, maintained his composure, fully aware of the depths of Du Jingjing's allure. Just as he was preparing to gracefully decline her invitation, a noise from above startled them both. They looked up to see Nie Xiaotong descending from the rooftop, hands on her hips, her expression fierce as she resembled a furious hen. Upon her arrival, she pointed an accusing finger at Du Jingjing, berating her harshly. "You shameless hussy. How dare you come out at this hour to seduce a man?" Du Jingjing, possessing remarkable composure, feigned seriousness, placing her hands on her hips and puffing out her chest, retorting, "You little brat, spouting nonsense. I merely wish to have a conversation with Master Zhou. On what grounds do you accuse me?" Nie Xiaotong scrutinized her for a moment before glancing down at her own modest figure, her lips curling in disdain, her irritation mounting. "You have no shame. I heard every word you two exchanged from above, and you still deny your intentions to seduce him." Nie Xiaotong scolded angrily, "What a little impudent girl. Eavesdropping from the beams. Humph, I shan't stoop to your level." Upon realizing her scheme had been uncovered, Du Jingjing ceased the verbal sparring, fearing the attention of others. With a graceful twist of her serpentine waist, she sauntered away. "Taoist Zhou, we shall converse another day." Before departing, Du Jingjing slyly cast a flirtatious glance at Shen Yan. Then, with an imperious flick of her gaze at Nie Xiaotong's chest, she smirked disdainfully and strode off. "Oh, you shameless hussy!" Nie Xiaotong, infuriated, trembled with indignation, contemplating a retort. Sensing the escalating tension, Shen Yan swiftly intervened. "Miss Nie, let us not disturb the peace of the night, for it would be ill-mannered." Nie Xiaotong glared at him, her teeth clenched, and scoffed. "I believe you are more concerned about your own disgrace being revealed. You may appear righteous, but it seems you are not as virtuous as you pretend." Shen Yan, looking quite wronged, replied, "It is a misunderstanding. My intent was simply to suggest that it is too late for such matters tonight. I merely wish to read her palm on another occasion. You have all misconstrued my words. If you wish, Miss Nie, I could read your palm now." He spoke with utmost seriousness. "Pah, you charlatan." Nie Xiaotong spat, a fragrant breeze trailing behind her as she walked away without a backward glance. As she gazed at the empty courtyard, it felt as though a flock of crows had taken flight above Shen Yan's head. What is the meaning of this? Was it merely a palm reading that led to such chaos? Had I known it would require such effort, I would have offered to do it together. The following morning, the Wang family courtyard was abuzz with noise, as young heroes arose early to prepare for the ascent to confront the divine. This group of young individuals, many of whom were novices in the world of martial arts, were filled with lofty aspirations of vanquishing demons and achieving renown. Brimming with vitality, none harbored fears or concerns. They had prepared a grand crimson bridal sedan chair with a simple plan in mind, to masquerade as a wedding procession and infiltrate the stronghold of Black Mountain, seizing the opportunity as it arose. However, the head of the Wang family had already sent his daughter elsewhere, leading the group to decide that Nie Xiaodong would impersonate the bride, with Du Jingjing serving as her maid, while others would carry the sedan or bear burdens. When Shen Yan awoke, the preparations were already complete. He joined the ranks, raised his hand, and was about to greet Nie Xiaodong, who was adorned like a bride. Yet, she shot him a disdainful glance and ignored him, storming into the sedan. Shen Yan scratched his head, awkwardly lowering his hand. On the other hand, Du Jingjing, disguised as a maid, had been casting flirtatious glances at him. She had spent a restless night believing that Shen Yan held an interest in her, recalling how he had teased her the previous evening. Du Xiaodong observed this peculiar scene with bewilderment. He mused to himself about how his disciple's sister, who had been persistently entangled with Taoist Zhou, had now adopted an entirely different demeanor towards someone else. Puzzled yet polite, he greeted Shen Yan, Taoist Zhou. Are you truly ascending the mountain as well? Shen Yan nodded. He had a premonition that the deity of Black Mountain might not be so simple, and this group of young adventurers may not be equipped to confront such a challenge. The onlookers shook their heads in dismay, thinking, this lad is truly unaware of the dangers. Having offended brother Nangong, he still dares to join the fray, courting disaster. Nevertheless, Shen Yan insisted on accompanying them up the mountain, and naturally, no one opposed, assigning him the role of leading the way with a drum. After a hasty breakfast, the group set forth toward Black Mountain in grand procession. Heaven bless us, exclaimed Wang, awaiting the return of the young heroes. The head of the Wang family, accompanied by his kin, bid farewell to the departing group, anxiously returning home to await news. Many citizens, having received word, accompanied them for 10 miles, hoping these heroes could eliminate the great menace on Black Mountain. Sister, where did you go last night? On the official road to Black Mountain. Nangong-Han approached the front of the bridal sedan, his expression dark, glaring intently at Du Jingjing as he interrogated her. He had been seething with anger all night, unable to sleep, and had intended to discuss matters with her. However, he discovered she was absent from her guest room. Du Jingjing, caught off guard by her brother's inquiry, averted her gaze, stammering, I didn't go anywhere. I was restless and took a stroll in the back garden. As she spoke, she furtively glanced at Shen Yan, betraying her unease. Seeing her demeanor, Nangong-Han's heart sank, sensing something was amiss. His sharp gaze darted toward Shen Yan, and he thought to himself, this brazen hussy must have sneaked off last night to frolic with that scruffy fellow. Sister, speak honestly. Where did you truly go last night? Nangong-Han's visage twisted in fury as he lowered his voice and barked. However, Du Jingjing's thoughts had drifted entirely to Shen Yan, leaving little room for the petty grievances of Nangong-Han. Furthermore, his tone filled her with disdain, as if she were some possession of his. With a hint of impatience, she retorted, Senior brother, I merely stated that I was heading to the garden for a stroll. Why do you inquire so excessively? As these words escaped, Nangong-Han nearly lost his composure. In the face of such significant matters and amidst so many people, he could not afford to erupt in anger, nearly letting out a cold snort. Scoundrel! He gritted his teeth in silent condemnation, fixing a frigid glare upon Shen Yan's retreating figure, a murderous intent flickering within him. Once they reached Black Mountain, he vowed to seize an opportunity to rid himself of this insufferable Taoist, with a sinister expression and eyes gleaming with malice. Nangong-Han placed Shen Yan on his list of targets. Unbeknownst to Shen Yan, he had unwittingly stirred the ire of Nangong-Han. After a journey of over 10 miles, the wedding procession finally beheld a towering mountain shrouded in swirling gray mists. The morning chill clung to the blades of grass, and the surrounding trees stood lush and verdant. Thick fog rising, imbued with an icy breath. We've arrived at Black Mountain, called out a martial artist leading the way, instilling a sense of vigilance among the crowd as they began their ascent. In the throng, Shen Yan seized the opportunity when no one was watching to slightly channel his energy, opening a narrow slit in his divine vision to probe the atmospheric conditions of Black Mountain. Hidden within the mist, he discerned a colossal dark silhouette atop the mountain, as if some monstrous entity lay in wait to devour the living. Such an omen was decidedly ominous, and Shen Yan's expression grew grave. Indeed, the mountain spirit of Black Mountain was no ordinary malevolence. It appeared this journey would pose significant challenges for the group of young adventurers. The wedding procession ascended to the mountainside. Suddenly, a young man clearing the path seemed to sense something amiss. He abruptly halted, signaling for the group to stop. The crowd ceased their movement, scanning their surroundings. Amidst the swaying shadows of the trees, a haunting wail echoed, reminiscent of ghostly lamentations. "What is that?" Someone could not help but scream. The early morning gloom, thick fog, and the eerie cries that reverberated from all directions sent chills down their spines. Soon, indistinct white figures began to emerge from the forest, encircling the group from all sides. The apparitions drew nearer, revealing themselves to be wandering spirits and vengeful ghosts. Their forms ethereal, feet barely touching the ground, clad in white burial garments, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. Some had even lost their eyes, limbs severed. Their deaths gruesome and horrific. Headless ghosts, tongue-tied phantoms, starving spirits, and those drowned, an entire compendium of the macabre seemed to materialize. So many lost souls? A wave of trepidation washed over the crowd. Such a scene might lead one to believe they have arrived in the legendary realm of the netherworld. The 2 most formidable combatants on the field, Wudang.He and Wudang.He, exchanged a glance, their bodies taut and poised for battle. Wary of an imminent assault from the spectral horde. Moo, moo. From afar, a deep and resonant bellow of a bull resounded. Whoosh! The wind howled. And amidst the cheers of the vengeful spirits, a dense black mist spiraled forth like a whirlwind, materializing before the crowd into a towering shadow. It was a creature with the head of a bull and the body of a man, standing approximately 3 meters tall, its enormous hooves thundering against the ground. While its human torso, covered in dark fur and muscular in stature, wielded a massive iron club, radiating an aura of formidable menace. Its appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Minotaur. The bull-headed demon, crowned with a swirling black aura, emanated an aura far more formidable than that of the wandering souls around it, indicating its rank as a ghost general. Its mere presence instilled a profound sense of dread among the nearby spirits, who bowed their heads in reverence, unable to meet its gaze. The bull-headed general radiated a fierce intent to kill, glaring down with its emerald eyes, as if ready to devour anyone who dared to provoke it. However, upon sighting the grand red bridal sedan, its murderous intent began to wane. It spoke slowly, its voice booming like thunder. "Are you the Wang family come to escort the bride?" Upon hearing the bull demon's words, a collective sigh of relief escaped the assembled crowd. Initially intimidated by the formidable display, they had feared their disguise as a wedding entourage had been exposed during their covert mission to confront the mountain deity. Wudang.He stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "We humbly report, Almighty One, that we are indeed from the Wang family. And within the sedan sits our esteemed young lady." The bull-headed general shook its head, a distinctly anthropomorphic smirk appearing on its visage. "I am not the great king. I serve under the venerable lord of Black Mountain as the bull-headed envoy." The crowd's expression shifted to one of surprise at this revelation. The bull-headed demon, possessing a strength of the 4th rank, is merely a divine envoy. Then, the mountain deity behind Black Mountain must possess even greater power. It is worth noting that among their group, the mightiest, Wudang.He, is only a 4th rank warrior. The situation surrounding Black Mountain may indeed surpass their expectations. However, now that they find themselves in a predicament, retreat is not an option. They must muster their courage to investigate further. They can only hope that the strength of the mountain deity is not excessively formidable, even if it were at the 3rd rank. The talented warriors hailing from prestigious backgrounds still possess the capability to contend. At this moment, the bull-headed demon stepped forward to inspect the flower palanquin. Upon seeing the red-clad figure of Nia Xiaotong within, he expressed no suspicion and proclaimed, "You should hurry up. Do not delay the auspicious occasion for Lord Black Mountain." Wudang.He feigned a look of trepidation and complied, urging everyone to lift the flower palanquin and continue on their journey. A cluster of restless spirits and malevolent ghosts swiftly retreated to the sides, clearing the path. Yet, shortly after they had proceeded a short distance, the bull-headed demon suddenly called out in a deep voice, "Wait." At the sound, everyone's heart sank, fearing that the bull-headed demon had discerned some flaw, and they collectively drew in their breath, preparing for battle. Wudang.He, with a stiffened expression, turned around and meekly inquired, "Might I ask if the esteemed divine envoy has any further instructions?" The bull-headed demon, brandishing an iron staff, replied with a hint of anger, "Have you seen a rugged man with a scruffy beard on your journey?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, each shaking their heads vigorously in denial. "We have not encountered such a figure, esteemed envoy," they responded, their expressions seemingly genuine. Observing their demeanor, the bull-headed demon waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, you may proceed." He then stroked his chin, murmuring to himself in perplexity, Where could this bearded man be hiding? The group feigned relief, hastening their steps towards the summit. Atop the Black Mountain, the terrain opened up, revealing the lair of the mountain deity. Contrary to outsiders' assumptions, it was not a hastily constructed stronghold or a dilapidated temple, but rather a grand palace befitting nobility, adorned with golden bricks and emerald tiles, exuding opulence and grandeur. Yet, within this magnificent hall, various demons and monsters gathered, creating an atmosphere thick with malevolence, reminiscent of a hellish abyss. Within the mountain deity's sanctuary, several sinister auras surged forth, dark and oppressive, subtly taking on clawed forms, belonging to either malevolent spirits or ferocious demons of considerable power. The group cast wary glances at one another, a flicker of apprehension crossing their faces. In their hearts, a chill settled. This Black Mountain had indeed transformed into a den of dragons and tigers, amassing such formidable creatures. They appeared to be quite formidable adversaries. Many felt a growing unease. As others wore grim expressions, Shen Yan suddenly exhibited a hint of joy. The long-absent voice of his father resonated in his mind. Ding. The location meets the conditions for system sign-in. The host may proceed. It had been quite some time since Shen Yan last signed in, and he could hardly contain his eagerness. Without hesitation, he chose to sign in. Current sign-in location, Black Mountain Divine Palace. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the innate Taiji diagram visualization method. His father's cold, mechanical voice echoed in Shen Yan's ears. In the next moment, a surge of warmth flooded his mind, causing even the currently formidable Shen Yan to feel a splitting headache, nearly crying out in pain. His once chaotic sea of consciousness suddenly illuminated, as if Pango had split the heavens, revealing an arcane scroll at its center, illuminating his boundless spiritual realm. In an instant, he felt as though his soul underwent a profound transformation. Upon receiving the system's information, Shen Yan instinctively grasped the significance of this visualization method. Visualization method. His expression shifted slightly. The divine he had so diligently sought was encapsulated within this very method. This visualization method, known as the primordial Taiji diagram, serves as a profound gateway for the refinement of one's spirit. Upon grasping the essence of this technique, Shen Yan experienced an epiphany regarding how to transcend the realm of myth. The path to divinity lay beneath his feet, and his eyes sparkled with clarity, a smile gracing his lips. The mountain goddess palace was alive with revelry, the air thick with the clamor of feasting and the clinking of cups, a scene of vibrant chaos. A few mischievous mountain spirits obstructed the entrance, scrutinizing the guests arriving. At this moment, Shen Yan and his companions found themselves halted. Gu Shaoning stepped forward to negotiate, elucidating that they were the emissaries sent by the Wang family to escort the bride. A creature with the head of a dog and the body of a man snickered derisively. Who would have thought that the Wang family would indeed send their daughter willingly? I had anticipated a descent to the mortal realm, perhaps requiring a blood offering. He added, "Wait here, I shall inform the higher-ups." Before long, a slender man with an effeminate demeanor emerged from the mountain goddess hall, clad in a flowing robe adorned with floral patterns, beneath which a serpent's tail was revealed. He was, in fact, a serpent spirit. The serpent demon, delicately twirling its orchid-like fingers, adorned with a floral headdress and a visage painted with rouge, swayed gracefully before the gathered crowd. Its shadowy, triangular eyes scrutinized everyone, and with a flick of its tongue, it revealed a serpentine appendage. I had thought the bones of the Wang family were exceptionally sturdy, yet, for the Black Mountain Lord to take a liking to this maiden. It seems the Wang family has accumulated some good fortune, with their ancestral graves emitting wisps of green smoke. Enough of this. The bride shall remain, while the rest may take their leave. Its voice was sharp and jarring, akin to that of a decrepit eunuch from a secluded palace, sending shivers down one's spine. The crowd, upon hearing this proclamation, was momentarily taken aback. Why does this specter deviate from the script? Shouldn't the female guests be invited in for a moment of respite? Why are they being hastily dismissed? This abruptness left the young heroes momentarily bewildered, standing in place. Observing this, the serpent demon's expression darkened. What? Do you commoners wish to linger for the feast? Have you not seen the illustrious guests within? Were it not for the fact that the Wang family daughter is to serve the mountain god, they would have already commenced the banquet and devoured you. Upon hearing this, the gathering finally realized that the once boisterous hall had fallen eerily silent. The guests at the banquet were fixated on them, their eyes glinting with a sinister red glow, saliva dripping from their mouths, their predatory intent palpable, eager to feast upon the intruders. Moreover, even if these fiends could suppress their malevolent urges, They were barred from partaking in the feast, for the banquet tables were laden with gruesome delicacies, an array of live insects, organs, limbs, and brain matter, with the drinks being nothing less than crimson blood. It was evidently a grotesque spectacle. Nangong-Han and Gu Xiaoning exchanged glances, each discerning the unspoken resolve in the other's eyes. With the arrow drawn, it must be released. At this juncture, there was no choice but to advance boldly. Gu Xiaoning subtly signaled, and the group immediately understood, quietly surrounding the ornate box containing the wedding gifts, their weapons concealed within. The serpent demon, beckoning a few lesser demons to carry the bridal sedan, impatiently barked at the gathered heroes. Why do you not depart? If you dawdle any longer, I shall have you all slaughtered. The demons within the hall erupted in raucous laughter, a cacophony of jeers. Ha! Slaughter them. Add to the feast for my brothers. The leader, Nangong-Han, narrowed his gaze, suddenly bellowing, brothers, attack. He was the first to open the bridal box, drawing forth a long sword. Striding purposefully toward the serpent demon, the others swiftly armed themselves, rising up in rebellion. They were on a righteous mission to vanquish the evil. Kill. The battle cry resonated through the air. The atmosphere thickened with a murderous intent. The sudden assault by the young heroes caught the demons entirely off guard, their expressions shifting drastically. The lesser demons near the sedan were instantly engulfed in a cold flash, their bodies reduced to mere fragments before they could even emit a cry of despair. Nie Xiaotong, dressed as the bride, sensing the commotion, lifted her veil and retrieved her sword from beneath her cushion, rushing into the fray. The serpent demon, taken by surprise by Nangong-Han's ambush, let out a shriek as a deep gash was inflicted upon its chest, blood gushing forth. It swiftly retreated into the hall, its sinister gaze fixed upon the advancing heroes. At this moment, it was clear that this group was not what they seemed. The serpent demon's frigid eyes narrowed as it shouted, "These are the hired hands of the Wang family. You audacious rogues dare to cause trouble on the mountain god's territory. Have you grown weary of life? Brothers, arm yourselves and slay them." In the mountain god temple, a tumultuous uproar erupted. The expressions of the various demons were suffused with fury. To dare disturb the earth beneath the Tai sway, one must be oblivious to the peril. Let us eliminate these brats. A chilling wind surged, and an array of malevolent beings seized their weapons, soaring into the air, and a fierce battle ensued in an instant. At that moment, the snake demon, having escaped from peril, gazed wrathfully at its wounds, its garments rent asunder, revealing its true form. It swelled in the wind, transforming into a colossal python over 10 meters long, and lunged toward Nangong-Han with ferocity, as a divine envoy under the mountain god. This serpent's cultivation had reached the 4th rank of demon generals. Amongst the chaos, another formidable presence emerged, a pig demon as immense as a mountain, a ghastly corpse with a green face and protruding fangs, and a scorpion spirit with a tail as thick as a water barrel. Alongside the previously encountered bull-headed ghost general, there were a total of 5 divine envoys. The onlookers were taken aback. They had not anticipated that atop this modest black mountain resided 5 demons of the 4th rank. Nangong-Han faced off against the snake demon, while Gu Xiaoning engaged in combat with the pig demon. Fortunately, among the young heroes, there remained a 4th-rank warrior to contend with the green-faced corpse, while several peak 5th-rank warriors worked together to restrain the scorpion spirit. Du Jingjing, Nie Xiaotong, and others were embroiled in fierce combat against the overwhelming horde of minor demons and vengeful spirits, and from the onset of the battle, both sides found themselves locked in a fierce stalemate. This grand battle primarily hinges upon the prowess of Nangong-Han and Gu Xiaoning. These 2 young champions have certainly lived up to the expectations placed upon them, their swords dancing through the air with unmatched brilliance, overwhelming their adversaries with sheer dominance. Particularly, Nangong-Han's sword aura surged forth with magnificent force, extending over 10 zhang, his strikes executed with such swiftness that the arcs of his blade were nearly imperceptible. Instead, one could witness the sword energy slicing through the void, creating ripples of formidable sharpness. The serpent demon bore ghastly wounds across its body, bloodied and weakened, its eyes reflecting palpable fear. Indeed, the monikers in the martial world are not misnomers. The sword energy unleashed by Nangong-Han is undeniably fierce and profound, capable of commanding rivers and stirring the hearts of onlookers. Everyone, hold your ground. Once Brother Nangong and Hero Gu vanquish the demons and free their hands, victory shall be ours. The gazes of the others toward Nangong-Han were filled with deep admiration, their spirits soaring as though they had been invigorated. as if their names would echo throughout the martial realm this very day. On the Black Mountain, the clashes were incessant, punctuated by the occasional muffled cries of despair as demons fell, heads severed, into pools of blood. A sense of exhilaration enveloped everyone, as if the dawn of victory was within reach. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the forest behind them. "Bold rogues! How dare you invade my Black Mountain divine mansion?" The voice boomed like thunder, deafening to the ears. Many turned back, sensing impending doom. It was the bull-headed general, having heard the commotion, leading his ghostly soldiers back from the mountain's base. Upon witnessing the scene atop the mountain, the bull-headed general bellowed fiercely, commanding his legion of spirits to form ranks, a surging tide of darkness advancing like a storm, infused with the murderous aura of the ghostly soldiers, charging toward the crowd. "Little ones, follow me to slay the enemies." The bull-headed general advanced upon the strongest presence in the arena, Nangong-Han, his hooves pounding the ground with such force that it felt akin to a minor earthquake. "This is bad. The bull-headed general has returned." The crowd's pupils constricted, the pressure mounting exponentially. Suddenly, a formidable throng of ghostly soldiers emerged, casting a pall over the hearts of all present. Although the majority of these spectral warriors were mere minor spirits, their overwhelming numbers were akin to a swarm of ants capable of bringing down an elephant. Furthermore, these ghostly soldiers had been meticulously trained by a Minotaur general, exhibiting a disciplined cohesion in their assaults and retreats, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with. "Everyone, hold your ground. Do not let this horde of specters disrupt our formation," a valiant hero bellowed, having just vanquished several minor spirits. At that moment, they all huddled together, fending off the relentless onslaught of malevolent entities from all directions. The tide of battle began to shift, with the young heroes gradually suffering injuries. Gu Xiaoning, witnessing the unfolding chaos, felt a surge of urgency. His sword struck like a flash of lightning, its brilliance slicing through the murky haze, striking swiftly at the pig demon. However, the creature's tough hide proved resilient. Though it bore the brunt of several strikes, only faint white marks were left in their wake. With no blood to be seen, the conflict had reached an impasse. On the other side, Nangong-Han found himself in a particularly dire situation. Initially, he believed he could easily handle a serpent demon, but with the addition of a Minotaur general, he was beginning to feel overwhelmed. The bull-headed demon, endowed with immense strength, wielded an iron staff with a ferocity that evoked the might of a tempest, relentlessly striking and creating a cacophony of clanging metal. Nangong-Han's hand, gripping the sword, throbbed with pain, as if his grip were on the verge of rupture. In a corner, Shen Yan, engaged in a spirited tussle with a small yellow weasel spirit, observed the scene with a shake of his head. These young individuals exhibit a reckless audacity, charging headlong into the enemy's lair without gathering even the slightest morsel of intelligence. The principal adversary has yet to make an appearance, and the mountain god of Heishan remains concealed. Yet, a cadre of subordinates has already proven to be a formidable challenge. This approach cannot persist. A flicker of determination ignites within Nangong-Han, who contemplates the necessity of diverting the formidable bull-headed demon general. Engaging in a 2-on-1 confrontation would surely lead to his inevitable defeat. As he surveys his surroundings, his gaze lands upon Shen Yan, and a chilling glint flashes in his eyes, betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. "Perfect. Let this young man bear a portion of my burden." A malicious scheme brews within Nangong-Han's mind as he smirks ominously. Even in such perilous circumstances, he remains intent on using his adversary to eliminate Shen Yan, revealing his pettiness and treachery. At that moment, Nangong-Han exerted himself to unleash a powerful strike, sending the serpent demon soaring. He then directed another blow to provoke the bull demon, only to suddenly turn and flee. The bull-headed fiend, brandishing its iron staff, relentlessly pursued him from behind. As Nangong-Han fought while retreating, he reached the side of Shen Yan and called out, "Taoist Zhou, I entrust this bull demon to you. I believe with your profound Taoist techniques, vanquishing this demon will be effortless. I shall continue to deal with the serpent demon." Shen Yan, who had been preoccupied, had just slain a yellow weasel spirit when he turned to find a towering bull demon looming before him, its lantern-like eyes coldly fixed upon him. "Taoist Zhou, this bull demon is in your capable hands." Nangong-Han patted Shen Yan's shoulder and hastily circled away. Shen Yan narrowed his eyes, a surge of murderous intent blossoming within him. In that moment, Nangong-Han audaciously contemplated the treacherous notion of using another's hand to eliminate his foe, akin to dancing before the king of hell, as if he were not afraid of losing his life. The bull-headed ghost general, rather than pursuing Nangong-Han, coldly regarded Shen Yan and spoke in a low voice. A Taoist? Humph. I am eager to witness your capabilities. Throughout history, every sect of Taoism has claimed the noble cause of subduing demons and vanquishing evil, thus positioning themselves as true adversaries of spirits and monsters. The bull-headed general's gaze ignited with fury upon sighting the Taoist. Nangong Han's unexpected diversion of calamity caused Nie Xiaotong, who was not far away, to grow anxious. Concerned for Shen Yan's predicament, she cried out, Taoist Zhou, do not panic. I shall assist you in confronting this ghost general. Casting aside her opponent, she leapt forward with agility, her sword slicing through the air, unleashing a barrage of sword winds aimed directly at the bull ghost. The bull-headed general, astonished that a mere young girl would dare to launch such a fierce assault, regarded her with the disdain one might reserve for an insect, and raised his club to strike. Begone! The immense force of his blow shattered the sword winds in an instant, delivering a crushing impact upon the sword's blade, sending Nie Xiaotong hurtling several meters away. She landed awkwardly, bracing herself with her sword, her breath labored, nearly expelling a mouthful of blood. The bull-headed general paid her no further mind, instead swinging his club toward Shen Yan, the fierce wind howling in its wake. Taoist, prepare to meet your demise. Nie Xiaotong, unable to advance in time, shouted urgently, Taoist Zhou, retreat quickly. This bull ghost possesses immense strength. We cannot contend with it. Shen Yan appeared oblivious to her warning, remaining steadfast in his position. His gaze grew slightly frigid as he began to channel his internal energy, finally preparing to strike. However, he suddenly sensed a powerful presence emerging from the forest, causing him to halt his movement. Bull ghost, do not flaunt your ferocity. A thunderous voice echoed through the woods. Suddenly, a figure resembling a soaring eagle burst forth, brandishing a broadsword that clashed against the bull ghost's iron staff, producing a resounding metallic crash. The bull-headed general was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater, dust swirling around him. The figure approached Shen Yan, standing resolutely with sword drawn. He was a towering man, 9 feet tall, with a robust physique clad in black armor, exuding an imposing presence. His thick beard resembled pine needles, reminiscent of a formidable bear. Upon seeing this man, Shen Yan felt a sense of familiarity. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that this individual was none other than Yin Nange, the commander who had come to their aid during the epic battle at Wudang. Who dares to ambush me? Roared the bull-headed general, springing from the dust. Upon recognizing his assailant, his eyes bulged with rage. It is you. His expression darkened, and he bellowed. You chose the path of heaven yet turned away, and now you dare to return to my black mountain to wreak havoc. The onlookers, hearing the bull ghost's words, gazed at the sudden appearance of this formidable man, their expressions filled with astonishment. Could it be that this robust figure was even more valiant, daring to confront the evil of Black Mountain alone? Yin Nange, with his sword pointed at the malevolent spirits, proclaimed with righteous indignation, You wicked ones, who bring chaos to the world, shall be condemned by all. If I do not bring down this Black Mountain in utter ruin, how can I depart? His audacious words incited the bull demon to mirthful fury. Ha! Let us see what prowess your grand mustache possesses to breach my Black Mountain. Come to your death. The bull demon, brimming with murderous intent, unleashed a torrent of ghostly energy that surged forth like a tempest, his massive form swelling further. In a flash, he lunged forward, brandishing his iron staff, releasing an overwhelming force that created a swirling wave of energy, echoing with the wails of the damned. A truly terrifying spectacle. You wish to slay me? How fortuitous, for I too yearn to end your life. Yin Nange chuckled, undaunted. He, too, was a being of innate strength, exhibiting extraordinary courage as he wielded a sword weighing over 1,000 pounds, engaging the bull demon in fierce confrontation. In an instant, a tempest erupted, the surrounding air seemingly drawn away, resonating with heart-stopping explosions. The thunderous clash reverberated, raising clouds of dust. Their assaults were devoid of any embellishment or finesse. It was sheer brute strength against brute strength, akin to two ferocious beasts locked in a deadly struggle, a spectacle of immense magnitude. Wherever they clashed, the ground fissured, and the violent shockwaves shattered the withered leaves surrounding them. Both warriors, heroes and demons alike, quickly retreated, clearing a vast area, wary of being caught in the aftermath of their titanic battle. With the sudden emergence of Yin Nange, the dynamics of the conflict shifted dramatically, instilling a renewed sense of hope among the young warriors. who felt that they had regained the potential for victory. Many displayed expressions of excitement, fervently engaging the enemy. In stark contrast to their exhilaration, Wudang.He, who had been relentlessly pressing the pig demon, wore a worried expression, a subtle unease creeping into his heart. He began to contemplate. Despite their prolonged engagement, only divine messengers had appeared, and the enigmatic mountain god had yet to reveal himself. Moreover, although their side was buoyed by high morale and seemed to hold the upper hand, the beleaguered demons showed no signs of faltering in their resolve. This is exceedingly abnormal. In such dire circumstances, even amidst considerable casualties, not a single demon has fled the scene, which is utterly inconsistent with their nature. Unless the deity of Black Mountain possesses an overwhelming power that commands the genuine submission of the myriad demons and monsters, rendering any thought of retreat utterly inconceivable. Wudang.He was taken aback by this conjecture. If such were the case, their group would surely be in peril. His countenance darkened, and an urgent anxiety surged within him. Even with this realization, the fierce battle had escalated to a point where it could no longer be halted by mere speculation. Meanwhile, Wudang.He caught sight of Shen Yan being rescued by a formidable figure that had seemingly emerged from nowhere. His expression turned as bleak as the depths of a shadow, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. At that moment, he could not afford to seek out an opportunity to confront Shen Yan, and instead directed his sword towards the serpent demon. Wudang.He left behind a fleeting shadow, unleashing an overwhelming aura as he struck with relentless fervor, each blow seemingly expelling the pent-up fury he harbored. The serpent demon staggered back repeatedly, racked with pain as its flesh was cleaved, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light, emitting a low, rumbling roar that reverberated atop the mountain. Wudang.He's reputation on the leaderboard was well-deserved. This ordinary woodland creature was no match for him. Though the few divine envoys on Black Mountain possessed a fourth-tier level of power, they were evidently of rustic origins, lacking any profound heritage. At this moment, the serpent demon, fleeing for its life, prostrated itself in reverence upon the ground, crying out towards a statue deep within the hall, "Lord of the Black Mountain, save me. The enemy has come to our doorstep." Wudang.He followed closely behind. Upon entering the grand hall, he was immediately beset by an overwhelming chill that seemed to invade his very being, a profound sense of danger surging within his heart. Hearing the serpent demon's desperate pleas only heightened his uncertainty, and his expression grew tense as he cautiously scanned the depths of the hall, fearing that a monstrous foe might emerge. Yet, despite the serpent demon's cries reaching a fever pitch, nothing unusual transpired. Deep within the mountain shrine, there stood only a jet-black idol, devoid of any other ornamentation. Wudang.He gradually relaxed, a chilling smile spreading across his face as he remarked, "It appears that your esteemed mountain deity has long sensed impending doom and fled. Since you are weary of shouting, allow me to grant you a tranquil demise." He raised his hand and swung his sword, intending to behead the serpent demon. However, the blade halted abruptly in midair, as if the very fabric of space had solidified, rendering it immobile. The triumphant smile on Wudang.He's face froze, transforming into a look of shock as he stared ahead, as if confronted by a specter. "Who dares to disturb the sanctity of my divine abode?" A calm yet authoritative voice resonated from nowhere. Then, all present witnessed an exceedingly peculiar sight. Deep within the hall, the surface of the obsidian statue began to ripple as if disturbed by waves. The tightly shut eyes of the deity suddenly opened, emitting a flash of light through the void. The statue seemed to come alive, taking a step forward. It descended to the ground, transforming into a shadowy figure cloaked in black robes, exuding an unmistakable aura of grayish death, as profound as an abyss. In the hall, the serpent demon knelt, unable to raise its head, prostrating itself as it reported, "I humbly inform the mountain deity that the Wang family has not sent their daughter. Instead, they have gathered a group of warriors to ascend the mountain and incite rebellion." The figure possessed eyes of dark gold, rendering its true form inscrutable, radiating like a black sun, absorbing all light, seemingly capable of engulfing everything in its path. The being before him was akin to a deity, towering and awe-inspiring. Each breath it exhaled radiating an immense terror that struck fear into the soul, compelling one to look up in reverence rather than meet its gaze. Standing before this formidable presence, Wudang.He felt insignificantly small, a profound dread welling up from the depths of his being, as if he were ensnared in a quagmire. Utterly immobilized. It was not just him. Onlookers outside were equally paralyzed, their eyes wide with horror, frozen in place as if they had been transformed into lifeless statues. Trembling uncontrollably, Nangong-Han swallowed hard. From the moment this entity appeared, he knew he stood no chance against the mountain deity. Without hesitation, he summoned all his strength to flee, turning to escape at great speed. Simultaneously, he called out for help to the others. "Save me." Yet, he could utter only a single syllable before his voice was abruptly stifled, as if a vice had gripped his throat, rendering him speechless. Unbeknownst to him, the dark mountain deity had already approached, extending a hand to seize his neck with an effortless grip, lifting him as one might a mere chick. Dangling in the air, Nangong-Han's feet no longer touched the ground. His eyes bulged in terror, feeling as if he were plunged into an icy abyss, stripped of all power to resist. He longed to plead for mercy, but words failed him. You mere ants of humanity dare to entertain thoughts of defiance against a god? The deity's indifferent gaze flickered with a hint of cold disdain. With a slight tightening of his grip, a sickening crack echoed through the air. Nangong-Han's neck was swiftly broken, his vision fading to darkness as he succumbed to unconsciousness. His eyes widened in regret and disbelief as he departed from this world. Reflecting on the ignominy of dying so pathetically upon this humble black mountain, despite being a distinguished genius of the human rankings. The dark mountain deity casually diss at this moment, atop the black mountain, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. A chilling spectacle sent shivers down the spines of the young onlookers, their faces ashen with dread. Among their ranks, the formidable Nangong-Han had been so effortlessly slain. Ah! Dujingjing let out a heart-wrenching scream, her eyes brimming with tears, her delicate face drained of color, as if she had instantaneously lost all vitality. Witnessing this, Gu Xiaoning felt a tremor in his heart, as if struck by lightning. Despite his unwavering resolve, even he found his mind succumbing to the overwhelming fear of the unfolding horror. The enigmatic mountain deity that has appeared surpasses all expectations of power. At this moment, a throng of demons and spirits kneels upon the ground, filled with profound reverence, exclaiming, "We honor the arrival of the great mountain god." A pack of useless wretches. The black mountain deity uttered languidly, causing tremors to ripple through the prostrated subordinates who dared not exhale. The black mountain deity slowly exited the grand hall. A thick plume of black smoke surged skyward, transforming into an ominous aura, suffused with a destructive essence that enveloped all in oppressive force. It radiated an irresistible celestial might, rendering all present breathless, silent as the grave. The deity's cold, golden gaze swept across the crowd, dismissive and indifferent. As he proclaimed, "Mere mortals dare to wreak havoc in my divine abode. For such insolence, you are doomed to die without mercy." The young swordsman who caught his gaze felt an icy chill envelop him. Raising his hand, he grasped the air, and in an instant, a terrifying tempest of black wind erupted, spreading in all directions like a torrential flood, resounding with a thunderous roar, as if the very mountain itself quaked. The crowd unleashed various attacks against the black wind, but to no avail. They were utterly powerless to withstand it. Many were swept up by the tempest. Akin to leaves caught in a storm, their bodies involuntarily lifted into the sky before crashing down violently, bone shattering, blood spewing forth amid anguished cries. Chaos reigned as the scene descended into disarray. The crowd was thrown haphazardly, their hearts consumed by dread and terror. Yan Nang's expression was grim. Propping himself up with his sword, muscles taut as he struggled against the onslaught of the black wind. Is this truly the Black Mountain deity? Such formidable cultivation. Nye Xiaodong's face paled, still unable to fully grasp the reality before her. The crowd, faces etched with disbelief, trembled as they murmured, "This is impossible." The only figure unfazed by the turmoil was Shen Yan, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene, gaze calmly fixed upon the Black Mountain deity. As he sensed the surrounding aura, revealing a hint of perplexity. The mountain deity seems off. The opponent's power possesses an unusual quality. This does not appear to be the genuine might of a deity. Furthermore, the emergence of this mountain god left him perplexed. It seemed that this statue was not merely a divine icon awakening, but rather a conduit connecting to an exceedingly distant realm, allowing an entity from beyond to transmit its power. How fascinating. Indeed, the world is vast and filled with marvels. This mountain god possesses an eerie quality, he mused silently. It's over. A young voice trembled. I do not wish to perish. A multitude of young warriors quaked in fear. The terror of life and death loomed large. At this moment, the group of youthful heroes found themselves in a state of utter disarray, overwhelmed by shock, regret, helplessness, and despair, an intricate web of emotions entangled within their hearts. Looking back, their expedition to confront the mountain god had devolved into a farce. In the face of this terrifying deity, they were utterly insignificant. Even if their elders from the sect were to arrive, it would be a grave challenge. How foolish they were to assault the lair of a first-tier entity. Aside from Shen Yan, the only one maintaining a semblance of composure was Yen Nange. As a demon-slaying officer of the court, he had spent years battling across the land, facing life-threatening crises, and had endured much. Observing the disarray of his companions, a cacophony of cheers erupted from the gathering of demons and monsters, their eyes glowing with a ravenous hunger, as if they could hardly wait to feast. You seek your own demise. Do not blame others. My divine might is not to be trifled with. Let them serve as a banquet for my children today. The Black Mountain god sneered repeatedly, his murderous intent palpable, as he waved his hand gently. A torrential black wind surged forth, coalescing into serpentine black dragons, while the Black Mountain echoed with ghostly howls that sent chills down one's spine. In an instant, darkness enveloped the sky and earth as countless black dragons opened their gaping maws, descending upon the crowd, staining the world with ink-like shadows, a relentless wave of darkness approaching. Amidst the panic, someone stuttered, "The opponent is serious. How do we contend with such a formidable foe? Let us strike together. There may yet be a glimmer of hope." Du Jingjing suggested, her eyes filled with venomous determination as she glared at the Black Mountain god. Nie Xiaotong nodded and drew her longsword. "It's useless, utterly futile. We are doomed. Any struggle against such an existence is in vain. We shall all perish," cried one in despair. Du shouting appeared on the brink of collapse. "Damn it. What misfortune has befallen us? Why does this insignificant place suddenly harbor a first-tier entity? A horde of demons, fierce and terrifying, roared in triumph. A pack of ignorant fools daring to trespass upon my Black Mountain goddess domain. Ha! With the mountain god striking, their demise is assured. Brothers, prepare for a feast." The air was thick with ghastly echoes, and the black wind howled. In the face of countless black dragons sweeping toward them, a formidable spectacle. Some warriors summoned their inner strength, ready to fight to the death, while others stood frozen, devoid of hope, resigned to their fate. The atmosphere was suffused with malevolence. How dare they still call themselves gods? At that moment, a thunderous shout awakened everyone. In a critical juncture, Yen Nange stood resolutely in front of the crowd, embodying a solitary yet formidable defense. Infinite heavens and earth, the laws of the universe. He bellowed at the deity of Black Mountain. With a deft motion, he tossed his broadsword into the air. Forming his hands into sword fingers, he intertwined them to cast a spell, causing the sword to levitate before him, spinning at an astonishing speed, multiplying from 1 to 10, and then from 10 to 100. In the void, countless long swords materialized in an instant, imbued with a profound and ethereal aura, as if they could slice through the heavens above and plunge into the depths of the underworld. Swords transform into myriad forms. Yen Nange roared, his voice resounding like rolling thunder. With a sweeping gesture, a multitude of swords danced across the sky, their brilliance intertwining to forge a colossal iron wall of 1,000 swords, staunchly resisting the oncoming tempest of the Black Dragon. In that moment, the earth trembled and the mountains quaked. The disparity in strength between the two sides was evident. Yen Nange chose not to launch an offensive, but rather to adopt a defensive stance. Yet, even so, the display was profoundly awe-inspiring. The crowd gazed at his towering figure, utterly astounded by the spectacle. This sudden surge of combat prowess from Yen Nange left everyone speechless, reigniting a flicker of hope for survival. In a fleeting moment, they felt plunged into the depths of despair, only to be elevated to the heights of salvation. Shen Yan's expression revealed surprise. He had not anticipated that the seemingly rugged and brute man possessed such remarkable skills in the arts of the Tao. The technique sword transforms into thousands bears comparison to Wudang's spirit-light giant sword art, wielding immeasurable power. It is no wonder that this brash man dared to venture alone into the Black Mountain. His formidable skills indeed bolster his audacity. However, he likely did not anticipate that the mountain deity would exhibit such formidable prowess. At this moment, despite Yen Nange being bolstered by magical arts, he still fell significantly short of the mountain god's realm. Under the relentless onslaught of the Black Dragon, the sword wall quaked violently, ominously on the verge of collapse. The resplendent light erupting in the air rendered one unable to open their eyes. A host of demons were taken aback. They had not expected this bearded man to possess such strength, stepping forth at the most perilous moment. Yet the Black Mountain deity looked on with disdain, calmly proclaiming, "You are but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Let us see how long you can endure." Behind the sword wall, Yen Nange wore a grave expression, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. His body trembled under the shock, blood surging in reverse, and a trickle of crimson escaped the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he desperately held firm against the mountain god's assault, shouting back to the crowd, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry down the mountain, flee swiftly. You must report this matter to the authorities and urge them to send troops to hunt down this old fiend." At this juncture, Yin-Nange embodied the responsibility of a court officer, resolved to sacrifice himself to ensure a path of survival for others. Gu Xiaoning recognized his determination, moved by the sight. They were yet unfamiliar with each other's names, but the willingness to selflessly save others was admirable, evoking deep respect. Many heroes regarded the back of this giant with awe and gratitude, a swell of sincere reverence rising within them, compelling them to bow deeply. Gu Xiaoning offered a profound bow to Yin-Nange before turning to shout, "At this point, our chances of turning the tide are slim. Everyone retreat. We must not let this valiant hero perish in vain." Without his prompting, chaos had already erupted. In the face of calamity, everyone sought their own escape. Many had long since been paralyzed by fear, failing to utter a word of thanks to Yin-Nange as they fled down the mountain in a panic. As if the apocalypse were upon them, scrambling without a moment's pause, Shen Yan stepped aside, clearing a path for the young heroes to flee rapidly. The crowd was too consumed with their own survival to notice his actions. Yet, Nie Xiaotong, before departing, took a moment to scan the surroundings for Shen Yan. Upon seeing him standing still, she cried out anxiously, "Zhou Daolang, stop looking and run. This monster is beyond our capacity to defeat." "Run? The main character has finally arrived. Why would I leave? I have come specifically for it," Shen Yan replied with a calm smile. At his words, Nie Xiaotong was momentarily taken aback, her eyebrows furrowing in disbelief. How could Zhou Daolang still be spouting nonsense at such a critical moment? Now is not the time to linger. We must escape, or we shall perish. Junior sister, hurry and ignore him. He has lost his wits. Upon witnessing Nie Xiaotong standing dazed and motionless, Gu Xiaoning gritted his teeth and hastily pulled her away to escape. With every few steps, Nie Xiaotong turned back, ultimately letting out a sigh as she followed her senior down the mountain. On the mountaintop, only Shen Yan and Yin-Nange remained. As the others fled, a flicker of anger crossed the countenance of the Black Mountain deity. "You insignificant insects, how foolish you are. Do you truly believe that by stalling for a moment, they can evade my grasp? Naive." The Black Mountain deity roared coldly, extending a hand as an endless stream of dark energy surged into his palm, expanding until it obscured half the sky, transforming into an ominous handprint. "If you possess the ability, then show me how you can block this." The Black Mountain deity smiled chillingly and struck with a mighty hand. Boom! The dark handprint surged forth with overwhelming force. A terrifying gust of palm wind shattering the air as it violently collided with the sword wall conjured by Yin-Nange. The sound reverberated, and a massive shockwave spread wildly through the sky, uprooting trees in its wake. Yin-Nange's sword, once radiant with magical power, dimmed and shattered, ultimately disintegrating into nothingness as the dark handprint descended relentlessly upon him. PFF. Yin-Nange coughed up a spray of blood, his body contorting into a shrimp-like shape as he was violently hurled backward, leaving a trail of nearly 100 meters on the ground. His dark armor shattered piece by piece, leaving him battered and bloodied, his injuries dire. Long live the mountain deity! A cacophony of demons and monsters erupted in fervent cheers. Lying on the ground, Yin-Nange gasped for breath, utterly devoid of strength to continue the fight. The situation was grim, and a wave of helplessness washed over him. Alas! Had I perfected my Tao, I would have surely slain this old fiend. Yet, I, Yin-Nange, have vanquished countless foes throughout my life. If I must perish, then so be it. If there is a cycle of reincarnation, I shall still emerge a hero in years to come. Having faced numerous battles, Yin-Nange held a pragmatic view of life and death, unperturbed by the prospect of demise. As he prepared to close his eyes and await his fate, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. Is there still someone who isn't he fled? Yin-Nange furrowed his brow, his expression a mixture of complexity. Now gravely injured and powerless, he could no longer shield this individual from escape. With great effort, he propped himself up to see a tall young man clad in a gray Taoist robe. A vague figure surfaced in his mind. Is that the Taoist I saved earlier? Could it be that he, grateful for my intervention, chose to stay and assist me? Foolishness. This old fiend possesses overwhelming strength. Remaining here would only lead to his demise as well. With that thought, an acute sense of urgency gripped Yin-Nange's heart. At this moment, Shen Yan approached Yin-Nange. quietly observing the black mountain god who stood motionless outside the grand hall. There was an inexplicable peculiarity about the other party that left him at a loss for words. The mountain deity's form and spirit appeared incomplete, its power lacking in fullness, though it could indeed wield the forces of heaven and earth. This strength seemed not to be its own. As a Taoist stepped forth amidst the gathering of demons and spirits, a wave of confusion swept through the crowd. The bull-headed demon, upon spotting Shen Yan, snorted 2 jets of white vapor and bellowed. So it is this fortunate Taoist who escaped my grasp. Has he truly not fled? Such ignorance of peril, let us slay him and hasten after that group, lest they elude us. Let me deal with him. A mere scruffy Taoist. I could cleave him in 2 with a single stroke. The previously humiliated snake demon regained its human form, brandishing a large blade and leading a throng of lesser demons towards Shen Yan. The assembled fiends brandished their weapons, their spirits alight with fervor, eager to impress before the mountain deity. I want a thigh. I want a hand. I crave an eye. They are the most delectable. The cacophony of greedy laughter and ghastly howls erupted, their scarlet eyes hungrily fixated on Shen Yan. Yen Nane struggled to rise, weakly imploring, esteemed young Taoist, run swiftly. I shall expend my last breath to buy you time. Flee as far as you can. Not necessary. Remain where you are, Shen Yan replied, shaking his head with a gentle smile, then directing his gaze towards the leading snake demon. His eyes turned cold as he inquired, You claim you could slay me with a few strikes? The snake demon sneered. I could do it with a single blow, bang. Before the words could fully escape its lips, a shadow streaked through the air like lightning, tearing apart the atmosphere, and appeared before the snake demon in an instant. A fist struck its jaw with force, launching it into the air. With a cacophony of cracking bones, the snake demon spewed blood, flying backward, its eyes filled with agony. Its mind blank, it could not comprehend how it had suddenly been struck. Before the snake demon's body even touched the ground, Shen Yan transformed into a mere afterimage, swiftly appearing at its side and seizing its head, pressing downwards. Bang! A crater formed in the earth as the snake demon's skull was forcibly embedded into the soil. Shen Yan's palm surged with internal energy, releasing an invisible shockwave that caused the snake demon's head to burst, akin to a watermelon exploding. With such meager prowess, it dared to display its ferocity before me. Shen Yan withdrew his hand, untainted by blood, as if he had merely swatted a fly, his expression impassive. The entire encounter transpired in mere seconds. The serpent demon, a divine envoy, was crushed to death. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Yen Nane's mouth gaped in astonishment. All the demons and spirits widened their eyes, staring at the bloodied remnants of the snake demon's brain, its legs twitching helplessly. They had scarcely grasped the situation when their own envoy had been obliterated in an instant. Who still desires my limbs, hands, or eyes? Shen Yan smiled gently, his gaze sweeping across the assembly of demons. A group of diminutive creatures dared not meet his eyes, collectively retreating in unison, unwilling to cross the threshold of his scrutiny. The bull-headed specter trembled, a wave of trepidation washing over him. What manner of formidable individual is this? The serpent demon of comparable stature was effortlessly obliterated with a single blow to its cranium. Had the bearded man not managed to escape during the previous battle, I reckon he would have perished utterly. Yen Nane's throat convulsed as he swallowed hard, the dryness overwhelming him. Such strength. I was mistaken. This is indeed a master of profound depth and hidden prowess. Who is this Taoist priest? In the midst of a serene atmosphere, the black mountain deity fixed a piercing gaze upon Shen Yan, revealing a hint of gravity. Something is amiss with you. Previously, he had assumed this priest to be an ordinary individual. Yet, to his astonishment, the moment the other acted, it was beyond expectation, leaving the entire assembly in awe. Shen Yan smiled and shook his head. No, it is you who is not quite right. With keen interest, he regarded the black mountain deity, tilting his head in inquiry. I am quite curious. From whence do you hail? As soon as the words left his lips, the black mountain deity's expression shifted drastically. Who are you? What have you disowned? I am but an insignificant individual, Shen Yan replied with a smile. The black mountain deity felt a chill run down its spine. If it still failed to recognize that the person before it was an unparalleled powerhouse, it would truly be a fool. The gaze Shen Yan directed towards it instilled a profound sense of dread in the black mountain deity. The gaze resembled that of one observing a mere laboratory mouse, eager to dissect and analyze it. The mountain god of Heishan possesses such formidable strength yet willingly chooses to reign over this insignificant territory, evidently a cunning strategist. It is acutely aware of whom it can provoke and whom it must avoid. In this world, no grievance is insurmountable. I bear no enmity towards you. Pray tell, what brings you to Heshan? If your intentions are tied to the Wang family, I am open to offering reparations. Such matters are trifling and hardly warrant a confrontation among beings of our caliber. Without a moment's hesitation, the mountain god of Heshan opted for submission. Reluctant to engage with Shen Yan, the sudden shift in demeanor left Yan Nange astounded. Just moments ago, the mountain deity exuded an air of invincibility. Now reduced to a quivering state. Where has your bravado gone? Where is your divine authority? Shen Yan's gaze grew profound as he remarked, "You increasingly pique my curiosity. What secrets do you harbor? If you reveal them candidly, I may consider sparing you." Upon the utterance of these words, a horde of demons and monsters instinctively recoiled a step back. Who is this formidable figure, daring to utter such audacious words after witnessing the might of the mountain deity? Yan Nange was nearly left speechless. This Taoist is truly imposing, completely disregarding the mountain deity. The expression of the black mountain deity darkened, and a blaze of fury ignited within his dark golden eyes as he spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "You, sir, are overly confident. Should we engage in battle? The outcome remains uncertain. I desire to avoid unnecessary conflict. If you are willing to withdraw, I shall present you with a wealth of treasures to resolve this enmity." "What say you?" Shen Yan responded with a cold smile. At this moment, the opponent attempted to feign bravado. He had long discerned that this mountain deity was not truly of the first rank. Against it, Shen Yan possessed absolute confidence in his victory. "You lack the standing to negotiate with me. Either divulge the secret candidly, or face your demise." Shen Yan's smile vanished, and he had no inclination to engage in meaningless banter, delivering a cold final warning. The Grand Master Shen never pretended to be uncertain. As his words echoed, all the demons and monsters could feel the overwhelming aura of disdain radiating from Shen Yan. The black mountain deity glared furiously, a surge of rage rising within, compelling it to wish to tear this man apart on the spot. How had it ever been subjected to such contempt? The assembly of demons and monsters turned pale, astonished that their mountain god had retreated to such an extent, while this man remained so formidable. What kind of confidence did he possess? They began to feel restless. Should the mountain deity falter, it was likely they would all meet a catastrophic end, reduced to ashes. Very well, bellowed the black mountain deity, its countenance as dark as stormy waters. "Since you are so aggressive, let me experience your prowess firsthand. Let us determine our standings." Forced into action, the black mountain deity raised its arm once more. A surge of black energy, tenfold greater than before, erupted forth, coalescing into a colossal handprint that overshadowed the sky, darkening the heavens. It descended upon Shen Yan with relentless force, casting a massive shadow upon the ground, beneath which Shen Yan appeared exceedingly insignificant, like a mere ant. Yan Nange, caught within this shadow, felt an overwhelming pressure that was almost insurmountable. His palms were slick with cold sweat, and he was on the brink of anxiety. The mountain deity was invincible. The demons and monsters were stirred, filled with reverence, many bowing in submission, all exulting in fervor. Yet, Shen Yan remained composed, casting a disdainful glance. With a mere flick of his fist, he struck out into the void. The space rippled like water disturbed by a breeze. The invisible force of heaven and earth converged within his punch. A shadow of his fist met the monstrous black handprint head-on, shattering it in an instant. The ominous phenomenon dissipated, and the scene fell instantly into tranquility, as simple as extinguishing a candle's flame. The black mountain deity's earth-shattering strike was thus effortlessly neutralized, leaving all the demons in a state of dumbfounded awe. What is happening? The bull-headed ghost and other divine emissaries stood agape, their eyes wide, witnessing this bizarre spectacle, filled with astonishment and perplexity, as they perceived no extraordinary means employed by this man. To their eyes, it appeared as though the Taoist merely grazed the ethereal manifestation of the giant hand with a simple punch. The mountain god's assault vanished without a trace, akin to a meticulously prepared cannonball that, upon firing, turned out to be a dud, impressive in appearance yet devoid of any genuine power. Yan Nange too found himself at a loss. Only the mountain god of Black Mountain truly comprehended the situation. It was not that its attack was merely superficial. Rather, the opponent had harnessed the force of heaven and earth to engage in combat. Shen Yan calmly withdrew his hand and remarked, "There is a vast disparity. It seems the power of heaven and earth you wield does not truly belong to you, for you are unable to unleash its true might. I am curious to know the origin of your celestial force. The true prowess of the mountain deity should only be at the second rank. However, it is perplexing that this entity can wield the celestial powers typically reserved for those of the first rank. Ultimately, borrowed strength is never one's own, and thus the mountain deity cannot unleash its full potential. As Yin Nange remarked, the malevolent aura surrounding the Black Mountain deity suggests that its true form is that of an ancient specter. Yet, there exists another extraordinary essence within it. This enigmatic force may very well be the reason this old ghost can command the powers of heaven and earth. Could it be that deities truly exist in this world? Shen Yan pondered. He began to speculate whether this ancient ghost had acquired the legendary authority of the mountain deity, enabling it to wield first-rank strength despite being of second-rank cultivation. The expression of the Black Mountain Lord grew grim, remaining silent. The secrets it harbored were intrinsically linked to its very existence, and thus could not be divulged. Unbeknownst to it, Shen Yan had already deduced nearly the entirety of the truth. At this moment, if it were possible, the Black Mountain deity would most desire to flee in panic, retreating as far as it could. Alas, such an escape was unfeasible. Once outside the confines of the Black Mountain, it would be stripped of its divine powers, reduced to an ordinary second-rank specter. Faced with this predicament, it could not afford to cower any longer. It had to fight with all its might. With the command of heaven and earth, in the decree of the true deity, "Command the mountain!" The Black Mountain deity exclaimed gravely, its voice resonating with authority. In that instant, as if its words were a binding incantation, the earth trembled, and the mountains echoed in response. The entire Black Mountain began to sway, as a mysterious force surged from the depths of the earth, converging towards the Black Mountain deity. With outstretched arms, the deity caused the void behind it to ripple, revealing an immense shadow of the Black Mountain, exuding an aura of ancient and profound majesty. It appeared to be infused with the celestial powers of the universe and the formidable essence of the entire Black Mountain. At this moment, he stood alone like a mountain. In the heavens, another dark mountain emerged. A horde of demons gazed upward in awe. The mountain deity, behind the looming silhouette of the dark mountain, mirrored it perfectly, with every blade of grass and every tree in identical positions. Although it was merely an illusion, an overwhelming aura of the mountain persisted, exerting a tremendous pressure that left one gasping for breath. The mountain god's inscrutable power was palpable, and what could this Taoist do to contend against it? He was doomed. The bull-headed ghost declared coldly. Yin Nange was drenched in cold sweat, turning anxiously to glance at Shen Yan, now somewhat convinced that this ancient spirit was indeed a mountain deity. Otherwise, such phenomena could hardly be explained. He pondered what choice this venerable Taoist would make. Should he stay or depart? Could a single individual truly rival the strength of a mountain? Although Shen Yan's gaze bore a hint of gravity, he remained remarkably composed. Such appearances are but superficial. Beings of our caliber can shatter mountains and sever rivers with a mere flick of the wrist. Even if you wield the power of a dark mountain, what could you possibly do to me? Shen Yan scoffed, shaking his head with a dismissive chuckle. Then, he inhaled deeply, and with a sudden stomp, the earth trembled and cracked beneath him. What kind of maneuver is this? What is this Taoist up to? While Yin Nange was engulfed in confusion, his expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed a scene that left him utterly speechless. "Great Sun Brahmin!" Shen Yan exclaimed, releasing a powerful breath. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar emanated from within him as his vital essence surged. Outside, golden flames erupted, swelling into a colossal figure of radiant gold, muscles rippling and lines sharply defined, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. 3 heads and 6 arms manifested, seemingly capable of propping up the heavens. Behind him, it was as if he bore a resplendent sun, further enhancing his divine semblance. What a monstrous entity is this Taoist! The demons, struck with astonishment, felt their jaws drop and their scalps tingle. Their minds flooded with terror as they instinctively retreated. The yang energy radiating from him resembled the fire of the sun, potent enough to incinerate them one by one. Even Yin Nange found himself entranced, unable to look directly at Shen Yan in this form. He had initially believed the Taoist to be a master of profound arts, expecting him to employ Taoist techniques at this critical juncture. However, he was taken aback to discover that the individual before him was a martial artist who had honed his skills to such an extraordinary degree. Initially, the mountain deity had summoned the power of the dark mountain with unshakable confidence. Yet, upon witnessing this spectacle, he felt his heart race and his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. At that moment, his mind was akin to a stampede of 1,000 alpacas. He merely wished to exist as a secluded old spirit on the dark mountain, developing quietly without offending any great powers. But who could explain why such a terrifying presence had come to be? Confronted with Shen Yan's calm gaze, even the dark mountain deity, a foreboding specter, felt an icy chill creep over him. Shen Yan clenched his 6 fists, cracking knuckles audibly, and with a smile, inquired, "Little ghost, how many punches do you think it would take for me to shatter your dark mountain?" The tone was utterly dismissive of the adversary. The malevolent beings were left in utter shame, for it was the first time they had heard someone dare to refer to their mountain deity as a mere imp. The countenance of the black mountain deity shifted from dark to a ghastly hue, an expression of profound displeasure etched upon its face, as boundless fury flickered in its eyes. Unable to restrain itself, it bellowed, "Do not be so audacious. I refuse to believe that you can truly withstand the might of this mountain. Receive my black mountain's earth-shattering force, perish." With a thunderous roar, the black mountain deity raised its hands high, and in an instant, the void resonated with a rumbling thunder. As the colossal shadow of the black mountain began to stir, the heavens and earth trembled. An overwhelming pressure of mountainous gravity surged down upon the challenger. As if an actual mountain loomed above. "You have forced my hand," thundered the black mountain deity. "This mountain harbors boundless gravity. Let us see what you can withstand. Embrace your demise." The deity howled towards the heavens, its dark golden eyes radiating an aura of malevolence, while its ghostly energy blazed like a fierce inferno. Immediately, with a vigorous shake of its hands, the immense shadow of the black mountain flipped, its peak plummeting directly towards Shen Yan, descending with the intent to suppress. A violent gale swept forth. The black mountain loomed ominously. In the air, countless visible ripples surged forth, sweeping across like a cataclysmic tsunami, utterly unstoppable. At the mountain's summit, trees and boulders were caught in the tempest, careening through the air. Every malevolent creature trembled, their very souls quaking in terror. As many of the lesser fiends fell to their knees in supplication. "How noisy! Enraged and humiliated, have you finally mustered the courage to strike? Alas, this merely presents me with a splendid opportunity to showcase my skills." Shen Yan laughed heartily. "Come forth." As he beheld the slowly descending mountain, he felt not fear but joy. His eyes sparkled with divine brilliance, as shadows of countless punches flickered in their depths. Wudang long fist, Taiji fist, profound skill fist, Pyryang fist, six paths fist. A myriad of martial techniques flashed through his mind. "I shall use your black mountain to offer tribute to my newly crafted divine fist technique." Shen Yan's gaze remained tranquil. After a decade of training at Wudang, he had acquired a plethora of martial arts, most of which had become obsolete for his current realm. Yet, the foundation of a towering edifice begins with the accumulation of earth. These martial arts had profoundly enriched his perspective and depth of understanding. Each technique harbored its essence, and by distilling the quintessence while discarding the dross, he could synthesize formidable new moves. At this moment, Shen Yan sought to revisit the myriad boxing styles, extracting their essence to innovate formidable techniques of the divine fist. Every extraordinary skill is born from the bedrock of ordinary martial arts. Over the years, Shen Yan had persistently endeavored to reformulate various techniques, yet the outcomes had proven unsatisfactory. It was not until he beheld the inverted black mountain against the sky that inspiration surged within him, illuminating the path to his innovative techniques. Shen Yan closed his eyes, his 6 fists executing diverse martial styles, some swift, others slow, some gentle, others forceful, imbued with an invisible aura of lethality and boundless celestial momentum. The fusion of intent and force harmonized, the murderous essence of the fist intertwining with the powers of the heavens and earth, radiating an unparalleled brilliance that fell like a tangible entity, akin to an extraordinary weapon being unveiled. Immersed in this profound state, Shen Yan's movements quickened, the embryonic form of his new technique becoming increasingly distinct. Beneath this aura, the sky behind him transformed into a blood-red expanse, the overwhelming force resembling an ocean, poised to obliterate all existence. Countless variations coalesced into a singular form, as the 6 mighty hands ultimately clasped the air, embracing the void, culminating in a peculiar fist imprint. In an instant, a divine flash of blood light ruptured the heavens. To the eyes of the myriad demons and monsters, it appeared as though he wielded a colossal blood-red axe, a presence capable of annihilating all. They gazed in astonishment, questioning whether this was martial prowess or sorcery. How could such martial arts exist? Yin Nange murmured to himself, his mind in turmoil. The divine fist of profound meaning, second style, mountain-cleaving axe. The new technique was born. At that moment, the mountain god's colossal force descended upon him, the pressure akin to a tempest, causing the earth to buckle. In the eye of this storm of pressure, Shen Yan's eyes abruptly opened, an infinite radiance bursting forth as he thrust the fist imprint forward. In that fleeting moment, The piercing blood light dazzled, its edge unmatched. Boom! The fist imprint soared through the air, swirling with the intent of the heavens and earth, layers of power erupting forth, producing a violent sonic boom in the void. As a massive shadow of a blood axe surged forth, the divine axe cleaved the skies, carrying the momentum to obliterate all, striking fiercely upon the Black Mountain. In that fleeting moment, the world fell silent. In the eyes of all existence, there was naught but a colossal axe and an inverted Black Mountain, colliding with one another. Thunderous clouds surged, and the earth trembled. A tempest erupted, reminiscent of a cataclysmic disaster. The scene was utterly astonishing, so powerful. As Shen Yan struck the mountain with a single punch, the presence atop the peak was overwhelmed by a singular sensation. This figure seemed less a mere mortal and more a divine being capable of reaching the heavens and the earth. Such might bore no resemblance to earthly martial arts. Shen Yan's mountain-splitting axe charged forth without the slightest hesitation, wielding pure, overwhelming power to shatter anything that stood in its path. His fist imprint was unparalleled, his internal energy formidable and invincible. The Black Mountain emanated a terrifying sense of crisis, its gaze filled with shock, its massive hand trembling, feeling utterly incapable of sustaining itself. The shadow of the Black Mountain in the sky swayed and quivered. Crack! The sound of shattering was deafening. The shadow of the Black Mountain was cleaved in two by the mountain-splitting axe, fracturing like glass, with cracks swiftly spreading through its form. It collapsed and vanished. Had the mountain god's Black Mountain truly been shattered? Although this was a divine maneuver, it undeniably contained the might of an entire mountain. If we were to consider the Black Mountain beneath our feet, it too would succumb to such a blow, with a punch that could split mountains. This individual was truly a monster. All the demons and spirits were left dumbfounded by the spectacle before them. The entire scene fell into silence. In scarcely a matter of seconds, the formidable move cultivated by the Black Mountain god was effortlessly neutralized. In contrast, Shen Yan remained composed throughout. The potency of his new technique, the mountain-splitting axe, filled him with satisfaction. Strength met strength, power countered power. What mountain's might, what divine intent could withstand a single punch? Power. Dominance. Now, Shen Yan's mountain-splitting axe magnificently showcased these two qualities. What if one could harness the strength of an entire mountain? I shall simply counter force with force, ending violence with violence. The might of a single punch is sufficient to rend mountains and crack the earth. After the Black Mountain god's most formidable strike was shattered, his shadowy form dimmed, becoming faint and translucent, teetering on the brink of dissolution, as if it might scatter with the wind at any moment. This ancient specter was indeed problematic, Shen Yan mused. The adversary's condition seemed peculiarly precarious. He was increasingly convinced that this old ghost was akin to a mere projection, as if it had exhausted its energy, on the verge of vanishing. This old ghost could barely endure. Such strength was akin to that of deities. Yan Nange murmured to himself, marveling at Shen Yan's might, his thoughts unable to settle for a long time. At the foot of the Black Mountain, the young heroes who had scattered in flight regrouped. Gu Shaoning and his companions gasped for breath, finally escaping the shadows of death. Inhaling the fresh air with the expressions of those who had survived a calamity, Du Jingjing leaned against a large tree, her eyes vacant. Even now, she could not accept the reality of her senior brother's demise. The experiences encountered in Montenegro felt akin to a nightmarish ordeal, dousing this group of young aspirants. Eager to make their mark, with a harsh dose of reality, many present exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. In an era rife with malevolent beings and chaotic turmoil, the landscape was fraught with perilous uncertainties. A mere stroke of misfortune could lead to a dismal demise. The death of the illustrious Wudang.He served as a gruesome admonition. Alas, at such a perilous juncture, Taoist Zhou inexplicably lost his composure and remained atop the mountain, likely meeting his end alongside the bearded figure. Nie Xiaotong fidgeted nervously in front of Gu Shaoning, who, feeling exasperated, could not restrain himself from saying, "Junior sister." He was merely a chance acquaintance. When faced with calamity, his foolish reluctance to flee renders his fate deserved. Nie Xiaotong raised an eyebrow, poised to admonish her brother for his callousness, when suddenly, a tremor shook the ground beneath them, nearly causing her to stumble. What transpired atop the mountain? On the summit, Shen Yan engaged in combat with the mountain god, sending shockwaves through the entire Black Mountain. The previously relieved heroes were taken aback, collectively turning their gaze toward the ominous peak. There, tumultuous thunderclouds gathered, illuminating the sky. An ethereal vision of Black Mountain emerged, followed by the appearance of a colossal axe, clashing with a thunderous force, as though the heavens themselves were collapsing, evoking a formidable awe. Such a terrifying celestial phenomenon. All the heroes present were left in a state of stupefaction. What has transpired? Is it possible that the bearded man still lives? Engaging in a final showdown with the mountain god of Black Mountain? Nia Xiaodong exclaimed in astonishment. Impossible! How could that bearded man conjure such a grand spectacle? Gu Xiaoning countered. He understood that Yan Nange possessed strength surpassing theirs, yet it seemed implausible for him to unleash such astonishing waves of combat. Perhaps there exists a formidable presence lurking in the mountains, intervening? A young hero whispered. A powerful presence? Besides us, could there be others concealed in the shadows? Some felt a tremor within, contemplating the possibility. That bearded man hails from the military. Perhaps a formidable warrior from the army has intervened. Speculations ran rampant among the heroes. It could be that the bearded man came alongside powerful military allies, merely probing the depths of that malevolent deity. This theory resonated with many, who clapped their hands in agreement, their excitement palpable as they gazed at the breathtaking celestial phenomena above, exclaiming, "Such commotion resembles divine sorcery." It appears the entity that has intervened is immensely powerful. To dare engage those malevolent deities head-on, even if not a first-rate powerhouse, they must be quite formidable. Gu Xiaoning remained silent for a protracted moment before exhaling a deep sigh. Just as his words faded, a tremendous transformation occurred in the celestial phenomena. The Black Mountain was cleaved asunder by a colossal axe. It shattered with a resounding crash. Hiss! The mountain has crumbled. The crowd gasped in astonishment, nearly losing their eyes in disbelief. They had anticipated that the clash of these peak powers would endure for some time. However, the outcome was utterly unforeseen. As the illusory Black Mountain, akin to mere paper, was effortlessly shattered by that mighty axe, the phantom of the Black Mountain naturally evoked thoughts of the malevolent deity. Did this not imply that the powerhouse wielding the colossal axe utterly dominated that malevolent being in terms of strength? Who is this unparalleled powerhouse? Someone stammered in awe. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone was rendered speechless, unable to answer the question posed. At that moment, none could fathom that the one who struck was the downcast Taoist they had previously dismissed. Chaos began to unfold atop the Black Mountain. Various demons and monsters, filled with trepidation, felt an unsettling dread, each contemplating flight. What are you all waiting for? Flee quickly. This Taoist can't be contained by anyone. His martial prowess is unparalleled, nearing the legendary myths of martial arts. A demon suddenly shouted. With one demon taking the lead, chaos erupted. Shen Yan instilled profound fear in them. This place was no longer tenable for their kind, and swift escape was their best recourse. The mountain god himself is no match for him. If we do not leave, we shall meet our doom. Hurry down the mountain, flee. Everyone scattered in different directions, for the chances of survival would be greater that way. At this moment, they were utterly terrified, their fear palpable, even doubting the revered mountain deity they had long worshipped. Stripped of their composure, they exhibited their demonic nature and fled in disarray. The Black Mountain god, witnessing their cowardice, was enraged, a murderous glint emerging in his eyes. Attempt to escape? What purpose do you serve then? Remain here for my pleasure. As a multitude of monsters and spirits scrambled away, Shen Yan exhibited little reaction, prompting the Black Mountain god to take matters into his own hands, mercilessly eliminating his own subordinates. With a thunderous roar, he ascended skyward, transforming into a fearsome black dragon, his gaze icy and radiating an overwhelming malevolence. Fleeing is futile. You shall serve as my sustenance. The dragon coiled in the void, unleashing a deafening roar and opening its gaping maw, a tempestuous black wind swirling forth, sweeping the fleeing demons into its abyssal jaws. Spare us, O mountain god! Cried the bull-headed demon general and the other celestial messengers, utterly distraught at this sight. The Black Mountain god resolved to reclaim his lost malevolence through them. All pleas for mercy and desperate struggles were in vain. No one could save them. The encroaching darkness blotted out the sun, engulfing all in despair as they were inexorably drawn into the dragon's belly. No, even the bull-headed general could not withstand the overwhelming force, swept away by the black wind. If even the most powerful of evil beings could not resist, what hope did the lesser spirits have? Amidst their wails of despair, they were all consumed. The black dragon feasted heartily, devouring thousands of demons and spirits, intending to assimilate them into its own malevolent essence. Gradually, its once dim form began to rejuvenate, its aura intensifying and spirit reviving. This is bad, Yan Nange exclaimed, recognizing the implications. The ancient demon was regaining its strength. Elder, act quickly, or it will be challenging to handle once it fully recovers, he urged in a state of alarm. Shen Yan, with a calm smile, replied nonchalantly, there is no need for concern. I allow it to consume these demons merely to save myself the effort of slaying them later. With them all dead, it cannot be spared. His smile faded, replaced by an expression of indifference. Without further ado, Shen Yan stomped his foot, creating a deep crater in the ground. The terrifying recoil propelled him skyward like a cannonball, soaring through the air as if a divine being. With a flash of lightning, he ascended to the heavens. Shen Yan waved his hand through the air, leaping onto the back of the black dragon. The Black Mountain God's transformed dragon was taken aback, its eyes bulging in fear as panic set in. The dragon scales, formed from malevolent energy, bristled in alarm. Forgetting its meal, it twisted and thrashed, trying to shake Shen Yan off, exuding gusts of black wind. However, Shen Yan remained as steadfast as a mountain, radiant golden flames emanating from him, impervious to all its efforts. Foul creature, receive my divine fist. With a light reprimand, Shen Yan unleashed 6 radiant golden hands, striking down upon the black dragon's head with a series of powerful blows. Although he claimed it to be a singular strike, in the blink of an eye, he delivered over 100 punches, each creating a cascade of thunderous echoes, akin to the resounding beat of a war drum. Yan Nange below watched in astonishment. Perceiving Shen Yan as a golden deity, majestically mounted on a serpentine dragon, descending to the mortal realm with unparalleled might. Roar! The black dragon writhed in agony, its head pounding as it emitted the resonant roar of the Black Mountain God, wisps of dark energy escaping its maw. With each of Shen Yan's punches, rippling shock waves surged forth, resembling mighty waves relentlessly battering the dragon's skull. The creature emitted muffled groans, its eyes dimming as its spirit was pounded into a state of disarray, becoming increasingly feeble. For reasons unknown, the black dragon's resilience was formidable. Despite Shen Yan's relentless assault, it refused to perish. However, the relentless blows had dissipated much of the dark energy surrounding its head, revealing a crack from which an ominous glow emanated, suggesting the presence of a mysterious object within, brilliant and ethereal, shrouded in mist. Recognizing the anomaly, Shen Yan concentrated his might on the dragon's brow, his muscles swelling as his vital energy surged like a volcanic eruption, raining down punch after punch. Awoo! The black dragon howled in pain, its forehead splitting open completely. At that moment, a square black object tumbled forth from within its brow. Upon closer inspection, it was a large black seal, crafted from obsidian jade, adorned with a coiling dragon motif. Even from a distance, Shen Yan could sense the extraordinary power radiating from it. No. Upon the seal's descent, the black dragon's spirit surged, awakening in a frenzy. It scrambled desperately, claws outstretched, but was a moment too late, merely grazing the edge of the seal, grasping at nothingness. In its frantic state, the Black Mountain God unleashed a harrowing roar, panic gripping its heart. With the loss of the black seal, the dragon's aura plummeted, diminishing to a mid-tier second rank. Shen Yan's gaze sharpened as he focused on the fallen seal. Ah, so this was your source of power? The transformation of the Black Mountain God became clear to him. The origin of its extraordinary abilities lay within that seal. Ah! The dragon emitted a thunderous roar, filled with defiance and terror, twisting its body in a mad rush towards the black seal, intent on reclaiming it. Yet, Shen Yan would not grant it such an opportunity. Devoid of divine strength, the Black Mountain God paled in comparison before Shen Yan. He leapt from the dragon's form, soaring into the air, with his hand raised high. Threads of inner power coiled around his fingers, an astonishing force building like crashing waves, a terrifying energy radiating through the void. Subsequently, he unleashed a palm strike, the great Luo divine palm, incinerating mountains and boiling seas. Like a resplendent sun plummeting from the heavens, the black dragon found itself utterly powerless to withstand the overwhelming force. Even the sheer pressure rendered it breathless. A thunderous, soul-stirring wail erupted as the black dragon sensed an imminent threat to its very existence. It yearned to flee, but it was too late. A searing wave of pure yang energy surged forth, crashing over the black dragon like a tempestuous tide, engulfing it entirely. Light, a blinding inferno flared, momentarily obscuring all else. The crimson glow coalesced, forming a blazing sea of fire that obliterated everything in its path. No. A reluctant roar echoed from within the crimson haze, the voice of the mountain god of the Black Mountain, as the form of the black dragon gradually disintegrated. Despair flickered in its deep-set eyes. Taoist, I shall remember you. When I emerge, I will not let you off so easily. A faint whisper lingered, ultimately fading into silence. When the tumultuous force subsided, the black dragon had vanished without a trace, leaving only Shen Yan suspended in the air. In the astonished gaze of Yen-Nange, Shen Yan spread his arms wide, akin to a great rock unfurling its wings, and gracefully descended to the ground. His eyes scanned the terrain, swiftly locating the fallen black seal, which shimmered with an ethereal glow, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Extending his hand, Shen Yan retrieved the black seal from the earth. Upon grasping it, he was suddenly struck by an extraordinary sensation. It was as if he could perceive the entirety of the Black Mountain without the need for sight. Its every movement and stillness resonated within his mind. Furthermore, upon channeling his thoughts into the seal, he could instantly command the elemental forces of the mountain. Could this be the legendary mountain god seal, a symbol of dominion over the Black Mountain? By merging my spirit with this seal, could I ascend to the position of the mountain god? Shen Yan found himself both amused and intrigued. He had not anticipated the existence of such deities in this world. However, he held no interest in the power of the mountain god, nor did he wish to remain here to govern this modest Black Mountain. Yet, his curiosity regarding the origins of the mountain god seal was piqued. With the emergence of the mountain god, could there be a heavenly realm that rules over the land's deities? If so, where had it vanished? Why had the Black Mountain's dominion been left to the control of malevolent spirits, with no one stepping forth to rectify the situation? In that moment, Shen Yan was engulfed by a whirlwind of questions, sensing that a deeper layer of mystery enveloped this world. Although he lacked the desire for the position of mountain god, he nevertheless secured the mountain god seal, determined to prevent it from falling into the hands of entities like the ancient specter he had just encountered. Moreover, from the ominous words left in the wake of the black dragon's demise, it was evident that the adversary was merely a semblance of itself. It might yet reappear. What, then, was the true nature of this old specter? This world was becoming increasingly intriguing. Shen Yan stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Having vanquished the black dragon, he had been on the ground for quite some time before Yen-Nange finally emerged from his state of shock. Summoning a surge of true energy, he forcefully suppressed his injuries, and with a stiff motion, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Shen Yan, expressing, "I am profoundly grateful for your timely rescue, esteemed senior. I, Yin, shall forever remember this debt, and will undoubtedly repay your life-saving grace in the future." His words were heartfelt. He had originally believed he would meet his demise today, yet unexpectedly, Shen Yan appeared, displaying extraordinary prowess and vanquishing the old demon. Witnessing the fierce battle between Shen Yan and the old demon, the astonishing array of unparalleled skills exhibited, Yen-Nange could discern that this individual was undoubtedly a master of the highest caliber, an unparalleled figure among the ranks of first-tier grandmasters. Such a character, when gazed upon in the vast realm of Deqian, is indeed a rare gem, undoubtedly a formidable figure. He looked up at Shen Yan with admiration. Unable to contain his curiosity as he inquired, "Might I be so bold as to ask, esteemed senior, from whence do you hail?" Shen Yan, observing the brawny man akin to a black bear, replied with a solemn air, "Recently, there have been several fierce battles in this province, and I am the one who has taken the lead. Why not take a guess as to my identity?" Yen-Nange was left utterly bewildered. Shen Yan shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Your comprehension is woefully inadequate. I truly cannot fathom how a brute like you has managed to cultivate." "I am Shen Yan, the esteemed elder of Wudang," he declared. Yen-Nange had no prior knowledge of this name, yet it immediately conjured a thunderous title from the recent happenings in the martial world, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment, "Could it be that you are the renowned sword sovereign?" Shen Yan was somewhat speechless. He felt no particular connection to the title assigned to him by others. However, since it had been ascribed, he could only nod in acknowledgement. So, it was indeed the sword sovereign before him. At that moment, Yen-Nange felt a sense of relief regarding the demise of the old ghost, for the individual before him had triumphed over a fragment of the demon lord. Yet, the fact that this esteemed figure was known as the sword sovereign implied extraordinary swordsmanship. However, today, he had vanquished the Black Mountain old ghost solely with his fists and palms, a display of profound mastery. Observing Yen-Nange's injuries, Shen Yan remarked, "Let us not converse further. You should first tend to your wounds." Yen-Nange nodded in agreement, recognizing that his injuries were indeed severe. and he had thus far neglected to cultivate his healing. With such a master in proximity, he felt no apprehension about danger, and he promptly seated himself to commence his healing practice. Meanwhile, Shen Yan began to busy himself, for with the demise of such demons and monsters upon this mountain, considerable karma had undoubtedly accumulated. He immediately employed the purification of evil furnace technique to refine the karma. A resounding hum echoed as a colossal golden-red furnace manifested above him. Spinning rapidly, his mastery of this technique had reached an advanced level, with an invisible force capable of enveloping the entire mountain. A mournful wail arose, and strands of black mist began to materialize, revealing faces twisted in agony. The amassed black mist coalesced into a billowing smoke, rising relentlessly, drawn into the furnace, where it was continuously refined into pure inner strength. Yan Name's attention was drawn to this commotion. What technique is the sword sovereign employing now? It appears truly formidable. However, he was oblivious to the specifics of the process. At the foot of the Black Mountain, a group of young heroes gazed up at the summit. Hey, brother. There has been no activity at the top. Could it be that a victor has emerged? Nie Xiaotong furrowed her brow. I am uncertain, Gu Xiaoning replied, his expression tense. They were too far away to discern the exact happenings, only able to faintly observe a rather grand spectacle. Shall we ascend to investigate? Someone suggested. Yet, Du Jingjing promptly countered. Are you seeking death? Should the malevolent deity emerge victorious, would it not merely serve to bolster their strength? The individual offered a sheepish smile. For the mere mention of that sinister god invoked a palpable dread among the assembly, silencing any thoughts of ascending the mountain once more. Gu Xiaoning sighed, uttering, Let us depart. We must report this matter to the authorities and request their intervention, for this situation exceeds our capacity to manage. With that, Gu Xiaoning turned towards the path they had traversed, prompting the other young heroes to pause momentarily before following suit. Uncertainty loomed regarding the fates of Daoist Zhou and the bearded man. Sighing heavily, Nie Xiaotong lingered at the rear of the group, casting a lingering glance back at the ominous Black Mountain. Among the crowd, Du Jingjing appeared similarly wilted, like a frostbitten eggplant. Her spirit diminished. With the loss of her senior brother and the handsome Taoist she had just begun to admire, her heart weighed heavily with sorrow. In the realm of the afterlife, a dismal and shadowy expanse stretched before her, where the relentless yellow springs surged endlessly across the desolate terrain, devoid of origin or end. Yet, this realm of the dead defied legend. Not a single wailing spirit or ghostly figure roamed its barren landscape, only the remnants of crumbling, forsaken palaces. Not even a specter could be found. As the Black Mountain's ancient specter met its demise, a thunderous this vast multitude of demons and monsters, coupled with the presence of the formidable Black Mountain Old Ghost, has bestowed upon him an additional century of inner strength, elevating him to a new pinnacle. He now possesses 4 centuries of inner power. However, his cultivation has yet to reach its zenith, leaving him uncertain of how many more years of inner strength are required to attain perfection. With the possession of the pure evil incinerator, a divine skill, and amidst the chaos wrought by demons and monsters, he need not fret excessively about his progress in inner strength. Having now acquired the visualization method, he is poised to commence his spiritual training, and he has developed a clear strategy for transcending the mythical realm. The remaining task is merely to proceed methodically. It is simply a matter of time. At this moment, Yan Name's injuries had somewhat improved, allowing him to move about. He stepped forward once more to express his gratitude to Shen Yan. Shen Yan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was merely a trifling matter, a duty of the righteous to vanquish demons and monsters. However, he inquired with curiosity, I recall you are a demon hunter. Yet how is it that you appear here alone in this dark mountain? It seemed peculiar that a military figure would venture forth without a contingent of soldiers, especially if he had prepared to confront a mountain deity. Yan Nange explained, esteemed swordmaster, I had received an urgent edict from the court, commanding me to swiftly proceed to Juling County to exterminate demons. However, the night was too dark, and I sought refuge here in the Black Mountain, only to encounter this horde of malevolent beings, resulting in a fierce battle throughout the night. The sheer number of these evil entities overwhelmed me, forcing me to conceal myself until I had regained my strength, only to emerge and find myself in the situation you witnessed earlier, having just saved Yan Nange's life. He felt compelled to speak the truth without concealment. Is that so? Shen Yan responded thoughtfully. You mentioned you were dispatched to Juling County to eradicate demons. Is there a formidable fiend causing havoc there? Intrigued, he probed further, for logically, with his unheralded prowess as a sword master. Having previously vanquished the demonic forces on 2 occasions, it seemed unlikely that any malevolent power would dare to rear its head. Senior, you are not aware? Yan replied, astonished. I assumed your descent was related to the affairs of Juling County. Shen Yan appeared perplexed, having just ascended the mountain. He wondered if some significant event had unfolded in such a brief span. Seeing Shen Yan's genuine confusion, Yan elaborated, revered Taoist. The urgent command I received yesterday indicated that Zhao Chanfeng, the leader of the Guangsha sword sect, has turned to darkness. It is said that recently, your sect was attacked by the Blood Sea Demon sect, and the Guangsha sword sect facilitated this assault, while inciting other sects in Juling to allow the demons to rampage without providing aid to Wudang. However, following your remarkable emergence, those sects that had initially participated in this treachery grew fearful and sought to atone by reporting Zhao Chanfeng. Last night, for reasons unknown, Zhao Chanfeng suddenly succumbed to demonic influence and slaughtered those sects that had betrayed him, turning Juling County into a river of blood. Yan recounted the events in Juling County to Shen Yan with clarity and detail. Shen Yan let out a cold laugh. So it is a case of dogs biting dogs. He did not perceive this as a tragedy, but rather as a fortuitous turn of events. To him, the Guangsha sword sect was of little consequence. Even if they chose to embrace the demonic path, they would hardly stir significant turmoil. Moreover, their victims were those duplicitous righteous sects that had stood idly by during Wudang's plight. If they perished, it was of little lament. Noticing Shen Yan's indifference, Yan expression grew serious as he pondered, Taoist, the situation is more dire than it appears. After Zhao Chanfeng succumbed to demonic influence, it seems he has mastered some nefarious arts of a questionable nature. It is said that he specializes in devouring souls. And now he is brazenly capturing innocent civilians in Juling County to hone his skills. The officials attempted to intervene at the first opportunity, but they were all ruthlessly slain by him. That fiend, Zhao Chanfeng, was originally only a mid-tier second-grade martial artist, yet now he has grown exceedingly formidable. As several peak second-grade experts from the government have joined forces, only to be vanquished by him, none can withstand his might. The situation has become dire, which is why I hastened to Juling overnight. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan let out an "oh," his brows immediately raising in agitation, and the fury in his eyes began to simmer. The act of capturing innocent civilians for training is indeed an affront to humanity, deserving of the most severe punishment. However, Shen Yan refrained from making any declarations. This matter is fraught with numerous uncertainties. How could a mere sect like the Guangsha Sword School dare to defy the world so audaciously, seemingly unafraid of being besieged? Or do they possess some formidable backing? Moreover, what kind of sinister technique has Zhao Chanfeng practiced to experience such a dramatic surge in power? Is there truly a nefarious martial art in the world that could elevate an ordinary second-rank practitioner to such heights overnight? Shen Yan furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Noticing Shen Yan's silence, Yan grew anxious and inquired, Master Shen, do you not intend to venture to Juling and deal with this demon? Having just witnessed Shen Yan's formidable prowess, Yan held unwavering confidence in his abilities. Believing that if this esteemed elder of Wudang were to intervene, the peril facing Juling would surely be resolved without concern. Shen Yan's gaze flickered as he regarded the burly man before him, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, Lieutenant Yin. During the last incident when Wudang was besieged by the demonic sect, the government did not seem so invested. Why the sudden urgency this time? Is there perhaps some hidden truth behind it? At this taunt and inquiry, Yan dark complexion flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, regarding the previous incident with Wudang. There were too many unscrupulous individuals in the upper echelons of the government, which led to a delay in support. As for this current situation, I cannot conceal from you, Master, the government's heightened attention is largely due to a genuine concern for the suffering of the common people. Additionally, a significant reason is that a prominent figure from the imperial city has gone missing in Juling, likely captured by the Guangsha Sword School. Yan, with his grand demeanor and chivalrous spirit, could be described as broad-minded or, less flatteringly, as somewhat reckless and undisciplined. He believed that Shen Yan, with his formidable martial prowess and status as a venerable elder of Wudang, would be a powerful and reliable ally, and thus he openly divulged everything he knew. The revelation of a high-ranking official ensnared in peril made sense. It was no wonder the government was so invested. However, Shen Yan was less inclined to act as a mere enforcer for the court. Lieutenant Yin, might I inquire as to the identity of this potentially captured dignitary? Shen Yan asked. Upon hearing this question, the robust Yin Nange displayed an almost foolish expression, his eyes slightly glazed as if lost in reverie, and he mysteriously replied, "Master, although it has not been explicitly stated, I have received whispers of a rumor regarding the identity of the individual ensnared in dueling. It is said to be a member of the royal family, none other than the renowned Princess Pingyang, acclaimed as the most beautiful woman in the realm." Yin Nange's imagination ran wild, his expression vividly animated. He had yet to encounter the fabled Princess Pingyang, and he could scarcely fathom the extraordinary beauty that could earn her such a title. Princess Pingyang, the most beautiful woman in the world? The speaker may have meant no harm, but the listener perceived the weight of the words. Such noble acts of heroism, entrusted to the broad-shouldered, dark-skinned man, could hardly inspire confidence in Shen Yan. With a grave expression, he spoke with righteous fervor, "There is no need for further discourse. Though I, Shen, am a man of the greenwood, I am not blind to the greater duty to our homeland. I shall surely embark on this journey to dueling. The demonic sects, driven by their insatiable desires, wreak havoc without remorse. Yet, how innocent are the common folk? As cultivators, it is our solemn responsibility to quell the chaos and vanquish the fiends of this world, thereby rescuing the suffering masses and honoring our lifelong cultivation." Shen Yan's countenance was resolute, embodying the essence of integrity and virtue. In Yin Nange's eyes, he shone like a resplendent sage. Truly, he was a distinguished master of the righteous sect. What remarkable magnanimity! What profound justice! Yin Nange gazed at him with admiration. Overjoyed, he clapped his hands in praise, exclaiming, "I knew it. Taoist Shun is indeed a true paragon of righteousness, utterly unwilling to let the fiends harm the innocent." Shen Yan, with hands clasped behind his back, listened with a sense of rightful pride to the praise from the bearded man. As the two conversed, they descended the mountain, preparing to make their way to Juling County. Unfortunately, due to the loss of Yin Nange's steed to the monsters the previous night, he, like Shen Yan, was left to traverse the journey on foot. Alas for my faithful warhorse, who has accompanied me through countless battles and perished at the hands of those vile creatures. Had it lived, it could have borne us to Juling, sparing you the burden of such hardship, Taoist. Yin Nange reminisced with a wistful gaze, unable to forget the valiant sacrifice of his steed. However, Shen Yan found his sentiments somewhat discordant. The man with the bushy beard surprisingly wished to ride a horse to the capital. The mere thought of such a scene sent shivers down his spine. He mused that it was fortunate the horse had perished. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Emperor Qian was diligently attending to state affairs. At that moment, a eunuch outside the hall received an urgent secret letter from Wudang.He and hurriedly rushed in, exclaiming loudly, "Your Majesty, an urgent secret letter has arrived from Wudang.He." Emperor Qian furrowed his brow. Recently, Wudang.He had been in turmoil, drawing widespread attention. The court had dispatched a considerable number of personnel to the region, and now, with the sudden arrival of urgent news, could it signify yet another significant event? President, Emperor Qian pressed his fingers against his temples. The realm was rife with troubles.